Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical opening, great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram Media Manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
That one. Oh, good. You can see it.
Welcome to the 2025 GKA Big Air World Championships, where we are down in the south of France at the famous spot Les Barcarès. It's, of course, the Lords of Tram event, one of the most exciting on the calendar. I'm looking out the window right now. I can see over 30, 35 knots. I can see the women's division already getting ready out there. We have so many different countries represented at this event. It's absolutely incredible. 24 men from 11 different countries, 12 women from 11 different countries. We can't wait to bring you all the action. I'm Lewis Crathen, and joining me here is Lasse Hofmeister. How are you doing?
I'm a bit tired still because we started pretty early this morning, but I had a coffee and I think we're ready for a full day of action and extreme big air.
It's one of the most amazing forecasts we've seen at events for a long time. They've just started the window. They've literally just started the window, and first day, I think it's first day of the window today, right? It's a month-long window to run this event. First day has been perfect. The forecast, of course, came in a week ago here, and here we're giving you some live wind readings coming in right now, and I think this is the medium in the middle here, so it's around 30, peaking up to 38 already.
Yeah, on 40s. There's some 40s as well.
Yeah, so we're watching out the window here, and we've seen quite some big jumps, and it's the first heat of the day on the water right now that is going to be between Pippa. She is on the water, I can see. She is the defending champion, of course, as well.
I think that's the first heat of the women's already. Starting soon.
Inbar and Aya Kasabova, Inbar Lerner and Pippa van Ursel all on the water getting ready. It looks like there's some scores coming up already for us to catch you up with, because we have started on the water now in front of you. Then that must be Aya with the blue rash vest. And let's remind you how this is working here as well quickly whilst we go straight into this heat. It's 7 trick attempts. Their 3 best trick attempts will score to their total. And look like a front roll, contra loop, perhaps, maybe. I wasn't sure what hand she pulled there, Lasse.
Yeah, I think it was a boogie probably, but I couldn't quite see
actually,
it.
The way she went through that in the end, it may well have been. So a big warm welcome to you wherever you are tuning in from around the world. It's 7:41 local time here in the south of France, and we couldn't have a better forecast to wrap this event up in likely to be over 2 days. So we expect there to be some action tomorrow. But the wind today could be, could even be going. I've been hearing talk of 60 knots. I mean, people actually are saying that and looking at me seriously as they say it. So it's a day that you want to be cancelling absolutely everything you were planning on doing, because the action is here with us. This is Inbar Lerner, who's a bit far out to sea there. She's not quite hugging the flat spot. You've ridden here a lot, Lasse.
Yeah, so you want to be like right at the shore and gain as much speed as possible, and then take off with a vertical takeoff, obviously, and then the Tramontana just carries you into the bay here. And then we see here nice laid back roll.
This looks good.
Yeah, she landed it. That's going to be a good score for her.
Lots of height and that, and at some point we will be bringing you some live data from Wu at this event as well. She's punching the sky already there. She's really happy with that move. Yeah, nice. Here comes a replay. Talk me through this one, Lasse.
So she's there was a nice laid back roll after the loop, so not a lot of risk involved, but there was a beautiful execution. And she landed it cleanly. That was really, really good for her.
Not the best execution on that camera angle for you there, but I'm sure.
And now Pippa's coming in.
Yeah, here she comes.
Preload popping and going for a contra board of that's a crash unfortunately. And the kite is.
She's going to get away with that, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
She's got tension back in the lines. So these riders have performed a few tricks already, and we're going to try and get that up on our screens for you. But it's been a very early start. And I think that is one of the hardest things for the riders here. That often they get these 6 o'clock call times, 6:30 riders briefings. It's cold. They're in their 5 mil wetsuits. They're already on tiny kites. It's really like straight into it out there. And the top riders don't seem to be too fussed by that. But I bet it must be difficult if you've come from South America or the Caribbean or places like that where you don't even wear a wetsuit. To come straight into this is like a whole new ball game.
Yeah, to wear a 6 or 5 millimeter wetsuit is different than riding in board shorts in Brazil for sure. So for some of the riders, it's going to be a huge change in gear. And as you can see probably on the camera, when the camera shifts a bit to the left, There's still snow on the Pyrenees Mountains, so it's not the warmest weather, but the riders have to adapt to it.
Board recovery, which is nice to see.
Yeah, that's good.
From Imbar, just getting and there's some really great rules that are unique to this spot, actually, where the riders are taking it in turns, and riding right and left foot forwards is both accessible with this nice flat water and the way the wind blows over this sort of bit of land there to make the flat water. But the riders will get up to around, I think it's a minute for them to perform their move when it is their turn. They get a few chances to get a feel for the wind. I was speaking with Cedric, who is our race director, just yesterday, actually, because it's, you know, basically they want to see good wind for the riders. They will be a bit flexible on that.
No.
Roughly a minute, I'm told, but
Yeah.
this is big from Pippa. Look at that distance he's travelled there. That
was Aya.
Oh, that was Aya?
Yeah.
Okay, so confused with that. Quite similar style to Pippa, actually.
And she's 14, hey?
Wow.
I think she's the youngest athlete in this event here.
I expect that to score quite well. She was quite high. She on a small kite, so it wasn't super in the power zone there. I think that was a contraloop, front roll contraloop.
But she got yanked, and we
she
love
did.
yank.
She could. Yeah, she did get. She did get yarded. Is that the word they use a lot at home these days? Which is actually a very good word because it has a distance within it. But not many people use yards, do they? Is that a British thing?
No, we say yank.
Yeah, I think yank sounds out of control. I never liked yank.
Oh, that's a biggie.
Yeah, well, that is a
big
biggie.
Straight loop.
Straight biggie. Can she take it on the way down?
Oh, there's a magic gust.
Oh, it's a magic gust here. Can she stick it?
It
wasn't.
Unfortunately not.
So often we see that at this spot. You know, the further you go downwind, the chop becomes that bit bigger. Let's take a look at the replay here. That's it. She got that magic gust. Talk me through the magic gust that you can get.
Okay. No, we don't
okay.
see
Well,
it
maybe
anymore.
not. But you can remember that magic.
So the kite climbed up, and then the gust filled in her canopy, and then she was just flying.
Looks like a big kite she's on, right? Like she's on a. Looks like an 8 to me. Or it's not. Maybe not.
It's a bigger kite than Pippa's using.
Yeah, it looks
sure.
bigger than the other riders, that's for sure. But she is absolutely miles downwind there.
Yeah, it's a long body drag, but no, I think she's alright. But I think for today, the landing is going to get even harder during the day because the wind is supposed to pick up even more. Now we can actually see a gust coming through here. That's going to be crazy. So Pippa's leading the heat, and Aya, and then Inbar. She needs a good score actually right now, because her first trick was only a 1 point, and then a 5.63. So it would be good to get another score in. And Pippa's leading the heat pretty strong actually, with 2 5 scores and 1 4 score.
And she will feel strong here, later. This is one of the places that she knows. She's had good experiences in the past. Of course, she is the current champ here. You know, like she knows how to ride here. She's always enjoyed riding at this spot, so she'll have that. She's got a third in Brazil, so she still has a chance. You know, she's in with a chance. We will be crowning world champions here, of course. So
she knows that.
yeah, and she will be hoping after that devastation last year in Gran Canaria, where she went out a bit earlier on in the competition than expected, which cost her a chance. And she was seeded. She was first into that event. You know, she was really eyeing that. That was a difficult moment for her. But let's see if she can stay calm here. Right foot forwards coming in.
I think she's going to go left foot forward because her preload pop wasn't perfect.
What do you think she's going to go for here, lads?
Okay, maybe because she crashed the board off earlier, so maybe she's going to try to get improve the 4.77 and go for kite loop board off or contra board off. I've seen her train yesterday and the day before going for that trick, and she actually sticked it, but now it's a different story with the wind. She's taking off. Yeah, nice kite loop board off. Oh, gosh, she came down like a ton of bricks, eh?
That was a big one.
Yeah.
What even happened there?
I don't know. I didn't see the kite. It went out of the frame, but she got yanked.
That was such an odd kite movement in the end. It was almost the 1.5. Are we going to see a replay on that one? That was a very odd kite movement to kite loop the kite 1.5 times there. There won't be a replay, I'm being told, which is devastating. I know that we all want a replay of that one.
Yeah, she spent a bit, and then she was confused in the air, didn't know where the kite was, and then steered it a bit down and came hard. Came down pretty hard, but I think she's alright. She's body dragging back upwind to get her board, and then she's gonna go for it again.
It has to be the biggest fear of any kiteboarder, losing awareness, or aerial awareness, or being disorientated, as you said, Lasse. And this wind can do that. The famous Tramontane wind has been referenced in the history books from around as early as the 13th century here. Many different meanings, from across the mountains to the north wind, the North Star, a guiding wind, as the Italians used to look to the north of this wind. But even more present over the years has been the reference to being disorientated. In one of the great poems, actually, I have written here, Lasse, from
you wrote a poem
Gastibelza, Victor Hugo had his character say, "The wind coming over the mountain will drive me mad." Now, I feel that could be very true today. We are going to see some madness on the water from these riders, the men's coming up as well, and also in the women's. And perhaps we saw a bit of a moment there from Pippa of disorientational madness, but she's fine now. She's back up and riding after the little break here. And now on our screens, coming left foot forwards, then we turn our attention to Aya, who is currently in second position in this heat. Here she comes. She's building up good speed. She could do with a 4 or higher on the board here.
That was just a straight loop.
Just a straight loop for her. Nice landing. She's got some consistency here. She's managed to land a number of tricks here, but she's going to need to start pushing up into the 4 and 5s, I think, if she's going to get ahead of the other two here.
So there's a replay. Loop. Wasn't too high. Landed it cleanly. I'm curious, do you know where you can kite in Bulgaria?
I do. Now, believe it or not, wow. There's a question that I do know, because it was my first ever kite trip.
Really?
Bulgaria. Yeah, so the coastline there in the Black Sea. It's not a huge coastline, actually, but you can kite in Varna. You can kite in a beautiful place called Sozopol down there. Pomorye, there's a lake. It's all coming back to me now. So how did I end up going to Bulgaria for my first trip? But that whole coastline gets some good wind, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's, the Black Sea can blow up a storm or two, but that takes me back now. Yeah, the north all the way to the south, there's some great spots there. Pomorye was one of my favourites. A bit like this, actually. Had almost a bit of a sea and a flat water downwind. Lost an RRD bar there. Went into the water and sank. How do you lose a bar whilst you're kiting? Never saw it again.
No.
One day they'll dig that up. Be like, what was this?
So we see in-bar.
Nice
going
high.
for a high loop with a grab.
Really getting some nice height in her mega loops here.
Oh, that was a butt check.
Yeah, butt check. And what defines a butt check and a crash here? You know, let's think about how the judges would judge this.
Okay. So basically, if you come down and your board touches the water and you get pulled over the edge of the board and you slam with your body, with your arse into the water, then it's considered a butt check. But if you crash super hardly and your head goes underneath the water, then it's considered a crash.
Yeah, and it's devastating when you do something absolutely massive. And the wind picking up here now.
You can see it.
So this is over 40 knots. Look, there is that classic view of the water, and it's Pippa on the water.
She's
as
raising
look
her
at
hands,
that. Look at that wind around her now.
Oh,
here we go. Now this is the Tramontana that we have come to expect. And Cedric, race director, has told me that if it gets absolutely ballistic, they will consider having a little brief pause. Are we about to see this for the first time? The green flag is up. And we have been told that is just to wait for gusts and things to calm down a bit. So we've seen the first green flag.
That means, the heat is on pause. So,
and, you know, that might be confusing somewhat, but actually the green flag isn't present at this event because of the way that the competition is done and the riders run in sequence. It's just their flag colour which references when it's their go. So the green flag was chosen to use as a bit of a break. And we are seeing one of the riders here in front of us. Aya, you can't see her. She looks like she's going to change kite size here as we're desperately trying to look. How do you even change down from whatever that was?
I don't know.
That must have been maybe 6 to 5. Do they do that size? So
I haven't seen her ride yet, so I'm really looking forward to see her maybe going for a double. What do you think?
Well, maybe this is the time to see that.
Yeah. Now she probably felt the wind. Probably felt that it was time to go for a biggie now.
Are you cold?
Yeah, a
cold?
bit.
It's freezing here. Yesterday we were talking about bringing shorts
I
in
actually
here.
brought shorts.
Yeah, for later.
Yeah.
And Pippa van Urssel's gone for a mega loop. Huge mega loop delayed back roll. The green flag was up.
Oh.
So I wonder, well, fortunately,
That
not
was-
fortunately, but she's crashed it. She's gone absolutely massive there, but this green flag was raised there, and I wonder, you'll see it just out the corner of your eye.
There was a laid back.
It was a biggie. She fancied it, and so
Yo.
I
It
need
was a hard
clarity on
crash.
that, whether you can actually do your move with the green flag up.
Big respect as well to the ladies that are competing in those strong conditions, and it's really hard, you know, Luis, when you're out there for a few minutes and just giving your best tricks. It's really, it just drains your energy, and if you're riding for the whole day, that's
a
hard.
lot.
Yeah, it's really hard.
So a bit of drama already in this first heat of the day. 7:54, time starting to fly. We're almost in the morning now. It's almost starting the morning. Just things have calmed down a little bit. Oh, it's a 7-meter kite then I can see out the window from
That's
Inbar.
Svenja. No, really?
And it is looking hard work for her. She's really fighting that to get the kite down, and she will be changing.
Oh, that's Svenja, I think. She was just in the frame.
Okay, so what? It's,
she's in the next heat.
Sorry, she's in the next heat. Thank you. But it's a 7-meter kite. I would say nothing bigger than a 7 out there right now from these riders. Pippa in control then of this heat at the moment.
Yeah. And then Aya is second. She will be quite happy. It's her first appearance here at Lords of Tram.
Yeah, Inbar really needs to get another trick on the board. She's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attempts, so she's down to her.
Now she needs something good.
Yeah, this is a very important moment in this heat. It's her flag up. She's taken, I'd have to guess, at least 30 seconds for now to perform a move. Well, I'm feeling that this needs to happen right now for her. There she is with that white.
Now she needs a good trick now.
Duotone. What can she do? Nice, high. Oh, she didn't feel it. She didn't feel it. Just chose a jump. So she would be devastated with that, really. She had a lovely big mega loop delayed back roll, 5.63. But really, that's the only big move we've seen. But she will still be in the event, I believe, and go through the next rounds. But it's all about seeding, and she may well come up against someone more difficult going that way. But as you said, Aya will be really over the moon.
Yeah, for sure.
About this.
That's big for her.
But it's been a great start from Pippa, this. A very experienced start. And pretty good news for the duotone rider.
So her flag is up. She's going to the right now. She's gaining a lot of speed. What's she going to go for? Nothing. Okay. She's turning around. Probably she's going to go for the left foot forward jump.
It doesn't need to go crazy really here.
Yeah, she's going to go for the left foot forward jump. Just a straight big jump. Yo, that's quite high. And now landing one-handed or not. Yeah, with 2 down loops.
Totally in control. And I think Pippa will be really happy about how she started here. So welcome to the GKA Big Air World Championships here in Les Baccares. Thank you for joining us. We've just had our first heat of the day. It's been a great heat for Pippa van Ursel, who starts with a great first place. We've got plenty of action throughout the day. Make sure you tune in on the live, gka.com/live. We can't wait to bring you this. Lasse, you excited?
I'm pretty excited, hey. So it's going to be a strong day. A strong day of competing and a strong day of strong wind. And now we are in the second heat of round 2 of the women's. And yeah, this is Nathalie Lambrecht, Svenja Zoe Peters and Francesca Maini. All strong riders.
Yeah, this is a tough heat. You know, Natalie can get to final. She's had a bit of an injury over the last years, but I was looking at some of her her statistics, and she's actually done, she still seems to find her ways to finals, even without the consistency of riding in lots of, back-to-back events. She's been injured, as I said, but she was second here last year. So it's another place that she'll feel confident about trying to get to the final.
100% agreed. And then there's Svenja. Svenja is also a German, like me. And, that's a big jump there.
Wow.
Wow, Francesca just launching into the skies.
She was over the top of the... That was massive.
Unfortunately, it was a crash. But she's on a... What's that kite size? Is it a 5.9? Orbit Ultra. Orbit Pro, I mean.
We've got 2 North kites in this one and a fly surfer. And, I mean, if that wasn't the record... So we've got some lovely numbers here, of course, from Wu, who are supporting this event. And we've been told that the biggest record ever in France is 20.1 meters. That was over 20.1 for me. That was
that was
a biggie. So Francesca Marni, fresh from her Red Bull King of the Air victory in the women's division, she will be really hoping to push hard for the World Championships here. She was so close in Gran Canaria. She had one hand on it, until Zara Hugenrad with that incredible last move, the double doobie. That was really special, that she almost clinched it out of her hands,
Yeah, she probably will remember that, and now she's quite hungry. I've seen her train in Cape Town, and she's one of those riders who goes out with a big smile and just trains, and spends every second on the water. So I think that's in her favor to go.
She was so gracious about that as well. That was really a difficult time, because Francesca took a long time for that last move out there. I was there on the beach watching. Not Francesca, Zara. Zara took a long time to complete her last move, and there must have been people. I know there was people saying, you're going to say something. What do you feel? Usually you get a minute, and we're talking like way over 5 minutes here for Zara to change kite. There was a lot of drama in that, and she took it so well, went her own way about it, and just let it go, and then actually came back. He was super strong with that performance at the Red Bull King of the Air. Looks like we're on a beach cam here in the background. Come on, there you go. Down to the water. Is this rider cam? God, that would be amazing.
That would be cool.
That would be, yeah. So we've just had that heat. Thank you. So we need round 1, heat number 2. But we can see that in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah.
As you can, and this is Natalie Lambrecht with a back roll mega loop. That one, you've really got to be in control for that one.
Yeah,
you can really get worked when you. I actually found that one to be one of the harder ones of the straight loops, the back roll one, because you can get overthrown into 1.5 back rolls, and you may as well go into 2, and you've really got to make quick decision on the way up as to how. The rotation speed of your back roll. It's a hard one to block a rotation, I feel, with that one.
And it's also hard to do in strong winds, eh?
Yeah. Yes, it is. You really get caned by the kite when it hits the power zone with the bar in. But to start that as your first move, she's obviously very confident.
Yeah. It's good to get some scores in. And now we see Svenja. She's on a 6th fly surfer era, going to the right. She's also training a lot in Germany. In flat water, so that's probably in her favor. And now she's edging super hard to take off. Launching it.
Didn't like it.
Didn't feel it.
Didn't feel it. No, and it is feeling. These mega loops are a feeling. You get that feeling on the way up.
But it's
safety. It's something you listen to. That
it's sometimes smarter not to pull that bar. Than pulling it and then injuring yourself on the first trick, or losing your board, breaking gear. So probably a smart trick. She won't be super happy with that first trick attempt. Right. But now Francesca Marni is there.
Right, wind's picked up crazy here, I think. We've got Caddy running down the beach. One of the riders of this heat, Natalie, looks like she's changing. but meanwhile, it's...
the green flag is up again. I don't know if that means... Oh, that's a big loop.
Massive loop then from Francesca Marni. Can she stick it? This is that difficult place where she's very experienced at riding. She's so good at different disciplines. I think it helps her being such a good racer, such a good all-rounder on a surfboard. She can deal with it as well. So she really does have a good landing percentage. So many riders go down at this point, but she was able to slow her momentum down there, land heavily on the tail. She wasn't trying to ride that flat out, which can often end up with a nosedive on the board in that chop.
Francesca Miney not bothered about the wind picking up here at all. But Natalie, just right in front of us, looked like she was making a beeline to change Kite down Kite size. So this wind is starting to show glimpses of what potentially it could be like later on, which is going to be off the scale, lads. I mean, what do we have here right now?
So probably like, I would say it's probably over 40 knots already. And the forecast was supposed to be at like 1 o'clock going into the 47s. So, yeah, I think later on it's going to be nuking. It's already nuking, so it's just going to get stronger and stronger. I think the heat is back on. Svenja is up for her second trick attempt right now. I don't know if she's going to go to the left.
Hit the gusts here.
Yeah.
Some gusts coming here. Look at the white water.
She's hanging on with the kite on 12 just for dear life.
That seems to be her preferred style when it nukes. I like to keep the kite on the water. I like to get it right down there so it can't pull me up in any way. Get that kite right down on the water, a foot off the water, bar right out.
The water is actually flying right now. There's a mega gust right there.
So look at this.
She's just getting blown off the water. Just check this out.
It's
crazy.
Something to behold looking on your screens right now, looking out the window here. The white caps, like you just can't believe how many white caps. Oh, there's smoke on the water. This is starting to, this is going to be crazy later.
The heat is on pause. They're going to wait until this gust clears out. And then Svenja can check. She's not even riding. She's just holding on. Kite to the side, bar out.
I think you have to ride like that sometimes.
Yeah,
we've all been there in storms where you just think, I've just got to ride, well, not even ride it out, but just sit this out.
Actually, Francesca probably knows that wind. She was there on the strong day in Makassar this year, and she was on a Orbit Ultra 5.9, and she was jumping high. So she's used to strong winds like that, so I don't know, she's just chilling maybe there.
I'm chilling, I'm freezing, Nasser.
That's
gone are the days though where we didn't have actual windows on this booth and we were outside and we were in double pants, double socks, double trousers, double t-shirts, everything you could get hold of. But it started a bit cold today, so it isn't. I've been told it's not too cold out on the water though. You've been out there the last few days. It's not been
no, it was a bit freezing.
Okay.
But
got that.
Oh, that's a big loop, straight loop with a bar spin. Can she stick it?
Foot came out the strap. What looked odds on to land that, lass, and the foot came out the strap.
Yeah.
And let's wonder if we're going to get the full replay of this.
Jumping out of the frame almost.
Nice bar spin. She
was
looked
in
good
control.
She wasn't too fast, but her foot just came out the strap. That was really bizarre. It must have not been in very well.
Yeah.
We were talking nicely about the Megaloop abortions earlier, about how you turned down the Megaloop. We saw it from, I think, Svenja already, where she jumped and didn't feel it. And the importance of that. If you are on your Megaloop journeys, any of you listening, I mean, you just want a Megaloop before you've even left the water when you get into it at the start, don't you? You're so excited, and that's where all your injuries come from. You don't get feeling, you don't have time to think about it, you just want to do it, but really, you've got to try to think.
Yeah, some of the
guys.
Does
this feel right? You know, we've all seen it. We've all been there as well. It's something that you learn the hard way. When you do your ribs a couple of times, which most people have in big air, sitting out for those 3 or 4 months or 5 months or whatever it seems like forever, really makes you reflect on, one, how much you love kiteboarding, but two, how you don't want to be there again. So you start to, the best riders, I believe now, can actually throw a Megaloop halfway around and then decide to come out of it and be like, no, I didn't feel it. You know, you build up more time.
Yeah, some of the guys say no brain, no pain, but that's actually not true.
No brain, no pain.
Yeah, like I broke 2 of my ribs just going for it, but where I shouldn't have pulled the bar. But I think it's smarter to approach a loop or a session where you're not feeling it, then just don't go for the loop. And I think most of the riders, even though it's a competition, are doing this thing. Yeah,
but I guess in competition it's going to be the one place where you do maybe pull one where things weren't 100%. I've definitely been there.
Yeah, and
where I've done that, where I've thought, well, I'm in a competition, you know, like why not? It's the time to do it. But we are in heat number 2, round 1 of the GKA Kite World Tour. It's big air we're watching, and you are watching Francesca Manni send an absolutely mega jump here as the Woo guys are. Oh my days! That is going to damage the ocean surface, the ocean seabed. That was
That was a bomb out.
Yeah.
That has to be classed as a bomb out there from
The jet ski is going there, checking on her. That's quite good to see the safety crew also checking on the riders. But her board is not that far away, and she's on a 5.9. We are. It's not even. Is it 8 o'clock yet? Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. 8 past 8, and we're seeing the girls on 5-6 meter kites because it's super strong.
It is 8:08, and we are seeing two podium finishers here having some difficulty with this first heat. It has to be said. They've had 2 tricks each, these riders, Natalie Lambrecht, Francesca Maini, and there's not much between these riders at the moment. But what I'm seeing out the window here, well, that is the AP flag that's been raised as well. So race director Cedric might feel that these conditions haven't just settled down, if there is such a thing here in Le Baccarès, as there's the postponement. Or that is the AP one, I believe. But yeah, this is the distance between the riders is a bit alarming right now. You've got some hundreds of meters downwind. And we've seen Francesca just perform a big jump there. You know, that wouldn't have been part of her tactic. So it is already second heat into the day. The wind is really showing us what it's capable of today. I mean, what a first round of action that we're seeing this postponement flag.
Yeah. And you can see Natalie is it's not even her trick attempt yet, and she's still downwind, so she's edging super hard. And you don't want to go fast when you try, or you want to try to come back upwards. You just want to go slow and get those meters in. But you can see she's getting blown off the water there as well. Yeah, it's pretty strong conditions.
We're looking roughly to the southwest here with this camera angle. As you can see, the classic flat water area of this spot here at Parc des Dosses at Baccarès. It's a very famous big air spot. I don't know why we weren't riding here all those years back. We went to Le Cat, went to Le Franchi, that offshore out on the sea. We should have been here for big air.
Yeah.
Although it was not big air we were focused on back there at the Mondial Devant. It was freestyle, but even this would have been better for freestyle. Look at it, it's flat. But that little town was picturesque and lovely. But it's a wonderful place to go in the world of kiteboarding. I definitely recommend you do a trip down here. We were talking very fondly yesterday of memories and times we've had here, and times we're making even today of being here in motorhomes in a van. It's one of those places, Lassie. You're here right now, living it, and you've been here before. Tell us what's so wonderful about being here and camping and being out in nature.
It's just beautiful. You know, like you got the Pyrenees Mountains in the back with the snow on top. Obviously in summer there's no snow in it, but yeah, no, it's just beautiful. You can learn kite surfing as well and get some lessons here at the spot. And if there's no wind, there's a wakeboard cable actually downwind, so you can go for some sessions there as well. Just get some water time.
And it's just a place where you feel free. I mean, you go kiteboarding here and you could just go in one direction for seems like hours and end up somewhere else, and you can really explore this style of area. It's an exploring place. But right now we're having a break, I believe, within this heat, and we're letting the kites, the riders change.
I think
we're going to the men.
Yeah, we're going to the men,
wow,
actually.
Okay, wow. Big news then. The big news here is that we're swapping to the men. The wind seemed to be quite challenging so far. They were handling it, it has to be said, but the race director feeling the conditions might suit the men at this moment in time. So I'm sure it's very busy in the kite paddock to the side, and we'll have to start focusing now on our men's division, where there's a real change up in the order here. I mean, I haven't looked at an order like this for some time and seen such big names like Jeremy Belando. He won't be competing, injured as well. Got Gilvloed, who's not severely too bad injured, but I think doesn't want to push an injury too bad, is it?
No, I think I spoke to him yesterday, and he has tiered like a stage 2 or something with the AC, not MCL, I think.
Yeah, and he'll know about what he's got wrong there, because his dad's an absolute specialist in knees and everything,
his brother,
body, and his brother.
Yeah, so he's quite lucky to have
he'll get fixed
2
up.
people.
Yeah, he won't just be carrying on for 15 years like some of us, ignoring it and hoping it gets.
So the first heat of the men's, I believe, is Lucas Herotti from South Africa, Finn Flugel from Germany, and Jose Sanferia from Brazil.
Well, then maybe it's time to actually look at some of this ranking that we need to see, because, you know, to remind you at home here, we are crowning 2025 Big Air World Champions. But this will be the way things work here, as we've reminded you earlier. 7 trick attempts, 3 count, 40-second countdown. It's basically a minute. I've been told they get a bit of flexibility. That's a countdown for you to perform your trick as your flag is raised, which indicates your light crew can see. Currently the ladies is still up there, blue, white and red. Of course they have a flag which relates to them. And this is the current men's ranking. Edgar Ulrich, 1,000 points. Will be trying to look to be world champion. Lorenzo Casati, Finn Flugel, Zach Adams, Sahar Sabri and Jin Boa. And to remind you, the 2025 Big Air World Championship will be decided with a combination of the results from Brazil and this event. So it'll be those two events which give us those results.
Okay, that's a women's ranking. On first place we have Michaeli Saw, also the winner of the Brazil event, and then Alice Ruggiero. And second place and third place, we just saw her riding, Pippa van Eersel from the Netherlands. She's also probably pretty hungry to get that world title, hey? And then Francesca Maini, Lana Hermann and Sarah Hogenrath, the last year's world champion.
Michaeli Sol coming back from injury and just absolutely dominating in Brazil. Coming back from injury and actually a bit of a break.
She did a break.
She had a break, sorry to correct that. She had a break. She's come back. She's smashed it in Brazil, her home country, and she'll be. The timing of her returning is quite a statement, actually. You know, for a little while, almost we started to, dare I say it, forget about what she was capable of doing, and we saw other riders fighting for that sort of lead position. Pippa van Eersel had some wonderful moments, of course, here in Lords of Tram, taking wins here. Francesca Maini, you know, winning the first event at Red Bull King there. Looking back at the women's champions here, Pippa van Eersel, I mean, that is quite some stats there. That is why she feels so comfortable and has started so well today in her first heat. So, but Michaeli Sol is an important for us to remember. She has won here before as well.
Yeah, so she is going to be, like Pippa's probably looking out for Mika's tricks, and it's going to be really interesting who takes the win. Either if it's Pippa, Mika, or someone else. Maybe Francesca's going to wanting that spot.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time to talk through all the possible scenarios with you today, actually. But let's take a look at the former men's champions as well here. 2020 saw our Frenchman, Arthur Gilbert, so good at different disciplines, isn't he, that rider? And there's another name on there very good at different disciplines as well. Liam Whaley taking 2023. Andrea Principi dominating 2021, 2022. And Jamie Overbeek, who is the other rider that we need to talk about, who's out with a bit of an injury or is not so well. Yeah. So we wish him a speedy recovery. We're missing him at this event, but there's always an opportunity for others, and we've got some kind of new names or names that haven't competed so much in the men's division, and it's really a bit of a shake-up in the order of things. But what grabbed my attention, was just the diversity in where people were from. So we have 6 different continents represented in Big Air, and I mean, going back maybe 2 or 3 years ago, you'd see loads from the Netherlands and Spain and Italy, and we didn't see so many coming from the Americas, North America, South America. Now we have both of those continents represented quite well. We have Asia, rider from Asia. They're from everywhere. The only continent we don't have anyone is from Antarctica. And that's the 7th continent. So if we ever get that completed one day, that will be a...
Do you think there are kite surfers in the Antarctica?
I don't know. I don't know if there's many...
maybe.
I know that people have kited there, but wouldn't it be wonderful if that happened one day? But it's really incredible to see how the young generation have got into Big Air and how they've just grabbed it and been like, right, it doesn't matter where you are in the world now, especially with how equipment has come on. Yeah. We don't need super strong winds like we used to just to go big. You know, all these different spots in the world have become Big Air spots, even if they're 25 knot places.
And nowadays, like, we see a lot of people even in the last days train with foil kites and lighter wind conditions, and I think that's also pretty good for your Big Air, because you can just train the boarders over and over with rotations, and yeah, I've seen people going out in like 25 knots on 10-meter fly surfer soles, just flying here.
I think they're crazy idea. I'm having a hydrofoil underneath underneath me, doing board offs and mega loops. Like, it's one thing with a twin tip, but doing it like that, I've got a lot of respect for those riders. Of course, like, we have one of the leading riders in the world that's often riding around here. The French rider is absolutely amazing at what we see him do all the time. He wasn't in this event because there, of course, is a big air foil event here at the GKA, so he will be in that discipline as well. Charles Brodel is magic to see. It was amazing to see what he did at the Red Bull King of the Air as well. But I think we're going to just go to some adverts for the time being. But stay tuned. It's the men's division coming shortly here in beautiful Le Baccares at the 2025 Lords of Tram event.
Yeah, it's going to get crazy.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
Welcome back then to the GKA Big Air World Championships here at Lords of Tram 2025. We have just had 2 heats of the women's division take place, and race director Cedric has decided to move into the men. I'm here with Lasse Hofmeister, talking you with into all of the action of the day. Lasse, I've just got one question for you right now.
What's it?
You were staying in the motorhome last night. Was your van rocking last night?
To be honest, I woke up like 10 minutes before my alarm due to a gust, and I thought my van is going to flip over to the side. I was a bit scared because it was really, really windy. So I always know when my van shakes how much wind there is, but I think I've never felt a gust that big in the van, sleeping in the van.
I mean, we're in the live stream booth now. You can just see on this screen, actually, we're just to the right-hand side of the container to the one you can see, very similar one to the right-hand side of that, as you've got this lovely shot of all of the hubbub and buzzing action around the event site now as the men have been sent out when they weren't really expecting that either.
No.
So it's all going down there right now. But what I'm getting at about the rocking of the van is that when we are even in these solid containers, these things start rocking around in 50 plus knots. And we've just had one of those moments here where we were like, oh, we all looked at each other and we're like, this is really going for it now. So it is the men's division who are about to get going here. Let's take a look at the first heat of the men that we have.
I think that's, wait 1 second. Lucas Cerruti from South Africa, Finn Flügel from Germany, and Baby Shark from Brazil. So I think it's going to be a really interesting heat, because Finn is also a podium finisher from Brazil, and he wants that win for sure.
Finn Flügel can become world champion here. If things go his way, he would need to win the event. But with such a good ranking, he's looking at this as potentially a chance to become world champion. But he's up against Luca Cerruti, who is fresh from a podium finish at the Red Bull King of the Air. That was big for South Africa, that was as well.
Yeah. He knows strong winds for sure, since he's always training in Cape Town conditions, and yeah, he just knows howling wind, and I think he feels quite at home. I don't know about Finn. I haven't heard of him training in strong conditions. I think only in Egypt. But yeah. And also there's obviously Baby Shark, who's a super, super talented rider that is going out in every kind of conditions, also winging a lot. But yeah, let's see what happens in this heat.
Welcome to you then, and good morning wherever you are watching from around the world. 8:26 a.m. A good morning to my daughter Valencia, I believe, is watching today at home with mummy. Hi, sorry I'm missing Mother's Day tomorrow, but it's daddy work. Daddy has to go. Maybe they'll be here one day. Valencia will be competing in this division. She's got a while to go though. She's only 2 and a bit, so she's watching, I'm told though. So hello to you, and hello to all of you, of course, and you have to be here. Just one day in your life, you've got to commit to coming to watch this event live as well. I mean, we're getting you as close as we can to the action, aren't we, Lasse? But there's something about being here and seeing it with your own eyes that's really special.
Yeah, and as well, feeling the wind. I mean, like, you don't feel 50 plus knots every day or every week, so it's quite intimidating. And when you see the guys performing in those strong winds, it's just, you get goosebumps for sure.
And you can get so close to it as well. You don't clearly see where the spectator zone is on your shot right now, but it's very much right to the right-hand side. And the riders, when they're boosting left foot forward, it's like they're jumping over you. And it's just this conveyor belt of the best tricks you ever see again and again and again. Like within 40 seconds, you could see 3 or 4 riders taking off and performing over 25-meter double mega loop board offs of every type you'll ever see. And I don't think you can find an arena like this anywhere. It's really what makes this event unique to me is the style, the design, the layout of the way the beach works. Can you call this a beach? We are inland. We are not on the Mediterranean Sea here. We are very close to the Mediterranean Sea, but we're in an inlet, outlet. What do you describe as a lake?
I think it's called étang in France, in French.
Okay.
So it's basically like a saltwater lake kind of thing.
It has access to the ocean, of course.
Does.
Yeah, in some ways. As here comes one of the riders into your shot now.
So there's the ladder as well. So first off it's Luca, and then Finn, and then José.
Oh, my second daughter is actually watching, and now she's upset. So I thought she was at play school. Oh no, it's Saturday. Sorry. Hi, Sierra, as well. You're watching too. And do you fancy going out there as well, Sierra, or watching at home? That's lovely on a Saturday. I bet it's nice and calm at home now. Now Daddy's not there. It's all under control. But this is the men's. And there are the three riders getting ready to go at it in round one, heat number one. They are on our screens from South Africa, Luca Cerruti. From Deutschland, Finn Flugel and Baby Shark, Josue Sanferreira. I need to get better at pronouncing his name. From Brazil, who is up and coming as well. He's a kind of established rider, I'd say now.
Yeah.
In being a tough heat, this one.
Yeah. And it's going to get close, eh? And José also landed the trick of the year, I believe so. In last year's Lords of Tram, it was a double kite loop or mega loop with a board off and a front flip. How do you do that? I think it wasn't intentionally, but he called it a megalodon. So maybe we're gonna see another megalodon. Yo, it's hard to pronounce as well. Okay, I think the riders are just waiting. The red flag is up. That means 2 minutes to go.
Oh, the pressure kicking in now.
Yeah, we're going to see some epic tricks, I think.
Let's try and take a look at some of these scenarios quickly. I mean, I've been given a document here which is just outrageous from Marine. It features over, I mean, I'm still scrolling down, and I mean on fields, column 500. I mean, how far? That is some formulas. Thousands of columns in this one, and it's all the outcomes and scenarios that can take place here. So if I get down to Finn Flugel, Finn Flugel can be world champion if Edgar Ulrich would finish second and Lorenzo finish third. Oh no, that would be Edgar that becomes world champion. The first chance, he'd need Lorenzo to be second and Edgar third, and as if he won the event himself, well, he really can do it. He only needs Lorenzo to be second and Edgar third for Finn to take home the world championship in big air. Like, that could happen. So yeah. I can't wait to see what he's got for us in this first heat. We'll try and bring you all the scenarios throughout the day, but really the big expectancies, I think that Lorenzo's got a very good chance with his riding and how well he's been riding, and also Edgar as well. And Edgar's got to shake off what happened in Gran Canaria last year, where he was looking good at maybe a chance of being world champion and went out early on, and he's got to come back here and start strong. Who do you think's going to be world champion?
Oh, it's hard, hey? But to be honest, like it's Finn's first appearance on the Big Air Tour, I believe so. So maybe he's going to win it, but Edgar has also a high advantage because he knows the spot. It's his home spot, so he knows every inch of the setup here. So I think that's also coming into play. So I think the yellow flag just came up. That means it's only 30 seconds to go. And then the first heat of round one of the men's are going to start.
It's that tense moment before a heat that every kiteboarder, competitive kiteboarder, recognises when you gather your thoughts, think about clearly what you're going to do for your first move, and in this lovely setup where riders take turns, so we can really focus on what they're doing. The other riders looking on then as into the box.
And it's Luca's turn.
Comes Luca.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going right foot, maybe. Didn't fancy that, maybe. And you probably get 2 tacks back left foot on a port. It doesn't look to me at all like he's interested in going starboard right foot forwards here. This is predominantly better for left foot, I'd say, here. Or we see most jump. It's good for both. It's flat. Misconception is it's a right foot forward spot. I don't know where people get that from. But there is a double loop to start with from Luca. A little grab at the end. What do we think? A good start. Something on the board. A double loop just to set a marker. But it wasn't super high. It almost looks like the conditions are in between doubles and singles at the moment.
Yeah, but it's good to gain some confidence with a trick like that, and it's to be honest, a harder one. So
but I haven't seen one of the men do anything yet. So to get that on the board, I wonder what that's going to score.
Yeah.
But 7 trick attempts, 3 trick attempts count. A 4.27. We're very unlikely to see Luca have that score in his top 3, or for certain he won't want that to score in his top 3, but he's just getting a feel for the wings. They haven't really had enough time to even practice today. We were here 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. was the crew meeting, and it was the women's division out first, so none of these riders have had a chance to prepare at the moment. But flying into the box now, left foot forwards with the white mouse face is Finn Flugel, who would have been... Is he unhooked there? Did he unhook? Well, that was
no, I don't think so.
It looked
It
looked like he wanted a double, I think, there. I think it was maybe a bit of a punch in the sky at the wind. Here he comes then, taking up.
Yeah, he wants to do... he was angry, hey? You could see it.
He was angry. Maybe he wanted an air sleep as well.
Yeah.
On the bigger bar as well. Like, see lots of riders using bigger bars these days. We've had such small bars in the pot. We made life hard for ourselves. We have wake style bars for leverage. But now we see Baby Shark. I think he's got a double lined up for us here with that small kite size. Oh,
he's not going for it.
Pulled back. He just pulled back there.
Yeah, he's on a 3-strut kite. That's also quite useful because it turns a bit faster than a 5-strutter.
Okay.
So maybe he's gonna try to turn around and go again. But as I said earlier, he won the move of the year from last year's event as well. And there was a double loop with a front flip and a board in his hand. So it was quite crazy to see. And let's see what he's going to do now. He's also pretty comfortable to ride here in the spot. He trained a lot. Now he's taking off, going for a high jump only. He didn't feel it, as we said earlier, hey?
No, he didn't feel it. And that is a bit of a... I wouldn't say a wobbly start. Now that double loop from Luca's looking like a real smart first move, you know. Like, I guess we can't just expect them to go straight into their biggest ones here.
No.
They're getting a feel for it. And like I said, they haven't all had a go yet today. They've been watching the women who, like, the wind went a bit berserk, to be honest. The wind's calmed down a bit now since the first 2 heats. If you have just joined us, we saw 2 heats of the women, and the women was abandoned, and the men are out now as the wind looks to push up to probably a solid 35-40 now, as we look out the window.
Luca is playing it smart, eh? He's training off the water as well, and I know his coach. He trains like a beast in the gym.
Yeah, I've heard about this guy. I'm scared of this guy.
I went there. I went training there like 2 times, 3 times. I was dead after that.
Yeah.
But so yeah, he's training a lot in the gym. I know he's also training like mental training a lot. So yeah, he looks quite chilled now and pretty relaxed. So yeah.
Here he goes. Yeah. I know he's that's the second time he's been left foot forwards now. So I think there'll be a bit of pressure on him to take off right foot forwards here. Remember, we only saw 2 flag outs last year. Cedric doesn't like to flag people out. The wind looks like it's, these are kiteboarders as well, this team. All of the team, the judges, all of us, we all kiteboard. If the wind looks clearly like it's dropped, Cedric doesn't want to force people to do things. So there was only actually 2 moments last year where people got flagged out for taking too long. He will happily raise a flag to indicate they're going to get a bit more time. But I wonder here, he's taken off, he's gone for it, has Luca, and I wonder he definitely wanted some sort of second loop on there, either front hand or backhand, so that hasn't gone to plan. But as the wind looks like it's coming back in a bit now, maybe it looks like it's even turning from the north a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably a bit gusty, but yeah, let's just see. And Finn needs a good score right now as well, huh? but Luca is leading the heat with a double loop with a 4.27.
Very cagey start to the men, this, though. It has to be said, Lasse. No one quite sure of the strategy to go with here, but left foot forwards coming in now, Finn. Looks really like he's getting on with this straight away. Going for a
S-loop.
An S-loop with a
late front.
Yeah, with a bit of...
Oh, that's a nice trick to start off.
I don't think that was a voluntary late front. That was just one of those where you just go with it, and that's another good tip. Sometimes you have to just go with it here. Look.
But when,
Sent him and he went. If you fight it, you can't go with it.
You shouldn't fight it.
No, never fight a rotation. You'd never win.
No, you just lose.
Yeah, you may as well try and...
And then when you land an unwanted rotation, it feels really good because then you're like, okay, I wasn't in control, now I'm in control
maybe
again.
I was.
Maybe I was.
Maybe it looked like I was. Okay, so nice move from Finn. I don't think it's going to be a major score as well. Just the kite position was not as low, but it's a good score.
Oh, the young Brazilian is. Oh, could you see how he flew that kite?
Yes,
it was super aggressive.
He indicated for me that was an indication to the judges or the race directors that he's underpowered. That was a classic thing we used to do, is work that thing up and down and show. I think he's frustrated right now. I think he's feeling like he's wanted a bit more power. Just how Giel Vlug has walked into the live stream booth, so he would join us shortly at some point. But I just want to catch some more action from this heat, because we're not going to see a move there from Josue. And race director Cedric will be saying, well, you're on a 5 or a 6 here. That looks to me like a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, I think it's
right?
It's a 5.
It's a 5, yeah. So he'll say, well, you're on a 5, but then do they have time to change? I can't wait to talk to Giel about that and how that feels when you on a small kite like that and you've got to change. But he looks good to go now.
Oh, yeah. He's going for a double loop late back roll.
Biggest move so far over heat.
Oh, that's going to score good for him. For sure. And he's going to be happy with that trick.
He will be.
Yeah.
Here's the replay then. Found a bit of wind here, didn't he, on the takeoff? Got the height in straight away. Nice, like that. He committed to his delayed back roll first on the first loop. It's a different style of either doing that on the first or the second loop. But that looked quite smooth to me. That's going to be the biggest score, I think, of this heat so far. And he's laid down a nice little marker.
It's a 5.67 for that double loop late back roll. So he's leading the heat. And second, there's Finn Flugel. And Luca not getting a second trick in. Let's just see what happened there.
But his flag is up. It's his go. So it is his turn right now with the red wetsuit on underneath there. Here he comes then, left foot forward, heading towards the north on that fly surfer. It looks like it could be a high one. Yes, it is.
Whoa, that angle was insane.
Yeah.
Yo, and he lands.
He's got a lot to do here, though, and he does it well. He'll liking that one as well. Now, that was a double.
Smiling.
Kite level. And that's woke us up here a bit in the booth. Lasse, explain to the viewers, why was this such a special one?
The kite went super low. I think he just didn't stop pulling the bar, and then the kite went super low, and he was on the same height as the kite. And we want to see that wow factor.
Yeah, and that's important to think about. Actually, he didn't stop pulling the bar. It wasn't 2 stages that double loop. It was 1 full power commitment. That was really nice. Now the rider's starting to get in tune here. Double contra, I think, there from Finn.
That's going to score big.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I wasn't ready yet. I was still
was
thinking
huge.
about Lucas' trick, and now Finn pulls another one out of the back.
He had time for a triple there. No, that was huge. Different style of loop, and let's see how the judges reward that. But he definitely showed us that he's capable of pushing it, straight away. There's a bit of a cagey start to this first heat of the men today. Again, a warm welcome to you wherever you're listening in around the world. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. It's big air. We are at the Lords of Tram here in the south of France at Le Baccarat, the famous Lords of Tram. And the riders now look comfortable as it starts to go crazy now.
Oh, he's claiming it already in the air.
Is that risky? Claiming it that early?
No, it feels good.
Yeah. Until you crash. This is big.
Yeah, that's going to improve his score for sure, because it was the same move he did earlier, but way higher with a more critical kite angle. So I think, that's just going to be big for him.
Okay, we will be bringing Gil in after this heat to chat with you and get some insight as well, which would be great to hear his thoughts. But those last few moves have really stepped things up.
I'm awake now, Luis.
Yeah, I think those moves have woke me up too a bit. I mean, actually, all the stuff so far today, there's so much drama in the morning with the ladies, stops and starts, but we are now with the men's.
And Luca at the front row. Oh, yo! I got scared for a second because he didn't. I think he wanted to go for a double contra loop.
I agree.
And then he pulled it a bit too late on already when he came down.
He decided against it and thought, actually, I can do it. And then actually, that's where things can go wrong. But he looks all right. Those are the sorts of little landings where you can get injured, I think, when you don't quite have a full kite above you. But he's all right. But the conditions now look really good for the riders. We've just seen a number of tricks, one after the other, but things change quite quickly here in the Baccares as the gusts come. The clouds in the background just over the mountains at the moment. But it's generally a clear day down here. 8:44 at local time. And we are in round one, heat one of the men. A whole day of action to bring you up. We should be running into tomorrow as well. I can't imagine they can finish it all today. But the change up today was that we went straight into the men after 2 heats of the women. Left foot forwards then, coming into the box. Finn Flugel currently in first place in this heat. A chance to be a world champion here. He has to win the event, really would help him.
He's not happy with that one, hey?
No, he
wanted to go for a back row and then I think an S loop and probably a flip or something, a board off. But
or a double, or just a back row double loop, maybe. I don't know.
We will never know because he didn't pull through. But yeah, you could see here on the replay that
maybe
he
that
was pushing the bar,
in was
showing to the judges that probably the power was missing. Let's see. And now the young Brazilian is coming up, left foot forward once again.
Powered.
Yeah, super powered with the boogie. Woo. Yo, I don't know. Got a bit scared right there.
What's the German for that? There must be a word for that where you get like scared like that. Is there a good German word for that?
Let me think real quick. Just in general, Angst.
Angst.
Fear. Angst.
Okay, I look forward to exploring your German vocabulary today.
Yeah, you can. But I think he won't be too happy. But check that score from Baby Shark there. It's a 7.33 for that double loop late back row. Yeah, that's for sure rewarded nicely.
Very aggressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
On your screens right now, the South African Red Bull King of the Air finalist.
Yeah, he needs to get a second trick because he just did a straight double like the one now, but he's not going to improve that score because his W before that was way higher and more extreme. So it was a 6.13, but this one is not going to count into his 3 best tricks because we have different trick families, and if you do the same trick all over again, then it's not going to count for as a second trick.
Very true. And great to remind you. So on your screens, the top right-hand corner, you can see clearly the 3 tricks that are being combined, as we see Finn Flugel
with the back roll S loop with a late rotation as well and sticking it smoothly.
That's what he wanted maybe earlier on.
Okay, so we got to know what he wanted.
We did get to know, mate. Maybe we can never be sure though, can we?
But that's a good score for him.
Sometimes we want the things we don't know that we need. Is that the saying? Is that the saying?
I'm not
Sometimes we don't know what we want until we want it. I don't know. there's an English saying there somewhere. Like people don't know what they want until they get it. I think it's something like that.
Okay.
Baby Shark on your screens, the Brazilian.
He's turning around. He's not feeling it.
Wind did come down a little bit there, and I think maybe that would have been a good idea for Luca to have done. Easy to say that from here.
You see a drone chasing him, a race drone. So maybe there's going to be some nice content on the Instagram world later today.
It should be, shouldn't they, really? Like, if you're not going to get any nice content from here, then forget about it. It's a great spot for...
How can you fly a drone in strong
winds? Is he going to jump here? Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. In the corner.
Oof. Not feeling it again.
No, didn't quite feel it.
He probably wanted to answer Finn's trick with the same move, but he just didn't pull it through. But maybe it's smart because he's not leading anymore. He's in second position, but Luca needs to step up his game now here.
Yeah, there's not many trick attempts actually left here for these riders. I think we're on trick attempt number 6 for Luca here. So he could do with actually landing this one. Just to feel like he's got a chance. He needs to really land this. Maybe that 4.27 will be in his scores. As I said, it most likely wouldn't be at the start. So let's see.
He's taking his time.
Bit of pressure on him now. And he'll want to start this event strong. When memory serves me, I don't think he always has the best starts to Lords of Tram. But he's gone for this move here. And again, he might wanted to double that. But that's good, right? Oh, what a landing that was. That was an absolute blowout. Legs to the he took that. And I think that was really good adaptive riding there. Is that probably does that with a double that move. But especially on a small kite, to do that with a single and react. He didn't have enough height. Not sure if that was his plan. Maybe it was from the start. But that was a great move and good timing from a rider that's established in big air now. And like we keep reminding you, was a King of the Air finalist. Top riding from Luca Turiti.
Now we see Finn Flügel coming up. But turning around, probably not feeling the wind. But what is he gonna do, Lewis? What do you think?
Finn?
Yeah.
What's he got so far here?
Something funny, something crazy.
Done S loop and contra loop.
Probably needs a straight double or like a double variation.
Yeah, I think maybe a
something high for sure.
Straight double, a double, standard double of some sort. That's what we say now. Standard double. Here we go. He's got a chance. Oh, he's gone for the S loop.
Big S loop. Oh, he
really pumps that bar, doesn't he? Like, it's almost like there's something more he wants out of it.
Yeah.
To me, so just a straight massive S loop, still quite big. Not in the most critical time of that loop, but it's still quite good height. Let's see what the judges give him for that. I'm still waiting to see what Luca's scores were from that last move that he performed. 3.9.
And then Baby Shark's coming up big. Yo, he got the gust. He got yanked up, but he didn't feel it to pull a second loop. Probably smart, but it was pretty impressive to see. Probably we have another replay of this.
And just like that, the whole competition area lights up with white caps. That might just have come in that wind as he was at the top of his jump. You don't know what he was feeling like there, but he bailed out his move. And that's crazy. Another 10 knots seems to just come in at this spot. And it changes the game for the next rider who looks like he's going to perform straight away on his last move. It's Luca with a double loop delayed back roll, I think that was. A bit wide on that angle. But could that be the difference that perhaps pushes him up into first place here?
Oh, it's going to be tight, eh? But I don't know. It wasn't super high, so let's see how the judges are going to score this.
It is a good landed move, though. It's
for sure, it was clean, yeah.
Yeah. And importantly, the 4.27 got kicked out because the 6.13 was of that category earlier on. So he needed to. That will be his third trick score. But this is
a doobie double contra.
Whoa, he likes it. Yes, that was a big move from Finn. It was one of the higher moves of this heat. Talk me through this, Lasse.
So he did a double front rotation with a double contra loop. That's crazy. And it was high.
It was high. He was a bit out of balance in some ways in that move, but perhaps that's part of it. But it was. He received kite energy for sure, through that. So
and he claimed it. And I was actually I've never seen Finn in stronger conditions than like 30 knots.
Yeah.
So it's quite impressive to see him performing big tricks. First, like the second appearance on the Big Air World Tour. So pretty rad. Now there's Baby Shark coming in.
7.13 then from Finn. That puts him in first place. In third place is Baby Shark here. And he needs something big as well. If he's going to try and get... What's he got? He's only got 2 moves scoring really here.
Yeah.
Because they've been kite loop, back roll. what have we got? It's going to be, I think, just standard. He's got an S loop front one, so he could go contra loop. He could go, although it was a double kite loop back roll, right? So yeah, he doesn't want to go double there again. What's it going to be? Contra? No, it isn't. It's a double again. Double.
Yeah, double laid back.
Didn't he have that one already?
Yeah, he had it already.
Yeah, so maybe that was the
7.
So why has he done that one then?
I think maybe he wanted to do the board off double laid back. And we see...
So it hasn't gone to plan then, and it's changed. In fact, he looked very strong at the start of this heat. So where are we? That is, I think that wraps up that heat. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Finn
5, 6, 7.
Yeah, it does. Finn got it.
Yeah, he did. Well, you know, on his way perhaps to that charge to be world champion, Finn proving to all of us that he has got what it takes to deal with it. And I think I'm going to bring in Hill here. Do you want to?
I have to visit the bathroom real quick. It has been a long morning
sign
already.
Language that was.
Okay, I will be right back.
No,
I'm going to hand it. I'm going to hand it to Giel Vloed. Giel, you're on the mic now.
Welcome, Hill. How are you doing? Thank you, Lasse. I'll see you shortly. And nice to have you in the booth here, Hill. How are you doing? I know I've been told you're injured. Maybe you can tell me a bit more about that. But first, can I just tell you, Finn Flugel, first place. Luca Taruti, second. And just into third was Baby Shark. So, great first heat. Hold on, someone's speaking in my ear. Can you tell me again? Are we going into ads? But I do have Hill here. Oh, we are going to ads. Welcome back then to the Lords of Tram 2025 at the GKA Big Air World Championships. We've got round 1, heat number 2 coming up. Baptiste Jacquemin, Josh Gillett and Leonardo Casati coming up very shortly. But as I said, I do have Giel Vloed in the booth with me. Giel, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. It is a day of action and yeah.
Are you doing all right? Is it hard to watch this? Come on, let's get to it.
Normally I say I would do incredibly good, so I'm all right.
Right, you're just all right today.
It's hard not to take part in the action, but the action is very good to watch. So yeah,
must be different for you to watch the action. You know, you're in basically all the competitions. So to sit back, is it tough to sit there and think, oh, I could have dealt with that heat, or you know, do you do that to yourself, or do you just watch it and try not to think about that?
I mean, a little bit, but as you can see right now, compared to last heat, the wind dipped a bit. So
now you're like, I don't mind not being in that
I'm not
heat.
having that stress, so I enjoy that. But we got our first rider coming up in Baptiste, who's going to show
I'll be
these
surprised
guys
if he
what's
jumps
up.
here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any power.
But it's easy to say that from up here and just be like, just don't jump, you know? Like, because he jumps here and he sets the precedent a bit for the others. But you'd think that you'd get a bit of grace here from race director Cedric about that, or you're not so sure about that?
I think if you have a kite that's too big, you get a bit more wiggle room.
Okay.
I think if you have a kite that's too small, oh, here we go. Oh no, that's a pity.
That's not what you wanted to see.
No.
So if you've got a kite too small, but how are you expected to go in and change it, or you know, like you?
And if you want to change it, you have to be on the way now. If you're Baptiste, you have to go back already, because that will mean you're just in time. But then by the time it's your turn, the wind can turn completely on. So you have to try and feel the conditions a little bit. And this is where the first time I was competing here against Clément Rouault, He was knowing exactly what the wind was going to do, and I didn't. So that was not in my advantage. But
And now you do know what it's going to do?
no, and still not. It's still a bit of a gamble, but you know it's coming back at some point as Josh gets a lot better takeoff.
What a difference in those two moves.
Sticking the landing clean. Double loop laid back. Look good. Nice angle. Decent height. It's going to be a great first score for him.
Yeah, the difference in a minute, you know, he didn't even mess around there. He felt the wind and got straight on with it. So double loop, delayed roll. Nice start from him. Just a small score from Baptiste.
We got Leonardo already ready, feeling the gust, going for that same trick. Not the same power and kite angle.
So you expect this to score a bit less?
I would say it scores a bit less, but then I am no judge.
Neither am I.
But
you must be pretty good at looking at the moves and being like, that's roughly that. You know, that's part of your expertise.
I mean, the height wasn't as high as Josh's, I would think. And then the kite angle wasn't as low. So I think...
To push over a 6, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, I guess. Around 5'8" would be my guess.
I'm going 6.
Let's see if Baptiste gets some power here. It's a little better, but not what he wanted. Oh,
how did he find the time for that? Double contra loop for him, and I believe this is his first Lords of Tram event as well. He's pushing it now a bit after that first move. Here's the replay. I don't think there was enough height maybe to go for it, although he did get it round quick enough. He almost landed that as well. He was fighting that to the very end as well.
Well, you can tell that it's his first competition because he's not taking the time. Look at Josh now. He doesn't feel the gust. He doesn't even look bothered. And that's the difference where Baptiste, if he doesn't feel the gust, just has to ride up and down and give it another shot. I think you can ride up and down twice for sure. And if you're quick, 3 times. And there is the score from Leo with a 5.4.
Okay, a lot lower.
It's going to be a doobie double. There we go. Doobie double from Josh Gillett with a tail tap. That was he did get a little bit of a back check, I would say, after the landing, which is not going to help his score. But other than that, the trick looked pretty good. That's the first front roll, second front roll, double kite loop.
Yeah, he looked really connected with those front rolls there. There was no wobbling going on there. He had a good core through that. As we now look back to the Leonardo Casati brother, of course, to Lorenzo. Will there be the unbelievable moment today where both of them end up in a heat? Is it possible those brothers could end up not on talking terms today? It should want Leo potentially end the dreams of Leonardo. We haven't even gone there in that conversation yet, but it could be something we need to talk about. I don't think we've ever had that in a kiteboarding competition, and I can't think of any analogy or a film. Step Brothers, the film, was about the only thing I could think of about how that could become. But
I think they're a bit closer. Than
Or who knows after that.
They ended up in the final in Gran Canaria. See, this is going to be the 3rd time that Leonardo is turning around. And that's where you can tell that he's had a couple more competitions. Because he rather gets flagged out than try to underperform.
He'd rather have the argument.
Yeah.
He's
so this is probably going to be the last time they'll allow it, because they will say the wind's been pretty low for the whole heat, so you might as well go for a bigger kite. So he knows he has to go for something, and I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in to change his gear now, because he doesn't.
And so there were only 2 flag outs last year, I've been told, from riders taking too much time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's... Cedric himself told me that. There was only 2 times he actually flagged people out. So it's something that they don't like to do, but...
That's a better takeoff. There we go. It's a front roll double contra.
Good landing.
Yeah, I got it. That's nice. That's some power.
He needed that, actually. Well, welcome to the heat. That was a big move there from Baptiste. But yeah, they don't like to do it. But do you feel that pressure when you're on your last tag?
It's pretty bad, because you feel like this might be the last time that they'll actually let me.
Yeah. Must be horrible not knowing. Now we look over to Josh Gillett. Not super high on this one. It's a double loop. Oh, he got it on though. He liked it.
That's impressive.
That was top right. Why to you was that impressive, Hill?
Because on that height you can't make any mistakes. Like, you have to be 100%. Like, if you oversteer the kite a little or understeer the kite a little, you don't get the landing. Like that. Obviously, we want to see it like 2 times as high or 3 if we could. and he would too. But to land it in those conditions is very nice. And a third score. That's big. That's a proper S-loop. There we go. Some good free fall.
It just stopped level with
There
him.
we
It
go.
looked like it was almost level with him, the kite there. That's what the judges want to see. That extremity is a word we throw around loads in big air, but that to me shows extremity when that kite is there. We don't want to see it super high above you. So there's one hand, there's the front hand, and that is going to score quite well, I think, Heel, as this heat's starting to develop now and accelerate. It was a bit slow to get going, but Josh Gillett, to be fair, has been absolutely hammering in the big scores. He's had a brilliant start.
Yeah. There we go from Baptiste.
Whoa, rewind. Surely he's not... Oh, he just got pulled over the front. Talk about a gust over the front of your board. That was outrageous. How'd you get pulled that hard over the front of your board? Look at this. Back rolls to start with. Here, I don't think that was deliberate, but he went with it into 2 front rolls afterwards, and he was just heavily over the toe in the end. So unfortunately for Baptiste, that is going to be a crash. And he'll have to... What is this moment like when you're regathering your thoughts, you're far from your board? It's a difficult moment to be in.
Well, I think for him right now it's a good moment because it looks like he's rushing it a bit, and maybe this is exactly what he needs to calm down a bit and bust out another 2. Does he have 2 moves left?
3, I think. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he might have more,
4,
but
yeah.
I think he's going to be able to show us more as the wind really picks up now, and I think we're going to see Josh get some really good height because Whitecaps are coming back, and then that's crazy about this spot. That's crazy.
Oh,
it just
big
looked
hard
like it
landing.
was going to be nuking, and then just didn't get the takeoff.
So a bit of a hard crash then from Josh Gillett. The first one really he's taken here. He didn't get super height with this, but he committed to quite a strange double contra loop there, and he let it's not he could take that landing for sure, but it wasn't ideal for him. But he does lead this heat at the moment. It is the second heat of the day, of round 1 of the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air Championships. We will be crowning world champions in both the men and the women's division, which will be a combination of the last event in Brazil and this event here at the Lords of Tram. But meanwhile, it's Leo Casati taken to the skies. What do we have there, Hill?
Nice. That's a board of laid back double with an added rotation. And seeing his score from the S-loop being a 6.6, I just had a closer look at the kite, and he is on a 5. And I think what the judges want to see is that you maximize the conditions you can work with. So we all know that 6 will double easily, and I think that's what they're expecting from him because they know he can do it. And I think that's why his S-loop is not scoring a 7 or even an 8. It's just because the kite is not creating the same amount of pull as the 6 would.
Did the judges pay attention to what kite sizes you're on? Do you think they know exactly what kite sizes these riders are on?
Well, you can tell by travel distance, like on this one, that the travel was not incredible, just because the kite size is not that big. But I do think they keep that in mind. I mean, if you're doing doubles and 30 knots on a 5, they'll want you to do it on a 6.
There's a big gust that's come in right ahead of this man here, Baptiste Jacquemin. He had to sheet the bar out fully there. He got absolutely hammered by a massive gust. So this could be big.
It's too big.
It's too big. It's just come in, that extra 10, 15 knots. And when you're looking at each other in the live stream booth here, you could just see his body language. He was riding along and then suddenly went into emergency mode, bar right out. This is how quick things could change here. And as the course of the day goes on, I expect these higher gusts to stay prevalent a bit longer than we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing it in waves right now. And there's an S-loop from Baptiste Jacquemin. Bit of a butt check as well, I think. So I don't think it's going to score super well, but lots of distance he covered there.
Yeah, not getting the height he really wanted, but definitely better than what we had before. I know this guy can do some insane tricks, so I still feel like he'll have something in store for us. But let's see if he can tame his nerves.
Was that an S-loop board off?
Yeah.
From Josh Gillett there. First pulling the backhand, then moving to the front hand. That must be quite an interesting one when you swap the hands then back. I bet there's a lot of hand-eye coordination needed for that one. Nice and cleanly on. So Josh Gillett, another landing right down to the millimetre from Josh Gillett, and he is performing really well here. But it's Leo Casati currently in first place.
And here he goes again, getting him huge gust. Let's see if he can connect to a double loop board off with a front rotation and an added rotation.
Oh, that's a big
my
crash.
God.
That looked nasty. He just stopped on the water. He looks all right, Hill, but that was really a friction blaster. There wasn't much sliding in that crash at the end.
That was pretty gnarly. That won the move of the year last year by Baby Shark, and this was with an added rotation. But this is where the 5 is not helping, because it will loop faster, but it won't catch you as good as a 6. Like, it won't carry you and lift you on that landing.
It doesn't have the surface area above you to get that extra lift. So big crash then from Leo Casati as we get to the end parts of this heat now. It's Baptiste now who needs something big.
Oh, that's big.
Working right foot
is
forwards.
Beautiful.
Wonderful from him. He needed that so desperately. He's only got a 4.73 counting at the moment, but he's gone and landed a huge move here. Maybe he should focus on the right more often. That was massive here.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That's what I was kind of expecting from him, and maybe to the right he's finding better gusts. And he's an incredibly talented rider, being able to do tricks left and right. And that was a beautiful board of laid back double loop. So that's going to be a nice score for him.
Nice little creative shot from the cameraman there. Look at that. Starting to get more confident about his equipment. I like it.
5.7. I think he got a 5.7 for it because he sheeted out in between the loops a little bit, and they really want to see that commitment. Though technically it was a beautiful trick, and I'm sure he can do it without cheating out, and then we'll get a beautiful score. Josh going for a cheeky transition jump. Hopefully they don't score that.
Kite loop back roll board off is currently scoring a 4.33, so we could see that replaced here. Maybe no, it's an S loop board off. And so, yes, he doesn't have that on the board right now. So it's smart riding for him. He's trying to, lots of smiles there for Lasse. I almost want to say fellow countryman with your South African links there, Lasse. You are South African, really. Yeah,
he
so
just speaks like one.
He does, doesn't he? But the German does come through.
Well, it's extremely close between Josh and Leonardo. And Josh just took first place. So Leonardo has his work cut out for him, but we all know he's got plenty of stuff in the bag, and he might go for that trick again as he goes for the double board off. But he starts the first loop very late.
Yes.
And I don't think they will score that really well.
He's happy with it, though. Puts his hand up. Could that influence the judges? Do you claim things to pretend it was better than it was sometimes?
We have seen that historically it helps to do that.
Okay, wow. Well, there we go. You heard it right now. Like,
I don't know if the judges
just in case they were unsure if it was a good move. Like, no, he claimed it. Like,
he put his hand up. It must have been sick.
Yeah, a bit like football. Oh, no, the ball went out.
Oh, here he goes. That's a good takeoff. Back roll. Double loop late back roll. That's beautiful.
I like it.
Can he stick the landing?
No.
Oh, my God. That's such a pity because that was powered. And if you see the distance he traveled, what do you think? That's close to 100 meters? What do you think?
Yeah, I do. Over, yeah. I think this was huge. He's demonstrated he's got the skill. Oh, that's a big backbreaker landing. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to land like that.
Yeah, there's just so much. And that's why travel gets scored so well, because it's really hard to control. And it's extremely exciting to watch. So that was a beautiful move. Unfortunately not landed, but...
he will have to settle for third place then, Baptiste, and it's between these two for the top spot. Josh Gillett from South Africa and Leonardo Casati. It is just the flag coming up then from Josh Gillett. There's not much in this for both these riders right now, just around a point. So let's see, what is Josh Gillett going to try? He wants to kick out a 5.4. This could do that.
Oh, that's a
He
low
couldn't get the foot in. He got it. He had to... Carl, what a landing.
That's it.
He was trying to get that foot in multiple times there. You could see that from here. I wonder if we're going to see this on the replay. It did not go back in. That right foot did not go in straight away. Look, he was kicking away at it, but he got it in. That was a really good landing there.
And that's a powered landing as well. That looks like someone who works out with Rowan Retief over there, because that was some power on the legs, just like Luca had before. That was some incredible stuff. That was nice. He's going to be happy with that for sure.
Puts him in first place in this heat. So Leo Casati is going to upgrade his score, I think. That score hasn't come in.
There we go. That's a good takeoff, though. And that's more power. That's more everything. Does he stick it? He does.
Yeah, he does.
That's
and another
smooth.
claim on there as well. So that was a real action-packed heat there. We're still waiting for a 6.5 that comes in from Josh Gillett. So let's see what Leo Casati is going to boot out a 4.73, I believe. So will it be enough to take him into first place?
Yeah, he doesn't need a massive score because his 4.73 is relatively low to the rest of the heat.
It needs to be a 6.7 though. It needs to be 2 more than that. If he's currently, those are about 2 points separate.
That's going to be close.
So it is going to be close.
Is it?
It's not on there yet. No, it's they're thinking about it. It's refreshing.
Finished.
It's got that like spinning thing, you know, like you get on computers where it's loading.
Yeah.
So let's see. Is that the score?
5.1.
They didn't like it. 5.1. They didn't like it, Hill.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a low score for you? A little bit low, but it.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been a 6.7, and
No,
that's ultimately what he wanted. So
it wouldn't have changed things.
It wouldn't have changed things, but I think it's definitely a result of riding a size too small, because we all know he can handle the 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe the judges felt like that as well. All right, we go to some highlights. Oh, and here are the highlights. And this was the man that took first place in that heat. Josh Gillett starting brilliantly with a double mega loop with a delayed roll as well. He looked happy and very confident from the start. This man, Baptiste, he seemed to be a bit better once he got going and right foot forwards as well. But he definitely showed us what he's capable of.
Yeah. He's a talented young man, and we're going to see a lot of him in the future, I'm sure. Yeah, that was the S-loop board off from Josh. He did 2, and this one was definitely the better one, the more extreme one.
This was the one which was beautifully landed, where he just managed to get his weight down over that board. So often that can result in a crash. They were the highlights for us there. And up into the next heat. Lasso, I'm going to bring you back in. Do you want to come back in here with Hill? I think it's time for me to go to the gents. Are you okay to do another heat, Hill?
Yeah,
it's always lovely
easy
to have your insight here. And coming up in the next heat, I'll let you guys talk about that when it comes up.
As Lewis crawls around to get out of the booth. That was a nice moment. Sorry about that.
It's pretty cold down there, Luis.
So who do we have in the next heat? We have Andrea Principi, the current king of the air, Nathan Texier, local legend, and Marius Sanchez, another local legend. Lassie, what do you think is going to unfold in this heat?
I think we're gonna see some crazy stuff because the Rocket Man has a new kite, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean to be quite fair, this heat, the upcoming heat. So as we get the results here, Josh Gillett first place, Leo second place, and Baptiste third place, which is what we expected. But for this next heat, all 3 guys are absolute rockets. Like, I've seen Marius Sanchez go all out. I've seen Nathan go all out many more times than I can count. And I think for Andrea, we don't really need to.
No.
I mean, look at this picture. We don't need to say anything. He's
a
about to send the trap, guys.
Yeah, he's a real rockstar in the kitesurfing scene. He always has a funny line.
Yeah.
And he's crazy. He what do you think about his style? He's just different, hey?
He's I think by far the most technical rider that we have, and he's upped his game big time over the last year, where he started looping with both hands and taking the board off with both hands, and right now it's pretty flawless. The only thing that sometimes he can work on is a bit of kite angle, but I've seen plenty of moments where he can do it. So Andrea's definitely a real competitor for that first place, and he's not going to hold back. Even though this is a round 1, he's going to give everything because that's who he is. And I think we just had the buzzer for Marius to go for his first trick. He's coming in on this hyper model,
and he knows this spot like no other, probably. Hey, he's been training here.
Oh yeah, and he's got plenty of speed going up. For an S-loop.
That was was it a nice one?
So on this S-loop, you can see that the kite was looping a little bit on the side of the window, so it wasn't really passing in front, and I think the judges will take that into account. However, I mean, it is extreme to do it like that, because there's a lot of power, and you can see. But if you look at the lines on the replay, when the lines don't slack, you know, you could have handled more power.
Pushed it a bit.
It's going to be a really, really beautiful first score, I think. It's a nice way to open up and put some pressure on the rest. As Nathan is coming in looking really powered. See if he can find a takeoff.
Have you seen him ride? Yeah.
There we go. Back roll takeoff. That's a big takeoff. One contra loop.
Oh.
And a gust on the. It was just too gusty, I think, on the takeoff as well as on the down loop.
It's
for
probably
him to.
You as a strong wind rider as well. Isn't it sometimes smart to not pull the second loop and play it safe?
No, if he would have pulled a second loop here, that wouldn't have been good. And as we look at the score of Marius, you see a 4.4. A really committed S loop where the kite flies exactly where it needs to is probably going to score around a 7 or 8. As Andrea goes for a front roll.
Oof.
Oh, that's a my
that's
god,
a hard
that's a
crash.
big crash. That's not how you want to start the heat. But
No.
I've seen Andrea crash 1,000 times, so he's gonna. This is breakfast for him. He's gonna be fine.
Breakfast.
But yeah, as you go for your first trick, I usually like to go for something a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
So either a double kite loop or a double contra, something where the kite moves continuously through the entire kite movement. Andrea opted for an S loop over there, and that wouldn't have been my first choice, but
it's Andrea.
As you can see, Nathan's score coming in at 4.5 for a back roll contra loop. All right. Surprising, I think.
Mario's turning around one more time, probably.
Yeah, and that, I mean, you can see the score from Nathan coming in now, and you see the score from Marius. That means that they really don't want you to S-loop the kite on the side of the wind window.
Yeah,
they're very strict on that.
Yeah. They want it more in front, eh?
So let's see if Marius manages to step it up a little bit more as he comes in with good power.
Oh, that's high.
Going for
Oof.
an S-loop board off. He does.
He's happy, eh?
That is a good landing. There's going to be another good score on the board. Again, letting the kite climb a little bit further up than
the replay. Nice. But the
would
leg
have won it.
extension is super rad.
Exactly. The execution is very good.
Yeah.
I like it. But the kite movement, I think the judges are going to deduct a bit of points over there instead of where he would have gone fully committed for the S straight away. But let's see as Andrea approaches.
No, that's Nathan.
Oh, that's Nathan.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
It's a doobie contra board off with
a lot of rotations.
4 double added. He lands it, so that's good. That's going to be another score on the board for him. And yeah.
What kite size is this?
Looks like a 6. What do you think?
Maybe a 6 or 7, but it's quite hard to do those technical tricks in strong winds on a small kite.
Yeah, as he downlooped twice as well. Had to extend his body.
Okay, Andreas coming in super hot. And now he's going for that trick he wanted
Same
earlier.
trick. Boogie S-loop with the added rotation. Very smooth.
Yeah.
And definitely powered. And look at Marius' score of a 7.07. That is a big contrast to his first score. But he's going to be happy with that.
100%. I'm curious.
Nathan, yeah?
I'm curious to see what Andrea gets scored on this S loop.
Yeah.
But he was high.
And Marius was high on his previous trick, and that's maybe sometimes hard to spot on the live from the live stream as well.
Yeah.
I have to remind myself to look outside as well to have a better idea. As Marius bailed on his jump very late, I hope the judges won't take that turn away from him. That wouldn't be very nice.
They got 50 seconds to execute a jump, so they can take some time and search the perfect takeoff. But if they take too much time to go for the jump, but now he is going up for a double contra loop board off. But he could have put it back on, hey?
Yeah, it didn't look like he would be able to put it back on, but the kite was climbing so quickly that actually he could have put it back on. Wouldn't have been a huge score, but it would have been a third score on the board, so he definitely would have wanted that.
Last second catches.
And Andrea getting a 4.7 for that boogie S-loop. That is surprising to me. Obviously, I'm no judge. I do commentary right now. But that is definitely surprising, as that was quite big from Andrea.
How does the knee feel in the brace, bro?
Oh, back roll kite loop.
Oh, that was
comes
hard
down,
crash,
comes down very hard.
A tomahawk.
But he's a rocket, like we spoke about at the beginning.
Yeah.
He'll be
Completely
fine.
He's young.
But you can see on the takeoff, he's already getting a lot of forward motion.
Oh yeah.
And then the kite loop feels weird, and you get more slack than usual. As Andrea's coming in hot already with a lot of power.
The rocket
See if
man.
he gets the gust. He goes for a back roll. Double contra, board off, laid back. Oh, that's going to be hard to land. Oh my god, that is insane. Can he keep the kite in the air? Yes, that's going to score.
Yo, he's happy
That
with
is
that. And
gonna
he's
score.
claiming it. He's like, fuck yeah.
As he should. As he should. But that's a big back roll, laid back, double contra. And then that's what it looks like to go to the gym.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, because nobody's supposed to land that. That's pure body control right there.
Yeah.
And I think you're going
Andrea
to be able
control,
to
hey?
see that in the scores. Yeah, that was really nice.
Now Marius is coming up. Super hot. He got
Looking for his third score.
and he's going for...
That's not going to be it.
No.
Well, it might be a third score, but it's not going to be a good one.
No, he butt checked it. He's like, sorry guys.
Maybe he took off too close as well to the...
That was.
Oh,
looked
that
like
was
it,
very.
yeah.
Oh, that was very close.
He apologized as well because the riders are not supposed to jump over the crowd due to safety reasons. It's all, yeah, like you can see it when you kite here in Bucharest. Some of the riders are in the training jumping over the rocks, but it's a bit
Andrea
dangerous.
getting a 7.1 for his trick as Nathan goes for a back roll board of laid back with an edit and doesn't get the landing done. He's just not getting the takeoffs to the right, it looks like. Maybe he's a bit unlucky. Can happen on the spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not getting the height that he wants because he got a really good height on his first trick, and as it was not extreme, he still scored a 4.5. So judges want to see you go big. So as Andrea comes in super hot once again for a back roll, S-loop board off, that is very big, and the kite stalled and he lands that. That is unreal.
Oh, he's happy. He's so happy.
Guys, if you're not enjoying this at home, visit a doctor because this is really good to watch. And this was a proper S-loop. This was dedicated, powered, committed. Yeah,
Giel,
this was...
Won't you say this is one of the comps where it's like probably one of the stronger comps happening in the world?
Yeah, I mean, this spot can, as we saw with the girls, always when the girls compete here, the wind picks up to 60 knots. So if it's not windy enough, we should get them on.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can definitely find the strongest wind here. Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
As Marius, look at the gust that's coming in. His kite is all over the place. Which is it's a good call to go back because you want the wind to settle a little bit. Otherwise, you get these crazy magic gusts.
They can score good, but you don't want to end up 300 meters downwind and go
I mean,
all
if
the
you
way.
score a 10, I would end up 300 meters downwind. No
fair
problem.
fair enough.
But this was probably a good call. Marius, having spent a lot of hours on this spot, knows exactly how it works, and the wind looks a lot better on this one. Does he get a good takeoff? That's a decent takeoff as he goes for a contra board off.
Probably
wanted to go, for the double.
Yeah.
But probably gets a third score on the board with that one.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what the other tricks that he did. But I mean, he's in a solid position. He just needs to get a really nice and solid third score, and he can challenge Andrea, as Andrea gets a 6.3 in as well. The only reason why Andrea is not scoring 8 is because he didn't get the height on his jumps that he wants.
Yeah.
So the extremity is 100% there. I'm loving what I'm seeing, but he hasn't gone 20 plus meters yet, and we all know he can.
Yeah. Now it's the white flag is up. That means Nathan Texier, the Frenchman, is going to the left, super loaded edge, taking off. Oh, that's high. That's a big S-loop board off. Not the critical kite angle Giel wants to see.
But
he's happy.
A good third score, exactly what he needed. And it was very high. So I think we're still going to be seeing a good score.
Yeah, 100%.
And like Lassie said, the kite did climb a little bit in between, but there was still really nice height and good travel. He had to do 2 down loops. So as Andrea comes in,
just
super
answers.
loaded again. Doesn't get the height again, but gets a nice doobie double.
It's good
just
for a score, eh?
adding on to his score. Another landed trick, which will probably take out his 4.7 as he extends his lead.
Oh, there's a nice replay. Free falling head first down to the water is probably a bit scary, isn't it?
Honestly, I think if somebody opts to go for an 8-meter kite right now and go 20 meters, I think you would score higher than everyone doing these doubles. Because it's not like these guys are absolutely loaded. They're not going 20 meters high, so...
But it depends, man. Like, for instance, that's big.
That's nice. Not getting...
Yeah, you wanted to improve it again, the score.
You want to... Ooh, and gets a crash as well. You want to feel a good vertical takeoff on those contra loop doubles because you need some good line tension. And if you feel like you're going forward a lot, as you could see before he started looping, he was traveling forward already a bit.
Yeah.
And decided against it, which was probably a good decision.
But Giel, you're a big, tall guy. And you spend some hours in the gym. Oh, nice.
Oh my God.
Oh,
down.
No. Oh, that kite just...
That is...
The kite is inverted. Hopefully he's alright, eh?
That was massive. That was
Here's the replay of this crash.
Biggest front edge we've seen. If there's a trick or the prize for crash of the day, my God.
The jet ski is just checking on him. That's how we wanted it to see. He I think I saw a thumbs up.
Yeah.
That means it's good. But the kite is,
When you have a crash like that, you can actually get water behind your eyes.
Really?
And it's a horrible feeling. And he might have gotten that because that was right on the face.
Yo.
But he's getting the board first. And then I think he's just going to relaunch the kite and go back up like nothing happened. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Texier.
But Giel, as you said earlier, you were thinking about taking an 8 meter and just going massive. Don't you think it plays also a big role how heavy you are and how
for
tall?
sure,
Because if Finn Flugel on an 8 would just like end up in the Mediterranean Sea right now.
Yeah, but then if he would go for a 7 and get like really good kite angle, then I think these doubles right now. Like Andrea's doing them are really extreme.
Yeah.
But he's not really getting the height he wants. I'm sure that he will say the same. Like,
yeah,
it was a good heat. I'm happy with my riding, but it would have been great to go
100%.
20 meters, 20 plus.
Yeah, but maybe as the wind increases over the day, maybe we're gonna see it. And maybe the riders are gonna go on 7s or bigger kites. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just curious if one of the riders is gonna opt for it. Because if as you look out on the water right now, you see some white caps, but it's nothing crazy. Nathan released his kite, so he is swimming back.
But he is allowed. Isn't it allowed for the riders to get help when the kite is totally released?
Yes.
And to continue the heat?
Yes. So this is a new rule from this year. If there's something happened to your kite or you have to release or something like that, you're allowed to get help. So that might mean that he's coming back for a 7 and we get to see the big jumps.
Sitting there in the back of the jet ski, coming in, getting a new kite maybe, hey?
Yeah, free jet ski rides.
It's always fun.
And his flag is still up. That's why nobody is jumping yet, because they want to make sure that the competition area or the landing area is cleared. And right now it looks like the landing area is 200 meters downwind, but you do have a Mr. Andrea Principi in your heat, which means even if it's 500 meters downwind, it is not safe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that Italian man is just crazy on the water.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, we are on hold for a little bit until the competition area is cleared. They're clearing the kite out. For everyone joining in, welcome to Barcarez Lords of Tram GKA World Tour Stop in 2025. As today kicked off with about 50 knots, maybe plus, even when the ladies went out. Which is like the Barcarez curse for the ladies every time they need to compete, especially Natalie Lambrecht. Whenever she goes out, the wind picks up. Yeah. So if we have a little lull,
so it's
all we need is for her to come out. But the heat is back on. We have a red flag up. That means that Andrea is up, and there's a huge gust coming in. So I think if he is able to connect, we'll be seeing a massive jump from him. As you can just, I don't even know if you can take off in this. He can't take off in this. That is insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned Natalie's name and the wind picked up to 60 knots.
It's a lucky charm, man.
Exactly.
He's taking off. He's going high. Critical.
Unreal.
Yo, he's doing the wiggly thingy.
Oh, he doesn't
it.
get on the takeoff. You could already see he didn't get a good gust. He got a gust that messes it up for you, and he still almost managed to land it. He just adapted, and you can see he pulled the line because he felt that the kite was not going to be able to go around.
No, and Giel, explain to me, Andrea. If you know Andrea Principi, you know his wiggly thingy he does with his with his legs. Explain to me, why is he doing this?
It's just showing some extremity to the judges as Marius goes up, not getting the takeoff he wants, but he goes for the double contra. Oh, that's a big crash.
It's okay, I think.
Yeah, he'll be fine. But, you know, we got to make it very dramatic and everything for the viewers. They'll love it. No, but that, yeah, that's a crash, and that's not going to add to scored. Can we see how many trick attempts they have left? I'm not quite sure. I think they'll have... I'm guessing they have one more each.
Yeah.
But we can check that out over here.
Yeah. Where is Nathan Texier? Is he back on the water
He's here in the corner, but I think he's waiting for Marius to clear the area.
Okay.
As this was Marius's 7th attempt. So Marius is done, and Nathan and Andrea will have one more trick. If Nathan scores...
he needs something big.
He needs a 9.5 or something.
He needs something big to...
He needs at least a 9 to overtake Andrea. If he doesn't go for a absolute massive trick that could be perfect, I don't think we'll see Andrea pushing something crazy. And he might just go for a straight jump because he's not going to take the risk if he doesn't need to. But let's see.
Nathan is back out. That was fast.
And I'm guessing it's on a big kite.
Yeah, it's a bigger kite than earlier. So maybe it's
hard to tell from the booth.
Yeah.
If he doubles it, then it's probably not a 7. But then
I should have brought some binoculars. No, it's a bigger kite.
Yeah, because he's not holding on to... Oh, and he's getting a huge takeoff. Look at that massive... And look at the travel on that. Did he double that?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my God.
And he's back in the water. Counting the fishes one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the French rocket is added. That was massive.
That was actually quite big, hey?
That was massive. And you see he's riding, like, it's not going that quick because he's not able, the board's almost fully out of the water and then just gets a massive... Yeah, he did do a double.
Crazy.
But do you think that's a 7 then?
I would be surprised if it's an 8.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's an 8, but it might be a 7. That was that was huge.
Crazy.
That was huge. If that was with a rotation and a board off, he would have gone for that 9.5.
Andrea got it now, no?
Pressure, yeah. Andrea is...
So he doesn't need to deliver, but it's Andrea Principi, so maybe he's going to do something crazy.
If I would be his caddy, I would say do a jump for the crowd and bring it back home safe. But...
It's Andrea.
It's still Andrea, exactly. So he might want to...
Show.
He might want to... Yeah. And sometimes it is nice if you feel really good and you feel in the zone, as he's pretty much landed all his tricks, I think. Yeah. It's it feels good to do a really difficult trick just to get confidence, because if you're in the zone, it will help leading up to the next heats. As he goes for a boogie board off. No, he's taking it safe. He's taking it easy, bringing it home. So sensible from the young Italian.
Okay, thank you, Giel, for joining us here in the booth.
You are welcome.
Later, we probably see you one more time or a few more times.
I'm here.
How's that knee feeling actually, Bru?
It's when I'm sitting down, it's all easy. So
so we need to get you a chair up here.
No stress. Yeah, I'm nice and comfortable in my chair up here. But you guys enjoy the next heats, and I'll come back later.
So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back for you. We just swap real quick.
Welcome back, and thanks, Hill, for taking over for a little bit there. And I actually got to watch that heat down by the waterside there. And
how does it feel standing down there in 50 knots?
Freezing. Freezing, but the heights the riders were going. And actually, by the time I'd walked back to the live stream booth, the outcome of that heat had changed. Not changed, but actually Mario Sanchez had a massive move whilst I was down there. He showed a bit of a glimpse of what he was capable of, but by the sounds of what you were saying, Andrea Principi had a pretty solid heat in the end. But there was a moment near the start where I think the others were really going for it. Mario Sanchez done one of the biggest moves whilst I was down there. But yeah, the riders really are able to go massive down there. There are the results then. Clear win for Andrea Principi, 20.10. Nathan Tetsier, 16.87. And Mario Sanchez has to settle. That was the move I saw, the 7.07.
Yeah, that was a big one here.
S-Loop Baldorf. And that was actually one of the nearly highest scores of the second highest trick of the heat. But of course, it's their 3 total highest scores, which will count as long as they're in different families, which give them that combined title. And here we have
heat number 4.
Is that Hugo Wigglesworth there in a black outfit and balaclava and black sunglasses? No, that's just not a picture. That's Hugo Wigglesworth making his debut in kiteboarding competition. Can you almost believe that? A household name in kiteboarding. Coan van Dijk, definitely a household name in kiteboarding. And Lorenzo Casati. How did this heat even happen with big names? So let's talk about Hugo. It's his first real major event, really. He's so known for his world records in Woo. He's really excited about this. He broke the world record, the Woo world record, 36.7 meters in New Zealand. Has he got what it takes to be up against it, competing with these other riders? If we look at his video and content and stuff, for sure he has. But it's one thing doing that out of a competition zone. It's another doing it in a competition heat, especially one against these two. He's landed a big heat here.
Yeah, I've seen him train in Cape Town, and yeah, man, to be honest, he has what it takes to lead this heat for sure. I'm not too sure how he will perform in strong winds, because I haven't just seen him ride in 40 plus knots. But yeah, he's an overall rider, and since he broke the world record already in strong winds, I'm pretty sure he will handle it super good. And then obviously Cohen just landed, I think 2 days ago from Cape Town in Barcelona, took a rental car, came straight here, straight on the water. So he will feel the gusts a bit more because he's treated from the southeastern Cape Town. He loves the no gusty wind.
Yeah, knows it. Talk about Cohen as well. I mean, he was up here last year injured. I remember it really well. He was chatting on the live stream, a bit like Heel, as we see Wigglesworth about to get going, riding back and forwards. It gives me a bit more time to talk about Cohen. But what a recovery for the year that he ended up going on to have. You know, injured here just 1 year ago. He then got to the semi-final of Gran Canaria, the GKA event. He got onto the podium of Cold Hawaii, that incredible heat where I think he beat Andrea in the semis.
Yeah.
That was one hell of a performance. I don't think he had the King of the Air he would have liked, but it still wasn't a bad performance. So he really is someone I admire and look up to, as we see Hugo Wigglesworth start off with a double loop board off for his opening move of this heat, and that was quite impressive.
Yeah, that was pretty clean.
For a man that said he's only ever done 5 heats in competition, half of them being at the Short Lines event in Cape Town, that was a pretty calm and composed entrance. So Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand, flying that fly surfer, what a start. But here comes Cohen van Dijk, flying in left foot forwards. And whoa, this is a biggie! Oh, it's a massive mega loop board off with a delayed front roll. He's still in the air here.
A small magic gust, and he's landing it smoothly.
Oh my days, that was
big.
A big one.
I didn't even see the kite anymore. He was out of my screen.
He jumped out of the earth.
He likes to do
Kite
that.
was in space.
So here's the replay, and he's going up
Look
so
at that
high.
uplift.
And just showing the judges that he's in control
Look
with
how
that.
small he became.
Yeah.
He was in the clouds.
No, that's going to score big. For sure.
Yeah, that's one reply. So we then have Lorenzo Casati looking to become the 2025 Big Air World Champion here at this event. He has a few other riders to deal with, Edgar Ulrich being highly ranked as well. Lorenzo really would like to be taking the win here. We'll talk about the scenarios as we get through the day. But here's his opening trick. It's going to be a double loop delayed back roll, nice and clean, and you'll bet your house on it. He's swapping. He's coming in for a kite change. On a 6 metre, will he be changing up? What do we think here? No, he's not swapping.
No, I think he just had that hand in the air for control because he came in with a lot of speed.
Okay, I thought that was his signal to the caddy. What do I know?
But now we see Hugo loading up his edge, going for the second trick attempt.
This is big.
Oh, this is huge.
Whoa.
This is huge. What?
Please land it. I need to know the score.
No. That's not considered a butt check anymore, unfortunately.
He's furious with himself about that.
Big.
Look at where this kite angle ended up on this second loop here. That's what caught my eye. Bang! Yo. That was right down. That photo is going to look unbelievable. How do you recover? This will be the test here of Hugo Wigglesworth. To deal with this, to have the composure. Does he have the composure to go through these ups and downs of competition riding? Here is Koan van Dijk, though, who's had a great start into a doobie board off. Lovely controlled. He's finding a way to calm this wind down, is Koan, you know? Like, he's keeping calm. He's not going all out just yet. This is quite impressive.
And I don't think he will go for doubles on the 7, because I've seen him yesterday training and trying different 6s. So I think he has a different approach to this heat than the other 2 riders. So here's the replay of that's Lorenzo, sorry. Aborting the jump and maybe turning around and searching another opportunity to go. So Lorenzo needs a second high score now. And he's going for it. It's a double board off, and it's pretty high with a nice angle. Landing it again, and he's happy. He's throwing up that fist. Sick.
Yeah, he's looking quite comfortable. He always comes quite far close to the area. You think they're miles away, but it's right down below. So there's lovely replay here, though.
Yeah, and he lands it super smoothly, like he always does. That's crazy. And now Hugo's back up. So he wants to get a second score now. It's a back roll. Oh. What? That was crazy.
Nice landing.
There was a quad rotation with a double loop. A back laid back with 2 added rotations. And a double loop. That's crazy. Here's a replay of this. That is so controlled.
Yeah, that is really controlled. You don't often see that many rotations done like this, and that was really well replied to his crash he just had. He might well have just took that with him the whole day, like, how did I crash that massive move? But he's managed to put that out of his head already.
That's going to score high.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the real contender here.
Now we see Koan van Dijk from the Netherlands going up for a laid back board off. But unfortunately not finding the landing and crashing it. But yeah. I think he's coming in for a kite swap right now.
That was one of those landings where it just seemed so harsh. He was so in control there.
Yeah, and
it just didn't want it. There are some landings where it doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, he's coming on for a kite swap, so...
Even Jesus couldn't have landed that.
Yeah, it gets, here in Bucharest, when it gets windy like this, the landing is super hard because it becomes a bit choppy, as you can see it on the stream. So yeah, all the riders are facing like the move itself, and then the landing is a different story. Okay, it's Lorenzo Casati's turn. He is currently leading this heat.
Ranked second on the tour right now, behind Edgar Ulrich after the event in Brazil, which he finished second. Looking to become world champion here. And what's he got for us here? Nothing too much to talk about. That's okay. He's allowed one of them every now and again. Is Lorenzo Casati. He competes and rides with his brother that's also in this competition. Will it be his brother that knocks him out of this event? Well, that would be a talking point if those two came up in a heat together. His brother now touted to be one of the best in the world, if he isn't already. Actually, those two brothers absolutely taking the big air world by storm in many different disciplines, not just twin-tip kiteboarding, by the way. This is a big heat for Lorenzo. He'll want to advance through in first place, but he's landed in quite a tough heat, I think. Hugo on his debut here, and here he is going for doobie double. Not lots of height, but he made it very comfortably in the end, actually. So that should score okay. I wonder what Cohen changed down. Has he changed down a kite there? No, he didn't.
I thought he was going to go. He was at the beach for a second, and he's still on a 7. So I don't know what he did. Maybe his kite wasn't pumped or something. But he didn't switch the kite size. So maybe
he's kind of in the middle of both the doubles and big ones right now.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good choice. It's working well for him so far. And I know he's in third, but is actually... What I'm seeing from him is quite controlled loops. They're not super crazy. And he got a 6.97. So, yeah, he has got the highest scoring trick so far on that setup.
And it's Cohen's turn right now. So I'm not too sure what he did there at the beach. Just probably had a sip of coffee to get awake.
Wind's up here, though. This could be big, lads. So the wind has come up now. Yeah. Look at that power coming from board. He takes off. Cohen. He's gone up in the sky high.
That was just beautiful.
Nice and I love these slow rotations of control. There's no fighting going on with his body position to me. He's totally at one with the kite. We'll see a nice replay here. Lasse, talk me through this one.
So he's edging up, and now he's just controlled, laid back board off with an added rotation. And so I think it's one of those tricks Cohen does. It just feels so natural to him, the rotation.
Not pushing that. That is well within his comfortable category.
I think he just wanted to get a second score, and he knows he's going to land this trick every time. So it was a smart move to get a second good score on the board before you try something crazy. I mean, it was already pretty crazy. Now Mr. Casati, Lorenzo Casati, is coming to the left. It's his turn. He's currently still leading this heat, but he wants to improve the 2.77. On his jump earlier, it looked like a bit the wind dropped for him, or he just couldn't find the perfect takeoff. But right now it looks like the wind is crazy again. A huge gust just came through, and Lorenzo is going for the takeoff.
Cohen looks like he's coming back in as we see Lorenzo taking off now. A bit delayed on that S loop. I don't think there's going to be a major score as well. So I think the wind has been a bit tricky during the mid part
of this heat,
so far. As Cohen definitely looks like he's making some sort of... Could he have made a change that quickly? Did you see the replay
he's still
there?
on the same kite.
He's still on the same kite, but he's sort of loitering around the area where he would need to change. Now it's Hugo Wigglesworth who looks like he's found some power. It forces Cohen to think about going right foot forwards through the zone here. He's got to be careful in that position.
I think he wanted to change.
Is the angle change perhaps? He's very much, looks a bit like it may have switched slightly to the north. He's almost perpendicular with the beach in front of me. Here, that's what can happen here. The wind can switch between north and northwest, but I'm not so sure that's happened just yet. Usually can happen later in the day. Can affect the wind for sure. But this is Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand, currently in second in this heat. So he's having a very good heat. This is a good takeoff.
Whoa.
Doobie board off, double. Oh no, that is just not fair.
No.
Das ist verboten.
Verboten, ja. Das sollte verboten werden.
That is verboten.
Yeah, so he came in with a lot of speed, and the judges are going to reward it when you come in with a lot of speed. But unfortunately, he couldn't just make it work.
He's been a bit unlucky there.
That's really unlucky.
That was one of those.
I felt like Luis didn't like it.
I didn't think that was fair on him.
It was such a beautiful execution of the
chops,
trick,
which will never ever be created and presented in that way ever again. They're all one-off, these landings. You'll never get the same landing ever again in your life. They weren't kind to him, those chops.
No, and it's the second time this heat that he crashed the landing on a big move.
Yeah, and he's got to come back from it again. But he still... What's nice here is that he does actually have some good scores on the board. It's not like he's desperation times now.
Yeah.
He's got 3 reasonable scores on the board, and the others haven't gone too crazy. You'd expect Cohen's got quite solid scores, all over 5s.
But he needs a third score.
Yeah, because you would expect Lorenzo now to really push out. That 4.3 is definitely going to be kicked out, you'd say, from Lorenzo. So Hugo is now, I mean, he's only got really one big-ish score. The 4.83, is that going to be enough to
stay second?
Yeah, it's going to be.
Depends what Cohen shows us now, but I think since he's still on the 7, he's not planning to do doubles. He's mainly going for big single loops, and that's a laid back board off with 2 more added rotations, and he's landing it cleanly. But I think that's going to score well.
Hill, you're still in here. I just want a nod from you. Would you be trying to take an 8 out now if you're out there? Hill's looking at this and thinking, an 8 might be the difference. So Cohen coming back again. He's kind of, you're hoping he's not swapping from a 7 to an 8.
No, to a 6. To a 6. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's nice to have Hill up here. So easy from here
Hill, get the chair, man.
That it's not too windy, but it so quickly comes up here. I mean, we're looking at the scores here, right? We've had a 6.97 from Cohen, but really most of these scores in this heat have been in around the mid-5s, something like that. But it is over 30 knots out there. That's the thing that's hard to remind yourself, is that when you're on 6s, these are big guys, some of them as well. Cohen is obviously on a 7. Cohen split the difference. He's kind of in the middle, and we don't often see that. I don't often see many riders on 7s. It's a size that I feel like people avoid, really. 6 and 8s tend to be the ones you see, and that's because it's a bit clearer.
And Lorenzo Casati launching into the skies here of Barcarese, only doing a straight kite loop.
Yeah, not finding the lit. Lorenzo Casati in a bit of danger here of being overtaken. Will he come in now to change? Riding fast right in front of us, as you're going to see this replay, which doesn't really mean much. He's coming straight in front of us. Can we get more of that on the camera? I want to see. Is he changing? Is he going to go for...
So Cohen didn't change down to a 6. He changed up to the 8. And Giel is proud. He's throwing up the fist here in the commentary booth. So he's quite happy. And maybe Mr. Casati is also changing up. I couldn't imagine him changing to a 5. And now Hugo is going to the right and probably trying the same trick he tried earlier and just couldn't land it.
He's been going well to the right, actually, in this heat.
To the left and to the right. He's a pretty complete rider, to be honest.
9:55 a.m. here in the south of France. Hello to you all on our live stream if you are watching. This is Hugo Wigglesworth on your screens from New Zealand with a board-off double contra loop. It's his first major competition, and Lasse, you liked it.
Yeah, it was pretty big, and I love how Hugo just extends his legs and has them both together. It looks super controlled, and he pulled the double contra through, and he came down fast but landed super softly.
I like how you say Hugo. It's very German.
Hugo.
I say
Hugo.
I say Hugo. Hugo.
I say Hugo.
Hugo.
Yeah, there's a bit of the German side pulling through sometimes.
Can we get an I'll be back, Rez?
What?
I'll be back. It's for Arnie.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll be back, Rez.
I will be back. Okay, now we can see. What trick attempt was this? Was it the last one? Oh, I missed this one.
No, there's time.
Oh,
that's
that
Cohen crashing with caught the wind. Kite just dropped out the sky. Was it? Well, here he changed up. You were happy about it, but then he didn't even look super powered on that one as well. So that was trick attempt number 6, I think, for Cohen.
Yeah, so
he will get another attempt. But this has been a very tricky heat because the wind now, I'm seeing kites being worked up and down. On your screen is Lorenzo Casati in second place. He will want to try and get through in first here, or it's going to dramatically shake up the order and the seeding of this event. If he goes through in second,
that would be big.
It won't be,
for really, Hugo, yeah.
It might mean that he ends up against Edgar earlier on in the competition than planned. And that could be something big as well. So lots to play for still with these last attempts.
So Lorenzo knows he needs a good score right now. He's loading up that edge super aggressively, and now he's launching up in the skies.
And you would put your money on him doing it, wouldn't you?
Big laid back board off with an added rotation and a stylish grab. He's butt checking it. Is that it?
What's the German for butt check?
What did you say? Arschbombe, yeah, basically.
Sounds a bit harsher than a butt check.
No, it's like
an arse bomb.
An Arschbombe.
Is that what it translates
Yeah.
to? An arse bomb.
Yeah, Arschbombe.
That's like a real blowout. Like.
Yeah.
Like
we're only going to use it when some of the riders really crash super hard.
Okay, alright.
Then we're going to be like, oh, Arschbombe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hugo, I think it's Hugo's turn right now. He's going for his last
in
chicken
first
turn.
place. Hugo
Yeah.
Wigglesworth in first place. Those of you watching this from New Zealand, God knows what the time is out there.
I think it's night
It's
time.
probably like
or
3
evening.
days ago or 3 days forwards, I don't know. But Hugo Wigglesworth has gone around this heat absolutely superb. He's connected again.
Ooh.
Oh, it's huge. Doobie double.
Oh,
and
he's landing it.
He sticks it.
Sick.
And the Woo boys love that in here. Hugo, Woogo.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, this is big. Look at this replay.
Yeah, he's like falling down and just so controlled on that error, hey?
Yeah, that was wonderful. So
Mad.
Hugo could well be the reason that things get changed up here. What is this going to score?
He's making
Lorenzo
some waves,
do
eh?
anything about this?
He's making waves. And now Cohen van Dijk is coming for his last trick attempt. Is on an 8.
Yeah.
He looks a bit stacked, not going super fast.
Needs a different category here.
Oh, I can do this trick.
Megaloop board off. Right. So so it wasn't the most I don't know. I mean, like, it's a hard trick. Like
I like it. It feels super stylish.
Did it score high?
I don't think so. But it looks nice.
Come on, you're supposed to say yeah. It's like the most hardest
yeah,
one ever to do.
yeah,
Like,
obviously.
Will it be enough to put Cohen in a different position? Because he only had 2 tricks scoring there before
it's
that.
probably
Because
gonna
he'd repeated
so
some of
gonna
the
score higher.
categories. But what does he need to go above Hugo? He only needs a 4.3 or higher to go above Hugo. So perhaps that was the thinking behind that move.
Yeah, maybe.
But will it score that though?
No, I don't think so. It wasn't super high.
It's missing his.
But it's also a different trick category.
Hugo's has gone up now. You're right. Thank you,
okay.
Hill. He hadn't come through. The 7.23 on your screens now.
That was
his
just
trick attempt.
Doobie
Puts him
double.
way out. He needed more than that, of course. He actually needed in and around
Oh yeah, that was a
4.53.
4.5.
So he's going to have to settle for second. And Lorenzo Casati, the man trying to be world champion, has found himself in 3rd position. This would not be the ideal start to this competition and his efforts to try and get a nice way through the ladder here. We'll have to take a look at who he might be up against if this was to stay like this. But I can tell you, this is not ideal.
He needs something big now, hey? If he wants to be in first position, he needs an 8 or something. And now he's going up, going for the...
It won't be an 8.
No, it won't be an 8. It's just the same trick he did earlier. That probably is going to improve his score, but I think the laid back board off from earlier was a bit higher. Here's the replay of it. Still super stylish, super in control, but...
Where is he going to finish then in this heat as the riders start to make their way and get ready for the next heat here? That was heat number 4, and I'm quickly bringing up this big air ladder to see, will he remain in 3rd place here?
We're just going to wait until the score comes in.
Yeah, we need to wait for this before I get too carried away, but winner of heat 4, yeah, he won't be making his way directly into the quarterfinals, but let's take a look at the highlights from that heat first of all, Lasser.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting heat, to be honest. So first up we have Hugo. Oh, that was a big one.
He was in the clouds. He crashed this one, but he had to really come back from this. We were impressed with his composure to come back from that.
Yeah, that was Lorenzo Casati's board off double.
Yeah, he looked like he was doing all right at the start of this, Lorenzo.
And then Hugo again with the... Oh, that was a quad double.
Hugo just took it to them. You know, let's just get to the point here. Hugo absolutely took it to them. I spoke to Hugo just yesterday in the car park as we see Cohen van Dijk, who also had a reasonably good hit. I said, what are you expecting from this competition? He said, I just want to land the tricks I know I can do. There's no pressure on me here. I just want to land the tricks I can do. That will make me happy. And I thought that was a really down-to-earth reply from a young man that's, you know, so well known for his big air kiteboarding, especially his world record breaking jump. So there are the results. Hugo Wigglesworth taking first place.
And Lorenzo with the last move overtaking Cohen van Dijk, and Cohen is now in the 3rd position.
Yeah, and so that
So
does
that
change
changed
the way
everything up.
that some of the riders go through. So that is very, very interesting. So Hugo Wigglesworth, he will be going straight through to the quarterfinals. And what does this mean? Lorenzo, 2nd. He will now go through to round 2.
And now we have a pretty interesting heat with Liam Whaley, Stino Moore, and Zach Adams from the USA. Liam Whaley was out of competition for almost 1.5 years due to a back injury, and now it's his first competition back here in Bucharest. And yeah, is he back, Luis? What do you think?
Is he back, or is?
No, is he back?
Is he back? Was he ever not back, Liam?
Yeah, he was always there, right?
I know. Well, I mean, like, as far as does he... I think he comes back and is able to look... he's one of those riders that can look at moves, and I bet he can do them first time as well. Like, if he just can visualise it and do it. So I would never... He's been on the podiums here. He's won that incredible year where he won and reacted to the conditions so well. Like, I'll never forget that. So he is a contender.
Okay, and I'm gonna change with Giel Vloed. Giel is, I think, pretty keen to commentate this.
Maybe to share a bit more on Liam as well.
Yeah, because you know him, you're friends. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back. I will hand my mic over to Giel Vloed. See you soon.
Thank you.
All right, back in the chair. Yeah, I'm really excited about this heat because we have Stino Mill from the Netherlands, a really good friend of mine. We have Liam Whaley from Tarifa, basically my second girlfriend. And I am so excited to see him ride again. Such a competitor. And it will be good to see him back as he's charging like he never left. And here we go for his first trick attempt for a S-loop that's committed. Nice, as he stick a landing, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all done in a seat harness. So I think the judges will definitely score extra points for using a seat harness. But that was a really nice opening move for him. Not exactly 20 meters high, but still a good opening trick, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And on to the next. I think Stino might be on a 7. He looks to be on a bit of a bigger kite, so I think he's going to go for single loops. But let's see. As he gets the first takeoff, that's with the kite pretty low. Got a weird takeoff, but manages to land it, and will put a first trick score on the board. Yeah, sometimes you get a really good gust that takes you up, and sometimes the gust kind of pushes you forward, and this is exactly what Stino had, which gave him a lot of pull on the kite, but not exactly the height he wanted.
One of my favourites, Stino. If there's anyone I'd want to win an event, I would love him to take this one. I love his style, and I love his power through his moves as well. And I think he's worked really hard to get where he has in Big Air, to now being someone that's not unfamiliar to see him on the podium. A great podium in Gran Canaria, of course. Didn't have the best time, I think, at Cold Hawaii, but he's always very strong at King of the Air.
He's actually had a podium finish in 22 here.
Yeah, all right. So exactly, he's a semi-finals or finals expectant rider now. So here he is coming shortly. This is Zach Adams for now on the slingshot. And guess what? I have just worked out that Lorenzo will meet Edgar in the quarterfinals if Edgar goes through in first place from his heat. First of 8 is going to be in Heat 16. It will happen that they meet earlier than maybe planned. They still could both advance from that heat, of course. It's a 4-man heat. But, that would be some heat, knowing that the person right in there with you is staring at your world championship as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be an unreal one. So let's see how Edgar is gonna play that. He might lose his first heat, not to have that matchup straight away, but I think he's just gonna try and win every single heat today. As we saw Zach riding up and down 3 times to get a gust, and he just didn't find anything, and he lost his trick attempt. So no score for Zach.
Oh,
whereas
he got flagged out.
He got flagged out, yeah. Okay. No, well, he went for a jump, but it was 2 meters high, I think.
All right. We do see that sometimes, and some people are like, oh, well, I didn't quite go for it, but at what point they decide you did go for a jump is another grey area that I wouldn't want to be in charge of.
And it doesn't look too windy on the water right now, but we can feel in the booth that something's happening. So let's see if Liam sees that, and he goes for a boogie double, Nice and controlled. Another score on the board as he lands it cleanly. Not the biggest one again, but another score on the board, and that's good because you want to be in a position where you have 4 attempts left and you already have your 3 scores. That's ideal. But as you can see from the height, not what he's looking for either. So it's always a bit of a gamble. Do you stay on the water with a small kite and hope for the wind to pick up, or do you change down for something massive like Stino over here? Getting a great takeoff. That is huge. Board off laid back by the fin with an added rotation like only Stino can. And, I mean, Lewis, what do you want to say?
I wanted to say I can do that one, but then then you said by the fin, and I didn't actually fully watch that one. So I hope if you took the board off, then no. Yeah, no. But that's how it looked. Maybe it did. It was that smooth.
Yeah, maybe
I don't know if it did come.
I saw the hand go there.
The body blocked the position of the board, but still.
Well, I hope for his sake he got 1 foot out, so he scores a different category. But
yeah, okay.
It looked like it was a board off.
I like the approach, though. Yeah, you're seeing here 2 very different heights and power, and that would be because of that kite decision. Yeah. So you think he's on a 7 or 8 at least?
Yeah, I think Stino's on a 7, but I think right now, like a couple years ago when the doubles were new, it was good to go for doubles because they were scoring a lot. But as you can see now for the tricks from Liam, 3.5, 3.3, he's not getting rewarded really high for these doubles if they're not big, you know. So I think it would make sense to go for a bigger kite, and then, you know, there's more lulls than there are gusts. So it makes sense to be on a big kite. As you can see, Stino scoring a 4.7. Which means that the judges have seen something different because he did a laid back to start with. So if there was no 1-footer or no board off, it would be an improvement of the score, not an extra score. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Stino is up already. Oh. That's huge! That's so much power. Oh my god. I don't know if he can land that.
He did as well, yeah.
That's unreal. He wanted to go for a boogie, and then he got pulled into a laid back. That was massive.
Did he not go into a...
That's a front, and then
midway round. When do you see that?
But, so which category is that? Is that a front roll? Is that a back roll? Or is that just the loop?
when do you see that? Like, you usually see the rotation at least 2/3 done. That was like exactly the halfway point.
So this is what I think. I think that's going to score really high just because he went massive. And that's such a big contrast to the rest because Liam has been riding a flawless heat. But not going very high and getting 3.5s. And Stino's score 7.3
for a straight loop.
For basically a straight loop.
So what does that say to the rest of the fleet? Like, we want to see kite position and power. And you talk about having to make adjustments to, you know, in and out moves, double loops, for example, being in at some point. They were new, innovative, you know, like people were doing them. They're not scoring the same now unless they're done massive. So
you have to go high.
That is the message that I get from the judges there. 7.3. Maybe I should get out there with a 9.
Yeah, I mean, an 8 for sure. And you with a 9? Yeah.
No, I don't know about that these days.
But now Liam looks powered. Let's see if he can get a bit more height here. That's definitely bigger. Oh my god, that was so low.
Yeah, he's obviously listening.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah, so perhaps, and it does look on the water here that the wind has picked up a bit now, enabling his double loops. Look, he was really powered.
Can we see the second angle? Because that was below. That's not level. That was below.
Making all the difference then, that wind picking up. We were just talking about single loops, and then now it is gusting up. I mean, that looks like, I want to put it out there and say that's almost 50 knot gusts hitting that whitewater. What do you think, Hill? Are we up to that level? Have I overspoke the wind there? I mean, that's a lot of wind coming in.
Yeah, like now you would tack to get less wind. That's the board off. That's huge as well. He doesn't manage to get the board back on. That looks like a big crash, but it was controlled. So.
And now the slightly bigger kite might be a bit more difficult for
him. Yeah,
him.
but you can see Liam's double loop. It has a lot of extremity. Scored a 6.3 in the end, which I thought was going to score a little higher because it was not level, it was below. But then Stino's trick was still a full point more. So it's still a better option to go for a big kite, I think. But you can't get too technicals because the wind's just so gnarly. Liam bringing the board back as the good sportsman he is.
Yeah, there's definitely an element at this spot as well. Like, you also don't want to be landing on each other's board, you know. It's nice to get it back to your mate. You will get your time for it, but it's a danger as well, right? You land on a board 2 foot like that.
Well, let's see if Zach can connect to his first good takeoff. That's a better takeoff for a back roll double laid back.
Didn't get the height though. He needed a little bit more height, I think, to warrant the time. Almost looked like the wind dropped on him. Maybe it's such a big deal, this spot, when you look out and you suddenly see 45 knot gusts or more, and then you look at literally 10 seconds later you might see it down to 30. It is but that's big air wind. Like I always hear people say, it's gusty when it's really strong. Guess what? Strong wind is usually gusty. Like the difference in high and low gust is greater because it's a higher wind.
Yeah. No, and I mean that's why you see these. You can see these upsets because Lorenzo, I don't think he's ever lost in the first round in his life. So it's, you know, these ups and downs. You need to have luck a little bit on your side and be patient enough. As Liam goes for a double loop board off, he'll be able to land that clean. Imagine not competing for a year and a half and not crashing any tricks.
Would be nice.
But it would.
Maybe I should stop for a year and a half.
So, I mean, execution is beautiful. Even a little grab in there. Just, again, not getting crazy high. So, yeah.
We've talked about upsets already today.
Oh, that's a good takeoff. Boogie contra, late front.
Nice and controlled from Stino.
Nice.
So Lorenzo that's all right. No, it's the right thing to do to talk about the action as you see it. But Zach Adams here, he's in 4th place. He's also on my list, I've been told, of potential world champions here. This is not the ideal start for him, as we see that lovely replay of Stino perhaps wanted a board off during that move. So Zach Adams, he's just not getting the same sort of height to me on the take. There's no uplift on the way up for some reason. He's either getting a bit unlucky with his timing as he goes into his sequence, you know, for his move all the time. But he needs to have a good heat, really. It would make him feel a bit better about the chance. He would have been told, you could be world champion at this event. He'll know that he's one of those riders. He's 4th seeded at the moment. Sorry, 4th ranked at the moment.
And here goes Liam with a lot of speed. Does he have power as well? That's bigger. That's a S-loop board off. Oh, he doesn't manage to control that with a big crash. And manages to save the kite.
Oh, very well saved that.
That's nicely done. That was a proper S board off.
Was it
There's a lot of, like, let's call them 8-loop board offs. But this is a proper S-loop board off.
I thought it was a double loop. It looked so continuous.
Well, I'm looking out the window. Because
yeah, maybe I got that wrong. But it just looked continuous. You know, like it did look continuous. And would it make sense for him to have copied that anyway?
And Stein scoring a 5 for his last trick. So he's up to a 17, taking quite a big lead over the Brest, showing that maybe a bigger kite and single loops right now is the way to go until the wind picks back up to really strong conditions. But yeah, that's it's a bit of a gamble that you need to take. And if you're a competitor, you want to look at the scores in between, look at other heats and see what scores and adapt. Because if you've been looking at this competition, you would see that single loops are scoring really high just because you get that travel, that power, the yank, I mean, essentially it's what big air is all about. That's how you guys meant it to be, right? Back in the day.
Powered,
proper.
Well, kind of, there was no choice. It wasn't a choice. It was like.
All right, let's see if Stino gets some power back into the kite again for. Oh, that's a sushi roll, inverted back roll kite loop. Not the lowest kite angle, but another score on the board. Hopefully. Taking out a 4.7, I believe, is his back rotation. As the wind just picked up again.
Good morning to you then, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It is the GKA Kite World Tour. We are in Bacares for Big Air, crowning the Big Air World Championships. The window nearly blew out then. That definitely was the
that's a
window
good
nearly blown
takeoff.
out.
That's a good takeoff. Doobie double. Ooh.
Oh, what a landing as well from Zach Adams, landing down softly. Boy, did he need that. Currently ranked 4th on the tour right now with a chance to be world champion. That was a better takeoff. Loads of control, and let's take a look at this landing. You don't get better landings than that, do you?
It feels a bit like this sound. But yeah, those are definitely satisfying, as Liam is getting a 4.6 to add to his 6.3, so he's actually in a good position. Needs one more big score to to put some pressure on Stino. And Zach Adams got a lot of slack after his double. He did start the loop a bit late, his first one, and I think the judges will take that into account. But as it was huge, that will probably cancel out the tardiness of the first loop, let's say. So I think it's still going to be a really good score.
Wasn't just a soft landing sound that you gave us, it was a cold soft landing.
Oh yeah.
There was a bit of cold in there as well.
All right, Liam coming on for his last attempt. Is that correct? Oh, that's low.
Big S loop
from
big.
Him. That's big. I like that. I don't have to say that again, but I like that.
It was his last attempt. And can he kick out the 3.53 kite loop back roll? You would have thought so.
The kite's climbing so quick, it's insane. Like you actually want the kite to stall a bit so that the judges can actually see what's happening, but the kite's already climbing back up.
And that brings me back to, talking about, like you said, how things were. The whole goal of a mega loop was to stall the kite. Yeah. You wanted it to hit, but the kites weren't made in a way that they could smoothly keep on lifting like they do now. That's enabled double loops. Yeah. And double everything. And there's Stino. But what a bummer. That's a bummer, that landing there.
That was a beautiful board of laid back again. Like, Stino's got one of the best styles when it comes to board of laid back by the fin. And it's definitely his go-to trick. And seeing that he is having trouble landing this just says something about how hard it is to ride in these conditions.
He'll be devastated about that. He had control of this heat. He was in first place.
Yeah.
And it might well start changing now with these other moves.
Liam with a 5.6, but
didn't quite make it into first. So he's got to hope that Zach... Can Zach do anything about it, though? That's the question here. I don't think he can. Zach can't do anything about it. So Stino's going to get back to the beach and realise, actually, that last move won't be something he thinks about at night tonight when he goes to bed. He'll be all right. He will take the win here because Zach can't do anything about it unless he does something crazy.
I did expect that S loop to score a bit higher. How about you?
From Liam, yeah,
because that was committed and that was high and that was powered. There's another back roll. No
chose
double.
Not to perform the double. I think it was right because he was past the time of power anyway. So that's going to bring us to the end of heat number 5, round 1. If you have just woken up wherever you are in the world, or if you've just joined us. This is the first round of the men, reminding you that we had 2 heats of the women which were abandoned when the wind went a bit mental this morning. So we haven't done so much of the women, but we are with the men where there are forecasts of over 50 knots today here in the south of France, not far from Perpignan, actually very close to the border of Spain. Many of us flying to Barcelona and driving up from there. Were you one of those people here? Did you fly to Barcelona and drive up?
No, I drove from Holland because after I'll drive to Tarifa, so I have my car there.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of those.
You're like really in it and living it. And
well, I think it was Aaron that drove from England last year with you. Was it with you?
Not last year. Did Aaron drive last year? I've driven here many times, but not the last few years. I've got a bit spoilt now. I like to fly to Barcelona and get a car and drive.
Oh, that's nice.
No, but I'm envious.
The luxury.
I love everyone camping and stays. This is the place you want to be in your van and travelling around. So, highlights of that heat. It's Liam Whaley with what has to be said is a great comeback here. Good solid heat. Didn't take the win there, but wasn't far off. 0.43 away from Stino Moe in the end that would take the win. There was Zach Adams who showed us what he's capable of in that heat. Great angle, that last one there, where you see just how windy it is. Big hello to everybody back home at the beach in Littlehampton. If any of you are watching, I know you're desperate to be competing at this event. Unfortunately, they just don't understand your video entries. They'll get it one day. I know you're all good enough, especially James Hoare. He's training very hard to get into this competition.
And from everyone watching from Holland, I'm sure you're all happy to hear that it went Dutch in the last heat.
All right. I think we're going to some adverts and we'll be back shortly. Comes.
Every dawn brings a new chance to embrace the wind, a moment to release everything that holds you back. This is where freedom begins, where you become one with the elements. With every gust of wind, you feel it, the power, the control, the flight, and the adrenaline. Carve through the water with precision. Soar with unmatched ease. It's more than just a ride. It's a journey, a gateway to boundless possibilities. Unleash your potential with the Rebel SLS.
It started already, and here we go.
Can't get them all here.
Well, that was well, and it's a pity because that was a huge doobie with the added rotation from Timo Boersma, going exactly the way that I would have caddied right now. Say, take a big kite and go absolutely huge, and I think that's going to be a really nice score for him to start with.
Can we just define a big kite? Sorry to talk over you there, but when you say take a big kite, what do you define a big kite in these conditions?
I think just a kite that you're not going to double on right now because it is still really windy. So he's probably on a 7. Okay. I think an 8 is probably the biggest you can hold down right now. And Jason, let's see, looks like he's on a 6, and he is going for a double loop laid back roll. Ooh, didn't get the landing.
It didn't allow it, did it?
Yeah.
But back to that first move from Timo Boersma, which you didn't see. That's the Timo Boersma I want to see. That was massive, that first move.
6.3.
I had to double check who that was. That was really big. Jason van der Spy here going for, I guess, what you could describe as a banker of a double now, of a delayed roll. Was that one of the ones that you brought into the sport here, delayed back roll double?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think so, actually. I don't know. Maybe it was Mark.
How quickly that's changed to just being a banker in the first
I actually think it was Mark who did the first double loop laid back.
Okay.
He did the back rotation before I did.
Did he give it a cool name or just chose to?
The Mark late roll. No, no, it's just double loop laid back.
Well, whatever Ruben tried to call that delayed back roll, I'm glad that didn't last long.
And a double loop laid back roll from teammate Shahar Tababa.
Spring roll? Was it spring roll?
I think, wasn't that a front roll kite loop? Spring roll? Because you rotate against the kite? I'm not sure, but
I don't know.
It didn't
gave
stick.
It the vote to people, and you know what happens with that. You end up with Boaty McBoatface if you give people the vote. That's what they did in England when they were asked to vote the name of the new rescue boat, Boaty McBoatface. That's what happened.
All right.
Remember that, Liam? Like, don't let people vote on the name.
And here is Timo with a back roll, lay back board off. That is huge back rotation. Does he manage to do another one? That's it.
He is
stick the landing. Just stick the landing. That's what I thought.
It just bombed him. It's almost like a microburst in flying. It just shoved him down.
That would have been a 7.5, because that was 4 rotations. It was big. It was powered, committed, low kite angle.
That was pretty special. Timo Boersma is really lighting it up here in this heat with Jason van der Spy and Sahar Tarsbury. He's another rider that's got a chance of becoming world champion.
Double loop laid back again by Jason. Does he stick the landing this time? Yes, he does. Look how deep he has to squat to control that. That is a powered landing as well, and a really nice score for him. Had to wait a little bit. The gust was just kicking into his kite on that jump, and he had to wait with starting the double, otherwise he would just be pulled apart. But I think we're going to see a nice score coming up for him in a bit. And now it's Shahar's turn. Shahar is incredibly technical, but he loves the strong wind as well. So let's see if he can put something down. That's huge! No!
Oh, baby.
Oh, stick that. You better stick that. You bet. No! Oh, my God. That was so big. That was so big, and the kite was so low. I'm sorry if I'm shouting too loud for your TVs at home, but just turn the volume down because I'm not stopping. That was insane. Unreal.
That was one of those where you really hurt that it didn't get landed, like physical pain.
I mean, if you're a judge, what do you score that if he lands it? Because
I'm tempted to score that with the crash, to be honest.
Obviously, if it's landed, Lewis.
That's why I'm not a judge.
Come on. No, when it's landed, what do you score that? Because it's the height you want, it's the extremity you want, it's the kite angle you want.
I think it has to be in the 9s for me. Like no question, it's got to be above a 9 for just how big. You didn't get the best angle on that. I have to be honest. At home, we're looking at our screens here. We're always told only talk about what's on your screen. We've got this unbelievable panoramic view out just behind our screen. So occasionally your eye wanders to gather the height, especially if they've zoomed in tight on our rider. But from what that looked like for kite angle and height, that for me was the biggest of the day so far.
Yeah, that was huge.
But the kite, the level of the kite was level.
It was,
or maybe, you know.
No, it was below.
Once you start talking a level or maybe below.
And he's riding back to the beach. I wonder what he wants to do. I saw that Timo was not really able to hold his kite back upwind. So the wind's definitely coming in strong now. So let's see if Timo, look at him, he's just struggling to ride and get the kite where he wants it to be. So maybe this is the turning point where you want to be on a smaller kite, but let's see if he can control the madness. That's the same trick as last time he's going for. That's the first rotation. The second added rotation. Does he get a better landing this time?
I mean, look at those. It's like the suspension was going on the legs, you know, both legs. It's a very difficult position to land, sort of the heel side, left foot forwards here rather than toe side. I think it almost puts you in a weird angle.
Well, he's going for that double added rotation where if you look at the guys around you, what you want to do is get some scores on the board. And if that double added rotation makes life harder, then save it for later. As Jason has to go for a double loop board off, which is going to be another score on the board, but not what he really wanted. You want to get some solid points on the board, and you might actually win the heat with that just because it's so extreme. So Shahar swapped. He did something. I don't know what he did.
I'd like to see some more of these angles a bit more zoomed out now, you know, to just see the heights that these riders are getting. I mean, looking at the water here, it is strong out there now. Lots of white caps, definitely over 40 knots solid.
And it's Shahar's turn. I think he might be on a 5 because he came in to swap and he was on a 6. So I don't know if, you know.
So let's take a quick look at Shahar. He's ranked 5th here. So he is in on our sheet of possibilities of World Championships. What he needs to be World Champion is he needs to win with Zach Adams 2nd, Finn 3rd. Basically what he could do with is Lorenzo and Edgar not getting to the final. That would open up the door for him, really. So he's in with a chance. And that was after a great result in Brazil, just not quite making it to the final. So
look at that kite just
here he is.
Up and down in the wind window, just struggling to get going. That's better. Let's see if he can stick that, because landing on a 5 in these conditions is hard, but he's got it. That's good. That's going to be another score on the board for him.
It's worked out, that.
I don't know if it's a 5. It might still be a 6.
Just went round that quick to me. I think that's a 5. Just the speed that went round. What did he change from, though, to get to that?
Do you think it's a 5 or a 6?
Big debate here, 5 or 6. Guess I've marked him off and said 5.
Well, he was on a 6 and he came in to swap.
Well, exactly. What was he on? What was he on is the question.
Yeah, he must have gone.
Well, this is big from Borsuma, though. Massive doobie contra. He's still up there.
4 rotations.
He's got to come down, but this is the area
5
where
rotations.
He couldn't deal with it. He just couldn't deal with it. No.
Oh, it's such a pity. It's such a pity.
He's going the biggest. It's devastating.
It is devastating. It is hard to watch, but he's still going for those 4 rotations. Just dial it back and make sure you land some stuff because you're going so big. How high do you think that was?
Well over 25, maybe, like over 20.
It was definitely.
You know
over
what
20.
they say though? It's not all about who's got.
And
the
here's
biggest.
Jason with the biggest one for a doobie double. That's nice. That's good. That's powered. Does he manage to get the landing? My God,
Heavy
it must
butt
be
check.
absolute battlefield out there because this guy usually lands everything.
Well,
Like you'll have a session and he'll land 95% of the tricks. And he's pushing. So it means that it's really tough out there, especially for, I think especially for those double loops because you have such a small kite to slow you down, whereas Timo has a bigger kite and still is struggling. So
crash.
Let's see what Shahar can do over here. I think it's going to be a laid back. Oh, no, it's another. Oh, it's good he didn't go for the double there because that would have been.
It just wasn't settled
so
the kite,
low.
was it? You saw that kite just luff a bit there. It didn't look settled as he came around. He didn't have the height, maybe.
I'm wondering what the thought behind this trick is, because he's got a boogie double. So was he thinking to take the board off, or because if you're going for a boogie double or a doobie double, it's still going to be the same category, and you need to score 3 different categories.
Yeah, he's already got 2 on there,
and he's got 2, so he needs a 3rd.
Yeah.
In order to take the lead.
Yeah, and to put the pressure on the other 2 now, because this man Timo is starting to feel a bit more pressure. He's had 4 trick attempts, only 1 real good move landed. It happened to be the highest scoring move of this heat so far, a 6.33 kite loop front roll.
He could actually just, if he just does a kite loop board off. All right, now stick this. Look how high he is when he put the board back on and he sticks it. That's going to be a huge score. I think that's going to be a big score.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting to see what this is scored. It's a single. It's exactly what you said, Hill.
Yeah.
Nice and controlled, no double. He was high up in the sky there, and he was in control. That landing, I thought that was a good landing.
Still powered landing, yeah. And then on that kite loop board off, he puts the board back on. You have so much time to focus on landing, and still it's difficult. So that definitely says something as Jason is being pulled over his edge.
Look where Timo is. He's in the
kiting
smoke.
in fog.
Smoke on the water. It's a description that we have heard before at the Lords of Tram. The safety boat is in the mist. Timo Borsum has got some riding to. That is over 50 knots of what 50 knots looks like, ladies and gentlemen, watching this. I'm sure we're going to see the green flag come up now, which indicates to the riders, look, this is on hold right now. Next up, you don't have to go. But can you still go with the green flag up? You can still go. Look at this view. It's smoke on the water. And this is only getting started, 10:30. 10:30 in the morning.
And I think Jason's going to go for it because he's loading up, even though the green flag is up saying it's too windy. Oh, and he doesn't have enough.
They're going to score that, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so, because I think if you make it look like a transition jump and you act cool, you might get away with it.
He's looking at that white flag. It's like seen out of King of the Air, hoping for your flag not to... It's the opposite. You don't want it to go
He dropped his body,
away.
Body language.
Yeah.
He dropped his head, and then it means that was an attempt. So you gotta act like
it's the opposite. You don't want to see someone else's flag go up.
As you see, a 5.8 for Timo Boersma kite loop board off, which I honestly think is a little underscored because it's huge. I know it's not the most technical trick, but still it's scoring higher than the doubles right now, which is pretty crazy.
You don't feel like going into the judging booth and smashing the wall down, Ruben Lenton style.
No, because I don't think it's that bad.
Okay.
It's just I think it's a little underscored.
It was high, wasn't it?
And an S loop for Shahar, getting another score on the board if he lands this.
Yeah, sensible, I think.
That's smart. Yeah.
Within his ability.
Smart young man, because that will be enough. That will probably be enough to take first place, or close to take first place, as Timo Boersma has just got 2 good tricks on the board. So that was a sensible move from Shahar. If he does that a little higher, I think he has a really nice, he has a good grip on this heat. But yeah, Timo with a 1.4 as the 3rd score. We all know he can do more. So let's see what he does.
Oh,
that's a
huge, baby! Oh!
But that's a kite loop, so that's going to be in the same category as his doobie. Oh no!
Is it possible you can go too big?
Yeah.
Is he going too big?
Well. He's not riding exactly smart because he's got a doobie and he's got a board off kite loop. So what he needs is a kite loop laid back. And then he will have 3 really solid scores. Another 6 on the board will that's him winning the heat, but he's going for another front rotation.
Is it like chest size? Can you go too big? Like what the hell? This is crazy. That was massive.
And that is just a contra from Jason. Did I see that right?
Oh, nice landing.
Looking at the computer.
Very nice landing, though. That was wonderful.
Let's see on the replay what it was exactly. Looks like... Oh, was it a S-loop attempt?
Oh, he nearly came out of that at the end, but he managed to hold it together.
Getting another score on the board, which is a good move. Now let's see what Shahar has, because he needs another good score. As he gets a very powered back roll laid back, double loop. Let's see if he can stick this one. Can he hold on to the landing? No, that is just too much. It is mayhem out there.
Yeah, this heat's had everything, hasn't it? It's had massive moves from Timo. Jason has found himself somewhere in a difficult place now in third, and Sahar has gone into the lead, and there's not that many moves left.
Yeah.
So Timo still has a 1.43 scoring here, though. So that's what he'd be looking to. He's got to take it easy enough, I think. Just needs to get something smallish on there, because right now it's quite close. A lot could change between now and the end of this heat. It's still round 1 of the men. Heat number 6. We're coming to the end nearly of round 1. We've got a few more heats to go of round 1. Big welcome and hello to you all from around the world tuning in our live stream at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air World Championships. We will be crowning a Big Air World Champion in both the men and the women's division here at the Lords of Tram. Of course, that will include, that result will include the ranking, or the decision will be made on who has the best results combined with Brazil, the last event, and this one here. And right now you join us in around just casual conditions for kiteboarding, around 40 to 50 knots.
They flagged Timo out.
Grown men on 5s and 6s.
They flagged him out, but he's not.
He's furious about it.
Of course he is. It's his last attempt.
Was there a need to do that?
Well, there is a need to finish the competition, which is understandable, but to flag him out because he's riding upwind for a couple minutes already. As he is battling a gust, there was a gust of 60 knots just now.
I think we're going to hear some more of this.
Yeah, but what they might do to speed up the comp is that they let Jason jump now, and that they will give Timo his final attempt after, just to save some time. But
is that communicated to the riders that can happen? Because that would be new to me.
They might have, but I can't say I paid really good attention during the riders' meeting. As Jason is going for a bit of an S-loop on the side of the wind window, but that's still going to score. That's still going to put a score on the board for him, so that's going to be nice, exactly what he needs. But if you look at where the kite travels, it's hard to see from this angle, but the kite is traveling on the side of the wind window.
It looked like a bailout to me of a normal loop, to be honest.
Because it's the change back is too early, but look at the gust on the water right now. It is firing. I don't even know if you can really push the riders to do stuff right now. The green flag is up to the next to Shahar's flag, just to show him that he doesn't have to go.
Yeah,
and you can actually see it on the live stream as well, that the water is just starting to fly.
Oh wow, this is very serious now. Look, he's just hanging on there.
Timo is losing it. He is going downwind like crazy in the back. I mean, he's still holding on to 7, so. My God, he's going to be fighting. All right, Shahar takes off anyway, even though every sign says he shouldn't take off. He goes for a back roll laid back with 4 rotations. Oh, and he doesn't stick the landing. Oh, that's a pity. He's still in the lead. I think that was his final trick attempt. That was. Let's see if Timo gets his trick attempt, or if this is the end of the heat.
Oh, he's going to hang around there, isn't he? That's
it is
him
the
on your
end
screens.
of the heat. That is.
And he's going to be furious about this, because it's meant that he's going to be in second. He didn't need much to take first. He needed 0.79 on top of his 1.43, his lowest score. He basically needed a 2.5 to guarantee his route through in first. So he will not be happy about this, and
no, he's going to be furious. And probably I would be too. That's really tough, because I mean, in this heat he was riding incredibly well, going extremely high.
Still
but Shahar rode the smartest heat, let's say. I don't know if the result is fully out yet. I don't know what Jason's scoring for that last. Is he? I'm not sure.
Let's go to an ads break anyway. Whilst we work that all out, we'll be back shortly.
And we are back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. What a heat that was. Strongest wind we've had all day, I would say. And up in this heat, another French rocket with Arthur Gilbert. This guy is unreal. I've seen him go incredibly crazy on this spot. I think he would consider it as one of his home spots, let's say. Then we have Alberto Gomez, or how everybody knows him as Beto. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And you have a Dutch rocket in Kimo Verkerk. This is going to be an incredible heat. I think we're going to see some insane action once again, as the wind is not looking like it's letting down. So here's the result from the previous heat, as Shahar takes the win, Timo takes second place, and Jason is unfortunately taking third place. But all riders will have another chance in round 2, as we will continue today. And they'll have a chance to redeem themselves, just like Lorenzo was third in the first heat. Sometimes you got to lose the first heat to win the event, and you know, it doesn't mean anything apart from you have to ride one more heat. I think we've all seen Kevin lose in the first heat and then win the whole event anyways. So Lewis Crathern says he's never lost his first heat.
If he did it on purpose, right?
All right, so we had the first flag up. That's Arthur already taking off, not getting a crazy high. Yeah,
just a simple laid back here.
It's a very laid back, I would call it.
Very, very laid back.
It's laid back. And he kind of lost his speed and dipped into the water a little bit, so that's not going to be the first trick he's looking for.
Yeah, on my break I went down and spoke to some riders, and actually a lot of them said it's pretty gusty. And the water temperature, that's what Andrea said. He said, man, it's so cold. The temperature yesterday was 5 degrees warmer. So, yeah, it's rough out there, man.
That's not helping.
No,
that's
it's not helping.
Especially not if your name is Beto Gomez, who is not used to having snow in the mountains on the background. But he is going to make up for it with sheer talent. Look at that massive laid back roll. That was huge.
Oh
Let's
my
see
God,
if he can stick the landing. And he does like it's easy for him, because what many people don't know is that Beto has one of the best kite controls in the whole scene, and I think we're going to see him land almost everything, is what I feel. And he's been training in Argentina at Cuesta de Viento, where it's choppy. It's way more choppy on the landing than this. So this must be nice for him, like smooth as butter for him.
Yeah.
As we have Kimo up next, ready to represent the Netherlands. So I'm excited about this one. I'm obviously not biased, but I'm excited about it. Let's see what happens. He's going up for a
big double.
Big double, exactly.
With
an added rotation. Now, is this going to be in the category of just a straight double, or is this going to be in the category of a front roll? Because I believe it was a laid front, right?
Yeah, it was a laid front. I don't know, actually. We have to find out. But it was beautiful executed, and now we see Arthur Gilbert, the Frenchman. He has deep freestyle roots, also competing in freestyle. So he is used to this spot and used to strong winds already, but he can't connect with the takeoff there.
Yeah. Well, he's going to take his time, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Nobody has. I don't know if there's many more people with more experience on this spot than Arthur.
Probably
as
Edgar.
long as I've been watching his videos, I've seen him go huge here. And here he goes to the right with a boogie board off with a flip. Let's see if he gets the landing.
Was it the first flip we've seen?
Yeah, how do you flip if it's 60 knots?
I don't know.
That's pretty impressive. He flipped it close to the body. I think if you don't catch it, you try to catch it with your legs. But he's almost going out of the frame here, getting the flip. Nice extension. Waits to put the board on a little bit and then landing it clean.
He's also used to the choppy landings, probably, so that's a big advantage for him as well. And now we see Beto Gomez. The white flag is in the air.
Leading with a 5.8 for that massive laid back roll. It looked like he was going to double that previous one, but I don't think he's going to be doing doubles. That's huge. Oh, that's a double. Exactly when I said it. Let's see if he can control it, because he still has so much speed. And that's what I'm talking about. That is unreal stuff by Beto. That's probably one of the biggest doubles, if not the biggest double that we've seen today.
That was big. He's almost jumping out of the frame.
That was huge from Beto, and that's going to be a really nice second score for him.
Yeah, and Kimo saw this, so he needs to reply now.
So let's see what he's going to do. I think he's going to go for a double loop laid back. Oh, that's an S loop, and that's in the power zone. That is, you see the slack. Can he sticks the land? No.
Is that considered a butt check?
Oh, I don't know. His head looked like it was underwater, so I'm not sure. But you can see the first, I would say, the first S loop where the line's completely slack. Let's look at the lines as he pulls the second loop. You see that slack in there, and that's what the judges want to see. That means there's power and commitment where the kite pivots right in the power zone.
Didn't you have a S loop similar like this one, where you were wobbling and the line's completely slacking out last year?
When the line's slack, you know it's good. All right, we got a back roll from Arthur, laid back board off with an adder rotation. Doesn't get the landing. It's pretty, I think it's really incredible. It looks like he's on a 6.
Yeah.
And it's really incredible if you can do these technical tricks on a 6 when the landings are that choppy, but that's just, the difficulty is way up there.
Oh, that was an Arschbomber we call.
Arschbomber.
Arschbomber. Okay, so we got Beto coming up to the left. He looks pretty powered.
Let's see what he's got. It must be a front rotation. There you go, boogie.
He wanted. Did you see that?
Boogie.
He twitched a bit.
Yeah.
He wanted to send the second kite loop actually.
But we have a 5.8 and a 6.5 from Beto.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing this is going to be in the low 5s for another big score, because it was big. I wouldn't say as big as his first trick. That's why I'm guessing it's a bit more in the low 5s. But a good score for him nonetheless. And here Kimo is already up as he goes for a double loop laid back with the kite level. That's beautiful. Does he stick the landing?
Oh, beautiful.
He does. The down loop looked a bit small, so I was worried for him there. But that's going to be a really nice score for him as he looks to add his second trick. And I'm putting on my jacket because it's even cold in the booth. I can't imagine what the riders are going through right now.
It's pretty cold down there. So to everyone who just joined the live stream, welcome. It's 2025 Lords of Tram GKA World Championships. We are in Heat 7 of Round 1 from the males.
Let's see what Arthur's got for us. Coming in hot. Let's go.
Oh, just a single. Oh, you wanted more of this one.
I haven't been seeing any doubles from him, and he's got some of the gnarliest doubles and gnarliest S loops out there. So I'm really hoping we see a bit more extremity from him. Right now he's opting to play it safe. As Kimo gets a 5.5 for that double loop laid back. The angle and the power was really good, but the height was probably around 13, 14 meters, I would say. As Beto has been going 20 meters, that puts things into perspective for the judges. So you really want to try to match the height or even go higher than the guys that are in your heat.
Now there's a gust coming through. You can feel it here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, the container might blow over. So if we go radio silent, we just did a front flip. As Beto is getting the flag that he can wait for the gust to calm down.
Do you know how heavy Beto is? He's not the heaviest guy, huh?
He's not the heaviest guy, no, for sure not. I think he might be around 65, 70 kilos. As you see in the middle over here, the water is not flying. I mean, I don't know what the word for it is. It's just going absolutely mad.
Smoking.
Huh?
Yeah, it's vaporizing.
I thought we were getting a live update from the live wind, but I was getting an English lesson. That's nice.
So yeah, but Beto Gomez is leading the heat currently, and then Arthur second and Kimo third.
Yeah, if Beto Gomez takes off right now, he might not land.
Yeah, he might land in the Mediterranean Sea actually.
Yeah, he might just not come down, and then the judges can't say if it's a clean landing, so he won't get scored. So that's why he is waiting currently. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Big Air is all about. We're all excited to be here, to watch this, to be a part of it. I would have loved to have been a part of it on the water, but seeing the guys go absolutely crazy is
yeah, it's also pretty impressive.
Amazing. So
I'm getting actually some adrenaline just from watching this.
Man, look at Beto right now. He's just going downwind.
You can't hold the edge anymore, man. Yo, then you know it's proper strong.
But yeah, when a gust like this comes through and it's around 60 knots, usually
what do you do?
It won't last for for too long. So I think another 10-20 seconds and it might go down a bit.
Well, and Giel, what do you do? Do you send the kite to the wind window, to the side? Do you keep it at 12? What's your go plan?
My go plan is to go. No, but if it's, I mean, obviously it can get crazy. And then what you do is you put the kite pretty low all the way in the wind window with the bar sheeted out and you sit down in the water. Basically what Beto is doing right now, I don't know if you can see it on the live, but he's just keeping the kite low, bar sheeted out. Yeah. Because if you keep the kite high, you're not going to be able to stay where he is. You're going to go downwind. So you want to have the kite low, bar fully sheeted out. He doesn't look like he's depowered all the way. That's another thing that you can do if it's really that bad. But yeah, we don't like to depower, do we?
Nah, as Yuri Zun once said. Okay, I'm not going to say this now.
Okay.
Luis just said if you're not... What did you say?
Yeah. All right, so here we go. This is it. Beto going for it. He's still got a lot of wind. That's still going to be huge. Oh, wanted to go for the double.
But his kite was low on the first one, eh? The kite angle was proper on the first loop.
And that's the first crash that we see from Beto, is on a jump that he didn't intend to go like that. So
yeah, that replay, he got yanked.
Yeah, he did. Definitely did. Yeah. And maybe the move for, or the way for him to go is to
just go big,
go for singles and not risk it too much. But here goes Kimo, who's not going to go for singles. I think. Oh, it's just too much.
Yeah.
It's just too much. You can just see the spray from here, from the booth. You can see the spray go higher than the crowd.
Yeah, all the like big respect to all the people standing on the beach watching those men and women sending it completely. It's crazy. It's so strong. I'm actually a bit scared that our windows are going to break here. They're moving so much.
Yeah, now it's
Yo, and even our screen is moving.
I want to. Is there a live wind? Is there an app? Can we see something? Because this must be
like, that's over 55 for sure.
No, this must be more than 60.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you just tuned in, once again, we are here in Bucharest, the town Bucharest, 2025 Lords of Tram. The World Championships are here in Bucharest, man. Yo, you must come. Giel, have you ever expected it to be that strong?
Yes. When I saw the forecast yesterday, I thought this might be unrideable, and we're getting to the point where if it doesn't slow down.
Jesus.
But here goes. That's a huge takeoff from Kimo. And he's just going for a kite loop, but you can see the power that he has in there. That's
my God.
Impossible to land. Honestly, I think it's better to go for a double in that situation, because you will create more pendle. If you just loop the kite once, then there's not enough weight, like pulling the kite behind you.
But
the kite will just stay in front of you.
But isn't it super scary if you're that high and that
Absolutely, yes.
Like,
yes.
Yo.
But sometimes
That's
the best thing to do is the
just
scary thing.
And to switch the brain off, probably, huh?
That was big. That was really big. He also started looping early, so then you really get a lot of pull.
Yeah.
You might want to, in these conditions, wait a bit more before you start pulling. But hey, we wanted extremity, so Kimo is trying to deliver on that. And I mean, if that's another double or something like that, then that's a massive score.
But it's really impressive to see how some of the riders are not doing a double because probably it's too windy for them.
Yeah, we've seen Beto decide against it more often than not. And as you can see in the standings right now, it's been the right decision with 3 really solid scores on the board. So it's Arthur's turn. I think he got that 5-7 for that boogie board off flip. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look now.
Yeah. Nice. And look at him. Look how powered he is. He's just not touching the bar because he doesn't need to touch the bar in order to go. He's just going. And that means it is absolutely on.
Yeah, the whole container is shaking. It's vibrating, actually.
But this is what it's all about. This is what Big Air is all about. This is what we've been lacking last year. for the entire event period, the entire year. We've just not had massive storms to compete in, and now it's absolutely on, and it's so good to see these riders pushing the limits. And let's hope everybody leaves safely today and manages to walk away from it. But right now, this is definitely what Big Air is all about. As the green flag is still up with Arthur's flag telling him he can wait for the gust to pass, but we're starting to believe that it might not be the gust, but it's just the average wind.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's an insane scenario to say the least.
You can just see how the kites are dancing on the side there of the wind window. It is so strong, ladies and gentlemen. Check B2 even parked his kite there. If you see it on your screen there on the left. Oh, no, you can't.
So now we can see in the riders group that Marijn, our head judge, is saying that if the gusts are over 55 knots, the green flag will go up. You are not hindered from jumping. If you still want to jump, you can go for it on your own risk. But if the green flag is up, it does mean you can wait. However, that means that every time that green flag went up, it gusted above 55 knots. So that is pretty insane.
So it's average wind. Currently, the average wind is over 55 knots. That is pretty impressive.
No, it's the gust. If the gust goes over 55.
Okay. Now we have a table. The average. Okay.
Very nice. So we are having gusts of 59 right now is the strongest gust. So that's definitely impressive, and that's the reason why the big air riders can't do big air right now, because it's too big.
Yeah, it's a bit too much, maybe. Whoa.
As you can see, we can see Nelson in front of here heading out, I think on a 6, and he's just struggling to ride upwind. So yeah, that's gonna be incredible. The decision for having the green flag up is to secure the safety of the riders. Riders shouldn't feel like they're being pushed to perform in these conditions, because it is very serious and they are quite literally putting their lives on the line. So it's up to the rider if they want to compete or if they want to trick in this wind. And Arthur is starting to ride, which tells me he might be going for it, which is of no surprise to me. Slowing down already again, so maybe not. But if anyone knows how to tame this kind of wind, it is Arthur. So definitely keep your eyes peeled and make sure you don't miss a second of the action, because any moment he can go skyrocket.
He's turning around, or just probably also just sitting down and waiting the gust out. Giel, have you been kiting here in Bucharest when it was this strong?
Yeah, for sure. There was 2 years ago. It was about this strong the day before the comp. As the green flag went down, so now the timer starts to run. I do not see the green flag anymore, so that means that Arthur is officially on the clock now, as he has to perform something in the next 40 seconds. So let's see what he's able to pull off. He might be going right, because he's been sitting in that corner for a couple times. And I mean, he feels it. So if the organization says it's go time, but he just thinks it's way too much, he might actually just let his turn pass. But that doesn't really sound like Arthur Gilbert to me, as he takes off right now. He's going for it. Front rotation. Controlu board off tic-tac with an added front. Doesn't get the foot back in, and the kite crashes right from 12 to
But we
the
haven't
water.
seen many riders pushing for tic-tacs, board flips, and he's one of those guys who's doing it.
What's crazy to me is that the wind is absolutely howling, and then when somebody goes for their attempt, it's not 20 meters plus. So that means the wind is incredibly gusty, or it's just the density is not what we're hoping it to be, and that's why these riders are not going absolutely sky high in these conditions. As Arthur was waiting for maybe 5 minutes for a takeoff, and now when he went, it was about 12 meters.
No.
So must be really challenging conditions out there for the riders.
I just spoke to Andrea earlier, and he said it's super, super gusty. So that's why he said he wanted to go super high, 20 meters plus.
Yeah.
But he couldn't.
Yeah.
And he said he's not going to use a bigger kite. That's what he told me. Maybe he's going to change his mind.
You don't question a champ. You say
No.
you do you, buddy.
And I said, okay, why not, Andrea?
Right now, Beto is waiting for Arthur to get his board back, which he just managed. So Beto's flag is going up right now, which means he must be getting ready or on the way.
He's still smiling. Look.
Yeah, but maybe in disbelief that this is just unreal, or he's thinking this is the coldest I've been in a long time.
Yeah.
But everybody tuning in from Colombia, supporting it. We all know Beto's got an incredible support. So, yeah, from everyone from Colombia tuning in, thank you for representing. And I'm sure he's feeling your love out on the water as he's going for his next trick attempt. Dale duro. And he's going massive for a back roll kite loop with I don't know how many rotations. Can he stick that landing? He's working the kite behind him, and that
so
was
softly.
great. Such incredible power. As the kite is not going level, but because he's looping that early, you can just see the travel and the power that's in it.
Check how many times he
yanks
spent.
himself around the bar, and then just completely manages to control his body and the kite afterwards. Very impressive stuff by Beto Gomez. And another good trick on the board for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think he is still leading the heat, yes.
Oh yeah, and he's probably going to extend his lead with this last trick.
Yeah, 100%.
As we have Kimo coming in hot with loads of power. Let's see if he can get that same height.
Oof. And
he goes for a double loop board off. Whoa, that was good. Because he landed.
Yeah,
he lands it clean, and he's going to be stoked with that because that was power right there. That was power on display.
Oh, there's a
incredible execution, really good height. I mean, look at his legs as he's going. He's losing a bit of control there because the kite's yanking so much, and the kite's absolutely level. And I think the judges are definitely going to reward him, and that might put him in a really good position to take the lead, or at least end up second right now.
I think he will actually.
Yeah, we will see. I think Beto's score has been upgraded to 6.1 with that back roll kite loop laid back spinny winny tornado thingy. That was great power and technicality in one trick, which is a very good way to cement your spot on at first place.
Kimo's score just came in. I think it's a 5.9.
5.9. That's a really good score, and he's not far behind Beto, and he still has a 4.97 to take out. So his second highest scoring trick is looking good. His first highest scoring trick is looking good. But right now, Beto is definitely in charge of this heat and in a really, really comfortable spot to take the win in the first heat. Or his first heat. Heat 7. And here goes Arthur with a good takeoff. Contra loop. Late frontal. He's not going for any doubles. He's
there was a hard
massive crash.
Oh
my God! I hope he's going to be okay on that one.
He landed on his back. You can see it here on the replay. Going for the contra loop. Oof.
And the jet ski is coming to check out if everything is okay. See if we can see the thumbs up from the booth. So far, no thumbs, but he's not asking for help, so I think that's a good sign. Let's see.
The smallest error in those conditions can mean a lot. Can mean a hard crash, can mean
absolutely
months off the water, so you gotta be careful.
As it looks like Edgar is bringing his board back. Edgar in the next heat. But he seems to be all right. He's not riding out yet, but
no, he's back on his board.
Yeah, he's back on the water. I mean, if something bad would have gone wrong, he would have asked the jet ski for help.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue then. The white flag is up, which means Beto is able to go, I think, for his last trick attempt, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check if I am correct. This heat's been going on for a while because it's been too windy, which is something you don't hear every day. As he is going for another trick attempt, he's got good power. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag as he's going for a double kite loop, late back roll, and does he stick the landing? He doesn't. It looked like he did, but he had too much weight on his front foot.
And then he
And I
flipped
think
over.
while he was doing that double, you could see that the rotation was really late, as he probably remembers that one of his best tricks is just a double. So here he decided to throw in a back rotation so he could score a different category, which is smart riding by Beto, but unfortunately not getting the landing. As that was his final trick attempt, so he will be coming in after this. He is in first place, but I wouldn't call it an exactly comfortable lead, knowing that Kimo Verkerk is right behind you. And you know he's definitely capable of pulling out a 7-point score that would put him into the lead. So it's gonna be tight. The pressure's on Kimo to see if he can perform something. And yeah, let's see how the action unfolds as Nelson Holes, Clément Huot, and Edgar Ulrich are getting ready for the next heat, and that's going to be an absolute battle. So let's see how that will unfold. But first we have Kimo's final attempt.
He's
Definitely he's got the wind.
Oh,
Decides against it. He really wants to make sure he's got the perfect wind for his attempt. But he does have to hurry up a bit because
I think the clock is ticking.
the clock is definitely ticking. I think this will be his last possible attempt. And he's not looking like he's rushing. So in this situation, I would definitely at least act like I'm rushing. So let's see. He's coming up. Let's see. It looks like he's got a lot of power. Going up.
You wanted to go for the Eslu Bodo.
Exactly. But didn't manage to get it. Though
He's not happy about it.
A really good heat by Kimo. Definitely rode a very strong and good heat. So he'll be happy moving forward with plenty of confidence. Though on my app it looked like that was their last trick attempt, but maybe that wasn't their last trick attempt. So you might have been getting some false information, as the heat is not over yet. So my apologies. They all still have one trick attempt left.
Can Arthur still get it? He needs something big for it. I don't think so. Yeah.
Well, he needs an 8 or a 9.
He didn't do a single double. He only went for singles in the seat.
Yeah, he needs a 9, a high 8 or something like that. But Arthur hasn't been taking any risks in this competition so far. I mean, he's had some big crashes, but
he played it
knowing
safe.
Arthur, he's definitely playing it safe. I don't know if there is an injury or something important happening after. Arthur, of course, is also riding the freestyle competitions, and he might be saving himself because he doesn't think it's worth it, something like that. Because he's not riding the aggressive Arthur that we know, or he might have had a terrible night of sleep. We don't know what's going on, but he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Someone you don't want to see on your list when you're competing in an event where the wind's gusting to 60 knots. But he's taking it really chill in this heat. So yeah, let's see what his last trick attempt is going to be.
Probably he's a bit underpowered right now. You should talk about Nathalie Lambrecht, and it's 50 plus knots again.
Well, I'm actually liking the fact that our riders can do something right now. I'm afraid.
Fair enough.
They're gonna have to wait again. So
we need to finish this heat.
Yeah. Let's see. He's going for his trick attempt. He's getting a really good takeoff actually. When it looked like it wasn't going to be that windy. Very technical move. Does he manage to stick the landing?
Yeah, he does.
He does. What a powerhouse! That was a beautiful landing by Arthur Gilbert, and a very technical trick going for that front roll contra loop. I think a tic tac
with the flip
and a flip. I mean, that's very technical riding for this kind of conditions on a 6. So very well done by Arthur Gilbert. Not taking the risk, but definitely going for that technical side. And I mean, that gave him a 5.7 to start with, so he's definitely going to be putting himself back in contention for that second spot. All right, Beto looks like he's gonna go
To
trick
the-
right, which is an interesting one. I know he's got a back roll kite loop and then tornado front rolls thing going on. So let's see if that's what he's going for. No, he is opting against it. Maybe decided he wants to go left after all.
Do you think he's gonna go for another double? Maybe.
I don't know. I think if
Depends
he's
on
got
the
the
wind.
right takeoff, he will. But I hope not on this one. No, that's a back roll, board flip, kite loop
On
with a
landing
solid
it.
landing.
He is landing super cleanly in this competition.
Yeah, yeah, that's the training of Costa del Viento, I think. But Beto having ridden an incredibly nice heat, very solid performance from him. He's been in the competition scene very strong at the beginning, then took a bit of a break, and now he's back full. As Kimo is going huge. What is he going for? Double contra loop board off.
Wow.
That was huge. Does he get the landing? Oh, that
that's
might
gonna
be
be
big. Oh, that might be a massive score.
That was high.
That was definitely
was
high.
high.
Really waited to do that first loop where that makes sense if the gust hits that hard. Then a slight delay in between the loops, but still incredible extension and power. So that's definitely going to be a big score. But will it be enough to take that first place from Gomez, from Beto Gomez? I'm not sure. But incredible riding from Kimo. He's going to need a big score.
Yeah, let's
And
see what
he
the
might
judges.
get it.
Oh,
He might get it.
I think it was just updated.
And
Yeah.
that is a 7.5. Oh, but it's gone. I don't. Now they keeping it very tight with us. We're gonna have to.
That heat was way too long.
We're gonna have to wait for that final result because what is that score going to be? It's not live yet.
I think we're gonna see it soon. Next up, we have Nelson Halls, Clement Hout, and Edgar Ulrich, 2 Frenchmen that are brought up in this spot basically. They know their spot like no other. And Nelson Halls had a big crash last year in Bucharest and recovered of it. And now it's his debut. I think he's gonna send it.
We all hope he's gonna do incredibly well.
Yes.
And here's the result. First place for Kimo Verkerk with a
he got it.
19.03, going for a massive trick at the end, overtaking Beto with a 17.9. So he's actually come back from an incredible trick on that double contra board off. And Arthur in third place with a 15.5. Still a solid score for him. But yeah, unfortunately, not getting a higher seed there. In the next heat, we have Edgar Ulrich, who is our current leader for the World Championship, taking first place. So he's definitely looking for a massive result in order for him to possibly win the world title. So Edgar Ulrich, will definitely see him hungrier than ever. And yeah, I'm very excited about this one. I think Edgar is going to go absolutely crazy with wanting to prove that he's the world champion. I think Clement is ready to prove that this is one of his favorite spots, and
yeah, it's his home crowd. Basically.
It's his home crowd, and Nelson, you know, wants to make that perfect comeback story after having that injury on this spot. So, plenty of riders with plenty of motivation to put on a proper show as the gusts are coming in again.
And Clement is very good with his doubles game, and he actually told me 2 days ago that he is just looking forward that it's super strong today. And now it came like he asked for it, and now I think he's gonna go on the 6 and show what he's made of.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in store for us. Clement is one of those riders that really thrives when the wind gets really strong. He was really unlucky in King of the Air, like plenty of other riders, but Clement is a big boy. He's close to 90 kilos, I would say.
Yeah,
so,
and he's tall as well.
He definitely needs the wind, and now he's got exactly what he was asking for in South Africa. So let's see if he is able to get it here. As you see the snowy mountains in the background, it is definitely feeling
pretty cold,
like it looks.
Even up here, it's pretty chilly.
Yeah.
Gil is sitting in a winter jacket, and myself as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's definitely not as warm as the last couple of days has been, because it was looking pretty tropical. And now with this wind comes the mountain temperatures, let's say. So
the snowy temperatures.
The snowy temperatures as the green flag goes up, or well, the start of the heat is on the blue flag, which signals for Clement, I think, or Nelson to go for his first trick. I believe Nelson is the blue rash guard. Yes, he is, as he is very slowly approaching the competition area, as he's probably overpowered out of his mind.
Is he on a 7 or a 6? I can't really see it on the Vantage.
I can't see, but it looks like he is definitely overpowered. I'm guessing it's a 6, because that's the sensible option. As he's going absolutely massive, he's just going for a front roll, which is just huge. Oh my god.
Yo, that's big. Can he stick it?
He doesn't stick the landing. That just shows how incredibly difficult the conditions are, and asking our riders to do to land 3 different tricks in different categories is just showing how hard of a battle that they are fighting here. I mean, obviously they are also fighting each other, but just getting those 3 tricks on the board is challenging enough.
Yeah, and that was big. That was proper high.
Yeah, that was definitely big.
It won't be scored at all.
And here is Clement, who's going for his first trick, going for a S-loop. No board offs or rotations, and doesn't manage to stick the landing. That's another. I mean, being heavy and being a big boy has more disadvantages, and trying to land on a 6 meter if you're 90 kilos, speaking from experience, that's not very easy, especially when it's choppy like that on the landing zone. So, as you can see, Edgar is warming up his arms because it's probably freezing. He's got the hood on his wetsuit.
But no gloves, no booties.
No gloves to get all the feeling that you can. Well, let's see, as he's going up for a S-loop board off.
Not the most critical kite angle right there, but also good to get some points on the board.
Exactly, the first one to put a score on the board, which is a very smart and sensible move from Edgar. And I mean, he's in this position not just because he's got good tricks, but because he's a competition rider. So if he sees that the first 2 guys are not landing their tricks, he might be able to change his strategy on the spot and say, hey, I had a different plan because I wanted to come out with a very strong trick to put pressure on the competitors. But as they have crashed their tricks, I don't need to, and I adapt. So that's a really, really good strategy from Edgar right there. And then it's Nelson up again, who again seems to have, well, quite literally his hands full, fully powered. All right, and then we'll see Nelson go up here.
And he's pulling up. Yo, he gets yanked. Just a straight loop with a front roll, with a late front roll. He's still in the air. That's a magic gust.
There you go. Can he stick it? Can he stick it? All right, I'm going to be swapping out. I'm going to give the mic back to Lewis. And
thank you, Giel.
He's going to take care of the rest
See
for
you
you
soon.
guys.
Okay, we quickly swap and then we're right back.
Thank you, Giel, and nice to be back in here.
Yo, Lewis.
How's it going? I've been outside again, just having a quick look. Oh, that's big. Whoa!
Yo.
Double loop there from
that's
Clement.
a second crash, though.
He just couldn't take the landing.
Yeah. Like, I think Edgar's strategy was pretty smart. He just went for a simple trick for him, just to get a score on the board, and the other 2's just crashing.
So Edgar then, the big contender for the World Championship here in France. Wouldn't that just be amazing in front of his home crowd? He's had to get over the devastation of losing in Gran Canaria last year, much earlier than he would have liked in that competition, which ended his World Championship dreams, as we see a double loop here from Edgar, I believe.
Yeah, and it was a stylish grab at the end just to show the judges that he is in control, even though he crashed.
Yeah, he did crash in the end, but these things happen. But he'll be really eyeing this up. He's ranked 1 coming into this, and the real big news so far of the men's is that because Lorenzo didn't go through in first in his early heat, Edgar will meet Lorenzo. That's 1 and 2 ranked riders will meet each other in the quarterfinals should Edgar win this heat. That would be an incredible heat to watch, and the world title could be decided
in that heat.
Possibly. There is a lot of scenarios that we have to go through, but the big contenders here are obviously Edgar, currently ranked 1, 2 is Lorenzo, and 3 Finn Flugel.
Now we see Nelson Halls going for a big doobie loop. Wow, he's so high.
What do you know about this rider?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, Nelson is also from the Netherlands, and as I mentioned it before, he had a hard crash last year in September.
What,
here
like
in
a biggie?
Like a biggie,
like an ash bomb?
No, even worse, actually.
Oh, this is the one you... Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah,
the one who was in hospital for some time. We are all pretty worried.
Yeah.
But he made a strong comeback and was kiting 3 months later again.
Wow, and he's here
and
now.
He's here now in competition. And we see Clément going for a double loop, late back roll.
Needs this.
He needs this now. Oh, no.
Oh, come on. That was... So what has happened there? The cameraman's filming the clouds. There's no one up there. Hello? What even was that? That was just the clouds. No, that definitely wasn't a kite surfer up there.
He's sitting there. He's, I think, fixing the camera or something.
He's getting hammered in his earpiece now for that piece. But,
for the clouds.
Yeah. Just keeps creeping up there, although these riders are getting to those heights. But we are in round number 1, the final heat of round number 1 of the men, and it is Nelson Halls, as you were explaining to me after the big crash. Clement, I don't know how to say it. Hoot. Okay, that's easy enough. Like an owl. Clement Hoot and Edgar Ulrich in this heat, and we are watching Edgar Ulrich just plan his next trick attempt, which will be trick attempt number 2 for Clement, for Edgar, I would have thought. Or are we on 3? 3, okay. So been a few crashes already then.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
A lot of crashes actually in this heat.
He's ranked, seeded the highest in this heat. He gets to perform last out of the sequence. He gets to react to the other riders, and this looks a bit safer for him.
It's a doobie board of double contra. And he's landing it. He's happy that he got it. He's super happy that he got it. That's going to score super well. Was pretty powered. And the judges love it when it's powered.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Everyone does, don't they?
Yeah, even for the crowds.
We've had Heel join us today. It's myself, Lewis Crathen, sitting alongside Lasse Hoffmeister, talking you through the action here. Heel is joining us. Aaron will be in at some point. As meanwhile, it's a...
Nelson with a late back roll. Can he stick it? Oh!
Nice. He bought himself a bit of time there, sort of creating a bit of tension there. Oh, this camera guy's still... It's not set, okay, guys? I'm not ready. That's what he's saying. Let's take a look at the replay here. It's the mega loop, nice and inverted
and
back roll.
You see the gust coming.
That helped him. That was a little saviour. Sometimes you get a help here and sometimes you get pushed down.
Because he sent the down loop a bit too early, and then the gust came for his help.
It's going to be big, this.
Oof. A nice S-loop. He needs that now. He needs it. And he lands it perfect.
He got it. He got the nice landing.
No score yet.
Yeah, he got the nice landing. He's starting to, he doesn't want to. Clement is such a gifted rider. What a nice shot that is above the crowd. That's what the crowd are seeing right now. But the crashes that rack up with him, put him under pressure. That was a pressure point because he's had 3 crashes. He's got 1 landed trick there. It's a 5, going to be like mid-5s, I think, maybe a bit higher. And then he's given himself 3 more opportunities. He's basically given himself another crash. And the way this heat is going, it looks like crashes, and these conditions in general, we've seen so many great tricks here that just unfortunately don't get landed because of the landing. It's not the riding and the ability in the air, it's the landing area.
Oh,
like that.
Great
example.
Yeah.
You'd bet your bottom dollar on him landing that. You know, like he lands this all the time.
But as I said before, when it gets super strong in the Tramontana, wind comes down from the mountains here in the to Barcarès, the water gets super choppy, so your landing will be harder. And we just saw that example from Edgar Ulrich.
Still lots to play for in this heat then. That order you expect to change at some point, but so far Nelson has ridden really beautifully after what I'm hearing of his backstory of a big crash. It's a big deal, this sport now. The heights and the power and the demands on the body that big air has can really result in some quite big crashes in the sport. The riders are trying to make a living out of this sport and turn professional, be professionals, and it can change everything, one big crash. It's always a lovely story when a rider like this, Nelson, who's performing really well, has got his third trick on the board. Now, what was that trick?
That was a contra board off, and it was super, super smart riding. You can just see it here, because he knows that Clément crashed a lot of tricks. Edgar probably, with his doubles game, didn't get scored super, super high. And since Nelson had 2 big tricks already, he just needs something simple. But Clément just answers with a double loop laid back row. Can he stick it? Oh, yeah.
Yes,
that's
he can.
big for him. That's really, really good. He needed those points.
Yeah, he's done those last 2 moves for him have brought him back into the picture here for this heat. No, it wasn't mental height here, but this is the moment now where you have to land.
Yeah.
And I think the water surface just calmed down a little bit. It's given a bit more of an opportunity to the riders. We can see now the riders are performing trick after trick after trick. We haven't seen the green flag for a little while, and right foot forwards now. It looks like Edgar may well be going. Here he goes. He looks busy to me. Double loop coming here. Double loop board off, thrown into a front roll. Was that?
Yeah,
it was a very strange roll that he got thrown into there. So it didn't work out for Edgar. And I wonder if we're going to see Edgar now take a different route through this first heat that we weren't expecting.
It's an emotional story here.
It is emotional.
It's like the heat with Lorenzo Casati. That was also pretty emotional.
Well, with Timo, was that Timo's one where he didn't land some of those big ones?
Oh no, I don't think
that was emotional.
That was really emotional. Highs and lows here.
I had to go and sit down in the toilet, just think about
Cry
that.
a bit.
To myself.
Oh, what is this? I missed the
Mega
takeoff.
loop, delayed roll into multiple rotations and into that classic area again where just like you are looking on the TV, you're just thinking, how are they not landing this? It looks better than it actually is when you see live what this surface is like, doesn't it?
But I think it was considered a butt check because he just landed or slid a bit on his arse.
Clément Hout, he's got the conf up now. That's a lovely controlled boogie that. He locked his rotation nicely not to over-rotate. And what a landing. That wanted him to go over the nose, didn't it? It wanted him over the nose, and he fought it. And he's just landed 3 moves in a row and likely going to go into first place with this. Lovely body position. And this really did try and chuck him over the front there from our angle. Well done to Clément, who
I think he wanted to go for a double or whatever, S-loop maybe, but probably smart that he didn't pull on the bar because otherwise he would probably had another crash because a gust came through. Oh, now there's a gust coming. You can feel it in the container. It starts vibrating again. But Edgar Ulrich doesn't care. He goes for the takeoff. S-loop, not that high, not that extreme, but it's good points on the board for him. You can just see Nelson like right in the back. They're just flying, trying to keep that edge. Yeah, there's some. I wonder if the green flag comes up now because it looks really, really strong. Yo.
So not much separating these top 2 right now. Nelson is in first with 15.3 to Clément Hout 14.06. Edgar has got a bit of work to do here. He is not having the perfect heat, that has to be said. And he's only got 1 more attempt left, so this is going to be really interesting which way he goes through. Because no one goes out from this first heat. We have to remind you, the winner gets a nice deal. If they go straight into the quarterfinals, into round 3, get to have a bit of a break. Anything else is going into round 2. an extra heat for you. But sometimes that can work out. So, well, as long as you get through it. It's easy to say that.
Otherwise you pack
then
your
it's
bags,
just devastating. You're like, oh no. Was
but
it
I'm pretty surprised that Nelson is doing so good in strongman's, because I know from him that his double game is not the best one, but he makes it work with the singles, and I'm pretty surprised and pretty happy actually. He makes it work in those strong conditions with just simple tricks to have the lead in the heat here.
And here we go. Here comes the wind building up now. And you can see the green flag looks like it's up. The green flag is not just things are on the go here. The green flag is actually saying to the rider, if you don't want to go right now, the gusts are over 55 knots. That is what the message is to the rider. And you can just see the body language change. You can see the riding style, the position, the kites. The kites actually just look a bit more angry at the side of the window. And there was a good discussion you were having with Hill about how to manage that earlier, and I couldn't help myself wanting to get involved with that from a perspective of actually what is best. You've got to keep the kite on the water.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, and we're going anyway. He's going anyway. It's a massive jump. It's just sent a big jump, Nelson. He couldn't contain himself.
Classic Nelson.
So he's actually. Yeah, I don't know if that was such a good idea. He was leading this heat, and he might regret just going for a big jump there.
But it was impressive.
Or will he regret it? Was it worth? Is Nelson like, no, it was worth it? He might be that sort of rider. But he now opens the door then for Clement Hoot, who is 1.24 below.
Oh!
What? He needs to watch out. Oh, he didn't even see him.
Whoa, that was crazy.
Now that is where you get yanked out of position right there. He went for it anyway, Clement. Could he have taken a break as well? We're going to see a replay of what this was. Was it a boogie?
Yeah, and then just got yanked so hard. And
then he even
thrown back up with a front rotation.
Yeah, so Clement now crashing. So currently Nelson will be in first. What does he need? He needs a 2.14 on top of his lowest score. He needs a 5.21. 5.21 or more, Ed Ulrich to go from third into first place. Right now, if he goes through in third, he's going to be up against someone that's won their first heat in the quarterfinals. He doesn't want to go through this way. Okay, so Edgar's really got to be calm here. Is this world champion material? He's currently leading the tour. His flag has come up now.
And he's going to the right, I reckon.
He must have just come in and spoke to somebody that's just said, look, you need a 5.21 or more to put yourself in first. He'll know what trick that is that will be the most likely one that he can do.
And we see just the kites dancing around the sky. Is he gonna? Do you think he's gonna go even though the green flag is up?
I don't know. It's very interesting because the green flag comes down, which will suggest that the wind is under 55 knots and dropped. He might not be. I don't know. Does he go big or go home? It's a 5.21 here. Is it such a big score? Let's actually have a look at what we've got on our scores so far. He's actually needing, the fourth highest trick score of the heat, really. 5.33, contra loop front roll board off. Yes, he's going to get it here. It's only, or is he though? I think he needed maybe the S loop.
Oh, yeah, and it's
a nice landing. I don't know. I'm thinking that a bit.
It
maybe was a bit of a butt check, but what do you think at home? I think he was after an S loop here, but connected with too much power. And this landing here,
it's
a bit harsh to give that a butt check in these conditions. But I don't think it's going to be enough to get him through in first place, more to the point. So this is going to wrap up our last heat of the first round. Current rank 1 rider, Edgar Ulrich, I think, isn't going to take the first place there.
No. Oh, I just saw him getting yanked when he wanted to land his kite. That was pretty funny. Okay.
So let's.
So that's the heat.
Well, that's an interesting ladder to bring you. That is not the digital form, that's for sure. What is the purpose of this? Come on, let's get the digital one up. We can do that these days, right? Or at least just pause it or something, like just put one frame of it on and we can pretend it's not moving here.
So in round number 2, heat number 6, it's first up Mario Sanchez, Cohen van Dijk, Lucas Cerruti, and the last one I couldn't read.
I think I'm going digital on that. I want to go digital on that. So hi to all of you that are tuning in on a Saturday afternoon or a Saturday morning, or is it maybe Sunday morning someplace? I get confused with the world times, but it's a pleasure to have you listening with us. It's Lewis Crathen here with Lasse Hofmeister next to me. We've had Gil Vlucht in here. Aaron will be at some point trying to give us this nice insights to you. We'll be back very shortly with more action from round 2 of the men here at the Lords of Tram 2025.
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric. Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Here we go then. Here are the results from that last heat. Edgar doing enough with that kite loop to push himself into second. Clement unfortunately has to take third. But Nelson Hulls, your buddy, getting first place in that heat. How is he going to feel right now?
Oh, he's going to be over the roof, eh?
Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed. Yeah, no, because I think it's good for him. He actually just told me yesterday he just wants to prove himself that he can ride in these conditions in Barcarès. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that he pushed through his heat in first. It's gonna make him feel good. And yeah, and we are in round 2, heat number 1. Mario Sanchez, a local here. Cohen van Dijk from the Netherlands. Lucas Cerruti from Cape Town, South Africa, or from Langebaan actually, and then Leonardo Cassati from Italy.
Wow, Mario Sanchez is a local, like born and bred.
I think he lives around here, yeah.
Okay, well that must be great for the local crowd to you know, he reacted on that first heat. He definitely felt that for a few of the moves. He was going massive in there. He didn't maybe pull the heat together, the total heat, because remember we want to see the riders perform, you know, an overall performance, and that's why they have to get 3 tricks out of their 7 in from different families. But we at any point could switch to 2 moves, 2 and 6, meaning 6 trick attempts, 2 of their best scoring. And that will happen if the wind continues, if it carries on like this with a green flag really digging into the time scale. It will be done on the basis of trying to get things going a bit quicker. That's 1 less trick attempt. But it will also be trying to encourage the riders to just go for a big move. They're big moves, not worried too much about 3 moves, you know, spreading the variety and technical variation. Just the same word again. But basically 2 biggies is what they'll be starting to see. And I'm excited for that. I actually am leaning in favour of doing that at some point, because the longer it stays at this 55 knots and green flag, and you know, you don't have to go just yet. But here's a man that is going huge from Cohen van Dijk. So did we miss a move there? Did we miss Marius?
I don't
did he
know
get
what
flagged
Marius
out?
did. No, he did do a jump. I think he wanted to go for a S loop, but it wasn't proper low. But we just saw a mad double loop from Cohen van Dijk. The kite, did you see that? The kite was standing there for a second in the second loop and just waiting, and him pulling the bar, pushing it out, so the kite can climb back up, and him falling out of the sky, but managing to land this trick. That's going to score big.
Yeah, he will be wanting to go through this heat for sure. It'll be a devastating time to go out. Oh, that's bigger.
Oh, that's bigger, yeah. 100%.
With a delayed back roll.
Can he stick it? Oh,
how
he
good was
sticks
that
it.
kite control? That was a
Yeah,
bizarre
he's
looking
happy.
kite angle. You like that one.
There was a double laid back, and he managed to pull it off and land it smoothly. That was crazy, and the angle was insane as well.
Yeah, really interesting kite movement, shoving it down the left-hand side of the window there to get some form of lift. You've got to move the kite in some ways to get that, so that was really impressive.
So let's see, now it is Leonardo Casati's trick attempt.
Cloudy, it's got a bit cloudy.
Yeah, it's cloudy, and it's even colder.
It's making it even go, what was I thinking to bring shorts in there?
And me.
That was stupid.
It's not good luck when you bring
Moron.
shorts. He's going for S-loop, just a straight S-loop. Can he stick it?
Yeah,
yes,
he will.
Can.
It didn't really drive him downwind so much, that one. It was very well executed. It was in control, but I definitely don't. I think it lacked a bit of the power spike that we're used to see here. It didn't really. Yeah, maybe the first one didn't connect.
He would shake his head. He's like,
he might do. But as far as getting your first move on the board, maybe that's the tactic here.
Yeah, for sure. That's smart.
2 of these riders will be going home. 2 of them will be advancing. So it's nice to get on the board with something.
You want to be in the first or second position in order to advance to the next round. So now we see Mario Sanchez. Yeah, he got a 1.1 for that jump, so he needs a big score right now, and he knows that. He's just waiting for the perfect gust to come, and now he's edging out. What will he do? Oh, S-loop. Nice and controlled. Didn't get super high, but landed it cleanly. So that will up his score for sure. There's a nice replay of it. Yeah, super controlled. Oh, he actually pulled the line. His kite stopped there for a second. Okay, now we see Goin van Dijk going for... Ooh, did you see that, Luis?
Yes.
That was a mad...
Oh, he controlled it as well.
Yeah, that was
what
big.
A controlled landing.
That's going to score huge. And you can just see him riding out in the spray. Here's a replay of this. Ooh. That's decent.
He's up for it.
That landing was also pretty good. So, we just saw Luca going for a mad S-loop and then just throwing up the fist for the crowd and cheering. That was just to get the big scores in, but yeah, that control. And obviously landing it smoothly. You can tell he spent some hours in the gym, hey?
With that guy that everyone's scared of.
Coach Juan.
Coach Juan.
Yeah, but he's cool. He makes you like a Maschine, we say in German. Maschine. Maschine. Yo! There was a biggie. I couldn't see that.
He's come flying out the top of the container. Oh, he got thrown out of his board. That's a caner.
Yeah.
Straight into his bar. That was unfortunate for Leo here. This is about the point we caught him at the top of our container, and it looked all right to land, and then I mean, look at that, he's gone in like a dive in the end with 2 feet, and you just think, how can you end up in that position from looking like you might land it?
But now you can actually see it here on your screens at home.
It's a better shot.
Yeah, because now you can see how choppy the landing gets when the gusts are pulling through here in Barcarès.
Yeah, that is finally the angle that shows it actually.
Yeah, it is super choppy, so the riders are fighting for the landing. So it's Mario's turn. He's just turned around, coming back to the left. I can't really see him. He's pretty far away still.
Yeah, they've just about picked him up here on the long lens. A little bit of a communication with one of the other riders.
Probably they're like, is it already 55?
Just go, the green flag's down, you have to go. But here he goes then, as he works his way towards, look at the cloud cover now, it's a lot darker, it's not the bright, sunny, nice looking day that it was earlier on, that's for sure.
No, we're not in Hawaii or Cape Town.
It's got a different feel to it. We see lots of
bright, up now,
lots of bright sunny days here actually.
Yeah.
And maybe today's the first one in a while we haven't seen that, so it adds to the feel and the, what's the word? The terror. The terror of the
that
wind
describes it quite good.
So windy, you know, like when
That's
these crazy gusts come in, you know, and it's always a bit nicer when it's sunny. I always find Cape Town a bit of a false feeling. Oh, sunny, sand, you know, Table Mountain. Yeah, it's like crazy windy, but it does really, you really know about it in climates and places where it's cold, black clouds, rain, things like that. We don't quite have the rain here, but there's that lovely shot of the cold mountain in the background.
You see the whole crowd here on the beach just with winter jackets, two layers of hoodies.
Double jackets on. Taking his time here is Marius Sanchez, a local, someone that the crowd will really be rooting for here. And he is not being tempted into jumping, even though he can. The green flag is raised alongside his rash vest colour of blue, which tells him that the race director knows there is that green flag. The wind is over 55 knots of gust. You can go at your own will. However, we won't count you out for a minute's worth of time that usually that you get, because we feel that the wind is above the norm. So this is a really interesting time for the riders, is whether some of them are choosing to use I guess it's the 55 knot flag, isn't it? Really?
It is, actually.
Some of them are choosing to use that time, and others are thinking, well, it's more time for me to
just survive.
To chill. It's a difficult one, because if you go, the next rider gets access to that 55 knots, but then he may and likely just stop for a while. Is he thinking about going right foot forwards here, Marius?
No, I think he's just going to wait it out and go back to the right, and then once the gust is over, going to the left again. Because you can see how powered he is here in this beautiful shot in front of the mountains.
Yeah. There's been times where we've come at the end of April here and there's not so much snow left on those mountains there, but it's really quite clear that there is snow there. It is cold, and they massively influence this crazy wind, the Tramontane, to send people crazy.
Oh, he
feels
goes for it. Oh, it's just oh no, it's not just it's a double kite, double contra loop with a board off, but unfortunately he crashes it.
Yeah,
so
he's been the timing was just off a bit there. Yeah. Maybe he felt like it was time he had to do something, so he's lost his board. Marius Sanchez now got a bit of work to do. He has not really scored anything reasonable inside his first 3 trick attempts. A 3.33 won't be a score that he would like. It might help him if it stays within his other 3 trick scores, if he were to get 2 other big scores. Cohen van Dijk, though, meanwhile, on your screens now, has been riding really well. He has got a 5.30, a 6.13. That's 2 very good moves, straight out the bag. No board offs, interestingly. That was obviously a double loop. I've got kite loop written here. I can't remember, but I imagine it was a double, yeah, which is in that category, and an S loop, which may well have been just a standard S loop.
But he is literally on a 5.9 Orbit Pro.
Okay.
So it's a 6 with a 5 in front. So
yeah.
I've never seen Cohen ride a smaller kite than a 6. That is pretty impressed.
What's he going to do here? Because one feels that one other big move from Cohen van Dijk could be enough to send him through into the quarterfinals. He will not want to be going out of here. He is used to getting as far as quarterfinals. Well, he's used to getting as far as semis really now, and even finals. He's that sort of rider. So let's see if he flirts with the wind this time left foot forward. Is he tempted? He's having a little feel in here. How does it feel? He's a bit downwind at this moment. He's just riding through the zone. But I wonder if sooner or later you start to think, well, maybe I should just go for it. He's on a 5.5. Is this not the wind that he wants for that kite?
5.9, I think, yeah. I think you need that. Now, that sportsmanship right there. You see Mario struggling to get the board back, body dragging, and Cohen just giving up his upwind position and getting his board for him. That's pretty nice.
That's interesting. So the blue flag is up now.
I think that's still from Mario's crash because he was in the zone.
All right, so someone's gone to get it. So the riders don't want to be landing on the board. So yeah, that you know, he has taken a little bit more exertion there to go and do that. Cohen, he's ridden back upwind here. He'll feel a bit, you know, that has dug into a bit of his energy levels to go and do that, but it's also dug into his karma levels.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think the judges will like to see that as well.
Yeah,
they love it.
Also speed things up. So here we go. How's he feeling? He's laying down a few bits of spray here to get a feeling for how it would be to take off. I think he looks good to me to take off as he comes through the box here.
What is he going to go for? Double laid back. And he sticks it.
Nice and clean. Yeah. And then there's good riding from Cohen. Just bought his time for a little bit. Here's the replay here. It wasn't off the scale heights. Did you say it was a 5.9?
Yeah.
It's a 5.9 this hill. What do you think about that? Should he go on a bigger one? The 55 knot flag was apparently up, so, you know. Doesn't look like it is 55 knots now, but might be when you take off. That's
so Luca goes up with a doobie board off with a double contra loop.
Yeah,
and
second loop was a bit not in time with the first, but actually it was quite high.
And technical.
It was high and technical, and in the way this heat is going, it just stayed up there at 12 a little bit before it came round, but actually the way things are going in this heat, that is a very good move from Luca to have landed, because it's a horrible position to be in this heat, to think, I could be going out of the event last place here if I don't.
And Leonardo Casati going for a double laid back as well, answers to Cohen.
Yeah, okay, so the wind is calming down a little bit here, or at least getting a bit more consistent as we see a couple of tricks, one after the other, performed by the riders.
And there you can see it nice in the replay. Luca is in the lead, and he's looking quite controlled and used to the conditions. I don't know. He looks chill to me.
Yeah, he does.
In control. Oh,
not what he wanted. No. It's not what Marius wanted here, and he is in trouble for me. He now needs to approach this heat as land everything really well. If he's going to stay in this competition, just not feeling it on the way up there. And so that's going to score next to nothing. Next up, Cohen.
He needs to improve his score in order to be first. But now his position is quite good. He will pull through to the next round if he keeps the second position or even goes to the first. Now he's launching into the skies with a doobie double loop. Oh, and he sticks it as well.
Yeah, so,
perfect.
I mean, what do you think, Hill, this question for you in the background here is, do you think the riders care if they get through first or second? At the start of the heat, if you said, look, you're going to get through, it's in second or first, would you care? You just want to get through?
It depends on how competitive you are. I would always want to get through in first place, because if you get through in first place, you're in a more comfortable position afterwards always. Like, you'll go through to round 3. But you go through against round 3 against someone who got second and not first.
Okay.
So there is an advantage.
Yeah. So that is a rider that's wanting to get a lot further up the ladder. And whoa,
that's big.
It's an S loop.
Yeah, there was a big one.
Yeah. So.
Unfortunately, falling over the nose of the board.
Oh, and a Hindenburg straight into a line wrap, perhaps there around the bar.
Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah,
this kite looks like it's released, but he was fast in reaction.
Trouble for Luca then, but this is where it matters to have had scores on the board.
Yes.
He's got 3 tricks on the board straight off the bat. He may well get through this heat, even if his equipment has failed, because that looked to me like a line wrap. He had a bit of slack involved with that, and a line wrap maybe around the bar. You would never slam your kite down the middle, especially with these guys' level. So I think he's had a bit of a line wrap. The board coming straight to the beach, which is interesting. He hasn't really signalled so much.
Cohen is also watching for him. Maybe he wants his board back.
Yeah, he's just seeing if he can repair.
And he's just,
things.
I think Lucas just holding onto the back of the jet ski there a bit. Oh no, he's not.
No, he's okay. So Luke is okay for now. And I think the jet ski's going to fetch the kite, maybe.
Yeah.
This is all happening right in front of us now. You can't see this. At the moment, you're seeing Marius Sanchez, who is... It's still the red flag up for Luca. So a bit of a crash from Luca, unfortunately, but he looks okay to me for now. Let's see, he's just bobbing around whilst they collect his kite. But it may well be the last chance he gets to perform another move, even though he has 3 trick attempts left. Takes some time to get a new kite, come back in.
Yeah. But now it's the green flag.
Does he have to come back? If he gets help from the jet ski,
no, it's fine.
It's okay.
When he has a kite problem,
he didn't want it.
Then and he can accept the help, and then it will have no consequences on his competition experience.
Nice. That's not the same in every competition.
No, but I think it's good that we have it here in in Barcarès on the strong day in 50+ knots.
Yeah. Yeah, why not have that? So 55 knot flag is back up. It is back up, the 55 knot flag, which means that Leo Casati can choose to perform his move now. He's down in 3rd place, Leo Casati. He's one of the top riders on this tour right now.
Sorry for the background noise.
The door does not look good, is it?
The door
like
went flying.
Tinfoil. How does it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's broke. You've got to be kidding.
That's not good.
After last year. I promised myself I wouldn't talk about a door in the live stream beam. It's the most boring thing for you to listen to at home, but...
the door's important when you have 50+ knots.
Yeah, it's on its way out, and I don't want anything to do with that. You can't get that wrong 2 times in a row. So, on your screens, Leo Casati is just waiting to see if the wind gets any better. He's got the 55 knot flag up, suggesting that he doesn't have to go, but I wonder, will he want to go? He's got a 4.93 with a kite loop back roll, which is a double kite loop, I'm sure, as Lucas managed to get out here in double quick time, and he's not going to miss anything. Back of the net.
Oh, he's back. Is it the same kite? I'm wondering.
It looks smaller.
It looks a bit smaller,
I think it looks a bit smaller and newer, or like the colour of it or something.
I think it's a new kite.
Yeah,
it's not out already.
I
think it's a new era from Fly Surfer.
Okay.
So
secret insights.
I think a lot of people on the stream know it. So,
oh,
it's a S.
Oh, well, something else happened.
That was Gil. You must watch the replay. You must comment this.
I just saw something very huge.
That was very huge.
What happened?
Oh, here comes the replay. Whether or not you're going to get the kite with this. It was an S loop, but is it at the point of the move where it's just simply redirecting the kite early? That would be what I question.
Oh, it was like a, what is it, snake loop?
I think it's a snake loop.
Yeah.
So the snake loop is...
But we haven't seen that yet.
No.
It's like an S loop with an extra contra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Loop contra.
Thank you, Gil. So that is going to likely score quite big then if we haven't seen that so far. Wasn't at the most extreme point, but hasn't been done today. As Marius Sanchez now takes off. It's just a jump for him in a contra loop. It's not what he wanted, Marius Sanchez. He is on his way out of this competition so far. And a devastating. How did that even happen to his kite? We're seeing some bizarre things happen to kites in front of us now. And only a Tramontane wind couldn't do this.
But it can.
It can do crazy things. He's got away with it that time. But he has got he's got 2 more moves left. And he's only got a 3.33 on the board so far. Whereas the others seem to be doing all right. I can see this trick coming through the back-end score system. Innovation is coming up on that. It's gone in that trick category. Inno1, that trick family called. And it's quite high scores that seem to be not confirmed yet that will come in for this. Way above 7s, I'm being told. Sanchez coming in to change his kite, which means it is the... heat postponed.
He's body dragging.
Heat postponed. That's strange. We've got a heat postponed flag up. We've got Kohan here. He's probably arguing, look, why? I'm doing fine. Get on with it. I want to go through to the next heat.
It's probably because Marius is still body dragging in front of a window, searching for his board.
Ah, they don't know where the board is.
Okay,
well picked up, Lasse. So such is the danger of landing on another board. The one in... It must be in thousands of chance of landing on it is taken seriously here. That
but it's good.
Been out your board with the whole aim of not landing on a board and you land on a board, you would be very unfortunate, but too very injured.
Yeah, and it's pretty good that the organizers of this event are putting this into consideration. But Kohan just doesn't care and just jumps to the board from Marius and clears it out of the...
That was an ash bomb.
Das war eine Arschbombe. Für alle deutschen Zuschauer, das war eine Arschbombe. No, but Arschbombe. Now he's the board caddy actually of the seat. He's bringing the third time a board back to a rider because
he's loading up his karma bar, that's for sure.
His karma bar is pretty good, but now you can see that Marius was so powered that he couldn't body drag back to his board. So that shows you at home in front of your screen how strong it is here in Barcarès.
There's more to this story here though, because I can still see the postponement flag up here on your screens. Big Air Male round 2, heat 1 of the second round, where you have to come first or second or you will go home. These riders all looking to try and stay in the event and get through to the quarterfinals, where some of the big names and some of maybe not the regular big names are waiting, having a nice break, looking at these conditions thinking, wow, I'm glad I won my first heat. And being told we will share the screen. Don't know what that means. And now no, okay. You mean share the screen? Look, I'm hiding. I'm in the scores. 10.
Hi, Mom.
How you doing? So it's Lewis Crathern here sitting alongside Lasse Hofmeister. I was standing. I like to stand all the time up in here. But we are at 12:03 lunchtime here in the south of France. And it's great to have you on board with us. Hill, come on. You can say hi too.
Yeah, you can also
Hill's
say
in
hi.
here.
He's here.
Hill's in here too. We're having a great time up here. Starting to get warmed up for this. That's a long day of action.
Early,
and it started at 6 a.m. on the beat.
My alarm.
What time did your alarm go off?
At 5, but I woke up 10 minutes before my alarm clock went off because of a mega gust that hit my van and woke me up. I almost felt like, I thought my van is going to flip over to the side.
So it's windy through the night. Always blows through the night here. And it's a great place to come if you have your motorhome, if you have your van, which these two do. I don't. It's been a while since Vanty's been back here.
No, do you still have your van, Giel? No, he sold it, I think. He has a big boy car now.
How long did you have your van for?
It's 2 years.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah. I can't sell mine. I've had it 20 years. It's like a big partnership. That is like, yeah. Okay, wow. Do you want to do this?
So we're going to switch to the French studio right now. So we also have a French live stream. If you're French, watching the English live stream, there you go.
Obviously had enough of us. They look colder than us.
Yeah, they are sitting on in a worse spot than we are.
Yeah. I guess we can't complain about being cold.
It is quite cold, to be honest, but we shouldn't complain.
Are they outside?
Yeah, they're sitting down there in the other container.
Are we live now? I'm going to presume we've gone back to our audio because that's always a good thing to do when you're speaking live to the world rather than pretend you're not and say something silly. But we are still live, we're told. So this is interesting. This heat then looks to me like it has been officially postponed and we need to get to the bottom. We'll get to the bottom of that, but let's go to an advert commercial break.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical of the great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Now we're live.
Now we're live. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There's some drama going on, Luis. What happened?
There is some drama going on. So obviously the wind has been very unpredictable, sometimes blowing what's deemed to be too strong for some of the riders to perform, over 55 knots. So we haven't had that nice regular flow, and the riders are getting together to have a meeting right now. But on top of that, we do have Luca Taruti's kite, which got away from him somehow, I think after he had a line wrap. It's then blown off downwind into the cable park, attached itself to the cable park. Fortunately, no one's going round the cable park.
And looping around the cable park.
Yeah, so the safety team have gone to deal with that, and that was a great time to actually get the riders together to see how they feel about what I think is going to come next, which is to move this to a 6 trick attempts and 2 best tricks counting. That's down from 7 best trick attempts and 3 counting, just to get things going a bit faster. And actually that does put some weight on seeing the most explosive, exciting moves. It just says to the riders, 2 moves, give us 2 big moves, and that I think is going to be really an exciting change here.
Yes, 100%. I totally agree. But that also puts a lot of pressure on the riders as well, because then they can't afford to crash as many times as they probably did before.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of crashes today, it has to be said, more so maybe than in the past. The windier it gets here, of course, like any spot, the chop builds more. We had some lovely angles of low down, nice tight, of actually just how severe the chop looks, because it doesn't look so bad when you look from above, top down, like we are out of this booth, and a lot of your angles, you'll be wondering at home, how they're not landing a lot of these tricks. The moves are being perfectly technically done, but they're just what look like very simple landings just aren't. It's just not true of landings here.
So yeah.
So stay tuned and be patient with us, because we are now going to go into a bit of a standby whilst these riders have this meeting, which I'm being told is in the next 10 minutes. We will play and run through some adverts, I'm sure, but we will be going absolutely nowhere, and neither should you.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotion. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone. Every dawn brings a new chance to embrace the wind, a moment to release everything that holds you back. This is where freedom begins, where you become one with the elements. With every gust of wind, you feel it, the power, the control, the flight, and the adrenaline. Carve through the water with precision. Soar with unmatched ease. It's more than just a ride. It's a journey, a gateway to boundless possibilities. Unleash your potential with the Rebel SLS.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the practical, also getting great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram Media Manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
Records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical, after the great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
Welcome back to the Lords of Tram 2025. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. It's big air and it is blooming windy right now. It is so windy that some have said it's actually too windy to kite. So we've had a bit of a break in proceedings. We've got this new green flag, which is an interesting colour because it actually means to the riders they don't have to go. But we can't obviously use the red flag because that's in use in other ways. But you have joined us for the continuation of the first heat of round number 2, which is about to happen. Lasso, what's been going on?
Oh, it's been crazy, man. Like, we have seen double loops, we have seen S loops, we have seen that done on like over 20 meters, and we have seen Lucas Cerruti's kite going for a little wakeboard session in the wake park. But yeah, the safety team cut the kite out, and after a small break, we are back live with you guys at home.
And here's Cohen.
Yeah, he's already starting up with a doobie double, super high, super controlled, and landing it like a charm.
Nice. What a nice smooth entrance back into proceedings here in the south of France. And yet to remind you, this win window is the 29th of March until the 27th of April. This is the first day of the window, and tomorrow looking great as well. But let's get back to things here in this heat, a very important heat where the 2 riders will go through, 2 riders will be going home. Perhaps that's not so far for some of the riders. If Marius Sanchez weren't to get through, for example, he is a local, but some of the others it might be further. So it is a very stressful pressure heat for all 4 of these riders, and they will not want to be going out now for sure. Cohen, Luke or Leonardo would be more of a surprise if one of those went out. One of them has to, because only 2 can get through. But who's up next?
I think what flag is up? The red flag is up, so it's Lucas Cerruti's turn. He's leading the heat at the moment, and he's pretty consistent in this heat. He is not by far on the first place, but he's super stylish, and you can just see that this man is in control.
Yeah, winner of this heat will go into the heat against Stino Mol and Sahar Sabri, as well as one other in 15.
Oh, that could be
so
interesting.
It's not bad.
Okay, so Luca just turned around to go for the jump, and now takes off and goes. What is he doing?
Delayed contra loop, so
it's not going to score high.
We're seeing riders really get acceleration upwards and actually waiting for that uplift to get a sensation of what feels good and what they should do. But in this case, I don't think that was the plan. Just for the. I mean, it was almost like he tried to S loop that or something.
Like a contra S.
Yeah, so. But for sure, Luke is probably thinking about, he's got a 6.03 is his lowest score out of the 3 well-scored tricks that he landed in a row. Trick attempt 1, 2, and 3. So he'll be, he's trying to just get one biggie in, that's for sure. He'll be looking good to get through right now, but there's not much in it.
So Leonardo Casati needs to up his score, otherwise he will pack his bag and go home. But now he's going for a S loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reasonably committed to that.
You can see the legs just bouncing over the chop while he's landing. The landings are so hard. We've seen riders crash all day on the landings because of the chop.
Needs a 4.6 or higher to go into second place to safety. Does he, Lasse? So what do we think? 4.6?
I don't know.
Or more for that?
Yeah, probably a bit more.
Hill fancies it. So while we're about to see Cohen van Dijk be pushed down to the danger zone as we start to get very interesting positions for these riders now. We're waiting for that score to come in from Leo. There is his score. 4.37. It's below the 4.6 that he required. So he is not safe right now. He's only 0.24 away from Koan van Dijk.
And now Marius is going to the right. He's edging super, super hardly, but I don't know if he's going to jump to the right, actually.
Yeah, Marius is...
he's
got to land something big here. He really has to land 2 big ones.
Yeah, actually, yes. So now it comes.
What was that all about? Look at the wind there. Blimey, look at this right on your screens now. This is what the Tramontane wind can just suddenly do. You just saw a professional kiteboarder, one of the best in the world, go from totally in control to absolutely nailed by 55, 60 knot winds. That kite started going berserk. His body language is all over the place. And that green flag comes up as well. Lasse, this is what happened to this spot.
Yes, and it also means now that Marius is not pressured to do a maneuver, so he can also just wait out the gust. And once the gust cleared out and it's not 55 plus knots, he can go for his triple attempt. But he's not forced to do this. He can also just go for the jump if he feels comfortable in those conditions. But right now it just looks like survival.
It's cold here in the Barcarès, as it always is. And every time you think, oh, I might get warmer this time, and fall into that trap and not bringing your warms down. And now we're sitting in 2 t-shirts, 2 coats. Haven't quite gone as far as 2 pants yet, but if I had them, I might
wear them. Actually,
it's just getting out to get in, you know. But we have to be fortunate. Like, we're in the live stream booth, which has all got walls and windows, and the poor French team is somewhere a bit more exposed to us, because we are broadcasting in both French and English for this event, of course. And there is that lovely shot, bizarre little wave there, but the green flag almost breaking as that is raised in combination with the blue flag, which references Mario Sanchez's rash vest colour. And like we said, he needs a 10.01 to go into second.
Yeah, he needs something big now, and he's edging. He's ignoring that green flag,
and he has to.
What is he doing? He's going for a double concha, board off. Oh, he gets a little uplift there. Can he land
go
it?
home. Very good landing.
Perfect. He
cool. He's done very well to land that. Bit delayed on the contra loop, but the height, which we'll be able to tell you the height soon as we come. Woo live scores come into round 3, but needed to land something, and he did.
Yeah, you can see how he waits to pull that contra loop, and now he's going for the double contra. Nice leg extension, and there was a small uplift.
I like how he parked that kite out the side as well before he come. He didn't bring that all the way around to 12.
Just showing the judges that he's in full control of this
Yeah,
maneuver.
you bring that up to 12 and just leave it, and you've got nothing to play with. You keep it out the side, and you can swing it back up to 12 or all sorts. Koan van Dijk will know this is getting tight here. He will be looking to replace a 5.30, which was probably a double. And this is going to replace it. I think it is. With the board off, sticks it clean.
Yeah, that was sick. That was super, super sick. The kite angle was so low. Yeah, that's going to score good.
Yeah, and it's in that category that it's definitely going to replace his... I feel like it's going to replace his kite loop category at the moment with a higher score than a 5.30. So it's giving him a little bit of a buffer to this man in red, who is really putting the pressure on him then. Luca Taruti. Oh, sorry, Luca is actually in first. It's Leonardo that's fighting it out. But they're all getting quite close in their scores now. Luca having that great start. We go back to that because he also had a bit of a deal. He had his kite going to the cable park. Then that did influence a bit of a standby whilst the safety team sorted that out.
But fortunately, he had another kite in another bar.
Look at that wind on the water then. How often do you see your flat spot look like that? Looks like a cauldron, boiling and bubbling with anger.
Our desk is actually vibrating because of the wind right now.
I keep thinking there's a phone or something.
Yeah, and me.
Or a toothbrush or some other vibrational device. Been planted in my pocket.
Luis, do you want us to tell us some secrets?
No.
Okay, so maybe Luca is just waiting that gust out because it looks absolutely cranking out there.
Sitting in there.
Yeah.
At least the sun's out now. There's a bit of a sense of warmth as it shines into the glass of our live stream booth, as we're looking on your screens now to the crowd who are facing towards the southwest direction with the wind on their backs, trying to huddle together. That's what you do down there. You try and stand next to someone so that they can cut the wind out. But it's quite an experience being down there. You've got to dress up for sure, but it's quite protected too. It's a wonderful spectator view as far as big air kiteboarding goes. You can almost feel the drops of water coming off the riders' boards when they boost over you. So taking his time now is Luca Taruti, going for his 6th trick attempt.
So Luca is going for the jump, and he's super high, and that was a proper S-loop. Is he gonna land it? Yeah, obviously he is.
A truthful S-loop.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Yeah, that's gonna. Do you think it's gonna up his score?
What's he looking to kick out? 6.03. Is it better than his other S-loop? I've forgotten. It was probably an hour ago now. His other S-loop after what was happening. I got a feeling I don't know.
Nah, the other one was a bit more jaw-dropping.
Not by a lot. It's not going to be a lot. So it will leave the door open still for Leonardo Casati, who's got 2 4-pointers in his tricks here. He has got the biggest score of the heat so far with a 7.67 with that snake loop, I believe. That was it was a contra loop with a down loop at the end. So I've been told that's a snake loop. We haven't seen so much of them. So that came up as the Innovation 1 trick family. And what must he be thinking now? And I wonder what's been going on. You just think for a second what must be going on in that family life at the moment. One brother quite highly likely to get a world championship. Will it be this brother that knocks him out, though? Who knows if they'll meet. But here he is. Can he stay in the competition? Needs something big. There is a big one.
Oh, there was a contra S, I think. But he wanted more. So it was a normal S.
Normal S.
It looked like he wanted to push it for another loop even.
But he had the height, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was up
Check
there.
here, and then he was thinking about it for a second. But that's gonna still counts.
Yeah. Will this scores. Be bigger than... So that the... Let's see what category this goes in. But will it up his score? Into second, he needs 0.24 more, and it looks to me that the scores I'm seeing coming in are going to kick out the 4.37, put him in second place, and he now is comfortable and puts the pressure on Koan van Dijk. Here is Koan. Oh no, that's not Koan. Sorry, this is Marius Sanchez. He's got a world of pressure on him.
Koan is in trouble now, eh? He needs something big.
Marius needs something huge.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And he's not going to find it here, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that was his last trick attempt.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Marius, the attention will now specifically be on the other 3 riders. Koan van Dijk will go next. He needs to get into second to upgrade one of his tricks by 0.98. His lowest trick score, as you can see at home, is a 5.30. That's what he'll be looking to kick out. So he has to think. They have to do all of this thinking this quick. He's already done this thinking. He knows which move on his trick category is the lowest scorer. And he's binned it with an arse slam. Well, he's not binned it. It will be a heavy butt check, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
I don't know either.
That butt check could be the 1 point that he needed to stay in this.
But I love how he does the board of extension and just throws the board on the side.
To show it's
it looks so good.
So, as we were telling you, he needed 0.98 more than a 5.30. So he needed pretty much a 6.28. It's not going to be. That butt check at the end, heavily deducting it. Unfortunately for Koan van Dijk, he is going to be out of there. And it's going to be these 2 coming up next that may well not know it yet, that are safe and secure into the next round. Maybe he did know it. And maybe that's why we just saw a nice jump. His mates down on the beach there might have been giving him a signal, because you can too look at all the live scoring of the heat. The GKA worldtour.com/live. Then you can just click on the live scoring and you can see a bit more insight to what we can see here when we start to look at the 7 trick attempts.
And Leonardo Casati going huge. Just a single loop. Looked like he could easily double did it.
Or triple.
Oh, he's not. Oh.
he will be okay about that. As long as he's not injured and he's got through, he'll be happy about that. So I believe, is it time for Hill to come back into the booth? So I will say, are you going now? Who is it? I can't even. Yes, you are. It's me and Hill.
I'm on a break now.
Have a nice break.
Giel,
and we'll
the double G, the Viking, is on the mic. See you guys soon.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome back, Keel. The sun is out now. It's a little bit warmer. You're in a jumper in here. I've got 2 coats on.
Oh yeah, it's lovely now. I mean, in here it's lovely. I think on the water it's still
scary. Even
pretty
just
much
outside,
unbearable.
Anything outside is like, it's hard to explain. You're like running across the desert, and you, wow, is he celebrating for the crowd? Who's that? Before the heat. That's
he just got rid of the board.
He's having fun with the crowd. But yeah, it's like you want to get 10 meters ahead, but it's a real mission. It's like you can't see because there's sand everywhere and you're fighting.
Marius wanted to do a big jump for the crowd, and now he can't get to his board because he's overpowered.
Now he's, he's blocked.
And the next heat can't start because he's body dragging.
Oh well, it was worth it. I reckon it was worth it.
Che cazzo.
So, coming up next, who is in this next heat?
We have a Baby Shark, also known as Josue's son, or I have to say it the other way around, but Baby Shark, that's what he goes by. Baptiste, Nathan, and Lorenzo Casati.
All right, so Lorenzo here has to stay in to keep his world title dreams alive, but equally, well, actually, that might not be true. In some ways, we don't know the full deal here, but who's actually gone through, more importantly? Finn has gone through to round 3, so yes, I think he would have to get through here just to stop Finn winning.
Absolutely.
He's got to kind of keep up with where he is in each round, irrelevant of where they finish in the round, because he has a better ranking, but probably needs to be at least on par with those rounds. So both Edgar, I mean, Finn will be looking at these rounds thinking, wouldn't be too upset if, kite release. Got a kite release right in front of us here. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pick that up on your screens, but we've had a Evo D-Lab that, was that someone about to be in this heat? Was it Baptiste,
so. It's either Baptiste or Nathan.
Something's happened there. That's a devastator. I think it's Baptiste in the white.
I only see one duotone, so the other duotone's not even on the water. Right?
That it just went mental, that wind there. Yeah, it's Baptiste then.
Baptiste. But then where's Nathan? Because there's a yellow flag, so 1 minute until go time. And I don't see a Nathan Texier. Well, Lorenzo and Baby Shark are ready for action, as the rest is not. And I see a kite here launching on the side of me, so I think Nathan is about to enter the competition box any minute now.
Is he going to make it? Where is he in the order here? 3rd, yeah, so he might be all right.
He'll be fine, yeah.
It's amazing how quick you actually get out there, Hill, because you look at it in front of us here. You're just about to see to your left-hand side Nathan come into shot in a second, and it looks like a long way to go, but it's almost the angles of the way this works out. It's only one tack to the right, and then you're up by the, you're up to the point where you can be perpendicular. So he's not too far away from you.
And Baptiste has launched his kite as well, so that's good. He's riding again.
Yeah, but he's okay, he's 2nd in order, so he's got a lot to do because he's got to be there now. There you go, to the left-hand side is the kite that's just gone out off the beach and is already way out to sea. So it would do him a favour here if Baby Shark didn't go. Now, fortunately, the green flag is up, which suggests to Baby Shark you don't need to go. The wind is gusting up to 55 knots. That's correct. You've heard that right. 55 knots. That is now the 55 knots flag. And it says to the riders, you don't have to go just yet because we know it's gone mental. But you can if you want to. And I love that bit about it. You can if you want to, if you're up for it. Because I think that flag won't mean a thing when we get into the finals.
That flag would mean it's go time.
Yeah, go time.
Whenever you see that flag, you're like, that's it.
Could be confusing.
Now
I mean, it is a green flag. It is kind of like...
Yeah, it's go time.
Yeah, let's go. The wind don't... Yeah, if that's not there...
It'd be go time
for you. If that's not there, you'd be waiting, wouldn't
you? It'd be go time for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
I think it would.
And it should be.
Not doing some of the things that I'm seeing out here, though, I'll tell you that. Right now wouldn't be go time for the double board-offs. And there's some unbelievable riding that we're seeing on the water here. In what has to be described the highest level of wind that we see competitive kiteboarding performed in.
Oh,
you don't get windier.
It doesn't get much windier than this. No, for sure not.
Apart from when your mate says he went out in 70 knots and you weren't there.
Yeah.
You know, that apart from those days that you hear about.
And you don't trust.
That were like actually 25
Yeah.
knots. And come on,
Wasn't
you're on a
that
10,
strong.
mate. Come really, like you can't take a 10 in that.
Oh mate, I promise it was 7. You missed out.
My woo wasn't working. I swear, I was going massive. Like.
I forgot to charge my stuff, so couldn't tell.
No one had a camera.
Well, it looks like Lorenzo Casati is on a 7. As he's going for single loops, because when he's on that kite, it means he's going for singles.
Right.
But
Where did that other
I don't know
duo
if he
take
has a 6, so I'm guessing it's a 7. But then again, I could be wrong. And Baptiste is still. I mean, he's getting a lot of time from Baby Shark as he's deciding not to jump.
He's. I would have been. I'd have been going.
His kite's still on the beach, so
maybe he did have a tangle.
if
from when
Baby
that
Shark
kite
goes now, Baptiste is in a.
He's out with this first trick.
Yeah, and there's Baby Shark with a massive laid-back double loop.
And a wave to the crowd, as if you do that.
You better stick it then if you wave.
To the crowd, you actually had time. What is going on in here?
The container
it's vibrating.
Is shaking.
It hasn't done that yet.
And we're quite high up.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I'd rather be on the water than in this.
Here's the replay. Sorry to go over you here, but there was time there. We saw that wave to the crowd with that huge double mega loop with delayed back roll from Baby Shark opening up this heat, and he is looking like he's feeling comfortable. He's taking that on with the 55 knot flag uphill.
Yeah,
and,
respect. I love that.
Yeah, and so he is. They should get more points for that, maybe. You know, like green flags up, he still went.
Oh yeah, I think they'll know. I mean, it's not that for sure you'll get more points, but they'll see that he doesn't have to go, but he wants to go.
Yeah, he does. Well, Baptiste's white flag is now up, and he is having a nightmare getting out there. He's just lost his board riding
maybe he's
forwards.
just too powered.
Yeah, here he is, like.
Because he's not a very heavy guy.
And so it's very likely that his white flag may well come down soon now. But oh no, I'll tell you why it won't. It's because the green flag's up. He doesn't need to go.
That's
Relevant
true.
if he can actually go or not. It doesn't matter. He will be arguing, well, I could have gone, but he didn't need to lose his board here. He's going to enter. If that green flag comes down, he's going to enter this and have to go instantly.
And he does have his board back, so that's good news for him.
It's good news for him, but he needs this wind to stay strong because he's got a good couple of minutes left to get to where he wants to here, Hill.
As Baby Shark scores a 6.8 for that late back double loop, which is a good move. I think he's definitely going to be making sure he's ticking 3 boxes right from the start to get a better start than he did last time. And yeah, make sure that he has 3 points on the board to start with, because in these conditions, scoring 3 tricks in different families is already quite a challenge.
I bet.
You're not just battling the other riders, but you're battling the format as well.
And are you speaking often yourself here to someone with those scores on their phone as a caddy? Is that like a religion to you to know, or do you go off instinct?
Well, it's better to know, but on this spot it's quite hard to get the information from the caddies, because you can only be on the left side here where the whole crowd is, but then you're not allowed to stay there if you're not jumping. So it's really difficult to get the scores. So you just have to play it off feeling and hearing the crowd. And, you know, if you land and the crowd's going crazy, or in the air the crowd's going crazy, you know that if you land that, it's most likely going to be a decent score.
But I'm always amazed by just how you know what trick is your lowest, just by feeling. Like, you know, we just saw Kohan there within seconds realise he needed to go for this. There's nothing worse than repeating a trick family that you didn't need to. But meanwhile, straight mega loop. There's lots of speed downwind here. And we've seen that classic landing. How many times have we seen that landing where you think he might get it? He got thrown into an involuntary rotation. He wouldn't have signed up for that, but he had to go with it into a back roll.
And he almost had it. But Lorenzo is coming down. I don't know if he's coming to bring the board back or if he's coming to swap kites. He looks incredibly overpowered as well.
If he changes his kite, would it have been a good idea to not get that board back? Just to give himself more time to change a kite.
It's probably a good idea.
If he gives him his ball back now and they're like, right, okay, ready, board's out the way, your turn, when actually he
Yeah.
might be looking, like you said, to be swapping this down.
Because he does look incredible. Yeah, he is bringing he is going to swap kites.
Yeah.
But even though he brought the board back, Baptiste's still not with the board on, which means Nathan can't jump yet. So he will probably have enough time if the swap is quick enough. But he's definitely swapping because I can see him swimming in over here. As we are being delivered a coffee, which was very much needed. Thank you very much, everyone.
I see. How many coffees a day are you doing? Professional athlete like yourself, Hill?
Not too many,
What
but
does that come on? What's not too many?
2?
2, yeah. I think that's an acceptable amount.
2 or 3, max
Yeah,
3.
2. Yeah, I'm 2. Professional athlete like myself is 2.
Oh,
obviously with oat milk and then 500 press ups halfway through the coffee.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, 2 coffees, that's enough for me. First thing at 11 o'clock. I think my brother has about 8.
I usually just put the cup down on the ground and then I do every push-up I do, I dip my tongue into the coffee and I stop doing push-ups when the cup is empty.
I don't want to know what you do in your bedroom, right? But like
no, I thought we were just speaking nonsense. So
we were feeling a bit of time because the 55 knot flag is up, and it's so strange to be feeling a bit of time with too much wind. We've spent decades of the kiteboarding lives feeling time with less wind or not enough wind, but it's rare to be with this luxury of too much wind, although it is too much wind is down to the rider. Too much wind is in the eye of the beholder, as is said by Cedric. And are we going to see someone perform on the green? I think they are. I think they're going in here, steaming in with the red lycras. Nathan Tessier goes into a huge front. Oh, it's massive!
That's big.
It's a big one. He's gone miles. Can he land this? He's in the no landing zone.
Oh boy.
He couldn't ride through it. Nobody seems to land through that zone. They just can't get through
that was
that
so
area.
high. It was so high again. And you can see he barely has any speed
I love
when
the
he's
control
jumping.
on the front roll. There was a lot of control in this front roll. Rating, waiting, boom.
He wanted to go for a double, but my God.
Would have scored big that.
It would have scored for sure, yeah.
Would have scored big, so
that would have been nice. Just the problem, every time somebody loses a board now, you basically need someone to bring it back to you, otherwise you can't get it. So there's definitely more time in between the jumps and in general to complete a heat, because yeah, everything is just taking more time.
And that's the way it goes. We've had a long day here already. It's only 1 o'clock, 1:14 local time in the south of France. Big hello to you if you are just joining us, or perhaps you've stuck around since the start of the day when, let me remind you, we had 2 ladies' heats. The women's were out for 2 of their heats before the wind was then a bit berserk, and we moved into the men. So it's been a very early start here at the 2025 Lords of Tram at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air discipline where we will be crowning the big air world champions. And that result coming from the last event in Brazil and combined with this result. And we've already had some drama with some of our top-ranked riders having to go through round 2. And they'll be up shortly. That will be Edgar Ulrich and Lorenzo Casati. They are seed 1 and 2 here. And we actually have one of the Casatis, one of the brothers here. It's Lorenzo in here. We just had Leo. And it's Lorenzo in actually this heat right now. So he's got it all to do. He wants to keep his World Championships title alive, which is probably the only thing he hasn't won, right? A world title right now. He's done King of the Air.
That's on his list.
He hasn't done Megaloop, but then that one doesn't come up every day, does it? That one doesn't come up every year these days.
Yeah, and the only time that Megaloop was up, he was not competing yet because he was, I think, in between sponsors or something. He wasn't competing in that event.
About that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That seems like a long time.
Because he would have done really good in that event. I mean, Lorenzo can put the kite so low with so much power.
Yeah, and he's comfortable off wave, especially left foot too.
Oh yeah, he's really good off the wave. Yeah. I think if you want to beat Lorenzo, this is the spot. Not saying that he's not good here, but on the other spots, he's just really, really good.
Yeah.
Because in Tarifa, he manages to read that kicker in Balnearia so well.
And you're a local there, and you know how hard that one is. To say that about someone that isn't necessarily a local rider there. He's obviously kited a long time at that spot, but local knowledge. I mean, is local knowledge even help on a day like that here? This is just berserk.
I don't know, because the people that ride here a lot haven't been like excelling or doing better than others.
Maybe
it's actually been not because I'm biased, but a lot of Dutchies have done really good here, and this is nothing like Holland.
No.
Apart from the cold wind, like
what about all of the lakes and open water? I mean, Jamie kites somewhere similar-ish to this, no? Like,
yeah,
it's flat-ish.
Yeah. So Jamie could have done. I mean, Jamie does really good in this spot.
He does. To remind everybody, he won last year's event. Of course, he's not here now, with suffering with a bit of fatigue and an illness, I believe. So we wish the best to him. It's not just necessarily a straight-out crash for him.
Yeah, Jamie, if you're watching, we want to let you know we miss you, buddy.
Yeah,
it would have been amazing to see you
go
shred
with the
this
green
spot
flag up every time.
And wait for the green flag to go up and then show everyone how it's done.
I'd love to have seen how high.
Get better soon, mate. All right, so now it is Lorenzo's turn. The green flag is up, which indicates him that it is windy enough for his tricks.
Jamie on F1, right, as well?
Yeah.
So, and do we have any F1 riders here now?
Yeah, Josh Gillett.
Sorry, I forgot. Okay. But
Josh Gillett and Charles Brodel, but he's not competing because he's on the hydrofoil.
Yeah. It's nice to see how all of the equipment is working right now, and to be honest, it's all going massive. I mean, there's no one on a lead balloon out there anymore like it used to be. It used to be harsh if you had a bad one. Like, I've lost years of my life to kiting through bad kites. A long time ago, but we won't go there. Just say they weren't the best years of my life.
So we have a trick from Baby Shark, and then we have 2 crashes, and now it's Lorenzo's turn. So he'll be looking to definitely at least put a score down. It doesn't need to be a 9-point score, but it needs to be something. He needs to have a nice solid base. But he's deciding against it so far. He is trying. And quite often you see the riders go and you're thinking, even if it's strong, why don't you go? But when you're on the water and you have the kite in your hands, you feel the best what the wind is doing. And there's not many people better at feeling what the conditions are like than Lorenzo Casati. So it might be too gusty, and that's why he's bailing out of these jumps, because he's known for not being scared of strong wind.
Is any of the riders known to be scared of strong wind in a big air comp?
Maybe
like
not
this?
known to be scared, but there's a couple riders that are confident in strong wind, and Lorenzo Casati is confident in strong wind.
Maybe the best way to put that is there's riders that wish the big air events to be in 35 knots, maybe 40 max, and then there's others that actually crave it to be in off the scale.
Well, some riders are just incredibly technical, and with 20 to 30 knots, they'll absolutely excel. And some riders are only good when it's this windy, and then the ones that usually end up winning a world title can deal with both.
Okay.
And that's why, I mean, Lorenzo Casati got second in Brazil, showing that he can do the light wind stuff. And we know he can do the strong wind stuff. Is he getting a takeoff now for the strong wind stuff? That is big for a laid back roll. That's a smart move by him. Now he just needs to make sure he lands it. And that's it. That was big, controlled, powered. Well, if you mute your mic.
I did.
Mine is still on.
Yours is on, but I was away from your. Hopefully, probably sounded.
I'm sure that you.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you would have got that through the ear, but.
Sorry, guys.
If I'd have muted yours, would I have saved that? I don't know.
Did I have to mute both?
Okay, all right. Excuse me, everyone. As very good riding then from Lorenzo. Someone's miles out, kilometres away. I can see someone exploring the wild oceans of look out here
it's
or back there. Who would be out there? Would anyone ever know if anything happened to that person?
It's a great day to free ride as we get Lorenzo's score of a 6.0, which is a bit. Yeah, it's a decent score. The kite wasn't incredibly level, but it was a lot higher, I would say.
For a mega loop delayed back roll, by the way, that was just a straight mega loop delayed back roll. A straight, powerful kite loop still can score well, a single at these events, and that's important to talk about.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this would have been a 6.5 or a 6.7 or close to the score from Baby Shark. as we have seen that in this event today, the extreme stuff is only scoring if it's absolutely massive, and otherwise it makes sense to be on a bigger kite going for single loops. But right now, Baby Shark's still in the lead, but it's important to know that you will advance to the quarterfinals, also known as round 3, if you're first or second. Only third and fourth will be out of the competition.
Feels like this heat's been going on a while, actually. There's only a few equipment changes coming in here.
And it's Baby Shark's turn, but once again, the green flag is up next to his flag, so he can decide if he wants to go for something or not. I have a feeling he's going to go for it now, though. Looks determined. Is it going to be a boogie? No, it is a
S-loop with a board wiggle.
It's a kite loop
with
contra
a
loop.
With a Wigglesworth at the end.
This one was a kite loop contra loop. There was too much time in between. But another score on the board, and that's what's most important. As you can see, the entire kite loop finish, then the contra loop, little wiggle to show the judges that if it comes to a dance-off,
that's
you'll be ready.
If it was, if it's equal and they're like, oh, who was scared and took more risk, or he wiggled, he must have been scared to have to do that wiggle, so it must have been a big move. Talking of Wigglesworth, he has been a standout performer here, actually, in his first competition, taking the win in a heat, none other than with some top riders. I have to remind myself who he was actually in his heat, but he absolutely nailed that first heat. A lot of talk around him, knocking out, well, not knocking out, but beating Coan and Lorenzo.
Yeah.
None other than those two that are podium finishes regularly.
And really good and strong wins. So that must have been a proper challenge.
What a feeling.
So now we have the flag up for, I still see Baby Shark's flag, which is an interesting one because he did a trick. He should be getting his second score in any time now.
Yeah, why is it still? Maybe that score hasn't come in, which is why they're waiting.
We can see it here.
Lorenzo definitely riding around thinking it's his go now. Here we go. It's swapping over to
the white
flag of Baptiste Jacquemin, the French rider who's got just one crash at the moment, but he's not. I think he's come in to swap. So
I'm wondering if these riders are coming in to swap or if they are on the beach and say, we call it a day because it's not worth it. Because they're both, Nathan and Baptiste, are not on the water right now. I don't see any action from my perspective, which is not great. But right now it just looks like...
I just can't believe that would be an option. I can't imagine a rider getting into this competition and viewing it like that. These are top riders. We've seen the tricks that they can perform.
Yeah, but at the same time...
not worth the risk to injury? What do you mean not worth it?
At the same time, we have to respect their decisions, and if they don't think it's worth it, then that's their decision.
Perhaps they're thinking it's not worth to get... I'm not going to get to the final. I'm not, is it worth putting my... They don't feel safe.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look like they're... or is there someone getting into the water? Yeah, crazy.
Well, there comes the white flag lowered, so that will be a go of Baptiste, which has disappeared. We now go on to Nathan Tessier's turn. Is he getting out now?
Yeah, I see a kite going out, which is Baptiste. It's not Nathan. So
where's Nathan?
There is a possibility that Nathan might lose one attempt as well, because...
Oh, he has.
But that's Baptiste. Okay. Baptiste is going out on what we presume to be Liam's kite.
Which is a 5 meter, we're being told.
But more importantly, Liam's kite. Did Liam say that was a good idea?
Would you share your kite? Have you shared your kite before?
With Shahar Sababa? Absolutely.
Yeah.
With Zara? Absolutely not.
That's your partner, by the way.
No, of course. Yeah. No, if you're... well, it depends, I guess, per rider. I definitely would. But then, you have 1-5. It's win for a 5. It's quite a lot of risk. I've broken a small size when I shouldn't have broken it and then couldn't really do anything.
I've taken other people's kites at events and then ended up so far downwind they never got them for their heat. I've done that. I've been in the other side of that where you do someone over. It's not nice. Maybe it's not as nice it's less nice than being the person that lent the kite. Like, you either do it all or nothing. Like, it's it's a difficult conversation, actually. Oh,
and
my
there's
kite's
the yellow
broken.
flag is up. It is Lorenzo's turn because Nathan is nowhere to be found. I think Nathan might be looking at another duotone teammate to see if they can borrow their 5. I have no idea what's going on, but right now it's Lorenzo charging in to go for his second trick, which is going to be a
good takeoff
contra loop, late front roll with an added rotation, and he's getting a bit of a gust. Is he getting the magic? Not exactly. Can he stick it?
Zone.
Oh my God! What
You just can't land there.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to.
Nobody can land there. If Lorenzo can't land there, nobody can land there.
It's too big. It was just too big.
And the funny thing is that he knows what it's like. So he wants to play it safe, and he wants to make sure he has 3 scores on the board, and that's it. So he's doing a trick that for him is a safe trick, but he's just going so far.
You can't avoid getting into that
and
area.
right there, it's like a mogul piece, you know. There's just bumps, massive bumps of 0.5 meter.
Let's go back to borrowing the kite heel, because I thought of another reason why it might be a bad idea to lend a kite. Let's just say for fun here that Baptiste is actually behind the scenes about to move to another kite brand, maybe a rival of Duotone. Takes Liam's kite, goes out, slams it down the middle. Ooh. Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh, sorry. Like, sorry, you don't have a kite here. You know, like, could we, are riders that nasty these days?
No.
Is that a strange thing for me to have thought up?
That's a strange thing.
Maybe that's how things
Take it
were.
back.
Things were
Big
like
air riders
that.
are better than that. Come on.
Okay. Maybe things were a bit hard.
But we have Baby Shark charging, bailing, and going back for a second try. Yeah, you gotta have some faith.
Maybe his best friend Edgar, his Frenchman best friend, is fighting for the World Championships, and he knows that he could borrow that kite of the competitor and let it go into the cable park.
Baptiste is one of the nicest guys I've met, so I don't really think so. He's very kind.
You know what they say about nice guys, though?
I don't know. What do they say about nice guys?
They always win. All right, enough silly talk. Let's get a bit serious now. But we have these little... green flag is causing this. They do say that the wind makes people crazy around here, just like they do in Tarifa and other places with mental wind. But the sun has now come out, which has changed the atmosphere a little bit in here, because that's starting to heat the booth a little bit more.
It's time to send it for Baby Shark now. It is time. We can feel it. We can see it. This is going to be a big boogie double. I can smell it. Oh, no, that's a back roll. Double loop, late back roll. Sends the kite over far to the side to get a big down loop and does exactly that. That's very good. That's going to be nice. There's going to be another score for him on the board, but he did have his first trick as a late back double loop, so it's not going to improve his score. So once again, not the smartest riding, because he wants to have 3 scores on the board. His first is a late back double, right? Yes, and then second S loop. But it might look like he's gonna outperform his first trick, so
Only
then
by a bit, though. You're right.
It'll be worth it, but
only if he gets another trick on the board.
You want to get exactly. You want to get 3 scores on the board. You want to have a good overall performance, because you can have 2 7s, which is incredible, but someone with 3 5s will go over your score.
See, that would have been much nicer to have that 6.73 in another category, because it's not quite enough to oust his 6.80.
So it's not overtaken.
Have you ever slammed a kite down the middle on purpose to try and break it?
Not on purpose. I slammed my kite in a quarterfinal of Cold Hawaii. And then I was in a semi-final, and I couldn't ride a 7 because I completely broke it.
Okay, all right, but it was by accident, but not on purpose. You haven't tried to do one.
On a 9. And
you haven't got angry enough with the kite to try and do it.
Absolutely not. No.
All right, maybe I've got some anger problems. I have tried. Had enough of this thing. Put this to bed so no one ever has the misfortune of using it right now. And I could probably give it to one of the best kite repairers in the world, Chris at Saw Kites, and you wouldn't even know. Used once. Mint. Hope you're well. Chris at Saw Kites, back at home in my hometown of Littlehampton. I hope you're all listening somewhere at the beach venue or wherever you are in the world. I'd love to hear where you are listening to. We always get some crazy comments on our YouTube of where people are watching, but we are here live in the cat where it looks like another 60 knot mega gust has just
Look at Baptiste just flying downwind.
Just look at the body language change of the riders. They suddenly just max. I mean, look at Lorenzo. What's even happening over there?
It is mental today. I mean, how long has this heat been going on already?
I don't know, like a few hours. Like we're only in hit trick attempt number 3. This is going to have to change, I think, the way that these heats are structured. We talked about 6 and 2, but it's the time with this green flag that's been brought into things for me that's actually causing the biggest time. So we're not used to this, but all the while you've got to actually stay kind of focused because someone just feels it and jumps and you might miss it. So
yeah.
How windy is it out there now, Keel?
I'm guessing it's still gusting 60 knots.
And you're a professional. This is an adult person, professional next to me, saying that like well serious, right? Like this isn't messing about. 60 knots of wind is quite a lot of wind.
I mean, it's at least 50, 55. I mean, right now it must be 60. And the problem is that it's only going to get stronger. So if you don't take off now, it might just get worse.
Maybe you just get a joint last though.
So we just had a gust of 61 knots coming through.
Which is, thank you Timo from Woo just showing us from the weather station. So we're not messing around here. This is actually the speed limit of driving in England, 70 miles per hour. Might even be more. You might be braking.
Oh, that's a massive takeoff. Going straight, going one loop. Oh, that would have been perfect for a triple. And getting a bit of a gust. He has to do another down loop to save it. No!
Oh! He nearly landed 1 foot. How good would that have been?
That was the most vertical takeoff I've seen in a while. Look at how he just gets into the elevator and goes straight up.
Right foot as well.
Insane. Check it out. Just straight up. Shoots straight up. Gets so much line tension. First loop is super high, so perfect space for that second loop.
And it dropped him calmly, actually, for a bit. Just his foot. I mean... How many times do we see feet come out of straps? I mean, most riders are always in, and it's just here, it's different.
The riders are just too stressed not to, or to crash too hard, I think. I think it's a mental game now, yeah, exactly. Because he's coming back, Baptiste came back to the beach again. So, it's hard to say if he's just calling it a day, or... I mean, he can't swap down to a 4, I guess.
Behind me. Remember those ones were like the ones you saw on stands at events and things like the 3 meters? I thought they were just for show.
Yeah, they're for this event.
They were. They've been waiting their whole lives. So many of them just got never used, you know, like, come on, please.
Crazy.
70.1 miles an hour is 61 knots. You would be breaking the speed limit had you driven alongside a gust particle here in the Lords of Tram.
You got to change it to kilometers an hour. Almost nobody works with miles.
Do you want me to start with yards? Do you want me to ditch meters for yards here? Okay, I'll do... okay, fair point, okay.
It's fair, it's fair.
112, cool, that sounds so much more because it's such a bigger number.
I know, and a lot of people will understand what it means.
All right, so let's change this even more ridiculous and talk about meters per second. Now, there's a ridiculous wind measurement. Who does meters per second?
Yeah, no.
Do you do meters per second?
I don't know.
31 meters per second. Actually, if you try and imagine that, that's quite a lot of 1 meter rulers going through. 31 1 meter rulers going through a meter in a second. It's quite a lot, isn't it? Like straight through. Anyway.
Nathan's taking off. Here we go. Some action again. Nice vertical takeoff. Big S loop. Massive slack. Gets a huge down loop. He should be able to land this.
Yeah.
And
no! How many times have we said that? Why did you say that?
No. I jinxed it. Oh my god.
Physical pain in the live stream.
That was so nice. That was so good, so powered, you know.
There was a bit of calmness suddenly brought to this heat. Here's the replay then.
Nice
takeoff.
They zoom out enough. Bam, boom.
Yeah, good height. And he just about entered the no land zone, which is... I mean, he was riding out of it. I mean, what even happens there?
Looked like he might have been looking at the crowd going like, haha, and then bam.
It's as if someone is under the water and you land and they just go bosh, like straight up and smash you out of it. It's very odd. There's kind of no explanation for it. We keep saying it's choppy and it's this.
Turns out there's some fishing nets floating around.
Something's up down there.
Oh, man. Well, Lorenzo's up next. And once Nathan has cleared the area, which he already has, so I don't know why his flag is still up, but Lorenzo will be looking to add another solid score just to have another point on the board. So I don't think he's going to take it too crazy. Shouldn't go for anything crazy extreme. As his flag is now risen and the green flag is up along with it. The green flag hasn't been down for the last 10-15 minutes, which means it's pretty much averaging 50 knots. That's that's crazy. You get days like this only a couple days a year, and we managed to get one, but now in the end might not be the best day for competition, as I'm hoping that we manage to finish round 2 today.
Do you think that would be a result today if they could just get round 2? I mean, they're going to surely continue on as far as they can.
Yeah. No, they'll finish round 2. I hope they manage to finish round 3 even.
Yeah, I think that's where they'd like to be.
Speed up a little bit.
Yeah.
You could just, whenever he turns around, the spray that's coming off the board is just flying up and landing 100 meters further. I don't know if you can see it on the live stream, like we can see it out here on the water, but this has got to be one of the windiest competitions we've ever had. It's gonna go up there with Cold Hawaii as Lorenzo goes for a takeoff. Kite loop board off. Smart choice.
Entering the no land zone. But he's landed in the no land zone. That's what we want to see. A few more of them. He'd be really happy with that. So even a guy like Lorenzo now, with the ability level he's had, he's having to tone it down now just to get some nice, clean scores on the board.
And that was, yeah, I didn't want to say like, oh, he surely is going to land it, because I didn't want to jinx it again. So that seems to help. But that's going to be a very nice second score for Lorenzo. I don't think he's worried too much about ending up first or second in this heat, honestly. As Baby Shark is going for a takeoff, it looked like he was really going to go for it and then decided against it very last minute. So he's going to go back. So he's got this S-loop and he's got a laid-back double loop. So he needs to do either a rotation S-loop or a front roll double loop or a straight board of double loop, something like that. So he's got plenty of options as long as he's not going to go for either a straight S-loop or a back rotation double loop or back rotation single loop. We should be fine.
Is it really that annoying, miles per hour? It is probably, isn't it?
It is.
No one really uses. I do apologise for that on the live, but it could be worse. We could have told you that 61 knots was 100 feet per second. I mean, 100 foot per second, that's a lot of feet, isn't it, going through? I mean, that's a bad measurement. Feet per second.
Yeah, no, I've
never even heard of it.
Let's just stick with kilometers an hour. And anyone from England, I'm sorry. Lewis is trying to help you guys out, but, you know.
Yeah. They are listening, apparently. I've been told that they are listening live back at home. It's not been very windy back in the UK for quite a while, so seems like everyone's getting their fix from watching us here at the 2025 Lords of Tram event at the GKA Kite World Tour. And we will be crowning, that's right, we will be crowning both men and women's big air world champions here. That result will come from a combination of the last event in Brazil and this event as well. In the men's category, it's Edgar Ulrich and Lorenzo Casati looking like they will be the favourites. As Hill just takes a nice selfie of both of us. I wasn't ready for that one. That's a terrible selfie.
It
I
looks
look like
really
I'm not
good.
even happy to be here. I am happy to be here. This is a privilege.
I mean, honestly, in England, this would be like a nice summer day, right? Like another Wednesday. 60 knots.
Come on, you're from the Netherlands. I know you spend a lot of time in Tarifa, but you can't start being like that's the weather that you know how it is.
It's so different in England than it is in the Netherlands.
Is it?
No.
What, like it's better,
I think so.
Like
I think it's the same.
I don't know. No, you do get some nice days.
Oh, and now the AP flag is up.
That's confusing.
Which means it might be too windy on average.
The A problem flag, I like to say,
Yeah.
the AP flag.
Another problem.
I did get to the bottom of what that stood for once, for AP.
Another problem.
Another problem.
Yeah, that's
the best way to think about it,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Another problem is up.
Yeah, so we'll get that to, maybe it was just too slow. They were like, no, all disqualified. But too slow. So Lorenzo Casati in this heat is in round 2, by the way, along with Edgar. They didn't win their first heat, even though they were seeded and probably very heavily favourites to go through in first position. That would have allowed them to skip this round, this difficult round where you've got to come first and second. So Lorenzo Casati, this must be nerve-wracking times for him and his World Championship dreams, that he doesn't have the World Championship under his belt. He's got most other things in kiteboarding as he comes down in front of our booth right now to land his kite. Just staying out up there right now is Nathan Tessier. For sure he's going to do a couple of big jumps for the crowd. So we will bring you exactly what is happening very shortly. But for now, we're going to just stand here and look out the window and think about what to tell you. Okay, excellent. So we're being told that they are going for a better shot, which is to switch to our faces in the studio, which was probably a very good idea.
Right.
So it looks like they might be going for some sort of lunch break. Hill, you must have been in situations like this mid-heat. That's the second time they've gone back out. They're being asked to get out again. How do you stay calm and composed when you're at such a stressful situation in the competition?
I mean, it was like that last year, but then the other way around, having wind and then not enough. And then we had to go back to the beach, reconvene, have a meeting, and then going back out and going again. I mean, it definitely differs if you're on top or if you're at the bottom of the list at that moment, if you're fourth position or your first position. But in general, you try to keep calm and just try to not think about it too much, because it's not gonna help. It's not gonna make it worse.
Where do you go? What do you do? Do you hang out with all the other riders? Are you talking to your competitors? Do you try and go to the van or your car or what?
I don't. For me, I think it's different for everyone. For me personally, I try to just chat to everyone else, just have a good time. I mean, it's fun to do this. It's fun to ride competitions, and in a stressful moment like that, it's good to remind yourself why you're doing this and why it's fun. And it's fun because you're doing it all together. I mean, it's obviously one guy wins at the end of the day,
yeah.
But the show is that for the people is here, and for the live streamers is done by all the riders, and that's cool. So I usually just try to enjoy it.
It's a nice mindset to have that, actually,
yeah.
Because you can get into a rhythm of being part of these events, and it's just the normal, and it's your job, and it's what you do. But actually, you do definitely. In my case, I look back at these being some of the better. I didn't compete here so much, but they're the best times of your life, to be part of the group that get to just to be selected for an event like this, especially now.
Yeah, that's
the
special.
Amount of videos that we see. I've got over 60 videos written here were sent in to get such a small amount of video entries. There were 10 video entries selected. There were over 60 that were sent in, and that's actually not so much. Such is the level now. We went from hundreds being sent in to people like, whoa, what's the point of me sending my video in? So to be selected and to qualify with such a rigorous qualification to these events is a win on its own. I mean, I take that metaphor where, there is only one winner, of course, but actually to be representing your brand and your country at a world event like this is something that you look back on when you later get older and you're like, wow, I actually did that. So it's lovely that you have found that you can look around and take a bit of that in now, and I hope that some of the younger generation are doing that. We have riders here that are as young as 14, perhaps, is one of the youngest.
Yeah, and then you don't really realize how lucky you are to be part of that group, and obviously everybody works hard for it. And to some riders it comes a bit easier than to others that really have to push and put a lot of work in and training to get here. But I think a lot of people forget to really enjoy it. And I mean, we're all lucky to be here and to be a part of this, so might as well enjoy it. I mean, right now I would love to ride, but I'm really enjoying this competition, seeing all the riders push it and to see them go for it. That brings me joy as well. Still happy to be here, even though I would have preferred to be out there.
That's difficult. There'll be lots of you listening on our live stream or watching now that have been injured, that find it difficult to actually go to the beach, to actually see other people enjoying it. So to actually, for you to be here and you could have avoided this, right? It would have been quite easy for you to be like, injured, do I need to be here? But you're here, you're part of it. And I saw just the same with Kohan last year. He was just in your position. He was injured. He wasn't too down about it. He looked at the time in a positive and said, right, I'm going to try and enjoy my time off the water, rethink things, take this physically different angle to look at kiteboarding and the competitive side of it. Now look how well he's bounced back.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe it was only this time last year that he was up here with a serious injury, to see how well he's done. So it's great to hear your mindset and you don't get too stressed. But I'd love to say that was all of the riders with that approach, but that's not quite the same. Some riders, it works for them to get stressed up and built up, you know. It's different.
It's not the same for everyone, but I think Kohan is in a good state of mind as well.
Okay, all right. Well, we are going to go into a commercial break, and we'll be back with some updates for you very shortly.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Yeah, in the classic, great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, a passionate kite surfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classic, also getting great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into to a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary
Ball in there
gust.
as well. And here he goes. He's really. This is getting silly. What's going? Something. He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is. It's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters. He loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right. Can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical, also getting a great result tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical of the great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile. L'accès au spot est facile. Le plan d'eau est magnifique. Et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable. Et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
J'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Doses qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the spot and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classic, also getting great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical of the great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier. Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer. I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
It's nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical opening, great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Welcome back then to Barcarès for the 2025 Lords of Tram at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air discipline where we will be rewarding our new big air world champions in both the men and women's division if the wind calms down a little bit. Oh, we know it will be because the forecast is for a bit of a less day tomorrow. But incredibly today, Lesser, the talk is about there being too much wind. How many competitions I've ever been at that I can count that I've ever spoke about that? There's not many.
Nah, The wind is a bit different to, like I spoke to Jason earlier down there, and we are comparing it to the Makassar Day in South Africa. And it's a different setup here, obviously. You don't have waves, no kickers, and the wind is not lofty like in Makassar. It's just super, super fast. And we actually have gusts on the other side of this pond here, up to 75 knots.
75 knots? You have to be joking.
No.
He's actually showed me the weather station.
Yeah,
like
it's average 50 and gusting up to 70 now, and minimum is like 32. So that's ridiculous.
But it is, however, stabilising, we're being told, because it's now local time 3 p.m, 2:57 if you want to be exact. And we've just had Cedric with us saying it's going to be kicking back off at 3 o'clock. So actually now we're going to go back into sequence. We will be rejoining things in this second heat of round 2, which is Baby Shark, Josue Sanforeira from Brazil, Baptiste Jacquemin from France, Nathan Tessier from France, and Lorenzo Casati, the Red Bull, one of the Red Bull King of the Air winners in the past, of course, Andrea Principi winning recently. But he's won everything, Lorenzo Casati, but he hasn't got the world title that he would love, and he's in one of the hot seats along with Edgar Ulrich for that. But he needs to navigate his way through this heat. There he is on the far right, and on the far left, it's Josue, who's having a brilliant heat so far, who's in first place. He's had 3 really well landed tricks so far. Baptiste yet to score very well, both the Frenchmen in fact. Nathan Tessier also with just zeros for the first 3 tricks. They do have it in them though to perform big moves, so let's see if it will be Lorenzo and Josue. That's who you would feel would be the most likely to advance from this heat.
Yeah, it depends. It could change. It's only 3 trick attempts, so there's 4 more to go. So maybe the Frenchies are pulling something out of the bag, but then it has to be big, and it has to be over 7 points, I believe.
And it has to be now. Achtung.
Yeah. Achtung. It has to be now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is quite difficult. We are actually talking the whole day about the chop here, Luis. Can you just explain to me why we have seen a lot of crashes today?
Well, interestingly, we have seen a lot of crashes, but most of the highest range of crashes have been for the bigger jumps.
Yes.
And so as you get further and further away from the sort of land upwind, it's very flat up there. But the bigger you go, it almost means that you travel further downwind, and then the chops have had, or the little waves have had more time to build up. And there is what we're now classing as a no land zone, which we hardly see anybody land in. Once they've gone over 100 meters in the sky, it becomes this, like, of all ability, the best riders in the world just for some reason cannot land in this zone. So that is why I think we've seen a lot of crashes here, and it is what's separating the riders here, the ones that can somehow almost deliberately not go as big and sort of withhold that natural instinct as a big air kiteboarder to go as big as possible. It's so the opposite of how you ride generally when you're trying to get the best out of the conditions, or you're in 35 knots but you want that extra bit. You know, this is strange to be like, actually I shouldn't be going so big, because one, I'll go too far downwind, but also I've just got to getting 3 decent tricks on the scoreboard at the moment is proving to be enough mostly to get through to the next round.
Yeah, and we've seen Timo Bersema going absolutely insane high, pulling the biggest loops we've seen probably today.
Can I get a T-Bow?
And Timo. And then just coming down super, super softly, and then just crashing in the chop, which is such a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, it's been devastating. We've been like physically feeling pain in here, like so wanting to see the scores that we would never see. We'll never, ever, ever see what score they were given.
Yeah, and you were actually punching the table a bit.
Yeah, I was.
You were like, ah.
I was punching the table, and I was
okay,
unter dem Fenster.
Unter dem Fenster.
I was upset.
Okay, and we see the 2 French riders, Baptiste and Nathan, just going out, and we just see how windy it is. Like when it's windy like that, you want your kite on the side of the wind window, just the bar completely sheeted out, so we can see the D-power adjustment completely pulled, and just going super, super slow to the takeoff spot.
There's Lorenzo as well going out.
Yeah.
You are looking at the flag teams. There's a job. Blimey, that's been freezing. I spoke to him earlier, the flag man. He was frozen.
Yeah, he earned a beer, hey?
Yeah, and 5. He's probably had a few to stay out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. The flag's all getting caned there.
Yeah, we need a flag for tomorrow, maybe. Yeah.
The new ones every hour, refreshment flag. So I can see 3 riders on the water right now. We'll just be waiting for another one. The talk is of maybe changing things to 6 trick attempts and 2 of their best moves, which will drastically change things. I really want to see that after this round. They've got to complete this round. It looks like a lot of the crowd now making their way back. There goes Baby Shark to the left-hand side of your shot that you can't see. I can see him. Oh, they're panning. There's a bit of panning going. Oh, have I gone right? Is he going back? Or was he told, stay there? Someone told him, do not move. He can hear us down there. Oh, they've gone wide.
Maybe, hey?
They've gone wide on us now. So
perfect.
That tractor that you can see, that JCB there is just there in case someone lands so bad they have to dig them out of the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, they actually removed the rock in the takeoff zone like 2 days ago. It was quite good. But I had the pleasure to kiss the rock with my board an hour before that.
I've done that many a times. Barely leaves a mark on my boards.
Yeah, I cracked the fin again. Always happens.
Such is the quality. Right, here we go. 4 riders are ready, and the flag sequence is yellow, which means there's a minute remaining. So, big hello to you all on a Saturday on the weekend. What was weekend? Wochenende? Is that
Wochenende?
Wochenende, yes.
Wochenende.
I remember.
Yes.
I remember now. Wochenende. We've got Lasse Hofmeister here, who's multilingual German and English speaker. And it's myself, Lewis Crathen, with the pleasure of talking you through this 2025 event here in the south of France. There's plenty of crowd has shown up here on the weekend, and of the first day on the win window. It's a month-long win window starting today, and we were here knowing 4 or 5 days ago the crew have been getting here just with a very good forecast. This is a dream. We've also got tomorrow as well to run things where we did have 2 rounds of the women, of course, today as well, didn't we, Lasse?
Yeah, we had one round, one heat was finished, and the second heat we started it, but it was aborted because of the wind. But yeah, then we started with the men's round, and we pulled through the whole round 1, and now we are in round 2, heat 2. Continuing where we left off because we got some 70 knot gusts coming through, and that was just too much for the riders, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, to give you an idea of how severe this wind is, I'm looking out the window here. I've just seen a board being recovered for Lorenzo, I think it was, and he's just riding into the zone. You know, like he must have been blown off the board or something. One of the other riders getting his board. Like, this is just to navigate into the zone, causing the best riders in the world problems such as the strength of the wind. We already have just been talking about the 70 plus knots that was recorded on a weather station in sight of us here right now. But as it stands, it actually looks all right out there now. All right, this is a high wind strength, but we don't see any smoke on the water, which is the term given to like the water literally being lifted up. It looks like it's reasonable conditions, and so do the judges agree, and the race director Cedric. In the first flag is raised to recontinue this heat, and it is the flag of Baby Shark Josu San Ferreira on his north kite, about to head in left foot forwards, Lasse.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what he's going to go for. He already had 2 big tricks, so he's taking off, launching into the sky.
No
unfortunately, no uplift. Couldn't connect there on the takeoff. But that's going to score as a trick.
Yeah, that'll be the flag change. Always devastating. I mean, Heel gave us some great insight how you can pretend that to look like a transition and just hope that they don't judge it as a trick attempt. But no, they've seen straight through that. It's the white flag now back up that we can see. And this is you can see that to the right-hand side of your screen there. It very clearly shows to the rider, look, it's your turn. You get about a minute to go. If the green flag is up alongside that, you get longer. But this looks like good competition.
Oh, he's a bit underpowered.
Yeah. What's going on here? We haven't used that word in a while
no,
today.
No, we haven't. That was just a straight double, not high at all. They won't score a lot, but it's his first score in that heat.
Yes.
And they have 3 more Baptiste will have 3 more trick attempts left. So
I guess he wanted to land something there.
Yeah.
But that wasn't.
It wasn't super high.
No.
Yeah. But now it's Nathan, also a local legend here on the spot. His flag is up already. He's just waiting for probably a good gust.
He's shown a bit of a glimpse to us about what he's capable of. He was going massive at the start of the day. I wonder can he find some composure here in light? You know, we're actually saying lighter wind now, I believe. So nice takeoff.
Also just a straight double, but way higher than Baptiste.
Oh, he's come over the front.
That's not considered
was it a straight double?
check.
I've wondered if that was an S loop.
I think it was a straight
don't
double.
know.
There's the
Let's
replay,
see.
Luis.
Who's going to be right? One hand, the other way. He did change. He did change.
Okay, then.
But would it have been a similar scoring trick anyway? Though?
Yeah,
I think it would have been with the way that was done.
Yeah, but that was an S loop. Sorry.
Doesn't matter. He crashed it. So we'll never know.
Lorenzo Casati launching into the skies with a double loop. He's going for the triple loop and he landed
that
it.
That didn't just happen.
That just happened.
What? Now?
What?
Was this
He's
the time
so
to do
stoked.
that? We have to see a replay of it.
Yo, that was crazy. And he pulled it through. There was a proper one. And yeah, there's a fist in the air. There's it.
Can we see the
1, 2, and 3.
I don't believe it. Nice cut of the landing, but it doesn't matter. Where did that come from? So that is going to be an innovation category.
Yeah, that's going to score high.
That has sent a message out to the other riders in this heat, and not only the other riders in this heat, the other riders in this heat, the other riders in the competition. I wonder if Edgar
saw that. Maybe. And also Lorenzo Casati will get a good score for this and will go in first place here in this heat, in round 2, heat number 2.
6.27, so it's not mega, but
yeah, but he wasn't super high, but there was a lot of risk involved here.
Yeah.
And the judges love it. So, Baby Shark Jose is launching up with a boogie double board off with an added rotation. Can he land it? He can.
Oh, what a landing.
That is going to score big.
Still got work to do to ride this out.
Yeah,
even there, you never know. One gust can just pull you
controlled.
over. Yeah.
Check this out. There's a replay.
Yeah.
He's going for the boogie, double, board off with a late front rotation, and he can land it. But check how long he's going downward just to control the landing. That was crazy.
It's going to be a high score, that. I think it's going to be the second highest
Probably
score.
even
Oh, no, it's the highest score of the heat. As I see some of these first judges' scores come in, they're all above 7s.
Yeah.
That I can see so far. Until all of them are in, we don't get that round number to see on your screen. But expect his 0.83 to disappear very shortly and be
replaced by the 7.07.
There you go.
So that he's back in first.
Commanding. He's in the commanding position.
The commander. And now the white flag is up. Baptiste is edging super hard, going for the front rotation with a double loop and a late front rotation. Oh,
he can't ride out of that.
No.
That board was chasing him. That board was absolutely chasing him to try and spin around and get him here. So contra loop, I think, it was.
Double contra and then
threw a delayed one. And then that board was trying to get him there. It really
hurts in the knee,
once that board doesn't come off cleanly. So starting to feel the pressure now are the two Frenchmen. It's looking like, what's curtains? Curtain? We'll get in French, I don't know.
The curtains.
The curtains. What's French for curtains? The curtains are closing.
The blind.
The blind. The blind.
Will we see a blind landing today, Luis?
Yes, someone will. I think now it does seem that it's a little bit less than
what it was. Yeah, but still so much that it's incredible to see, and it opens a whole new door of tricks. You can't do triple loops in 25 to 35 knots. Or you can't.
No.
And there's Nathan. There's Nathan launching up and it's pretty high. Going for there was a S loop, but
lots of speed on this landing. Still got to fight it. Fight's not over yet.
Now it's over.
Now it's over. Now it's over. He landed it. Resisted the temptation to punch the sky.
That was a good score for him.
This sort of speed downwind doesn't often get landed, so he managed to put the brakes on somehow here. That was a really good landing.
The judges actually look forward to landing with speed. That scored way higher than just landing softly. Like they want to see that you're in control. Also, when you're just coming down softly, obviously they're going to score as well. But if you're coming in hot, they know it was a risky, tricky move.
Are we looking at the new world champion on your screens? If he can just keep this sort of riding up.
Whoa,
he's thinking about the triple. Oh dear.
Snake loop.
A triple.
Yeah.
Contra. Where is this riding come from?
So that's a straight. That's like a S loop, and then he sends another contra.
Oh, I thought it was just 3 contras. I must have missed that.
Was there a replay?
That again? I don't know.
It's pretty hard because he's launching over our window, actually.
I can't even remember where I looked for. It's so tempting for us to look over the window. We're not going to get a replay there. Either way, he's looped the kite 3 times.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And he's starting to find some...
And now Baby Shark saw that.
He must be tempted
to
see that and be like, oh...
do you think his kite, like, do you think he can triple?
Don't know.
I haven't seen him triple.
Some of these riders must be like, well, I'm on a small kite. Feel like, they all feel like they're as good as others or the best. Like, why not try it now for the first time?
Yeah.
At least there's safety these days that should get you if it goes wrong.
And now he's launching up. He's coming in hot.
A good height here. He's got.
Oh, massive crash!
But he stalled the kite out there. And you saw that. This will be one hell of a replay if we can get it. So that kite, he'll talk so often to us about stalling the kite.
That's heel approved, eh?
Yeah, it's got the heel stamper on it. That was it. And it looked like he had all the height in the world to avoid that.
Yeah, but this kite just couldn't climb up as fast as he was falling. But his line slacked out completely.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to have a replay after the heat where we have all the critical moments, because this heat just turned into something really exciting.
Yeah, that was critical.
And now we have Baptiste charging up. He saw all the moves, so he's going high. Whoa.
Nice
big straight double, yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice double.
Oh, and can he stick it? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. It's like Bob the Builder. Can he stick it?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. Do you know Bob the Builder?
Yeah, of course.
What does that translate to?
Bob der Baumeister.
That sounds so good. Bob the Baumeister. That's perfect. I was hoping for something special.
Yeah,
that
it is special. It's German, obviously.
That exceeded my expectations.
So
Bob the Baumeister.
And now Nathan comes in. He's launching up. Double conch. Oh, can he?
Oh, that board is out for him. That board. It's
he slipped again.
him.
He needs to adjust the one strap.
Oh, maybe it's just too hard.
But that was, he had a delay in between the loops, and that gave him some wobbly.
When do you see a board come out the water like that, like leaving your feet? Wow.
He came down with Mach 10, bro.
He did.
Yo.
Yeah, the riders are going for it now. And notice, from those of you that were watching earlier with the exceedingly strong wind, how we were stopping, starting. This is what we want to see, where it's one after the other. We're going through the heats now. We're feeling a rhythm in the competition, which is great. So we now go to Lorenzo Casati for his 6th trick attempt. He's looking pretty comfortable in first.
Yeah, and he's
right
doing something
now, but
we have probably never seen in competition before, landed so high and clean.
Only half a point behind his Baby Shark. He'll be looking to improve a 5.17, which he might well do if he's going to catch Lorenzo. But both of these so far, let's have a quick look. You keep an eye on the screens. I'm going to look where people go from here, because should Lorenzo win this heat...
Okay, Lorenzo's charging up to the left again. Yeah, you can see that those lines are intentional, but he aborts the trick to turn around and give it another go. And I know Lorenzo likes to push the double game. For him, that's the innovation of the sport. So, yeah. So, he's going to the left now, super charged up, going super high. 1, 2. Oh, he thought about going for the third loop, but it was only a double loop.
Yeah. For me, I like the way that he used his kite to get maximum lift here. He brings it back to 12 a little bit, just on the way up, just to get a bit more feeling before he a bit more height before he committed to that. But he didn't feel anything triple-wise.
I actually listened to an interview, and I think Lorenzo said if you do a triple loop, the third one is not as low as the second one, so it climbs a bit back up. Except if you're super, super high and you push it to go a bit lower. Okay. And then it goes even further down.
Scary.
Yeah, but then you need the height. And I'm not too sure if they get the height off the flat water.
So the winner of this heat then, first of 10, currently goes into the quarterfinals and will go up against Kimo Verkerk, Nelson Hulls, who both won their heats. Great results for them. And also joining them will be, so likely Lorenzo if he wins this one, or Baby Shark potentially.
As a matter of fact, Baby Shark is charging up to the left and now going into the air for a double board off.
With the grab as well. I think this is going to score well.
Scored, and he landed it super cleanly as always.
Yeah, I think this is going to put Baby Shark in first place. He needed half a point more than his 5.17, which is an S loop right now.
Okay.
So he's needing about a 5.6 for this.
That was his last trick attempt.
Maybe 5.7.
So Baptiste has only one score on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be enough to put. He's in first now, Baby Shark going into first place. It will just refresh on your screens very shortly. There you go. So it's 6.37 coming in for that last score. It's enough to push out his 5.17 and give him 3 total scores over 20. So if Lorenzo wants to go through in first place, he will have to push it. Because if Lorenzo goes through in second place right now, second of 10 is going to come up against Finn Flugel, Josh Gillett, and first of 11.
So Baptiste needs something really, really big now, but I don't think it's possible to get the second place. But he's going for...
Oh, nice finish.
Yo, that hurts on the butt, eh?
Hurts on everything.
There was a doobie.
He went for it though, didn't he? Contra.
I need to see the replay. That was too much for my brain.
Double contra.
Double contra, doobie, board off, late front, and just crashing.
Yeah.
But hey.
Eine Arschbombe.
Eine Arschbombe. Das war, für die deutschen Zuhörer, das war eine Arschbombe. No, but I think Baptiste had a great performance. We know what he can do. Seeing this, only the landing was a bit hard, but I'm pretty sure we will see much more of him in the future.
Yeah.
You can see the talent, and he's still young. Okay, so it's now Nathan Texier's last trick attempt, probably in this competition. Make it count. He's going to the right, probably? Nah. He's just wanting another trick to the left, probably for the crowd. Luis, if you were in his position, you know probably you didn't get the second place and it's your last trick in the competition at your home crowd, at your homebound. What would you go for?
Well, I'd go straight over to them and apologise first. Say sorry,
and make them
sorry I
wait.
didn't get through, but no, I'm joking. What would I do?
Oh, he's doing a double board off.
I'd like to think I did something like that.
Yeah, and he's landing it. That is going to improve his score. Yo.
I don't know. Do you know what? I think I would go for the best thing I could do.
Yeah,
you know, like why not go
why
out
not?
like that?
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to say that right now, but that was
that
pretty
was
impressive for you.
That was high.
Huge S-loop board off from Nathan Tessier, just to remind everybody what he's capable of here. And it's not going to be the worst result for him here. He's performed quite well. It's just a shame he couldn't get his 3 tricks. I'm seeing scores over 7s coming in from the 5 judges here. Of course, the highest and lowest will be booted out from them in the 3 average.
So Lorenzo Casati.
Does he want to go through in first place?
Well, that's high. That's high. That's a double board off. And he's landing it. The chop. That's considered a butt check, isn't it?
How did he ride out of that?
I have no idea.
I looked away and then saw a ride out. So he was looking to replace a 6.03 in the kite loop back roll category. Had this been a clean landing?
First it was, then it wasn't, and then it was again.
Check, big butt. You don't often see that though.
No.
That grace from the sea around here never allows that. That could be the difference of winning a heat if the sea allows that. So that brings to a conclusion a wonderful heat there where it looks like it will be Baby Shark that will be advancing in first, and in second Lorenzo Casati, which is what we thought as one rider. It's going to just land in your shot there, boosting over the camera.
That is.
Is that Tebow?
That's Mr. Berseman from the Netherlands.
Tebow, who's rebirthed like Jesus Christ here at this event. It's been unbelievable the level he's been able to achieve. Forget Easter Sunday here. It's Tebow Sunday or Saturday, whatever. He is like a new man. That equipment is working for him.
Yeah, it does.
Right now, that Nash kite is going massive for him, and he's a standout. Every time we see him going on the water, he's going massive. Can he put it together now and give us a performance like we saw once upon a time at the Cold Hawaii when he was on the podium there? He has been relentlessly keeping up with these other riders, wanting to be in these events, and I really respect that. And I want to see him put on his best performance here, because he's really grabbing our attention here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, he's going massive, and that's what we love to see, actually. And in this heat, round 2, heat number 3, we have Arthur Gilbert. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. He's a local Frenchman with deep freestyle roots. Clément Hout, also a local. He knows the spot probably better than everyone else. The legend Liam Whaley and Timo Boersema.
Thibaut. Arthur Gilbert, a former winner of this event, I believe, in the old days, where it might have been another spot. He's no mug for big air. He's competed in the King of the Air. Very able to change his styles and disciplines quite well. There he is on your screen there, with the pressure on him of the French crowd watching on, as in the background there, Clément Hout. That's easy for me now. I just got to think like an owl. Hoot. Why didn't I know that so long ago? How to say that?
Okay, they're the results from the previous heat. So Giuseppe winning this heat, and
nice
then
picture.
Lorenzo Casati. He's like, I'm
like
going to be number 1. Then Nathan Texier 3rd, and Baptiste on the 4th place.
Yeah. So we head into the next heat then, and what do you think about this one? This is packed.
Yeah, this is packed. This is
especially with Thibaut.
I know Clément is pretty decent on his doubles. So he loves strong wind, and he loves the spot, and he loves his kite. It's working for him, the 6-meter Harlem. So I personally think we saw him crash pretty hard earlier in round 1. So if he can pull himself together and land all his tricks, he's going to perform perfectly. And the same goes for Timo as well. If he lands his tricks, he's going to be over the moon, and Luis is going to be over the moon as well. And yeah, for Liam, I haven't seen his heat. I was taking a coffee break, so you can talk about that.
Well,
Mr. Whaley is back from an injury.
Yeah, I had a little chat with him actually, just while we was ordering our orange juice and croque monsieur. He was saying how much he's enjoying being part of it, and how he was really forced into a bit of a break. It was interesting talking to him about how he's had to adjust his equipment. You know, it's no secret that he's been on a seat harness, and how that changes your flexibility. It's been quite a challenge for him, as we see Thibaut starting off, which looks like
Arthur.
Is it? Sorry. Yeah, you're right, in blue.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Arthur starting off with a doobie loop.
Yeah, I think it was a doobie.
It's a straight doobie. Was there a board off in there as well? But well, we're about to find out what it was. Certainly we know who it was, thanks to you paying attention there.
Yeah, it was a doobie, but a high one to the right.
Yeah.
Perfect. With 2 down loops.
Not a bad start, yeah. So Liam just stoked to be in here, but...
Oh, what happened here? Oh, Clément lost his board somehow.
He did.
He was coming down.
That was mid-air.
We were still watching
the replay. And then we just saw a tombstone straight out the sky.
Yeah.
Here we go. Whoa, where did it go? There it is.
Where was his board?
If you land that, it's like win the event. Like, how do you land that?
That happened to me actually 2 days ago. I was overpowered on the 12, just training some old school. On the takeoff, my board was stuck somewhere there, and I was 200 meters downwind or 100 meters, and Andrea Principi comes there with my board. It's like, hey, bro, you forgot something upwind. It's pretty funny.
Well, he's a great character, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Not the start then for Clément, who famously went for the first triple kite loop, now done so easily by Lorenzo, it seemed, in the last one.
So now it's Liam Whaley's first trick attempt of round number 2, heat number 3. He's charging up that...
power charge. This is big.
Oh, that's a big laid back roll with a stylish grab coming down. Can he stick it? He can, Mr. Whaley.
And he's been paying attention. He's been paying attention to the scoring as well. Another thing he spoke about was that the big single loops he knows are scoring well. And actually look at this big single loop. That is a big delayed back roll. And I think that's going to score.
Yeah, that's going to score super.
A 6 base 6 maybe for that move.
Yeah,
you know, like it's big. And I think
and then Timo going for a doobie with probably a 4th rotation. Can he land it? He can.
Okay, you said that before he landed as well. You just knew. Like,
I've seen him train the last day.
Yeah,
so
you knew he was going to land it. So I'm telling you, Thibaut's going to mix it up in this heat. He looks focused here. The Nash rider performing absolutely superbly so far. So now we switch our attention back to the Elevate rider. It's Arthur Gilbert, who's a
Going
former,
to the right again with the back laid back.
former world champion. 6.73 from Liam Whaley's mega loop delayed back roll.
Oh, that's a hard. No, that's considered a crash.
Get me out there. If only there wasn't trick families. Let's do 3 of them. Yeah, nice here. Just unfortunately, how unlucky can you be not to ride away from that? Look at that battle. It's like riding a bucking bronco, like to try and ride it out.
And there we see
Clement.
Yeah, earlier jumping with no board and now going for a big laid back roll as well.
Surely be another rotation there. No, it fought it. Nice landing, sticks it down, and for Clement, I feel like he's a confidence builder. Like if he's going to have a good heat, he doesn't want 2 or 3 crashes at the start.
No.
But this time round, he's paid attention. Very different style of mega loop back roll there. Totally different axis that he's rotated round to Liam. So I don't think that's going to score as high as Liam.
He's going for a laid back board off in the seat harness and making it work.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he, Liam? Look at that for a landing.
Perfect.
Superb riding.
Now just showing the control to the judges with a front roll out of the landing. Classic Liam.
Yeah, that was classic Liam. So we're starting to reel through the tricks here now. See that lovely replay. He was away from the board a long period of time there. And Liam looking very in control here as we're flying through these heats now.
No, that's good, eh? There's some... Finally, there's something happening. Except 70 knots flying through the lagoon, yeah?
Yeah. That's always... Look, down there it looks crazy. Yeah. There's some white stuff down there. It's not over here at the moment, but it's only a matter of time before it comes back somehow, isn't it? But one thing we haven't seen for a while is the green flag, which, to remind those of you that weren't here earlier, gets raised when gusts of 55 knots are recorded. Riders are giving a bit more grace to perform a move. In fact, they don't have to trick at all if that green flag is raised alongside their rash vest colour. And we saw a lot of that earlier on, but right now we haven't seen that green flag raised, and I'm quite happy about it in a way, because it's meaning that the riders are not thinking about anything other than just going. As here we go, great work from the cameraman to pick out his rider. Is it the correct rider though? Aren't we not on?
I think that's
red is still up, but sometimes they do that just to. But is there a board somewhere in the zone?
He just talked to his caddy, probably considering what trick he's going to go for.
Is it Liam's go? I thought he just did a move. Or did we get that wrong? I'm convinced Liam just done a move. Yeah, here it is coming in, isn't
it's
it?
coming in.
Well, it's just I think there's a bit of a scoring issue at the moment. His trick hasn't actually come up. But neither is Clement's, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
He hasn't had his one come up on your screens. I can't see it.
Liam's going to go again there.
That's odd.
He's super...
Maybe his flag wasn't up. This is very strange.
He's going for the same trick as well. I feel like we are stuck in time.
Got to land this or there'll be an argument. Oh, he's still fighting that. That's like tens of meters of control on the back foot. So
that was a
I'd like to get to the bottom of that, of why Liam had to repeat his trick there. Perhaps he went when his flag wasn't up.
We can find out. Yeah, it was way bigger. That's true.
Are you asking the question on the group, Lassie? Yeah. Cool, this is big. That drone has got its work cut out to fly downwind. That was huge there. And guess who it was? Timo.
And there we see Timo again.
Look at this.
Oh, that was massive. And the extension, hey?
Look, it's not the water's not even in sight for ages. And this is the no land zone, by the way. No one's ever landed there ever in the history of kiting.
And he's just waiting.
Yeah. And he landed. That is going to be big. Hill, we're talking 8s and above, I think, for this. Maybe even higher. So Thibaut, he's now going to be my new guy that I think might get on the podium here. Might be. Thibaut is good. Sounds
Thibaut is better than Thibaut.
I'll never get his name right. Thibaut I can remember. Thibaut.
Arthur is charging up on his elevate guide, going to the left this time, super high, going for a big kite loop. Was it contra or kite loop board off?
I don't know, but that wind has gone
couldn't
berserk. Slam!
Just couldn't.
Slam down to side. I'm expecting the green flag to come up now as the vibrations pick up in the live stream. But this is the windiest it's been, I think, the gusts hitting our booth right now.
Oh, that's madly high.
And that was really unfortunate.
Just
couldn't take it. So expecting this green
Okay, so I
flag.
just found out what happened to Liam scoring. So his first jump was before the red flag was up, so he was a bit impatient, and then that's why I didn't count.
Then he got a bigger
and
score.
then he jumped again and did it bigger.
Tebow in first place. It's easy to call him Tebow. There's loads of bows. You've got Tebow, J-Bow.
Yeah, it's Tebow, Timo Bersema. 7.9.
Seho.
Oh, that's a high score, eh?
That is a high score. Can we get away with Seho? No.
Nah,
Clement Hoot, Seho?
No.
Oh,
Clement
well, there's
Hoot.
others out there. You know, everyone's allowed a nickname. Unless they come to me and like, I really don't like that, then I would stop saying it. But I'd rather get Tebow right than try and pronounce his surname incorrectly all the time. Back to the action. Clement Hoot or Seho, if you want.
He's going for a doobie contra with an added rotation, and he's sticking
He's
it.
in control. He is in control. He's got his act together here, Clement. He is not folding under the pressure here. As we've seen before, he's had crashes in some of these heats. He's in control, and he's able to just dub it down a little bit here. This is wonderful riding from him. He does not want to go out at this early stage again. He's been here before. I'm really impressed with him. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, he is.
Like, his backstory is brilliant. How he's come. He's not the most orthodox kiteboarder or had the most orthodox sporting background for me. I loved hearing his backstory. And he's a great example of someone that's worked really hard to get where he's got to. So I'm always happy for him to do well. As in comes Liam Whaley. Oh, he didn't. If he'd have said that,
just get blown out.
He had to sit into that. I wonder if that's hurting on his body there in that strange style there, Liam. He just had to really sit into that win there, didn't he, as he came in. No sign of the green flag, though, so...
Check, he's just holding on.
Just a touch of D-power in that bar. That is interesting to me, as someone else that flies that bar. Just a touch, not just letting it full out on
Probably,
there.
I sometimes do that as well when it's gusty.
Yeah, do you want it on the full thing, you know, with it?
Yeah, nah.
Not
Okay, now he's charging up. You can see.
Charging.
Oof. Oh, that's big with another rotation.
Singles, he's just keeping calm. Can he stick it?
And he sticks it.
Oh, it's huge.
There's the fist up in the air.
Yeah.
That is massive, ladies and gentlemen.
The competitor that Liam is, he is very aware that the single loops, the big ones, are scoring well. He could probably have turned that into a double maybe, but he just went for the big single, in control. He's looking good. For a rider that hasn't competed for, what, I got here a year and a half or something,
year and a half.
been out. He has never lost it.
Timo Bersa. Oh,
Timo, no. Timo, 9.
9. Verdammt.
Timo, was ist das?
Yeah, that's a 7. Oh, wait. That's a 7 for Liam. That was well deserved.
Nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there was a crash for your favorite.
Yeah.
Timo.
My new favourite.
Your new
he's
favorite.
alright. He's in the safe seat at the moment.
Yeah. He's not in the no-land zone.
No, if he gets in the no-land zone or the no advanced zone, we'll be worried. But here comes
Arthur. Timo's flag is still up, but that's
there's the blue
there's
flag,
the blue flag for Arthur.
What a great heat we've had here. This is more like a nice heat with lots of action now. We hope you're enjoying this at home, wherever you're tuning in from. I'm Lewis Crathen. Next to me, Lasse Hofmeister and Giel Vloed, also in the box, who will be coming in shortly after this heat, which is always lovely to have his insight as a rider that's been right out there many times in this competition box, and to give us that insight as to what it's like, especially with the way the wind works here and how you need to think and stay calm. But here we go. Here comes the former world champion. I think that was in freestyle or combined with big air that year, but are we going to see a double koi?
The hang time he
Crazy
gets.
view that. He's in the clouds. He's caught a gust.
Yeah, that's the gust.
Can he fight it? He's in the no-land zone, though.
He's in the he can.
He landed in the no-land zone.
There's a fist up in the air.
The no-land landing zone.
No, now it's more the... Giel just said it's no longer the no-land zone. No, it's you should land there.
Zone.
Yeah, too many people are landing there.
Okay, yeah.
But
maybe we need to have a word with them. It's the no-land zone, all right?
You shouldn't go there.
Yeah, you shouldn't be riding away from that. What's the matter with you? Where's your respect for the no-land zone?
Clement's flag is up, so he is feeling alive in this heat. He wants to pull through, so he's charging up again, going for a doobie contra border with a board spin, added rotation, and sticking it cleanly.
And it will be enough to put him in second place, as long as it wasn't in the other category, because that is his third trick score. He needed a 2.64 or more to go into...
He's coming in for kite switch.
Changing. I wonder what he's changing to. Is he going to go double trouble now?
Yeah, I think so.
Smaller? Does he feel the wind is going to pick up? And that, again, I always go back to that incredible moment of sailing and instinct that Liam showed once here. That feeling that you get as a kiteboarder when you just feel deep within you, this wind's going to pick up, it's going to come. He took every risk by changing to a smaller kite that day, did Liam, when the wind was already being a pain in the light wind. He went out, he got a 6 to everyone's shock. And then as soon as he got back upwind, the wind came. He believed. There was a moment of belief that every kiteboarder can associate with when you believe it's got to get windy for me. It's got to get windy. He brought that to him in some ways.
And in order to that, Liam Whaley believes into his next trick.
Didn't feel that, did he? Maybe he lost the wind on that. That could be devastating here for the rider that's just got out. If Arthur...
that was his fourth,
was it Arthur changing? Who was changing kite size?
Clément.
Clément.
Yeah.
So what is Clément changing to? That is what we must keep...
Oh, there's it. There's a 6.
Meanwhile, Thibaut.
That is also big.
Thibaut,
yeah, he lands it.
He does. He lands everything.
Yeah.
Now I'm landing.
He's in the flow, hey?
Be a great new video name for him. Now I'm landing. Look at me landing now.
New video project.
Yeah.
The no land zone.
The no land.
Someone should do an edit and call it the no land zone.
No land zone.
And just put all the crashes in.
It's like no man's land. No land's land. No land's land.
We've been sitting here some time, Luis, hey?
Thinking about this. It's just very interesting that when people go too big here, they end up in this area.
Yeah.
And mostly can't land.
Yeah. What a style, hey?
I think he's going
to
get this. Yeah. I love the kite positioning during that move, and it was a great example, again, that you don't have to bring it straight up to 12. Watch how he parks this out the right here if we do manage to get his kite. We haven't got his kite in there, but he didn't pull too hard to get his kite right above him here. It gave him that chance to decide when he wanted to throw it at 12 at the end and give him a bit more lift.
And Clément is still going back upwind, so he has to hurry a bit because his white flag is already in the sky.
Yeah.
So
I think he's going to get one run to the left-hand side
then he
here.
needs
What's
to commit
he thinking? He's thinking doubles. We think he's gone...
Double laid back?
Yeah.
I said double contra board of... Yeah.
And I wonder if this is the right move. With the singles scoring so well, this is going to have to be big.
Oh, he was right. He's smiling.
And it was big. Can he stick it?
Yes,
he can with the drone right behind him. Wow, what a piece of riding from Clément, who currently in 4th place here with his 5th trick attempt.
Wow.
And he must be what would he been thinking right now? Like, please land, please land. What a move. What do we think we're going to see here then, scores-wise, guys?
Can we actually see the live stream comments? No?
I don't know, it's always risky.
It's always risky, yeah.
I'm sure they're all lovely for us right now, but
okay.
We've been directed actually to be paying attention to our screen. So if you are asking us questions on there, maybe we'll have a little look at some point. But
yeah, but later, after the seat.
Don't want to get involved in any arguments.
So Liam Whaley is charging again to the left, super powered, and now he's going for a double loop, straight double.
He's obviously on a kite that does both then, that he feels comfortable.
That's a 6, yeah.
That can do both decent. They were pretty decent singles for a kite. That's not often you have a kite that can do, or it appears to me, that can do both in those categories. So Liam currently in 1st place, Timo in 2nd. So 6.3, thank you for that. And Timo has gone straight into this lovely and inverted, and he bombs out of that. And I worry now, could Timo have done with that move? But he is currently in 2nd. But this is getting tight between these riders now. They're now going to have another 2 attempts left each. So Liam's a bit further ahead of the other 2. But there's barely 1 point separating the other riders here. That's crazy. 2 trick attempts left for the riders. All of them. Less than 1 point separating 3 of these riders. Liam currently out ahead with 20.50. In fourth at the moment, 17.47 is Clément from France. In third, Arthur Gilbert, 17.87. He is next to Trick, and in second position is Timo Borsema, 18.86. There is 1 point separating these 3 at this moment. What a pressurized situation it is for these, because only one of them could join Liam. That is if they all don't get bigger scores than Liam right now, but that would be unlikely, I would have thought. Liam really riding superbly, so let's see.
Only 2 of those, the 2 first, are advancing. So Arthur is no, I don't think he will go for this one.
He's looking like he wants to go right to me here at starboard. Kite loop, front loop, ball. We haven't seen a contra loop. Oh no, he's coming back left again. Are we going to see a double here from Arthur, perhaps?
I've given up on Arthur on doubles.
I know he can do doubles, but we haven't seen one double yet. I don't know if it's just he doesn't have the kite for it yet. But he is going for...
Could be this. Oh, he just got... Oh, it's massive single,
it's massive
though.
Single.
Was that a contra loop board off? Yeah, it was. And that's probably as big as you could do that with a single. So
he needed this.
Yeah, I think this is going to be big. And this could well propel him back into second. He needed 1 point on top of his lowest scorer, which was a 5.47. I think that's a 6.47 or above for me. Just the height, the control, the distance downwind, the style. I would be surprised if he doesn't go into second here now. Push Timo back down, but it's only going to be by 0 point something that he makes it. Let's keep an eye on those scores as we go straight back.
Oh, nice. S-loop board off from Clément.
Oh, the action is getting thick now.
And he's landing it, and he claims it as well.
This doesn't look like it's going to be enough from Arthur, actually. I'm seeing the scores come in. None of the judges actually seeming to score this 6.4 or above, just below all of those trick scores. So he is going to stay potentially in third. Actually, it was the same move for Arthur. It was Arthur actually was repeating a trick family. Devastator for him. It hasn't actually mattered too much, but it's not. But it's not the one to. It's not the one to be working on. Could have been a Devastator if he'd actually got a big one. So holding on to second right now is Timo.
Yeah, and then Liam has his last trick attempt. No, it's second last, sorry.
What's he going to go for? 6.7.
He needs...
Any one of those, really, he could replace, to be honest with you.
He can just up his score as well.
All his top 3 scores are within 0.27 of each other. So really it's up to him what he feels he's most comfortable with to go bigger.
Now he's charging to the left once again, and he is coming in with so much speed, so much control, and then you can see an S-loop with a proper angle.
Stalled out, didn't it? Outside of the window, that one. Hill, you got your hands on your head. You recognise that was a biggie.
That was huge.
Yeah, that was massive. Hopefully he's alright, but he's body dragging up. He said he's going to be fine. The jet ski is just checking on him real quick to see whether he's alright or not. But I think then he would just keep his kite there on the side, but he's already body dragging.
I do love seeing how quick the jet skis get to the riders. That's 30 seconds right
that's
there.
Good.
That is a safety team that are watching every single trick. That it should be that you go with doubt in mind, not you go when someone can't swim anymore. You know, like that's how it's got to be.
Just to check.
And I want to really highlight that for every kiteboarder, every water sports user that's actually listening to this. If you're even in doubt, if someone has a big crash, you get to them and then you work out if they're okay. Not rather think about it. Should I be polite? Should I not go over there? Like, we're all on the water together. You might be that closest person that could actually get hold of somebody and keep their head above the water. So rather go first. Then it should be automatic, in my opinion. You see those big crashes, you go. But this is really an organised safety team here. I can't talk highly enough of them. Here's Thibaut. Will he be safe?
Oh yeah, there's a gust coming through.
Big gust.
Yeah, big gust. You can see Beto Gomez, you can't see him, but we can see him just flying downwind because he's next in the heat, holding on for dear life.
I've got a feeling that Thibaut's going to go massive here.
Yeah, also got
this could be absolutely massive if he connects. It wasn't
super massive. But he
maybe just in that corner there. Sometimes it doesn't.
But he lands it.
He does land it. So it wasn't super big. Will it be enough for him to stay in this event?
Yeah.
You think? There's another...
They have another trick attempt, so maybe he can even secure himself more in the second position.
That trick attempt, round of tricks, didn't really do much at all. Just an upgrade of 0.06. So next to nothing, an upgrade for Clement. And it's he's still got a chance to get into second here. It all could change. That's the bottom line here with all of these riders now. Not much separating. I mean, Clement's in fourth, and I can see here for him to get first, he would need to add almost 3 points to his lowest score. It is possible to get something in the 8s and 9s today, but one feels like any of the riders in third and fourth now really need to put something big in to try and stake a claim.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight heat. That's for sure.
Yeah, Liam, I'd say, might be the one that feels the most comfortable. Well, he will be. I mean, I'd be stupid to say anything else. He's winning by more than the others. So,
but it's good to see Liam back and good to see him performing and pushing also a crazy S-loop and just riding out of it.
I always feel it's better to have had a crash like that and taken it and ridden away than to never have had it at all.
Yeah, because then like you know your body can handle it.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, come on, I dealt with that. Like the biggies, you're like, come on, give it to me. I can deal with it.
Going up, doing a back row contra board off, and landing it in the zone.
Yeah, so in third position, for second, he needs another point more than 5.47. I don't think he's going to get it with that. It was high. I don't think it was as crucial, the loop in the power zone, and he's asking for the judges 6.5 really to stay in this competition. I can see the scores coming up already from the judges. They're not quite even in the 6s, so I think that's the end of the line, unfortunately, for Arthur. Will it be the end of the line for Clement Hoot, who's currently in fourth position? For second place, he needs 1.3 more than his lowest score, which is a 5.4 at this moment. So he's needing about a 6.7 roughly, give or take a couple of 0.01s.
Now he's
is he going to do it? Oh, yes, this could be it. Whoa. This is it. Can he stick it now? Can he stick it?
No! Sorry for screaming so loud. It was a butt check. No, it was not butt check. It was a crash. Oh, he's not too happy. Fine.
Man.
Shit.
Oh, come on.
There was such a big double laid back with so much power and a proper cut angle. And he knew that right there in the air, throwing up that arm, but he
did kind of land it.
Yeah, he did
kind of land it.
So
he will get a butt check. I mean, if he lands that, it's high, right? It's above 7.5. Big discussion going on in here. What we think is a butt check. I'll tell you what was interesting is two of the judges thought 0. The other 3 gave him something for that. He got something, but it wasn't enough.
No.
It's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Siho. He tried so hard, Clement.
But his performance was really, really good here in this competition. In front of, he's probably going to be so happy to land or butt check this trick right in front of his home turf.
You've been in competitions before.
Yeah.
You got to finals before, full power before.
No, not finals.
Sorry, semis. You got to almost.
Almost.
When you are in that position, do you go to bed thinking about that move?
Yeah, of course.
Did you go to bed that night and thought, I know the move which didn't get me through to the final?
Yeah, you know it, but it's part of the competition, you know? You just have to accept it and then train it more and more and more, 100 times, so next time you're going to land it. But obviously there's always this one trick you're like, if I did get this
only,
one.
especially that moment right there, because Clement would have known it was that landing. That is the hardest thing to live with when it's that landing.
But you have to look forward, other's you're going to hang yourself up on one trick.
Very hard
like,
sometimes to, like looking at the ceiling, like, you idiot, come on, like. So your sponsorships are on the line now. What did you do?
Nah, it's not on the line.
It can't be like that. Those can be some of the thoughts for the riders. Maybe your contract's up. It means a lot to these riders.
But I think Clement is happy with his performance here in front of his home turf. Because
I hope so.
He actually told me his last double loop session was last September.
Okay.
So it has
Blimey.
been some time.
Yeah, so Thibaut then tipped him to get through this one. I fancied his style, and he's rewarded me by staying in. He will know if he's in or not.
Oh, that's a big doobie board off.
He's not even calming down.
With a late front, and he's landing it.
To go first, he has to put 1.6 on top of a 5.2.
That was the 1.6.
Was it a 6.8 though? Was it a 6.8?
Oh,
it's pretty big actually, isn't it?
It was pretty
Could
powerful.
he possibly push Liam Whaley down now? If you feel like that's a 6.8 on your screens. Oh, first score coming into 7 from one of the judges. That could be interesting. Is that the judge that always gives high scores though? Who's that guy? I'm not allowed to reveal their names. Maybe it is. 6.83. That's got to be close to going into first. How close was that in the end? Has he gone into first? Oh, 0.05 away from going into first place from Timo Borsma. That was, actually was a 6.83, so I was slightly out with my maths, but he was 0.05 away. But he'll be more than happy with that performance. What a heat that was.
Yeah, that was
end.
pretty exciting, hey, Luis?
I enjoyed that one. Where's Heel gone? He's left us.
No, then we do the next one.
I thought Heel's coming in. Is it my turn to have a break? Is it
you need a break? Yeah, it's
do I need a break? I don't know. I'm quite enjoying it.
Yeah, and me, so...
Yeah, maybe lock the door.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, Heel. You coming in? You coming for a chat with everyone? Okay, so I'm going to have a break.
Yeah, you're going to have a break.
I'm going to have a little break, and then...
yeah.
It's cool. You got a good heat here, guys. Good luck. There's your fellow countryman here riding Lasse. Jason van der Spy.
We're not countrymen,
yeah,
though.
you sound
But I can say some Afrikaans, bro, yo. Okay, so we're going to look at some highlights, ladies and gentlemen, from this heat. There was a breathtaking... here you can see just the first late back row from Liam. That was massive. And Giel Vloet is joining me now on the microphone. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. He will be right here.
And we are back. What an incredible heat that was. So much action, so much height.
Right.
Wow, that was absolutely spectacular.
Oh, yeah. Here we're going to see... yeah, there's Thibaut going... oh, that was a massive one, hey?
Timo. It's Timo with an M.
Yeah, but it's Thibaut. The short version.
Yeah, but now it sounds like a French name, you know?
It does.
Like
there is
Dutch.
a Thibaut.
I know, that's why he's...
yeah, Timo Boersema, absolutely great performance here. And
Timo Boersema, absolutely incredible performance. And looks like... oh, it's very close between first and second. Huh?
Yeah, it was.
Is that a final result already?
Yeah, that is a final result.
So that means Liam Whaley from Spain edged out Timo Boersema by 0.05.
That's not a lot.
Now that's
just a blink.
That's everybody pushing the limit. Where Timo was scoring a 6.83 on his last trick. Really good score, really good riding from him. That back roll, kite loop, double edit, laid back, whatever it was. For a 7.9 score was unreal. Maybe one of the highest scores we've seen today, right?
Yeah, actually, like probably Baby Shark's boogie board off double was also in that range. But
what did he score? Do you remember?
Oh, I can't, but we will find out.
All right, but up next we have.
I think
I see a Jason.
I see a Beto.
I think I see a... oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Zach Adams, Jason van der Spy, Beto Gomez, and Edgar Ulrich. There is a lot on the line in this heat.
It is.
Edgar needs to stay in it in order for him to have a chance at the world title. Zach Adams has to stay in it for a chance at the world title. Since he finished 4th in Brazil, he has a chance. And, I mean, Beto and Jason are not going to give them an easy time. So here we go. Zach taking off for the first attempt, going for a double loop board off with a slight delay in between, but gets the landing. And that's going to be a nice first score for him.
Yeah. Wasn't it an S? I thought I saw the kite.
Well, I thought he let the kite climb in between the loops, but...
well, we're going to see. It's sometimes a bit hard to see.
So this is the loop.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yeah, so might have been an S loop. We let the kite climb a bit in between, so the judges will take that into account. But a score is a score.
So we see Jason from South Africa, Dalovit Jaimutbru, going... oh, can he stick that one?
So that's a back roll, tic-tac, late back roll with an added rotation. That's a very technical trick. Didn't really get the craziest height, but definitely a nice...
that's a Jason we know, right?
Definitely a nice trick. So we have up next, I think it's going to be Alberto Gomez. Dale duro. Here we go, representing Colombia.
With the biggest smile on the water.
Yeah, the biggest smile ever, always. On a 6-meter Evo D-Lab, looking
stacked.
lit. Let's see if he can get the gust. Ooh, he decided against it. Very last minute, but probably a good call. As we can see that Jason got a 5.1 for his trick, and Zach Adams got a 4.8 for his attempt. Where Beto goes to the right for a back roll, and then does like a front roll tornado, if I'm not mistaken. That's a classic Beto trick, and he lands with no speed at all. Manages to slow down with that down loop so incredibly well. Let's see if it was a back roll and then front roll. Yeah, so those are 2 front roll rotations after going for a back roll kite loop. So I'm quite curious what category that will be scored in. Might be scored in innovation. And then we have Edgar.
Edgar needs to perform in this.
The leader in the tour right now with a huge jump, waits for the peak, goes for a massive contra-late front board off with the adder rotation, hypes up the crowd, gets another grab. I mean,
what a rockstar move!
I mean, what a this is how the Edgar we want to see. That was absolutely massive.
Yeah, that's gonna score really, really high.
I mean, you could see that the kite angle was not level, but he was going so high. And that's just beautiful style. Look at that.
He's just
happy,
like,
hyping up. So from no land zone to landing everything zone, I think we moved. It doesn't look as choppy anymore. Oh no, that's no. Oh! Yes! This is what I wanted to see. My ears hurt from my own shouting. But that was incredible. Here he goes for a back roll.
8 back.
Double 8 back roll. That was ridiculous.
You love the critical moments in the doubles.
Well, look at what it does to you, right? My heart's racing. That was sick. Oh, because I thought he's gonna die. You know, like that's why we love it.
Yeah. His mom is probably watching the stream.
I'm sorry, Mom, like, but your son's kicking ass right now. It's a good thing.
And Jason van der Spy launching into the sky with
roll. He's going for a doobie board off TikTok. Gets the board on.
Super controlled, eh?
That's it. Look at how
he's slowing down.
He is.
He's like,
look at the focus on the landing. That's it's a very good move, especially when the landing is that tricky. But there he goes for his doobie.
So stylish.
TikTok board off.
And now he's like, okay,
focus
slow
on
down,
the landing.
Slow down.
Zach Adams getting a 5.6.
What? I believe. Yeah, he wasn't super high, but it was a lot of risk involved for sure.
Yeah.
So now it's Beto Gomez, the Colombian, is going to the left one more time. And he's coming in with a lot of speed going up.
And he was looking for that double, but
probably smart that he didn't do it.
Yeah, decided against it.
That was just a normal.
And Jason scoring a 5.5 with that doobie board off TikTok. So right now it looks like being technical and a bit safer is almost paying off against risking it for the biscuit. Yeah.
No brain, no pain, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it works like that. But it's a nice saying. I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, but
now we have
nice
Edgar. His flag is up. He's going to trick going right, perhaps. He is looking for a takeoff on the right. Or maybe he's just talking to a caddy. He looks to be waiting for something as he's bulldozing the water with his board right now.
No.
Or maybe
just probably thinking
left.
Adjusting his wetsuit probably.
Yeah. He's looking down at the water to see how much wind there is. And that's an interesting technique.
I thought he lost his goldfish or something.
But look, he's got a 7.03 for that first trick because it was huge. The judges just want to see you go absolutely massive. So let's see if he can do it one more time and go absolutely sky high and wow the judges and the crowd.
We want to see that Edgar, you know, is it the doobie contra where he flips? It almost looks like a backflip.
Well, he did go for that, but he didn't do the front roll up front on his first trick. But if he does that with a double contra,
that looks so
that is insane. But it's all about getting the height. The judges have made it very, very clear they want to see you go very high. And this is decently high, board off laid back, parks the kite very far on the side to get a nice big down loop. Power landing, saving the kite. Good, he's happy with that. Another score on the board for Edgar. Will not be his biggest trick ever as we look at a replay from Beto instead of Edgar. But that will definitely be another very nice score to put on the board. And yeah, he's going to be happy with that one. All riders are putting down some decent scores to start with.
What do you think went through Zach's mind when he was coming out of that second rotation? Because he's now going for the next jump.
I don't know. He's already going for his next jump. Going for front roll. That's going to be a doobie double. And that's big. That is very big. Going for another rotation. 2 rotations. No way. No! Oh my God. I was thinking that's too much to hold on to. But I don't know if I've ever seen anyone do a doobie double and then add 2 rotations at the end. Like that
was it a rewind? I thought I saw a rewind in there.
I thought he's going doobie double. And then one rotation, 2 rotations.
It's 4 rotations on a double.
He had that, but he just didn't have it.
Oh, he needs that, eh? That was high.
That was very nice. I mean, Zach right now is riding an incredibly good heat. I met him. I saw him outside about half an hour ago, and I was talking to him like, "Don't you think you should go for singles, like big singles?" And he said, "Yeah, probably that's a good call." And now he's going for doubles, and he's looking absolutely on fire. So I'm happy that he chose his own way, and it's very good because
he's making it work.
I mean, his 5.6. For me, that's at least a 6. So, you know, he can't use that as a score, but he can take it home with him.
Oh, Jason, the South African with the back laid back with a board spin and slowing down on the landing as well, like the one before.
And Zach is definitely fighting out here because he needs to put down some proper tricks to go against Jason, because Jason here with the back laid back, tick-tock from the fin and the added rotation is definitely putting the pressure on. Zach is ranked 4th right now, so he's definitely looking to advance to the next round in order to keep his championship dream alive.
And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt you, Giel, but now it's really, really strong. There's a gust pulling through.
And that's Beto going up. Massive double loop. I think he was looking for that laid back, but at least he got a double loop. Oh,
yeah, that's a landing.
It's a landing with an elbow check.
Elbow checks are fine for me.
Yeah. He's going to deduct from his score, but not too much. But I'm sure he was looking for a rotation in there.
Yeah, for the laid back.
Yeah, yeah. Little bit of a, let's say, quadricep check. Little quad check.
So now it's Edgar. So it's quite interesting because Edgar and Zach have the chance to be world champion. So it's gonna be a tight one.
Yeah, Edgar leading the tour right now, leading the ranking. So he's definitely gonna feel the pressure. But so far he has been performing and he's been producing some epic tricks. He's the last of the 4 to go for a 3rd trick. If he manages to land another big trick, he's putting a lot of pressure on the rest.
Oi!
Here's a S-loop board of slightly delayed 2nd loop, but he gets the landing. That's a powered landing. That's a strong guy you're looking at. That was beautiful. And like we said before, that's going to be his third trick that's on the board. So he's definitely going to be working with 3 tricks now. And now the game plan for him's for sure going to be cancel out the lowest score and take it from there every time.
Oh, that would be the smartest, eh? So now Zach Adams charging up to the left.
He might want to go for that doobie double again because he knows he got a really good trick.
He aborted that one. He's gonna try one more time.
As you can just feel the wind howling from the booth. He is riding pretty fast to the right. He might go for something on the right already. No, decides against it. He's just hurrying up so that if he doesn't feel the right gust now, he can go again. But it looks like he's going for it. Front roll. Here we go again. This is the doobie double. Does he stick the landing this time? Not as high as the previous one, but definitely a very good score to have landed and put the pressure back on Jason. Because right now Zach Adams is in 3rd place and he's looking to get that 2nd place back. And I mean, preferably he's looking to get into that 1st slot.
And now Jason. Come on, Bruda. Jason also speaks a bit of German. We taught him well. And now he's going to the left.
And Jason going up for a doobie contra. Oh, wow.
Style.
It's a lot of things to say at the same time, but he doesn't stick it.
Jason.
And because he doesn't stick it, we don't have to name the entire trick. But he was going
for us.
I don't think it was a contra. It's hard to tell, though.
It's hard to tell, yeah. Because we got some, for you to just to imagine it, we got some blinds for the sun. And the guys are jumping so high.
I'm pretty sure he does his contrast to the other side.
Yeah, so we can't
especially
really see
with
the
doobie. So that was going to be... But there is a difference if you tic-tac from the fin or from the handle or something like that, or there's a flip, or you can get a different category if you do it like that. So Jason is definitely someone that knows the rules inside out and then plays exactly according to the book. He's a very smart rider, so he will have had that planned out. As we look at Beto, he's starting to really ramp up the speed now. Getting into that corner. Ooh. Gets a great takeoff. Back roll. Tornado. Good travel on that jump. And that's about 100 plus meters far, and he lands it clean.
And he's stoked. There's the fist in the air.
And the riders cannot forget about Beto Gomez, because he is always there. He is always there. You cannot think that he's going to take it easy or he's going to crash some things. He's always going to be there. And I think towards the end of the heat, he's definitely going to be in the mix for the first or second place.
And he has a unique style, don't he?
Yeah, definitely. As we can see, Zach Adams with a 4.8, 5.6, 5.8, and right now Edgar with a 7, a 5.1, and a 5.5. So he's definitely very happy to have that 7 in there, but we all know Edgar has a couple more 7s or 7 plus up his sleeve, and I think he'll be showing us some real soon. Let's see if he's got the speed for it now.
And Edgar is going for
double contra,
and he's landing it.
Just a double contra loop, but another landed trick, so he's going to be happy with that. It's a good confidence builder, even if you're not improving your score. It definitely helps to land a couple big tricks
100%.
And gain some confidence for the next, as Zach is already getting into position. Looks like Zach might be tricking to the right, which today we've seen a couple people go really big to the right. And sometimes when the wind direction changes a little bit, you can go higher to the right. So I don't know if he felt something or if he's just looking to do a trick to the right. I know he's got a good board of laid back. So does he have a board of laid back double loop to the right? That's high enough. Ooh, that's just a big kite loop board off with huge extension. Just too much to handle on the landing.
How far did the spray just flew?
Yeah, I think the boat that close is also not ideal. You might have seen that, but yeah, I think he had something. I think he had something else in mind than just a kite loop board off. He must have been thinking about a double loop board off, or even a board of laid back double.
Yeah.
Because he knows he has to bring his A game to this heat in order to keep his hopes and dreams for the championship alive. But he is in second place as we speak.
Jason needs now a third trick on the board, actually.
And when Jason gets that third trick, which he's going for right now, front roll, it's a doobie contra with a grab. He wanted to get a board off from the fin there. Unfortunately not getting the landing. So yeah, tricky conditions. Probably his fifth attempt. He still has 2 attempts, and he's got 2 very solid tricks on the board. He's shifting into 4th place right now, but since he doesn't have a third trick, if that third trick is a 7 or a 7.5, which we all know he's capable of getting, he's actually into the lead. So you can still go either way. Definitely don't count anyone out yet, as this heat is incredibly tight.
Yeah. And there we see Beto. What?
With that double loop laid back roll.
Oh no, yeah.
Doesn't get the landing. Unfortunately, doesn't get the landing. He really wants that double loop. I honestly think he might be better off going for that single loop, because he's been killing it today. But today it's been very up and down for the riders' moods and the wind and the gusts. And the only one that's been saying all day we need to compete is Beto, with a big smile on his face. So he's definitely Going for it as Edgar gets a takeoff but doesn't get the height he wants. Going for an S-loop board off with the added rotation. Wow, that was a very
last second catch right there.
Very last minute catch, and you're being caught when you're like not the right way forward. Look at him, he's just falling with his back towards the water and just turns around just before the landing. So that is
he trusted the process, eh?
That is absolutely scary. But he managed to nail that one. I don't know if it's going to improve his score because it wasn't the biggest, but it was definitely a very good save. As Zach Adams is charging towards the right once again. Things still looking for that double loop board off. Let's see. He's got a big kite loop front roll, kite loop back roll, so he's going to need a board off. That's why he was going for that.
Yeah, Zach didn't go for that takeoff.
Yeah, I think he's looking for the double loop board off to the right. I think that's what he wants.
The boat's moved away, so that's quite good.
That's good. He's charging.
No, yeah.
That's not the height he wanted. That's a board off laid back double, and he's not going to manage to get the landing. But you can see it looks good. So if he tries that again and he gets a good takeoff, I think he's got it for sure.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen him do this trick yet, but look at that. He looks in control. Apart
must
from
have hurt.
the landing bit, obviously. But that's just the height. Still going for it as he knows that there's a lot on the line in this heat. Still in second place, but like we said, Jason only needs a 5 or a 4.7 something to take second place away from Zach. And this is a beautiful takeoff. Tick-tock by the fin. So that's a doobie tick-tock with some extra down loops. And that is going to be a big score for him. That's definitely going to put him into second place. That was beautiful stuff by Jason. He's just riding so smooth and very smart.
Yeah, probably the whole homebound South Africa, Cape Town is watching.
That is epic stuff from Jason right there. Covering about 150 meters, I would say.
Yeah, that was far.
Yeah, that's good stuff. So I'm curious what score he's going to get for that, but that's going to be a big score. And that is a 7.7, putting him into first place and bumping Edgar down to second place. So Edgar's got his work cut out for him because Jason has just applied more pressure, which pushes Zach down to third place as well.
Yeah, so he's in trouble. He needs something big as well now.
That is a massive score for Jason.
To have a chance on the world title.
And there goes Beto for a big... Oh, he should have doubled that. He wanted to double that, I'm sure. That's still a very big boogie, but that would have been an incredible boogie double. And I'm sure he's thinking about that now. As that looked like he wanted to go for another loop.
Oh, there was
just
so much
getting
power.
So much pull, so much yank.
But he lands it every time, eh?
Yeah, can't count him out. Still going to be a good score for him. But it's not going to be the 7 that he needs, you know. He needs a big score.
No, it's a 5.33 for him on that one.
You're not getting that on your screens just yet, but so far it's looking like a 5.33 from the judges. So now it's up to Edgar to do something to put him back into first place. He's already got a 7 on the board. Just needs to drop away one of his 5.5s. And he's back on top. Here we go. Edgar is going up. That looks high enough. That's a board off laid back. I think he wanted to go for a double there. Just didn't feel the right power in the kite to send another loop. And remember, for this heat, in order to move on to the semifinals, you don't have to become first. First and second will move on to the semifinals. So Jason, as it stands, Jason and Edgar are looking safe. But as every rider still has one more attempt, everything is still possible. And Zach is loading up for his final attempt. What is he going to go for? Is there going to be an S-loop board off? It is. Can he stick the landing? Yes, he can. Very smooth.
One.
And now the question is that going to drop away his score of a 4.87? I mean, it was a bit higher, I think, than the other one, but I have no idea if that's going to be enough. Because he needs to improve by...
the landing was so smooth.
Well, he needs to improve by a lot. So I'm afraid that's not going to do it for Zach.
But now we see Jason van der Spy. Is he gonna stay in first position? And probably he's gonna improve the 5.53. Now he's going to the didn't feel it. Turning around again. Jason patiently waits there on the side, and now he's riding to the left with a lot of power.
And that's a front roll. That's a doobie board of TikTok with another front roll. Can he stick the landing? That is going to be big. Oh my God, Jason is having the heat of the day. He is just killing it and already cemented himself in first place, looking really solid. And for Zach Adams, this last trick was a 5.4, so that's not going to be enough for him to move on. And that takes away his chance of becoming world champion.
Oh, what a bummer.
So that's sad for him. He's been riding really well. But unfortunately, that's not going to be enough for him to move on. Beto, on the other hand, still has a chance, but it is a very slim one. He needs to improve his 4.972, something close to a 7. So he is capable of doing that, but it's going to need to be absolutely huge. If he does so, he will endanger Edgar, who has a chance at the world title.
But Beto has the ability to do something super amazing and huge. So
let's see what he's got for us.
And now he's going to the left, and he's powered.
He's going, oh no, that's not going to be it. And that means that Edgar is going to remain second and move on to round number 3 and keep his championship's hope alive. But Jason absolutely dominating this heat. Had a bit of a slow start at the beginning of the heat, but absolutely came back with a vengeance. And it is good to see that he's been able to put on that show. So yeah, that's, well, quite a heat. Edgar still has a trick left. Let's not forget he still has a trick left. But knowing that he is safe, I don't think he's going to push a very crazy trick, because he needs to stay healthy and uninjured for the rest of the competition. So if he's 100% safe and his caddy is telling him that he doesn't need to worry.
Yeah, that what would you do in a situation like that, Gio?
I wouldn't take a risk.
Just jump in for the crowd.
I would do a jump to the crowd, hype them up a little bit, and try not to crash that, because that could be...
Oof, yeah, and oh my God. Oh my God, right now it's just nuking.
I want to know how strong that gust was, because this was ridiculous.
Oh my God. There was probably one of the strongest gusts we have seen all day.
That has to be the strongest. That has to be I've never seen anyone lose their edge like that. Can we see a replay? We're going to see a replay.
Yes.
Let's see if the replay is of that.
And he's just going to the right. Now the wind kicks in.
Let's see. He's riding and then just getting smacked. That's crazy.
That is really crazy.
I want to know what wind gust that was, because I wouldn't be surprised if that's over 60 knots again.
Nah.
Even the jet ski passing by, the spray of the jet ski just travels for 100 meters easily.
Yeah. That was crazy. Now the Edgar Soles's last trick attempt. No, wait, that's not the act. We're
trying to find how many knots that last gust was. As you can see, Edgar here doing exactly what I expected him to do. Just a big jump to hype up the crowd a little bit, not take too much risk. There we go. That's it. He's going to be happy with advancing onto the next round, because big air kiteboarding has become so competitive these days, and just getting through a round 3 is incredibly hard. As you can see, Zach Adams and Beto Gomez unfortunately not managing to go on to the next round, and they are really, really good big air riders. So the level is super high, everything's super close, and we can't wait for the next heat.
Yeah, and Jason did his country proud, eh?
Yes.
All the South Africans at home are going to be like, yes.
Yo, bro, that was a lekker jump.
Yeah, man, yo. Okay, I'm going to go on a break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hand my mic over to Lewis Crathen, and he will be joining you shortly.
Cool, that was quite a heat.
guys. I did watch that one in the live stream booth out the window as well, and that was...
Things are absolutely heating up. It's getting ridiculous.
One. Yeah, Jason pulled through that one.
Oh my God, who's that flying that high? Is that Zach?
No land zone.
Or is it Kimo?
I think it's Zach.
That is huge. I hope it's Zach, because if it's Kimo in the next heat, I don't know if he is in the next heat. But
I'm watching flags here, the feather flags touching the ground. How often have you seen feather flags actually touch the ground, bending over and touching the ground? That is how windy. I think these are 70 knot gusts now.
Yeah, this is getting absolutely out of hand. Look at Liam just bouncing over the water.
Smoke on the water now. This is outrageous. There's a lot of riders out there now who have got straight into survival mode. I know you're seeing the highlights right now that we should be talking about, but actually it's impossible for us. It's humanly impossible for us to ignore what we see out the window, which is such strong wind. We should be talking about some of these highlights of this heat because that was a special heat, but there's riders in survival mode.
Well, I'm in survival mode. I feel like the container is about to flip any second.
What we saw was a great performance there for Edgar Ulrich and Jason van der Spuy, who deserved to go through. It was the end of the line for Zach Adams, unfortunately. The American hoping to be world champion. It's not going to be for him.
Yeah, that was huge. Jason just had one of those heats where at some point you feel like you're never going to crash. And he was just in the zone doing exactly what he needed to do to put some pressure on Edgar as well, knowing, hey, if you want to win that world title, you better be ready to go and get it because I'm here and I'm not leaving.
That was a tough heat, wasn't he? Could have easily, had a crash or only needs one kite line wrap or something like this. And now the pressure over to Lorenzo Casati, who would have seen Edgar Ulrich, his main rival here for the world title, get through his difficult round two. It's his turn now. Can we have those riders back, please? There we go. Oh, wow. They do listen to me. Liam Whaley is going to be a top challenger. Finn Flugel also with a chance of a world title on the line as well. And Josh Gillett, who's been riding. Who keeps putting those in there?
And I mean, look at the lineup for the quarterfinal. That's just ridiculous. That is insane. What a lineup, right? I mean, Finn hasn't been in the big air scene for very long, but in his first heat already, he's shown everyone, I'm here. I'm ready to put on a show. So, and then you have Lorenzo and Liam in the same heat. And to round it off is Josh Gillett, who we all know it doesn't matter if it's 50 knots or 30 knots or 20 knots. He's going to do the same tricks.
He can deal with it.
He can
So we are still in round two of the men, if you're wondering why we aren't a bit further. Oh, here's some results for you then. First place, Jason van der Spuy from South Africa. Edgar Ulrich taking second. Zach Adams in third. And Adalberto Gomez, 15.93. It was a good effort from him. He's really showed what he's capable of at this event, certainly to me and the rest of the world. He deserved to be in this one. Nice to see him riding so well in pretty crazy conditions. But we are in round two. Top two go through, top two go home. So the top two hoping to join those that came first in their first heat. So this is a huge heat. Lorenzo Casati, Liam Whaley, Finn Flugel, Josh Gillett. Half of these riders have got a really good chance of being world champion.
And Lorenzo's flag is already up. And I wanted to mention as well, in that previous heat, Beto Gomez is probably about 60 to maximum 65 kilos. And he's holding on to a 6. Which is the same size as Clément, who I was hanging on to, and Clément's 90 kilos. So he has been battling. But as we move on to this heat, Lorenzo on a 6-meter thrive, I think that is, going for a massive doobie double. Slight delay in between the loops, but that was still big, and the kite had a big stall in between.
Yeah, tidy. Carl Tidy, that move.
So as you can see, he's going in with full speed. He's looping, he's sheeting out, then looping again, and still the kite stalled a bit. So if he wouldn't have made that little break in between, I don't know if the kite would have actually recovered. So
very true. And to put things in perspective here now, that was a banker. That was the trick he thought probably most definitely going to land this. Don't have to take the board off.
Yeah, that's
easy
crazy.
First move, banker.
Yeah.
That's where we've got to with big air kite.
Lorenzo Casati means business.
He does.
He does. But so does Liam Whaley from Spain, who is just stoked to be back and put on an epic performance in round 2. And he's looking to just keep it going and put pressure on the rest, saying, I might be riding a seat harness, but I'm gonna get you.
But I can adapt.
Exactly.
Yeah. Former winner of this event, of course, Liam Whaley.
And to put things into perspective, when you're riding a seat harness, everything is different. You get pulled off axes. Every trick feels different. Like doing a boogie is normally easy for me, but in this harness it's hard, and he's just going out full speed. What are we going to get from him? That's a big laid back roll. Kite shooting up there, getting an added rotation, and getting the magic gust. Is he going to be able to land this? Because he's in the no land zone, and he's sticking.
I love it. I love how he laid the tip down.
I think he traveled about 200 meters on that one, or at least 150. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. He's looking strong here. He's won this event before.
And then you see the kite shooting up, and that's when you know you might get a magic gust. And you see that lift on the first down loop, and then on the second down loop again. He's just pumping the bar to not have the kite lift him up again where he overshoots his landing. So that was great stuff and great adaptation by Liam. And it's going to be interesting to see what that scores in comparison to that doobie double that Lorenzo just did.
What I like with this camera angle is our cameraman here is about halfway down from the rider. He's shooting upwind now, but by the time the rider has left the shot in the end...
Oh, that's a big jump.
Didn't fancy another loop on the end, but by the time the cameraman...
Oh, and he's getting the magic gust. He's going back up again. He's going back up again. Is he going to be able to stick it? Is he going to... Yes, he does.
I mean, Flugel, ridiculous. The distances are getting outrageous.
The S loop that he went for had quite a lot of delay in between, but then that was made up by traveling even further than Liam. This was definitely 200 meters where he just got the magic gust and got propelled back up again. So definitely, I mean, these first tricks are just getting out of hand, and now Josh Gillett's coming in with what I think is going to be a double loop laid back roll.
Oh, this is...
Oh, that's a double laid back, and that's huge.
Trick of the day for me, this one here. If he lands this is my trick of the day.
That's it. That was massive. He got such a good takeoff there right from the start. And that
what can you say about that?
huge.
I mean, that must be 25 meters. Look at this for a double loop.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. I think that was around 20, 22 meters. And the kite was level. I mean, that's what we want to see.
That was my move of the day so far, just for the height and the extremity of that loop. I know we've seen lots of technical tricks and board offs, but something like that, where it was clearly higher than the other things that we've seen, that really stood out for me. So who knows what the judges are going to... It's got to be over 8s for me.
That's for sure like going to be the highest double that we've seen today.
8.17, I think, coming into a load on your screens.
Yeah, that makes
very
sense.
shortly. And I think that's about... Right, you can't really do that much higher, though, that move. There it is, 8.17. This is no easy heat for Lorenzo Casati. If he is going to be world champion here, he's got to navigate through this this round 3 heat 1, which is going to be difficult. It's the quarterfinals.
That's a big takeoff. That's a laid back double, and that might be the same height as Josh just did with the kite at the same angle. That was big as well.
It was big. I don't think it was as big for me as Josh is, but it's a 7.5 and above, I think. I don't know. Maybe now seeing it again, it was actually pretty sick, so it might be on par.
Did you look at the screen, or you look outside when he does the trick?
I like turn my head sideways and do one eye each. No, I think I looked out the screen for that one. I looked out not the screen, out the window. I looked at the replay again here, obviously, because there's no replay out the window.
I think it might score a little lower than Josh's, but I would be surprised if it scores a lot lower.
Yeah.
Because it looked pretty identical.
Yeah.
And like you said, maybe Josh did go a little higher, but there we see a 7.9. So
yeah, it's good scoring from our judges here that have to stay focused all day. It's a very difficult job. It's never one I wanted.
As we get Liam Whaley coming in with loads of speed. That's not what he wanted, not the takeoff he wanted. Decides against anything, not taking any risks, and just losing one attempt. It's not going to change anything. On to the next one, as Finn Flugel will be ready to show us what's up. And he must be battling because Finn Flugel is a technical mastermind. He's living in Egypt where he's training in light conditions. He didn't ride many of these sessions, according to my knowledge, but like in comparison to Josh Gillett, Liam Whaley, and Lorenzo Casari, Finn Flugel hasn't really had that much strong wind training as any of the other guys in comparison, but he's been putting on an incredible show today and really showing what he's made of. As he's going up, back roll, that's an S loop or a double loop, slight delay in the middle. That's a hard landing.
It's well done, though, to ride through that and almost appear that it wasn't really much of a butt check as well. The natural ability this young rider has is phenomenal, isn't it? Like, he's got a natural ability to land everything.
And he's strong.
I mean, to get through that landing like that took some strength as well. So how can Finn negotiate this heat? This is a real biggie, this heat. You know, there's so much on the line for this. The winner of this heat goes...
Oh, here we go. Josh with the doobie double. That is absolutely insane. That is the biggest one we've seen. That is ridiculous. That is, man, the gust is just going crazy. Where he was supposed to land, the water was evaporating. There was no... What are you going to land on if you're just flying in the cloud?
It was a bit unfortunate that he'd landed in a gust area.
Because look at how high he was going on that doobie double. You can't even... Look at that. Look at that. That's ridiculous.
Definitely would be in favour, Josh, I reckon, of the two-trick style here. Just in the way he's riding, I think he would have preferred 6 attempts to count, just with how high he's going. But right now...
extremity.
Yeah, but right now, as the wind starts to come in... So interestingly, we haven't seen the green flag so much here, but yellow flag, which relates to Josh, so they're just waiting for his board to get cleared out. I mean, he is over 200 metres downwind. I want to say more. That's more than 200 metres, yet he's still deemed to be in the way of one of the other riders as his flag is still raised. Now it's the blue flag that comes up, and that tells us that it's the Lorenzo Casati's turn, the current leader of this heat, second in the rankings, and he's just riding through. Green flag is up, so 55 knots gusts are coming up, which tell him you can calm down if you want. You don't have to go now. Let's see how he responds to that.
I have the feeling the organization didn't want to put the green flag up too often because it's been over 55 knots for the last 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it was like they didn't see it. I don't know.
Maybe we couldn't see it.
I just don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe the green flag man's like...
But if I know anything about Lorenzo Casati, if he feels like he can handle it, he will go. Doesn't matter if the green flag is up. And he has a ridiculously massive board of laid back double in his bag. And I think we will be seeing that trick very, very soon.
Green flag is up.
Yeah.
So I was starting to wonder if he's doing a half-assed job, like just slightly raising. Oh, green flag, man, raise the flag just a tiny bit to be like, he doesn't want them to see it either.
Maybe it's not 55 but 53. And
yeah,
he's like,
sorry, I disagree. Staying down.
All right, here he goes. He's speeding up, going up for a boogie board off double loop.
Very clean.
One of his favorites. He can do that with the... Oh, no!
It was just... He had it in the bag. That was a classic example of the landings here at Barcarez. You thought he had it, and then just one bit of chop blasted the foot out. Let's look closely at this landing. Where did it go wrong, Hill? Probably there.
Yeah, there's just one chop that if you have any speed, you have to be on the back foot, and you have to tense up every muscle in your body to muscle your way through that landing because that chop is absolutely unforgiving. And the zone that we had before where it was the no land zone, it disappeared for a while, but guess what? It's back
again. No lands land.
So let's see. Liam is up next. He looks absolutely stacked. I don't think he's going to go for something here. Oh, gets blown out of the board, right?
These are the sort of conditions where if you ride past...
You see him throw his hands up like, what do you want me to do?
Look at this wind. These are the sorts of conditions where if you ride past your mate and spray them, you cause them lifelong damage, lifelong injuries. Such is the power of the spray that could come off. Like, you don't do that in these winds. It's really not right. I mean, it's always... It's annoying as it is when someone does that, especially when they're not quite your mate and you're like... Come on, we're not that close, and you blocked me in. I wasn't even ready. I didn't have my hand up. And then you go, and then you got it in for them, haven't you? And then you go chasing them around, like I'm going to get you back, and it's just the wrong attitude to have. But you don't do that in conditions like this.
So Liam is going to take his time here because he is just way too overpowered right now. And I know how competitive he is, and I know how badly he, even though he says I'm just happy to be a part of it, blah 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 blah. He's definitely here to make a statement, and he's definitely here to go for the win. And even if he wouldn't say that out loud, that's what he's saying inside. So he's gonna take his time, and when it feels like he's good to go, he will go. And he's not going to let anything rush him. And that's where the experience of riding a lot of competition is going to come back.
No little bit of chop spray maybe to your arch rival as you go past? Always a bit of an accident. Ever done something like that?
Oh, here he goes. That's a lot of speed. If he can handle this, it's going to be big.
Oh, what a straight mega loop.
What a straight mega loop. Landing in the no-land zone.
Just seeing a clean, straight mega like that in these winds still is like something to behold.
I mean, it's another score on the board, as you can see.
It's not what he wanted, of course, but it's still sometimes just seeing it simplified like that just shows how far he's going. A 6.
That's the first score coming in. It's not.
Well, someone scored a 6.6 of one of these. First score, so that's too big for me for a straight loop. I know.
Well, it's been
5.43. Yeah, well, the other few judges brought that down, but we had some there. 5 judges, of course. That's quite high for a straight loop for me. You know, like
I mean, it is a big one, but I probably wouldn't score it a 6.6.
No.
But right now, the score that's coming in is a 5.4, and that's just another score on the board. I think 5.4 is fair. It's still a big jump. It's still with the kite low. It's a lot of travel.
A lot of risk.
And he's landing where you can't really land, so not too bad. And he's got a second score on the board, so he'll be happy with that. It looks like he's on the beach over here, swapping to, unfortunately, what I think is going to be a 5, because I've been loving to see him go out on a 6. But if it's that strong, he's going to have to go for the 5.
And if anyone's got a feeling for what's going on for the wind here, it is Liam. He has found before that famous win here where he changed down to a 6 when it wasn't really that windy that year, and it just came in. If he's got that feeling that it's time to change, or maybe this is it, and is he going to be the spanner in the works for Lorenzo Casati? But it has to be said right now, Lorenzo Casati has negotiated this first part of this heat very well. He's not in trouble. He's got some big scores on the board right now. The second highest trick score so far of the riders, 7.9 with a kite loop front roll. That would have been a double, I'm sure. So he's doing all right. He's got to get through this heat somehow.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we're looking for a second score for Finn Flugel, and the same goes for Josh Gillett, because Josh Gillett is still having the highest trick score of the heat. So if he manages to score another 7 or even potentially an 8, he's in real good shape to push his competitors and head into the next round. So still early days, still plenty of trick attempts left, and up next will be Finn Flugel. The green flag is also up, so it does mean he can take his time, and as he is not a heavy rider, I'm guessing he's around 70 kgs, or even less. Everybody says he's less, but he's growing up, He's becoming a strong and big boy.
Trying to say he's putting weight on.
So let's say 68 kilos then. I don't know the exact weight of Finn Flugel, but
I'm impressed you know so many of the riders' weights.
I'm just guessing, but I might be wrong. So don't take any of this.
Okay. Don't want to upset them. Don't make this public. You said I was 5 kilos more than I am.
I know Liam's exact weight, but I'm not allowed to say. All right, and here goes Finn Flugel for a back roll double loop, slight delay in between with a late back roll. Doesn't get the landing.
Bit of a butt check. He will get a score, I think, for this. Well, let's see. How many judges out of 5 agree with me?
I think 0 out of 5.
I think they're all going to score this. Wow, I'm hurt. Hill, you don't think there's any form of... Come on.
0 judges.
Instantly. It wasn't even like they waited. They just all put 5 zeros. Okay.
All right. Josh is on the left side, so that means he's going to go for that doobie double again. Not sure if that's the best way to go, but hey, It's Josh Gillett. Here we go. 1 loop, 2 loops.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, he's going to have... Oh, does he manage to stick that? Does he manage to stick that? He
yes,
does.
This is huge. This is big for Josh Gillett. That was massive. One of the biggest ones to the right.
Yeah.
He's managing to go just as big to the right as some of them are to the left. And that's quite saying something because he's heading away from us. And to get that sort of height over the horizon, heading away from us and not coming towards us left foot forward, really suggests he actually might be going as big, or if not bigger maybe.
And he is a left foot forward rider. Like, he does tricks to the right, but he's a left foot forward rider. So this is definitely going to be somewhere in the 7s, I would say.
Here's the replay here as he spins.
Yeah, that is. I mean, he's risking it for the biscuit, and maybe that's exactly what he needs to do. 7.4 for that doobie double going right. Looked very good. He was in a position to go for a couple added rotations, but decided against it, and that was a very smart move.
Especially landing out there, right out there in the middle of it. You know, no one lands much out there. I mean, it must be like a 4% landing succession way out there. So he'll be on the radar of Lorenzo Casati right now. He'll be starting to think about him being a danger. He's currently in first place right now.
Yeah, right now he's looking like better than Lorenzo Casati, but Lorenzo, his trick bag is so deep,
bulging.
It's so deep that he will have plenty of options to go to, and this is the heat to show that you have it and that you're ready to fight anyone and everyone for that title.
So big, he has to wheel it around. Like, you can't even carry it. Drive it around. Fly. Do you have to train it? Fly it around, maybe.
Yeah, he needs help. He needs help carrying his bag around.
Is it bigger than my wife's handbag, though? Is it bigger than that? Because that's saying something.
Yeah, right now nobody's going to be tricking because there's another ridiculous gust coming in with water just flying everywhere. And to everyone watching at home thinking, why don't these riders just perform? I saw somebody say Formula 1 drivers, they don't pit in the wet when it's raining. This is not raining, okay? So let me put this into perspective. This is thunder on track, okay? So if these riders take a little bit of a breather and let the wind pass a little bit, that's not because they're not willing to throw down. That's because they all have what we call slight common sense. So let's not compare this to a wet race. This is thunder on track.
What about Lasse's term, no brain, no pain? Is that not... Is that not part
No,
of
I
it?
think if you have no brain, you're going to experience a lot of pain. Because
I never heard that term.
All right,
I like
so
it.
here goes Lorenzo. No, decides against it.
Smugged it off, but the green flag is up. He's allowed. So usually these riders get up to a minute to get on with it and perform their trick, but such is the strength of the wind here at the Lords of Tram 2025. It is the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air discipline where we are crowning the world champions. It's so strong here, we've brought in a green flag which says you don't have to go too
And here he goes, Lorenzo Casati going up. That's the boogie board of double that we were talking about. Is he going to stick it this time? Yes, he is, and that's going to be another good score for him. I wouldn't be surprised if that's another trick somewhere in the 7s, because as it's not as high as that laid back double he was doing before, it's a very technical trick, and there's beautiful extension, there's nice power in it. So yeah, I think that might be a low 7 or a high 6, but I would lean more against towards a 7.
We're still at the early stages here. We're not far off halfway point of this. It's starting to slip away a little bit from Finn here. He's only got 1 move on the board. The others have all got at least 2. Lorenzo, of course, with 3 moves. And I'm wondering, is this going to be a bit of a battle between the other 3 eventually? Unless Finn can get a few big ones on. He's just got a standard 6. This is an important trick for me.
And look at the gust out in the back once again, just absolutely hammering down there. And Lorenzo Casati did score a 7-point score on that boogie board of double loop. So that's exactly what he was looking for, what he needed. And he's going to be happy with that.
Nazar, all right, mate? Aaron Hadlow in the box, coming in for a conversation shortly after this cruncher of a crucial cruncher of a heat here.
As CC of a heat.
It's a big one because Lorenzo Casati hasn't got an easy way through this
And this is Finn
quarter.
Flugel going up, not getting the takeoff he wanted.
Fluky wind.
Yeah.
He didn't fancy that one. And yeah, that was an important stage for him. That's his 4th trick attempt. He'll have to land everything in his last ones really and hope that they're big ones. Won't have to, but I don't think it's going to be enough to have a 6 counting with the way this heat is going. Lorenzo's already got 2 7s in there, almost an 8. Josh an 8 and a medium 7. I've got the feeling that it's not going to be enough to get through this heat if you have a 6.0 within your 3, unless you've got 2 mega supporting moves.
Finn is going again.
Well, that'll shut me up. Nice big double contra there for Finn. Quite high.
But he did go for a trick before, didn't he? He did a jump and then...
Maybe the flag was not up yet. Maybe
well,
that
then
was
he
in
got
his
away
favour.
with that.
He did get away with it.
He must have gotten away with that.
Yeah, that can only be what happened there. So if his flag wasn't raised and he performed a move,
then he was
almost
lucky.
like he got a freebie.
He's a lucky boy.
He got a freebie. However, if he had done the best move ever, you could argue he would have been annoyed. So we're now moving on to yellow, which is Josh Gillett.
And
Could
that's
going to
be a S loop or a board of double. Oh, that's a S loop. He delayed the second loop a little bit, but he doesn't need to go absolutely crazy right now because he just needs to make sure he has a 3rd score on the board, which is exactly what he did.
Is that a sign of maturity from Josh Gillett now? He's starting to become a more composed competitor, you know, like actually not going too crazy.
Yeah.
Start that move right there to get 3 on the board. We wouldn't have seen that from Josh in the early
that
days.
might be. I mean, he didn't go for a safe trick on his 2nd attempt because he went for that doobie double straight away.
That's true.
Yeah. But this was a bit more safe, making sure you get a 3rd score on the board. And now it's Lorenzo Casati looking to answer as he's going for a board of laid back double with great extension. Does he?
Oh, he had to bin it. He didn't fancy that. It was really close, wasn't it, trying to get the board on, but he didn't fancy it.
I mean, if you look at it afterwards, it looked like he could have done it, but you have to make such difficult decisions where it's last minute.
He wasn't sure he was going to get that last little bit of lift that he eventually got. We've seen so often these riders put the board. We've actually seen them dunk themselves in and then come back out of the water like a dolphin or something in the last days here.
And
but
Josh scoring a 6.2 for that S-loop.
Okay.
That is quite high for the S-loop that he did, but he's going to be super happy with that. He's firmly in the lead right now. And Lorenzo deciding against that trick is just deciding against it because he knows he's got that. And he can just go out and do it again because he's got plenty of attempts left.
Got it in the big bag that he owns.
3 or 2 attempts left.
Think he loses any of those tricks in that bag? Is it that big? Like my wife's handbags, things go in there.
Well,
they
actually,
never come back.
like you can actually lose tricks if you have too many because you can't work on all of them. Here's Liam with a S-loop. Nice height. Controlled landing. That's another score on the board for him. I don't know why it's saying a 1 right now. Maybe he did just a little... I think what happened before is that when I thought Finn was jumping, it was actually Liam jumping that aborted the jump.
Okay.
And he scored a 1 for that. But he will definitely improve right now on that S-loop.
Thanks for that advice, by the way. I think that's how I'll go about it now. You've got too many things in there. That's why you're losing them.
Yeah.
That's the right way to think about it. Too many tricks. It's hard to work on them all at the same time.
Yeah, because you have to... I mean, Lorenzo probably doesn't need to do them all because he's just extremely talented as well as working hard. But for me, if I want to have a trick and make sure that I could do it in a comp in any condition, I have to do them all the time.
Yeah.
I have to repeat them all the time. So that's why I keep my bag a little smaller.
Okay. You also never know what's in fashion as well. You know, things can change at some of these competitions. And you're like, well, this one's back in now. Like, it might be sometimes nice to have that trick. It's hard to know which ones are in, the way that the sport evolves and what's going on. But right now, you are joining us. If you are just joining us, maybe you've been here all day. So it's starting to 5 p.m. nearly now, 4:50 local time here in the south of France, in the beautiful area of Le Barcarès, not far from the Spanish border, which is just about 45 minutes to the south of us. It's a very normal, regular part of our calendar to fly into Barcelona, drive up. That's the usual route, I believe, or to drive all the way down from the Netherlands or Germany, like my two co-commentators here right now, who are doing the real deal, hanging around, camping, being part of life around this area. You've got to come here at some point in your life, rent a motorhome, drive around, kite, and be free. There's such wonderful places to kite here, and the wind is it is berserk. It is crazy. It's strong, but there's something beautiful and graceful about it at the same time, and it's something you need to put on your bucket list to go and kite here if you haven't done. But right now, kiting here, we've got the best riders in the world here at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's Big Air. I'm Lewis Crathen. Joining me right now, Hilvlugt is in here. We have Lasse Hofmeister speaking, and Aaron shortly as well. Aaron,
that is massive. Oh, that's a big crash. It's good that he got the board off, but that's still going to be a big crash because the harness can shoot up towards the ribs. Your head can be quite dizzy after a crash like that.
Stopped dead, didn't he? That was it wasn't like one where you slide through the water and there was nothing carried downwind for that. He left everything on the body there.
Yeah, and now he's so incredibly powered that he can't body drag towards the board. Normally the jet skis don't help for bringing a board downwind, but maybe they've made an exception. I hope they don't disqualify him for getting the board from the jet ski when there's nothing wrong. But
it's only when you see these types of crashes and landings you respect what's going on out there. We see so many people riding, landing so smoothly, and then you see a big one like that and you're like, oh yeah, it only takes a small mistake there, which to me looked like you just never got it up.
So you see on this last trick from Finn, he was committed to that double contra right from the start. And that's where some of the riders prefer to let the kite climb a bit in between and score a little less high for the way it's done, just because it's a little safer. As Josh Gillett goes up and does exactly that, where he lets the kite climb a little bit. But gets a big crash. I think he was. It looked like he was looking for a triple, because we all know he can do one.
Didn't look right on the way up to me here. It wasn't that like smooth acceleration, and he got a classic microburst slam into the water. There was just nothing in that kite. You just drop. You see it sometimes where they just get pushed down. It's a sensation that happens in flying when you fly under a dodgy cloud, and no pilot wants to get a microburst. Trust me, I'm sure Ross will tell you all about that.
And right
Ross
now,
Dillon,
I think
he got one.
The reason why they're falling out of the sky like that is that both of them took off quite far in the corner, and when the wind direction changes a little bit, there can be some gusts in that corner. So if the wind direction changes, you need to adapt and make sure you take off a little bit before, so you don't have that those holes on the down loop. But he looks to be okay. He's still looking good in this heat, and I mean, he's taking quite a comfortable lead. But anything can still happen. There is still 2 trick attempts left for every rider, as Lorenzo Casari is looking to put his 6th attempt to use.
Nice having this sun out though. Got one coat on now.
It's definitely better. I'm here just in a hoodie. And the wind is still howling.
Is it time for shorts yet, do you think? It's not quite that. I'm scared to take this coat off, actually. Underestimated it. Again, 20 years I've been coming down here. Still managed to think somehow summer's come early and it's all right. I've seen grown men be reduced to tears down here before. Famously, I remember seeing Tom Hebert come down here with his big red jacket that he learned to bring after not bringing it the first time. You learn once here, you feel, and it lasts forever. But
and this is Lorenzo going full speed, getting huge height. Oh. What is that going to be? That's an S-loop for the ages. That is huge. Can he land that? Can he stick that? Yes, he can.
I like that.
He can. And that was absolutely unreal by Lorenzo Casari. That got me so excited. That was massive.
It was the biggest S-loop of the day for sure. He really connected on the way up. He got into the uplift, but the crucial factor here was the timing of that S-loop. He didn't mess around.
Oh, what's the replay? Where's the replay? He's going too high. Look at that.
Yeah, nice. We still got some of it.
Such an insane free fall. Really gets caught the last moment and just nails the landing. That's going to be a huge score for Lorenzo Casari. That if it's up to me, that's in the 9s. That's massive.
Well, 2 of the judges, interestingly, agree with you there.
Of course.
But one of them not so. But actually, his result will be kicked out. So 8.63 will be his score, which you can see reflected. He's negotiating a potentially very difficult heat here, Lorenzo, with world champion ability.
As that was tracked a 26-meter S-loop. Now that might be one of the biggest S-loops that has ever been done, and proper S-loops.
26
so that was
meters. How do you know that?
26 meters. That's what I was being told over here on the side.
Oh,
by Lassie.
Oh, nice.
By Lassie Hofi.
We've got a few stats coming in now.
Oh yeah.
Eyeballing it. Come on. That's what we used to do. Meanwhile,
that's a board of laid back by Liam. I think he was definitely thinking about the double, but not getting an insane amount of height on that, and then just slows down the rotation and lands it clean.
He's got one trick attempt left then, has Liam Whaley, to try and stay in this competition. He needs quite a big score. He needs a 3.58 on top of his lowest trick score. So it's almost going to be very difficult for him.
And Josh Gillett had a quite tight grip on this heat and looked to be in a really good position. And now looking at the overall scores, Lorenzo is definitely upping his game, where Finn Flugel's going for a back roll double contra loop and sticks the landing. That's a hard landing.
That's the fastest landing we've seen today.
That's a freestyle landing right there.
You shouldn't be allowed to land that. That's just verboten.
Das ist verboten.
It was the fastest. No one's landed in the no land zone that fast. That was crazy.
But you can see how much pressure's on his back foot. I feel like a lot of the riders are landing more in the middle of the board, and Finn is really bending that back leg and putting the weight there. So that was
they liked it. They liked it.
Incredible stuff by Finn. It was high as well.
Yeah, I think he's going to get some good scores coming in for this. Is this an outside chance to try and come back here?
Yeah, because Finn has just been missing one trick, and this is Josh going for another S loop that he's done already. So he's for sure looking for another loop somewhere. As Finn Flugel gets a 7.07, leaving him only
a chance to get into second. It's an outside chance. He needs 3 points. He needs basically a high 8, maybe a 9, around about a 9. Needs to upgrade his 5.7 by 3 points here. So an 8.7. He's given himself a chance, you know.
He's given himself a chance. I wanted to say nobody's safe in this heat, but Lorenzo is pretty safe in this heat.
Will it be Josh Gillett going to bed devastated tonight? If he doesn't make his way through this heat now, he will be, I'm sure, staring at the ceiling.
It is a massive gap for Liam to go into second. That is a massive gap because he needs to upgrade his score by
2.78. It's saying here. I'm not doing the maths. It's written for me. Not going to lie.
Don't say that. Just say that you're really good at math.
Doing it. Sometimes I like to get going, but
well, he needs a 9.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Does he have a 9 in his trick bag?
Yeah, I mean, a laid back can be a 9 in these conditions.
Can a straight mega loop be a 9?
Well, if it's at 35 meters and it's below you, why not? Absolutely, but you know, we have the conditions for it. You need a bit of luck, and you need some balls to go absolutely crazy, where Lorenzo is speeding up and decides against it. I'm curious what his caddy and his dad told him now, because you might want to take it easy now. He's in a really good spot where you're going to have to ride a semi-final in order to get you to a final and give yourself a chance for a world title. So do you tell him to nothing? Do you tell him to do what you want? Or right now he's just...
Get off, get out.
Getting some perfect sprays for some nice pictures of the product.
I don't know. It's a really interesting discussion, because should you injure yourself?
Absolutely not.
I mean, it happened. It happens. Yeah. It has happened.
If I'm Lorenzo's caddy right now, I say you do a jump for the crowd. You're looking too good.
Is he listening to you?
If he doesn't do another loop, yes.
Yeah, don't push it too hard.
But Lorenzo is a very smart rider. Definitely able to turn it on when he needs to, but always riding with a strategy. And I think that's definitely up to the family effort and riding together and making a proper game plan. As Lorenzo just completed his last trick, so he should be riding back to the beach, but he is not. He's going back out there, which I don't know why. Maybe he wants to do a nice jump for the crowd after the heat's over. But he's done, and he's put himself in a really, really, really good position.
And he's done. And something else we didn't talk about there was the fact that Lorenzo was first in that order because of his result earlier on. You know, where he didn't advance where he wanted to. He actually had to go first in that order, which usually he wouldn't. He would have to be going. He would be in fourth, waiting to see him reacting. This is big though.
Oh, and he stalls the kite on the side. That is absolutely insane, and he gets a super good landing.
Will it be enough though for Liam Whaley to stay in this event? Former event winner here at the Lords of the Tram, looking for something like a 9. Will it be enough?
I'm afraid it's not going to be enough, but it was really good. This would have been great if he had this trick three turns ago or 2 turns ago, where he could still add something onto this, because if he needs a 9, I don't think you'll get there with a double.
Simply in German, 9.
Das reicht
Das
nicht.
ist nicht 9.
Das reicht einfach nicht. If Zara catches me speaking German,
you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's not good. No bueno. All right, but still an epic performance by Liam, and I think he can be proud of his riding today.
Yeah, me too.
As a first competition back after 1.5 years, putting pressure on the big dogs, showing that he's a big dog himself still, and definitely still has a huge place in competition. So if he will have more of it, I think we'll all have more of it.
Yeah, we will definitely see more of him. Finn Flugel, though, can this man surprise us? He needs now something around a 9, 3.08 on top of his lowest scoring, 5.6. It's not even quite a 9, so a very high 8 could be the devastator for Josh Gillett, who must feel like he's done enough here to get through. Is it going to be enough that you can't say that he might not come out of this, you know? He's that sort of rider that might just... What is that in the background? What is that in the background?
Who is that? That's Hugo. No,
what?
That must be...
No, what is that?
Can somebody film that? Look at Hugo is just getting a massive gust. He's just getting a magic gust, and he's not coming down. And he's not going to have this on camera because he's not riding with a GoPro right now. But that is absolutely insane.
Someone will have it. What even was that?
He must have traveled 800 meters.
Brilliant work from our director there to manage to change to an angle that we don't even have. But that was, what's he even doing out there trying to jump that big? He's in a competition.
He's just warming up. That's Hugo warming up. That's just him doing his thing.
It's thrown us. I mean, this is on the way down, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. When we first saw him, he actually came down from.
It was already up in the air for 10 seconds when the cameraman caught him.
Word, how high could that be? But anyway, we will try and go. Finn Flugel looks absolutely flabbergasted. He hasn't even done his move here yet. Perhaps he saw that out the corner of his eye and wasn't able to focus. So, wow, where do you?
I can't wait for the heat with Hugo now. I want to see
Hugo's got a great chance of winning this
event.
Look
at where he is. I don't think he'll get back into his heat in time.
It's going to take a good hour.
How does he go back upwind?
Maybe he has to get out and take a bus or something. Like that might be quicker.
He's
miles away. Do you do miles? Kilometers.
There we go.
All right,
there we go.
He's about 1,000 kilometers away. It's probably a couple of miles.
There's 2 trick attempts now.
Meanwhile, Finn Flugel with a big S loop. He needs it to be in the high 8s.
That's not going to do it, I'm afraid.
I think it's going to be a 7.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it could be the end of the line for Finn Flugel's attempt at being world champion here at the Lords of Tram. But boy, did he put an incredible effort in.
Yeah, that was epic. Insane riding by Finn Flugel. Definitely wowed us and showed us that he doesn't only do it in light wind and is not only just technical, but he's definitely got some massive balls, and he's definitely putting everything on the line. So very, very well done by Finn Flugel.
We're not quite a 7 coming in, just a low 6. He's going to have to settle with 4. So Josh Gillett will make it through into 2nd place, and this is the first of our quarterfinals here. And what will his caddy be saying to him?
I hope you've got it, and don't worry. You're moving on to the next round, and
send it. You need it. That's not what he wants to be hearing.
That's still going to be a big double.
Was he winding up a treb?
But for him, that's just another trick. So that's good. That's going to be a big double. It's not going to add anything to his score that he doesn't already have, I think. But he'll be happy to move on to the next round, as this was quite the heat.
This was a toughie.
But Lorenzo and Josh definitely getting higher scores than the rest, and deserving to move on to the next round. And we can see Josh here in front claiming that and being very happy with the result. And I can see Liam coming in, and I'm pretty sure he's happy, even though for sure he would have wanted to move on to the next round. He's happy to have performed and survived these insane conditions.
And meanwhile, Hugo coming in finally. Now, height is all we talk about with big air. It's a huge factor, right? Extremity, all the other points, but height always that thing. I think Hugo's broken a world record. He's got his hand up here, riding. Are you thinking the same here? He is punching the sky like something has just happened here. What a moment that would have been if we have this, which we do live. You may well have just seen a Woo world record broken from Hugo. Not even in the heat. What was he even doing out there? Having a go. When's his heat even up here?
He was warming up.
Warming up for what? Who goes out? When is his heat? Oh, it's the next heat. It is the next heat. He was actually warming up.
Yeah,
so
he was warming up.
I think something big has happened out there. So, wow.
That's ridiculous. Imagine you jump a world record in the warm up.
Could happen.
You're just like, what were you doing? I don't know. I was just getting in the zone, bro.
The fact that he has access to that level of height, if he's able to combine that, even we joked about a straight mega loop scoring possibly still over 9s. If he's able to jump that height and start to put in even the most basics of moves, he has got a great chance of winning this today. And we have to remind you at home, this is his first major competition. He's a huge name in kiteboarding, but mostly for his world record achievements in the Woo, the Woo platform. He's now thrown himself into the biggest kiteboarding, one of the biggest kiteboarding competitions. He's only ever done 5 heats in his life of a competition, as we see some of the highlights from that last heat, even though we're talking about someone that wasn't even in that heat.
Yeah, but
Hugo's got our attention.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that was just massive. But this was definitely an incredible heat to watch. I think this is going to be Josh's doobie double. Yeah, almost missed that. Yeah, that was a huge streak, huge score, and oh, not this one. That didn't score, but his next one did. I don't know if that's this one, but it looks like it might be.
Oh, God, it's him again. It's him again.
Is he jumping again?
That's his move. Yeah, it's actually his heat. Oh, he's got
nailed. But the heat's not on yet.
Why is the yellow flag up then? It looked like the yellow flag. Oh, no, it's the other yellow flag. That's a bit harsh.
It's 1 minute to the heat.
Is he first in the sequence? Because that would be harsh. No, he's not. He's actually last. But that yellow flag, so there actually are 2 yellow flags, which is confusing. And on that note, Hill, I'm going to ask Aaron to just slip in there. Thank you for the excitement of that heat. You'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
I'm sure I'll stick around.
I'm sure you will. See you soon. Aaron Haddo's going to join us now in the booth. So big hi to everybody who's tuning in. What a moment if you have just turned this on. You've missed a full day of action so far. Perhaps you are reaching the crescendo here, where at the pinnacle of it, now that Hugo's gone out and started doing massive jumps, this is quite special. Aaron Hadlow, welcome to the booth. How are you doing?
All good, thank you. Nice to be here. Absolutely mental out there. I mean, I could hardly actually walk up over here to the booth. I was getting blown off the little walkway down there.
You picked a nice moment to come in here. It's sunny now. It's looking all nice, you know. It was a bit nasty earlier. It didn't look like a place to want to be. Here is the heat results, though, Aaron, if I just quickly bring that in. Lorenzo Casati takes first. Josh Gillett second. They will be going into the semi-final, unfortunately, for Finn Flugel and Liam Whaley. They won't be advancing here, but it's coming. The next heat is on already. Leonardo Casati will be first in line to trick here, Aaron.
Yeah, I think that was his first trick there, just with an S-loop. It looks like the blue flag was up for him. Onto the white one next. And, yeah, Leo's been riding super well as well. Obviously, spending a lot of time with the Casatis lately. And, yeah, they're just starting to get into their groove. We just saw Leo there. Jason just aborting his jump there. He might get another go. But, yeah, having Lorenzo in that last heat, he really started to step it up. You could really start to see.
Yeah, it was he needed to. He had to, really. But it was still quite clearly a clear win for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think he comes into his own. I mean, I saw him riding in insane conditions recently in South Africa as well, under pressure, and just absolutely looking so comfortable. And to see him earlier, I think all the riders were just struggling so much. It will look just so intense. The clouds come in here. It starts to really, feel intense. Been in that situation before out there, and the gusts are just so aggressive. Like, you'll literally be riding along, the bar will just get ripped out your hands, you'll just get like thrown over the front edge. I've had that one before back in the day.
I nearly brought that up earlier actually, but the time went by. But what's changed now? You've been down on the beach earlier. We spent a couple of hours not even riding today. There were lots of green flag moments which riders could take time. Now we've really found a rhythm. What has changed? Because we're still seeing 55 knot gusts come in. So why is this suddenly okay now?
It's hard to tell sometimes, but I really think the clouds play a massive part here. When it is cloudy, it is like more of a downdraft in the wind, and when the sun comes out, it somehow just lifts it. You get more of those thermals, more of those magic gusts. I think in general, as the day goes on here, something tends to change with the temperatures a little bit. It gets a bit warmer.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, starts to get those big jumps coming through. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what Andrea's going to do in this heat. He just had a biggie there to start things off for him.
Just a massive biggie going on, nothing to get excited about there. That was absolutely massive for him, for his first move. Nice to see a lot of the crowd coming down. There is the replay of that move. Andrea Principi, a double winner of this event, Aaron. Last year, obviously, it went to Jamie Overbeek, who's not here. Andrea will be keen to continue on his good form after the King of the Air, right?
Yeah, definitely. And he's one of the more interesting riders in this sort of wind. Like, he can just really switch things off and just really just go mental. You know, you can see tricks from him that you've never seen before. He really gets G'd up in the competition atmosphere and in these crazy winds.
Here he goes. Well, not him, sorry. That is...
this is Hugo, who we just literally walked into the booth here, and I just saw someone. I reckon it was,
we were going
it was
mad
35 plus, definitely. It was unbelievable for flat water as well to get that sort of height. So, I mean, I don't know if he had the devices on or how it was. It's impossible to know, but he seemed pretty happy.
It gave me the impression that something big had happened out on the water there, but you got to put that out of his mind now. He may well have just broken a world record. We don't know. We can't confirm that yet. However, he's got his shot here at making it into the semi-finals, and he hasn't had the best start to this heat so far. He's gone straight in with two really, really low scores, not even zeros, really. So he's going to have to pick himself up there. Or is that just one? No, sorry, it is one. So actually...
This is big. And again... No, he didn't fancy it. I thought he'd do that move that he had in the previous heat, but if you look at the water as well, you just see some of the gusts here where the water's flying. That's when you know it is one of those 50-plus gusts out there easily. He managed to get the updraft there, and that was still massive. And he's one of the lighter riders, riding a 5 meter, but I think any rider would be quite fine on a 5 today, to be honest. It's absolutely crazy, and that was huge. You see from this angle as well.
Not often you say that. Quite fine on a 5 out there today.
Yeah, that was big. So that was a good score. And now you see this huge gust coming through again. So the guys have got their kites down on the side of the wind window next to the water, just literally blocking out an edge, trying not to move, trying to keep control. And he's just trying to survive these gusts until it... You're actually waiting for the lulls, which is just unbelievable to think. Usually you're just waiting for that gust, trying to go as big as possible, whereas here you're actually trying to find a section in between where you can actually get a good takeoff and not get absolutely obliterated.
That is crazy, but we are in the quarterfinals. Let me repeat that. They're filming for it. We're in the quarterfinals here at the 2025 Lords of Tram. The action is just going absolutely crazy. Jumps over 30 meters we're seeing. Who's going to make it to the semis and finals? Make sure you stay tuned with us as we are now into the second run of tricks here. It's Leonardo Casati, Jason Van der Spy, Andrea Principi and Hugo Wigglesworth battling for a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, big salute from Jason there. He's just warming into the heat. He didn't get the good takeoff at the beginning on his first attempt. Now he's starting to build things back up. Not everyone had an amazing first round of tricks there, so it's still quite even. Leo getting one of the best scores so far, and Andrea closely followed. But what's he got here? No, deciding against that one. Waiting for the right gust, for the right takeoff. at least you have the flat water here. That's the only thing. If you had any sort of chop in combination with this sort of wind, it would be an absolute nightmare to take off and get that vertical takeoff that you need for that consistent feel. These riders know as they take off, they have the feeling in their bar, in their kite. They have the confidence that, yes, this is the takeoff I need. This is the right feeling, and that's when they go for their best tricks. And I think you'll often see, you know, if they're not quite sure, they'll still pull a trick, but maybe only a single loop instead of a double. But Andrea is one of the guys who will just be sending it no matter what.
It's a nice big one from him as well here. This is going to score well if he can land it, which he does. We're going to see a replay of this one, Aaron. Is this one of his bankers?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you see him do contra loops, left foot forward. That's his bread and butter. He does that, yeah, for fun with a single contra loop, a couple of rotations, back roll board off. Yeah, I mean, in this wind, it's still a massive score, big trip, but I would expect him to be doing a couple of loops there at some point during this heat.
Let's revisit then what's going on with the current world champion status as well. We've had third place Finn Fugel out. He will not be world champion here. Fourth place in the current rankings out. Zach Adams. First and second ranked still in the event. Edgar Ulrich and Lorenzo Casati, who's been performing absolutely brilliantly already in the semi-finals. We're going to talk about another scenario that needs to be discussed here. Winner of this heat goes into Lorenzo Casati's heat. Will it be the absolute definition of devastation if it would be Leonardo Casati that knocks out his brother in the next heat? These are things we need to talk about. If Leonardo wins this heat, he will go into that semi-final with his brother. And what must that be? They must have discussed this at the family dinner table.
Yeah, sure.
You would know. These are on your team. What's the chat about that?
Yeah, I mean, they work as a team, definitely. And we've seen it in the previous event where they have come up against each other. I think it's a matter of time before Leonardo is at an even higher standard. He's learning everything also from his brother. They're all in it together, having these discussions about the best way to win events. Very strategic. Let's see if Hugo's got a jump.
What do you mean they work together? Like Formula One drivers, they slow up the other races. You know, will that be the plan? Like, look, just get out there and rough it up with the others. Make sure that Lorenzo gets through. I just can't imagine that from a young rider. He'll be wanting to win as well. I mean, but we have to imagine that scenario. It's very possible that Leonardo could win this heat and go into that semi-final with his brother.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I think, well, there's a huge gust coming through. You can't keep the edge here, Hugo. But yeah, I mean, I think there's enough of a gap right now. I think just the experience that Lorenzo has right now after all of his events, he's just got that under his belt. That gives him the edge. And but yeah, I mean, Leo has no fear. Has some incredible bag of tricks, good consistency. But yeah, he's just taking his time to learn from his brother. He's got to grow up and fill out a little bit as well, I think. But yeah, they're going to be in finals together many more times in the future, I feel like.
Look at this wind coming in now. This could be massive from Hugo if he can connect here. This is the sort of wind we did see his huge jumps in, but it's not about his big jumps now. He's actually got to lay down some powerful moves, and he's riding around in the box now with the green flag up as well as yellow, which indicates to him he doesn't have to perform a trick within a minute. They're giving him a bit of grace here. I think Cedric has done brilliantly here, race director, to carefully, sensitively, get around these strong gust conditions. The riders seem to be happy from what I gather about how he's gone about this. He's not rushed them out there or forced them to do anything. I like the idea of this flag. And is it time now? As Hugo sensed, he can go up high. Here he goes. It's a double. Probably needs to stick this to get into this heat. Nice landing from Hugo Wigglesworth. Aaron, did you like that?
Yeah, I think a big double loop late back. In these conditions, I mean, you just got to be so wary of that first loop, like how much it really pulls you, because if you just hit that gust at the critical moment of the first loop, you just get so much forward momentum. It's really hard. You have to be so high to just let that second loop get round. You'll see a lot of people get a lot of slack during that moment and the kite get low. But yeah, just with the heights that people are getting today, it's rarely an issue. It's more about how far downwind you get and how far into the choppy area and if you can land that.
What happened to the chocolate bisques? I saw chocolate bisques over there. Are they yours? They got. I saw chocolate. He did find his chocolate in the end. All right, it's getting busy up here in the booth as we're starting to get really glued into these numbers. I hope you're enjoying this at home as well. And don't forget that you can also look at these live scores in a bit more detail than what you're seeing on your screen. You can see the whole heat. GKA kiteworldtour.com/live. Just click on the live. But we are seeing a big one here. Bit late on that, but it's still going to score quite well, I think, from Leo. And slam down. Harsh bomb. Yeah, I knew.
It happens. I mean, there's also another part of this wind is that it is unpredictable. Like, you sometimes get this magic gust where you get the uplift on the way down, but sometimes it works in reverse where there's just like some downdraft on your kite. You think everything's perfect and you're only a couple of meters from the ground, about to land with no problem, and then suddenly just something drops you and you're totally out of it. So yeah, it's tough conditions. He's a much lighter rider as well. You got to remember he's very young on a 5 meter, and the smaller the kite, the more aggressive the drops are. You know, if anybody's done big jumps in strong winds, they'll know that you come down faster with a smaller kite. And when you get down to 6s and 5s, you have to be so precise with where you place the kite for that landing to make sure you definitely come down smooth.
Wasn't what he was after then, Jason van der Spey there. Van der Spey, not Van der Spy. South Africans out there who've ripped my head off for getting that wrong over the years. I'm trying to redeem myself. And he has had 3 trick attempts so far. He's only really got one biggish move on here, but no one's really... Andrea's the one who's looking the most comfortable right now, it has to be said, with 2 trick attempts under his belt. If he could land a big move here, Andrea, he may well feel like he's got one hand into the semi-final. Of course, the winner of this heat going up against Lorenzo Casati, who's currently waiting in that heat at the moment. Josh Gillett also advanced as well. We have to remind the South Africans he's been superb today, riding really well. It will be second of this heat, which goes into his semi-final. A moment of calm passes through the live stream booth here after hours of commentating today, and no calm on the water there with that big move from Andrea Principi. It's getting harder off that screen to see what that was. Was that double contra there?
It was front roll with an S, I think.
Okay,
so
we'll get a replay on
pretty
that.
Massive. I'm looking a little bit out of the window as well, and like they basically go in out of view there as well. So
right.
Definitely another solid scorer, height, critical moments, and smooth landing. He's just got 3 bankers and definitely securing his place into first spot in this heat so far. And yeah, I mean,
S-loop, you're right.
Would not be surprised at all if he starts to put down some bigger and bigger moves as the heats go on. But yeah, fully in control there. 20 points already out of his first 3 tricks.
Hugo. Oh, the board just got ripped out of his hand. What happened there? It's a bizarre loss of the board. You don't often see that there. Just as he was committing, he didn't get hold of it maybe in the right way. This will be an interesting replay. He was just about to send a loop here, and Hugo's having a bit of difficulty in this heat so far. He's going to be miles away from his board. Are we going to see a replay on that?
I think that sometimes you just get this gust right at the wrong moment, and you're so used to just kind of kicking the board into your hand, like into your off your feet into your hand with the handle, that there's kind of a moment in between there where you would think most people grab it and then, you know, pull it off your feet, but it's more of a fluid moment where you're transitioning from that. So I think sometimes it can be that you just hit the gust, you're in a bit,
of it.
yeah, you just get like more yank than you think, and then you kind of, you're not in the right position, and then, suddenly it's gone. But you see it more in kickers, I have to say, like on the takeoff from kickers where you kind of don't get the right takeoff and can play with the board coming off early. But yeah, it just shows how aggressive the wind really is.
So we will be running to the end of this round today, 5:25 local time here in the south of France, as we look towards the southwest or the southwest. This is the line of sight of this cameraman as riding towards the north then is Leo Casati going for, it looked like a double kite loop with a
late
front,
back.
with a late back, okay. A late back, so he's having a reasonably good heat here so far, and he will lay down his third trick attempt. Not seeing the biggest scores come in for this, and I'm not sure as to why. Was that just one loop?
No, it was a double loop, but
So,
maybe
you
just
know,
missing a
they
bit of
didn't
height.
like it. Judges did not. Oh no, sorry. Now it's coming in. I thought it was a 3.5 they were giving him. Thought it was a bit harsh. That was for his previous move, which wasn't perfect. So looks like he's going to get in and around a low 5 here, but quickly we move on. Oh, it's a big one. It's a biggie from Jason van der Spey. Oh, bomb through the water. We talk about that microburst, slam through the water. What happened there on entry, Aaron?
You just can't help it. I mean, everything was perfect. He even did one of the most basic tricks there, obviously massive. And sometimes, yeah.
Through the water. I mean, that's gone through the penetrated, straight penetration down. Nothing from the kite. Do you lose the contact with the kite? Or so?
Yeah, I get the feeling like also some kites just bite so far into the wind behind you, and that really slows you down. And there's points where you just cannot, you're not able to.
Fixed it. Foot came out there from Andrea Principi, so damage limitation in the end. And it's a shame because he was really lining up to go massive there, and he flew into the box seconds after his flag was raised. He wanted that 55 knot gust. He wasn't waiting around there, Andrea Principi, but his foot just came up out on the way up. And I mean, just shows you how controlled these riders. To most kiteboarders, that would have been a horrific accident right there. But he managed to relax, go up in the air, take the board off, do something for the crowd, land without any damage to his heat at all. But generally, your feet coming out on the way out, your feet coming up on the way up in any instance, especially in this sort of wind, is terrifying for most kiteboarders. So he won't let that get to him. He's had a great start so far. It's actually his first sort of crash as we now turn our attention to Hugo Wigglesworth, who is in third from New Zealand. Flying fly surfer, his first event. He's only done 5 heats before, Aaron, half of which were at a short lines competition in Cape Town. He was telling me in the car park when I straight up pretty harshly said, what are you expecting from this competition? I loved his answer. Nothing, I just want to do my moves. People associate me with big jumps of woo. I just want to show them what I can do. And he's doing that. And he's also done a massive woo jump as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there on the leaderboard with that, and I've seen him do some amazing tricks as well. Like, he's definitely got an up and coming rider, and on the right in the right conditions on the right day, definitely it's he's one to look out for, and we've seen that throughout the day already. And also in these conditions, he has got the tricks. So another
Board
big
off
one.
double contra loop there.
But sometimes,
it's
yeah,
so harsh that.
It's difficult conditions. I feel like experience, and especially having ridden in this event previously, it is a massive bonus. Sometimes a little bit more difficult for rookies in this event to understand the conditions here, because the riders are very adaptable, but there's some such unpredictable things that happen out here, and that just takes time.
Like that last landing, we just saw a great example of that, Aaron. Like that acceptance as well, to like accept that he didn't do much wrong there, you know? Like, he really didn't do much wrong there. Lots of other very competent professionals would have crashed that, you know? There's such a fine line of the top riders here that can ride away from those landings all the time. After a while, you must think, well, this isn't my fault. Like, what's going on here? I couldn't have... It's a landing, you know? Like, it's one of the most simple things of this sport, you know? It's just landing, especially in water that can be described as reasonably okay, but it's not. And that's only when we zoom in and look at these chops that it is actually harsher than it looks from this angle that you've got right now from a cameraman that is higher up, like we are looking down. It's only when we get that low zoomed in vision, we see all the troughs and all the devastating places to land that show you it isn't as easy as it looks.
Yeah, the board plays a massive part at this spot as well. I think it's quite underrated because, you look at it and think, it's flat water, all good, just need a fast board for a good takeoff. But actually, probably one of the more important things is being able to have a solid board beneath you for landings, because downwind is the spot where there's just so much extra chop and you're coming in with so much speed. You need a board that can kill the speed and take that without being unstable on landing. And obviously with the flat water takeoff, you're you're very much in control there. So yeah, it's a bit of a balance with gear here.
So you wouldn't recommend a really flexible board? It might bounce you out into another jump, or like, who knows?
Well, yeah, exactly, definitely. But yeah, and it can be luck as well. It can just be like if you get that right gust and you're able to control it, then you come in soft as always.
I like this. He's gone on what looked like a non-windy part, but thought this might be windy when I take off, and he was rewarded there, Leo, with a nice big uplift on the way up. It didn't look like the windiest area to take off, but sometimes jumping in those areas you find an updraft. So that was a nice move then for Leo. How's it going to score for him?
It was a straight double. I think it was quite high, good kite angle actually. So he's going to be up in the 5s again, I would expect, something along that way. So he's starting to build a good score there. He'll be solidly in second place. The other guys have got one good score each, but plenty of trick attempts to get that up. But yeah, we know and we've seen Hugo definitely has the tricks, and of course Jason, he's struggling in this heat quite a lot more than I expected, but yeah, he also has the talent, the skill, the know-how of this spot as well, to bring this back in no time. So let's see what he's got. He's got a double, quite a low double loop actually. I don't think it'll be something around what Leo just had. But yeah, I think he's struggling a bit. I mean, every time I see Jason, he's really excelling in the big single technical loops, and I don't think he's been training doubles so much after seeing him in Cape Town and chatting to him a bit. So yeah, I mean, I've seen him do all the moves, but it's another thing throwing them down consistently in competition.
Talking about Leo again here, we did see he got onto the podium at Gran Canaria, right, with that incredible performance. He was on the podium there?
Yeah, right? I think he was up there for
Fourth,
sure.
Yeah,
I think he was in the finals.
He got to the final, right, which is a big thing for him. Unfortunately, he didn't have the best event in Brazil. Unfortunately, it was round 3 that he didn't quite make it through. And interestingly, he was in the heat with Andrea Principi in there, and Ginny Boa actually done him in there. So it cost him a decent ranking to come in here and have a chance of a world championship, but up against Andrea Principi again in this heat, can he take a bit of revenge? Oh, I thought that kite was going somewhere else there for a while, but that is a big move though for Andrea Principi, who looks to put a further hold on this heat.
Yeah, he has a lot of control with these big double front, double contras. He definitely has a bit of a pause sometimes, which is, yeah, it shows control. But yeah, and it's also sometimes the only way you can actually do a double contra or a double loop is to have a delay between sometimes. Because if you just get so much yank on the first one, if you just continue to pull, like, yeah, there's huge commitment, but then the risk just goes up so much that can be impossible to land. So
in conditions like this,
the first loop is so critical. And if you just feel, I mean, these guys are calculating it. We'll just stop there as Hugo. I think that was a big double.
Oh, he had to bin it.
Doobie.
How deep is it there, guys? Do you hit the bottom there sometimes?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we saw a couple of big ones today, I think, and everyone seems okay.
Is he okay? Is that hand up suggesting he is okay, or is it? It's a difficult one to know that sometimes.
Yeah, I think he's all good.
Took a biggie there, Hugo.
But that was a perfect example, right? So, like, on the previous trick, Andrea had a little pause between the loops, and that just gave him that extra time in the air to, yeah, get it and get a better landing, where that was way more committed. He just had the bar in, fully pulled, just let the kite do its thing.
So would have scored higher if he'd landed it.
Yeah, but that's the risk and reward that you have on this spot in these conditions with those kind of tricks, I feel like. So, yeah. It's such a fine line, and it's really, yeah, it's impressive to watch. I mean, you have to give the guys so much credit for, yeah, being able to pull these sort of tricks, and it's so easy to just be stood on the beach looking out like, oh yeah, this, why aren't they doing this, and this? But like, wow, it's an intense fight out there. I mean, I can tell you, just being in the water in these conditions is a battle alone, let alone having to perform your best tricks.
Here goes Leo Casati. Will he try and make that burst of energy to get into first position here, to meet his brother perhaps in the semi-final. That was a pretty decent effort, Aaron. Is this going to help him in his quest for first in this heat?
I feel like he'd done one of these already earlier, but this one was better. Also with like a late front kind of thing. It was a bit crazy. But yeah, again, good power, good height. I think that will up his scores. And we know he's still got like this, like the S with the double at the end he did in a previous round. So I reckon he's saving one of these if he gets a good takeoff for his last few tricks. So he's still got more to come. I think that will improve his score, and he's in a solid second place right now. So let's see what the others can do.
It's got to be big, this. It's not going to be, unfortunately, for Jason van der Spy.
Yeah, he's not enjoying these conditions. He's just, can see his takeoffs aren't right there.
Committed as much.
It's like, yeah, he's not, or at least he's just not finding the gusts. Not sure what size kite he is. I would imagine it's also a 6. Whereas I think Andrea's on a 5 because the 6 was a different colour.
Seeing a very different heat than the one we've just seen. We've seen a much close heat than the one just gone by. We've seen 2 riders here look like they're comfortably in first and second to me. That is Andrea Principi and Leonardo Casati. Jason van der Spy and Hugo Wigglesworth really in big trouble in this heat now as Andrea Principi looks to pile on some more trouble with that huge, I think it was a double back roll, double loop perhaps there. Bit of a butt check, but he liked it. That was a big one, Aaron.
Yeah, it was massive and good kite angle. Here he actually kept the kite going all round in one fluid motion as well. And yeah, I mean, a slight butt check, but I mean, I would hardly take points off in this kind of landing and conditions. So
someone has. Someone has. One of the judges just absolutely nailed him.
I mean, maybe it's the angle, but from what I saw up here, it didn't.
They didn't like it. They saw a bigger crash.
Yeah, it's a weird one because it looks like he just kind of was quite low down and hit a bit of chop, which caused a bigger spray from the angle I could see. But he's still in a commanding position with every trick over 7 already, so he can be quite relaxed. He doesn't have to push too hard. He will continue to do good tricks just to get like a feel for what's out there, knowing he'll probably go through to the next round. So yeah, he doesn't hold back. He just he wants to show what he can do to everyone and the crowd. And yeah.
Right, it's got to be big then for Hugo Wigglesworth. If he's got any aspirations to stay in this competition now, he's only got a 5.57 scoring on the board. He has 2 trick attempts left. He will have a 5.57 as one of his tricks. That might be a problem unless he can start banging in some 7 and 8. Has he got? Here he goes. This is high. He's going to loop it. It's one contrary. He couldn't do another one there. He lost power a little bit. He sort of lost tension. So it's just a massive, I think that was just a big straight contra loop. Perhaps?
Yeah.
It was an S in the end. I didn't see the kite come back the other way. Either way, it looked like he lost speed with the kite rushing back up to 12. He lost enough that he couldn't do a double there because that was a really high send from him. And I think, unfortunately, it's not going to be as technical as he would have liked to get the sort of scores. It will, however, be a second trick score for him. It will give him a chance to try and push into second place for his last move. I think he's going to get something like a 5.5 to 6 maybe for that as we turn our attention now back to Leonardo Casati, currently in second place. Lowest trick score is a 5.23. It's in the kite loop back roll category, was most likely a double in that category. We haven't seen loads and loads of board offs in this heat so much. Perhaps that is a sign that the wind is getting a bit more difficult to work with and the rider's not wanting to have just one hand on the bar perhaps and maybe lose the board and have a big crash. So Leonardo Casati, great chance of getting in to the next round, but it would be nice if he could sort of guarantee it with a nice big score to kick out that 5.23. Right now his total is 17.90. The closest rider to him is Jason van der Spy with 13.3, who needs an 8.34 to do anything about it. But I think Jason now really in big trouble because he's got 3 low scores in there.
Yeah, I can't see the other guys really catching up.
Jason
it would have to be something very, very special. And I mean, yeah, you can always do it and always pull it out the bag. But I feel like if you've had 6 tricks where you're just not really feeling it, not connecting, you're just not informed to really be able to pull that out. So, Yeah, let's see. Here's a double back roll, double loop.
Right now, Jason van der Spy needing an 8, about a solid 8. Has that increased things there from Leo Casati, who will be the person that he's trying to advance? I think it's very clear that Andrea Principi is out the picture here. So we'll wait to see here.
I think it was smart. I mean, it was his lowest scorer in that category, so he's trying to up that category to the 5.23 there, probably to like a 6 or something.
So he has kicked that out.
Let's see what comes through. I'm not sure if it will outdo that one, but yeah, I mean, next on to Jason, and yeah, of course, he's got an 8 in him, definitely. But like I say, I feel like he's just not feeling the conditions. He's not in it today. He would have to really connect with something special, but he knows now, if it's his last trick, that it's all or nothing. So
you never
these
know,
are the moments
where
which,
you see it. Yeah, maybe he deserves one of these after everything he's been through. It's a 3.50 kite loop category that he will be looking to replace here. He has got 3 moves: 5.63 S loop, 4.17 contra loop category. He'll be surely going to replace that lowest score, the 3.50. He needs to replace it with something around an 8, and it's not going to be with that takeoff, and it is curtains and good night for Jason van der Spy, as we see the South African supporters in the live stream booth. Just the energy just deflates out of them. We've still got 1 left in here, Lasse. Okay, yeah, so it's not too bad, but I think that's just upsetting for us. We didn't get to see Jason really perform to his best ability, but it has to be said, those conditions changed a bit for this heat, but it's how you ride it. And what is going on out to sea? You look out to sea and see white megabits going on in the background here. There are some crazy gusts going on, and I think we're going to see some more drama here yet at the GKA Kite World Tour Lords of Tram 2025. Thank you for staying with us today, or maybe you have just found time finally to see what's going on down here. We've seen winds up to, and this is not joking, 70 knots recorded just over the other side of the water here, as we see Hugo Wigglesworth to get second place needs 5. He only needs a 6 something, actually. He's got a chance here, Hugo Wigglesworth. We've been taking our eyes off this. Hugo Wigglesworth has a chance for second place. He needed 5.14. Oh, it's Andrea. Sorry. I got excited there. Oh, I saw a yellow flag. I thought it was him.
But yeah, another massive move. And yeah, solid from Andrea as well. So he just secured his spot there, totally in first place.
They thought it too. Someone did something in there.
So now it's up to Hugo. So he would need something. He needs a
5. He only needs a 6.14.
Yeah,
he's got a 1 still scoring here. That's not too bad.
No, he's in a good position.
Forgive me for getting excited now. He needs another loop on this though. Got to land backwards.
No. Wow, he really had a chance.
Do you think he knew that?
Oh, it's hard to tell, really. I mean, you would have thought he would have someone on the beach or someone telling him where he's at, but sometimes maybe not. I mean, that's another thing. It's an early event, early in his career, not much experience. So, I mean, definitely would have been in a position to know what you needed there. Because I feel like if you feel like you can really push through and you know the score you need and it's very much within reach, especially with how he's been riding all day, then yeah, you would take much more time, especially being the last person in your heat. But yeah, it looks like he's not going to quite make it with the 4s, only in the 4s there. And yeah, if he had a good takeoff and a double loop with that same move, then it could have been a different scenario there. But yeah, going through Andrea and Leonardo.
And now let's take a look at some highlights of that heat. As we see some big jumps going on in the background. It started off quite explosive, it has to be said, but Andrea Principi always looked in control, I think it's fair to say, of that heat. Leo Casati pushed him as well. So it'll be Andrea who actually goes into the heat with Lorenzo Casati, friends and rivals as well.
Yeah, just looking at going back to Hugo as well a bit here, just seeing that last trick was actually a kite loop back roll, which he already had quite a good score in another category. So again, just a bit with the experience, a different category there with even a boogie double might have been a different story for him. But he'll learn from that. He can be proud of how he rode today, and Yeah.
He definitely got our attention on multiple times, didn't he? But this last heat had everything really. It went from berserk to a bit calmer, as we saw some big crashes as well, don't forget, you know, with Hugo binning one of the doubles. It was a great example of how sending it through the zone sometimes can result in that slack. But it definitely was Andrea Principi that walked away with that one in lots of control, and he's got his way through to the semi-final. He'll be with Lorenzo. Leo Casati also making it through as well. He'll be up against Josh Gillett. And here comes the next heat. I'm just going to quickly explain who that is. Edgar Ulrich, looking to be world champion as well, needs to get through this one in order to have a chance. Luca Cerruti, Stino Mol, Sahar Sabri. Right, you boys are in. Me and Aaron. Thank you, Aaron, for joining us. We're going to pass over to Gil and Lasse now, so we'll see you shortly.
All right, so it's Gil and Lasse back on the mics as we see the result from the previous heat. Andrea taking the win with a commanding 21.9. Leo getting the second spot with 17.9. Jason getting the third spot with a 13.3. And Hugo with a 12.77 coming in last. Yeah, challenging conditions. It's full on. It does look better than it did before. Less gusty, I would say. And we're already underway because this is going to be the first jump for Edgar, who's going up for a S-loop, straight S-loop. Not the highest one we've seen, but definitely nice. It's going to be a great first score for him.
Yeah, for sure. And next up is Luca Cerruti, another South African in this event. On the fly surfer era, just carefully waiting until he thinks it's his turn.
The white flag.
No, the white flag's already up, so
yeah,
he should go.
He is going now.
My heart is pumping. I've never actually seen wind that strong.
Yeah, look at Luca right now. He's just
check the gust coming in. He's just
to
holding
take
on
that
for
gust. He wanted to take that gust, but there was no way he could handle that.
No.
He's gonna have to try and get back upwind. Now the green flag is being raised as well, giving him more time and saying you can take off whenever you feel comfortable.
Fair.
Which might not be anytime soon because it is howling, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we have a door here in the wind, and it's not the most stable one. And every gust, we think it's breaking actually. So.
All right, so here's Luca going for his first trick attempt, getting decent height, going for a straight double loop. Decent, nice landing, good first trick, and funny to see that on the first trick Edgar scored a 4 for his S-loop, and from the 5 judges, all of them scored exactly the same. So the judges are definitely on the same page and up for the task, I would say. So that's great stuff from them. They've been judging all day, been sitting in that container all day, and they are scoring exactly the same as Luca Cerruti posts a 4.7 because he got a bit more height and a bit more pull from that kite. But now Stino Mill is up, and he's not going for a double. He's going for a massive single. So let's see. You can see the height already there. Just going for a late back roll. Definitely getting a lot of travel. Holding it together. That's good stuff by Stein. And that's just what you can expect from him every single time. He will go huge. He will put the kite low. It will be powered, and there is always an edit rotation with a massive down loop. So that's great stuff from Stino, and that's going to be a very nice first trick score for him.
Yeah, that's a great way to approach his heat, just to get a big score on the board, and now his confidence is building up.
Now we got Sababa on a 5 meter.
Oh yeah.
Getting some proper pull from that kite on the laid back double. Let's see if he can stick the landing. There we go. That's nice and controlled by him. That's going to be a very good opening trick, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence going forward.
As well, yeah. Yo, that kite goes quite low in the wind window. Hey, Gil, you like that kite?
I mean, he is looping the first loop pretty much straight away, so there's just so much pull from that. He's not waiting for the highest moment. He's not waiting to see if he's comfortable or not. He's just going for it straight away, and we love to see it. So the judges will definitely score him for that.
So next up is Edgar Ulrich. Also, like he can be world champion if he wins this event.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure on him right now. Edgar with a 4, Luca with a 4.7, Stina with a 5.1, and Shahar with a 4.8. So it's really close. They're very evenly matched, and it's all down to whoever gets to put it all together in this heat. Another S-loop, but with a board off from Edgar. Not the highest one. The board off a little bit after the loop, so he's not going to score incredibly high. But once again, it's another score on the board, and he's just looking to get 3 scores down and then start to push like crazy. As you can tell from the angle on the live stream, this is probably around 10, 12 meters, maybe a little higher. But we all know he can go bigger. And he is coming back to the beach, signing that he's going to land his kite. So he might be looking at going for big singles, and I am all for it. I think that's
like that, right?
Great decision.
And Luca just aborting his trick there and turning around to try again and probably waiting for a better gust. He can, because the green flag is up. That means that the rider doesn't have to jump, but can just wait. But the green flag is actually down now.
And let's not forget, Shahar got a 5th place finish in Brazil. So if the odds are stacking up slightly different, there might still be a scenario where he definitely ends up on the podium for a world title, or gets a 2nd place, I believe. Luca not getting the takeoff there. But Shahar will definitely be looking to push all out, because there's still a chance he can end up, I'm not sure if he can end up winning a world title if he wins the whole thing, because Lorenzo obviously got a 2nd place, but let's see. He's definitely fighting for it. As Stino is getting in position. And Stino has got a lot of power. Let's see where he's going for. He's going for another big boogie loop with a little grab. And he's going to land that as well, because he is in control like he always is. And he's opting to go for the big singles. And I think it's going to be paying off for him. As Edgar is coming back out on the same kite. Maybe it's a 6. As he was on a 5 before, I'm not sure. I think he was on a 5 before. As Shahar is doing what I would recommend to make it look like a transition jump. But let's see if that's what the judges agree with, or if they're going to take his turn. Because he couldn't find the takeoff on that one. Couldn't find the right moment. And the flag is still up, so they're going to be lenient with that, as he opted to against his jump pretty late. But he's got a lot of power, he's got a lot of style, so let's see what Shahar can show us right now. He's going to go up for a very big S-loop. It's just so powered because he loops that first loop so early, but can he land it? That is a powerful landing, and he's happy with that. Putting the hand up, definitely getting the height on that trick, getting extremity from looping the first loop early, so he's going to be stoked with that. Let's see if the judges agree with that type of stoke, and see what score he gets. While Stino is getting a 5.5 for that boogie. So Stino looking good here.
Yeah, Stino's in the lead at the moment, hey?
The scores for Shahar's last trick are going to come in. They're going to be really good. Edgar waiting pretty long with that loop, but going for the contra board of late front with the style that only Edgar has, but then he crashes out on that one, unfortunately. Looking good up until the landing. It looked like he had everything in the bag. As Shahar is scoring a 6.1, and with that trick taking first place. Absolutely unreal stuff by Shahar. Still very young. Hasn't had that many competitions behind him, but he's just cold-blooded, and he doesn't stress himself too much in the big moments.
So Luca, he's aborting the jump as well. His last attempt was a 0.8 because it was just a straight jump. He didn't connect with the takeoff right there. So he needs to improve the score, and he still has a chance to make some waves in this heat.
Yeah, and Luca definitely a lot of experience, so he's definitely not stressing out right now. He's just calm and composed, looking for a new takeoff. He's been training for this moment. He knows how to deal with these with adversity, and he's going out for his third trick attempt, getting a great takeoff here, laid back double loop, nice angle, great height. Let's see if he can stick the landing. Was a small down loop, and that is not gonna be good enough for him. You can see that everything was perfectly fine, but the down loop was a bit too small and therefore not generating any lift when he wanted to land.
Unfortunately.
Couldn't hold it together, but still plenty of time, plenty of trick attempts left for him to put in some good ones to make it to the next round. But we're going to go back to Stino, who has been pretty flawless the whole competition. I don't know if he might have crashed one trick, but he's been looking really solid, and he's going to be going for either a board off laid back by the fin or just a board off by the fin. That's what I'm feeling. Let's see if that is what he's doing. He's going for a front roll contra loop.
Massive.
That is huge. Letting go of one hand on the bar just to impress the judges a little bit. And he doesn't get the landing. I shouldn't say that anymore. I'm jinxing it for them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, not getting the landing, but that was huge.
They looked so stylish. He makes singles look so easy, but so big and stylish as well. Eh?
Yeah. No, definitely a good way to go, because if you're not going absolutely radical on the doubles, you're not being scored. Talking about radical doubles, it's time for Shahar to go for his third trick attempt. Deciding against it right now, but he will be coming back. The green flag is up as well, so, well, it's halfway up. So I don't know if he gets all the time he wants. Maybe he just gets a minute more. But no, it looks to be up, so he can just wait for that perfect gust to hit and then go absolutely crazy. He's got plenty of tricks left in his bag. I think it's going to be a boogie double is in there as well. So maybe that's what he's going to be going for now if he manages to get the takeoff.
There's a mad gust just coming through. So maybe he's just going to take it a bit easy, because he knows that he's in first position and wants to probably play it a bit more safe.
Well, right now he's in a good position because everyone has had 3 attempts. He's only had 2, and he's still in first place. So that's good for him. Let's see if he can do something special right now. Going for that boogie double.
Oh.
That's a great kite angle. Great power. Does he control the landing? Yes, he does. He's been flawless this heat, and he's continuing to put on a show and doing exactly what we love to see. It's going to be another beautiful score, and after 3 tricks, he has already ticked every box. So this is definitely the position you want to be in when you're riding these conditions and competing in this event. Great stuff from Shahar.
Edgar has to land something good now in order to move forward in the competition.
Yeah, there's quite some pressure on Edgar. I mean, right now he's in 3rd place, but Luca's got a better single score. So if Luca gets another score down, he's going to be very close to Edgar. So he definitely needs some big stuff in order to make it through to the next round and keep his championship dreams alive. That's that contra board off late front with the adder rotation that he was going for before but didn't manage to get the landing. He's happy with that. It looks pretty big.
And
Kite's not very low, but it looks big, it looks controlled. And he's going to get a nice score for that, and that's exactly what he needs, because he needs to have 3 solid tricks on the board in order to start pushing like no tomorrow. And I have a feeling that he's going to have to give it his everything in this heat to make it to the next one, because the level is just crazy and everybody's going mad. As Luca is getting ready for his next trick attempt with something to prove as well. Here he goes, front roll takeoff. That's not the height that he's looking for, and that's a bit of a pity.
No, again, probably not scoring.
Yeah,
replacing probably the 0.8, but
I mean, it's a different category, so he's going to add on, but still it's not going to be a score that he wants to rely on for the end result. Still plenty of attempts left. Luca still has 3 attempts left. Just as Edgar, who scored a 5.4 for his last trick, which is a pretty decent score, I think, for that trick. Oh, that is huge by Stino. That is massive. Does he stick that? Does he stick that? Yes, he does. That's a powerful landing. That was some beautiful stuff by Stino. As we check the replay, he's going for that
boogie
front roll. Yeah, boogie contra that he didn't get before. Definitely got it now. That's going to be another solid score for Stino.
He just sends the kite so low on a single. Makes it look super easy.
Yeah, and I have a feeling the judges are going to like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do.
As Shahar is getting a 4.9 only for that boogie double, so he's definitely looking to improve on his scoring. So what have we got here? It's a board of laid back double. Can he stick that? That's a technical trick, but doesn't get the landing. It's just so hard to land with a 5-meter kite, especially when you're not getting that massive height. And Stino is getting a 5.83 for his last boogie contra. So the judges did seem to like that a lot.
Giel, do you get tired as a rider when your body slams so many times in the heat? At the end of the day, you just fall into bed, or what?
From crashing, it's not too bad.
Okay.
You get a bit dizzy for sure, but more from training for 5 hours straight. I think that will do more to your body than the actual crashing. But Stino taking first place with that last trick over Shahar, and Edgar is starting to close in with 3 solid tricks on the board as well.
It's a tight heat.
He is definitely there for the fight as he goes for a front roll takeoff with a kind of a front roll kite loop, late front roll, and he gets the landing. So that's another trick for him on the board. That's going to be good for his overall score. It's not going to be a 7 or higher than that, but it's going to be another solid score for Edgar. Things are ramping up, ladies and gentlemen. It is looking very strong out there. The riders are giving it absolutely everything to give you guys a show and give themselves the best chance of winning an event and a possible world title, as Edgar's last score came in with a 5.03. Or a 5.1 actually. It's changing. You'll see it on the screen later as Luca is going up. Can he find that takeoff that he's been looking for? One foot comes out of the strap. That is just not what he's looking for right now.
It's not going his way in this heat.
He's got a 4.7 and he's got 2 more trick attempts to make something special happen. So he can still do it. He can absolutely still do it, but there is no buffer anymore. Now the next 2 tricks have to be big and they have to be landed. Whereas Stino is looking like he has some buffer. If he doesn't land a big trick, he's still...
And there's a Stino gust coming through.
There is, but it might out Stino him.
Yeah, he's turning around. The green flag is still up. That means that the rider has plenty of time to decide whether it's worth to try the jump or not. But as we all know, Stino, he loves strong conditions. He's just waiting for the perfect gust to take off and to launch into the skies of Barcarès.
And for anyone tuning in, this is Heat 3 of Round 3. Round 3 is, in other words, the quarterfinal. So we are closing in on the best of the best riders that have been pushing the highest level today. And with only 3 attempts more for Stino and Shahar and 2 attempts more for Edgar and Luca, this is going to go down to the wire to see who manages to take first and second place in order to move on to Round 4, or otherwise known as the semi-finals. So not only the first place will move on, but also second place will move on. And it is looking to be an incredibly close heat as Stino is charging. Is he going to find a takeoff? That's going to be that. Oh, that's another laid back.
But that's
He's getting an added rotation, but he got a good score on that already. He's just maybe looking to improve that. I feel like he wanted to go for that board of laid back by the fin because he's not afraid to pull that trick in any wind. Like, he'll always be there. The board was up there, getting ready to be grabbed, but maybe he felt something in a gust that made him decide against it and play it a little bit more safe. His first laid back roll was a 5.1, and I feel like he's going to improve that ever so slightly. As Shahar goes for a back roll double loop laid back with a kite level, as the container collapses over here and scares the shit out of us. Unfortunately, it doesn't stick the landing.
We can still see.
Doesn't stick the landing, unfortunately, but...
yeah, the wind 70 knots or 60, 50 knots is a lot for this container. It's been shaking the whole day. Now one blind of the window came down, ladies and gentlemen, but we are all right. We can still see the competition and our screen. And we won't stop commentating, Giel. I got a little fright, and you?
No, we're still here. We're safe on our side.
Yeah.
So Stino got a 5.27, just improving his score by 0.17. Still an improvement, but not by a lot, as Shahar unfortunately crashed his last trick. He looked like he was in control and he had a lot of power, but it is really difficult to land double loops on a 5 out there.
Yeah, and especially the no-land zone is
exactly. As Edgar is charging, taking off, going for a front roll contra, double contra. It's going to be in the same category as his last trick. Or maybe he did
cleanly.
Let's see if he did a board off in the last. No, that was a kite loop front roll apparently. So that's going to be a different category, but it wasn't the highest, unfortunately. So not sure that's going to improve any of his scores, but there's still, he still has another chance left to improve on his score. As Stino right now is still in first place, Shahar is in second place, and Edgar's score is coming in over here.
But still in third place.
Still in third place, but it's going to come in soon. And here goes Luca. That's a better takeoff. That's a double loop laid back. That's committed. That's big. And that's a powered landing right there.
Perfect.
Looks like someone who does squats right there. All right, so Edgar's got a 5.13 for that last trick, so it's upped his score by a full point, which means he's only 0.21 behind Shahar. If Edgar does not end it at least second, his dreams and hopes of becoming world champion are out the window. So he's definitely got all the pressure as Stino goes for that board off laid back by the fin with the added rotation, wiggles his feet in. Was it enough? Unfortunately not, gets a butt check. That would have been nice. That would have been beautiful, but I feel like he's going to go for this one again because he's got that in his bag and he'll want to go for that again. Right now, Shahar has a beautiful chance to put extra pressure on Edgar, because if he manages to land a big trick, it's definitely going to put the pressure on Edgar to perform a massive trick. Because right now he needs a small improvement. So let's see what Shahar's got for us. It's a back roll. Double laid back. That is huge. Can he stick that? Because that's going to be big. He gets a butt check. How are the judges going to... what are the judges going to deduct
I'm happy
for that?
you're not sitting in the other tower and you're sitting here with me, because you would lose your mind over there.
Yeah, look at that. He's got so much power to deal with.
Oh, but he
didn't look out of control, so they're still gonna... I think they should still score him for that, but maybe not a massive score, unfortunately. Which now gives Edgar the chance to do a big trick and find himself in second place. So let's see what Edgar has got. This is his biggest trick of the day, because if he lands something big, he's putting himself in a really good spot to make it through to the semifinals. He's going up, front roll, kite loop, another front roll, sends the kite over to the side in order to be able to down loop it, and he does down loop it. That's going to be big for him.
Happy.
And he's taken control again, because that, I think, is going to up his score. It wasn't the lowest kite loop, but that is what competition is all about.
Does this mean that his stream isn't gone yet?
It's not gone yet, because the score is going to come in, and I mean, if it ups any of his scores, that means he's gonna be in second place. So we are waiting to see, and it looks like that's going to definitely up his score and put him in second place. So all the pressure on Shahar now to land something big and say, no, Edgar, it's my spot. And my God, this is
tense, eh?
That's some proper pressure that was on Edgar right there, as he is looking to improve massively. And Shahar's dreams of becoming a world champion are here, but he needs something massive. And right now we are looking at Luca for a trick attempt.
Yeah, he also needs to up his scores by a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just going to play it safe. What do you reckon?
I mean, Luca has a 2.5 that he needs to cancel out. So it's not over. If he can get a massive score, he's still in the game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking like he's in fourth place, but he's got a very low third score that he can cancel out. So let's see. He's deciding against it, which is good, because for that last trick, for that last moment, if you want to make it, you got to do something big. As Edgar actually moved into first place right now, actually looking like he's securing himself. From being in third almost the entire heat, he put himself in first place with his last trick, just because he went massive. but he's not secured in first place either. So it's still wide open. And let's see what Luca does, because this could be big for.
Luca knows that he.
Luca knows, and he's not afraid at the moment. That's huge. Oh, he needed that second loop, and he didn't go for it. He definitely needed that second loop to go into first.
He was it was still huge, but was it huge
that's
enough?
Such a pity, because that was powered and that was good. He still had a really good chance to do it, and now it's going to be down to Stino, who can still take first place.
Stino doing Stino stuff.
But if Stino doesn't improve to first place, then that means Edgar is safe. So this is going to be a very, very big moment for Edgar, because if Stino lands that board off laid back by the fin and it's massive, we all know what can happen to the score. So let's see what happens, because you never cancel. You're never safe when Stino's around. No. This is something that's.
And Shahar also has a play in this, hey?
And Shahar is also still there.
So it's
but
not
for
over.
For Edgar's dreams, this is a really important one, because Shahar can still get into first, but then Edgar will be second if Stino is not improving. So this is going to be huge. Let's see what Stino can do. Let's see what he has for us. Let's see what he has in store. He's going up. That's big. Board off laid back by the fin. He's getting the board back on. Not getting that extra rotation, but getting a clean landing, and that's a big trick. That really is a very big trick. So let's see what that's going to score, as that was pretty massive. And if Edgar ends up in second place, he's up against second in the tour right now, Lorenzo Casati. So he's definitely wanting to hold on to first place, as Shahar is going up for another kite loop or double loop laid back, which unfortunately is not going to be enough. So I think that's going to secure a spot for Edgar. But Stino has got a big score coming in. Is he going to be able to take his first place back from Edgar and push Edgar to go into the semi-final with Lorenzo Casati? We're waiting for the score, waiting for Stino's score to drop, and let's see what's that going to do.
Oh,
there it is. It's a 6.2. Stino takes first place, and that means Edgar is up against Lorenzo Casati in the semi-final. That's going to be absolutely unreal.
So two contestants that are wanting to get world champion are battling it out in the next heat.
Unfortunately, that means for Shahar Tabari and for Luca Cerruti that they're out of the competition, but they can be very proud of their riding.
Definitely.
They have definitely given us everything they had. And wow, what an incredible heat!
I still think back to round 1 when Shahar was on the 6, or was it the 5 on the
6.
boogie double?
Yeah, yeah,
that was insane.
That would have been the way to go. But what unreal action is unfolding here in Barcarez?
100%.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are handing the mics over to Aaron Hadler and Lewis Crathan. And then we wish you a wonderful day. See you soon.
It was fun to entertain you guys, and now it's up to the OGs of the sport to walk you through the final heat of the day.
I'm on mute. You're always very kind to me, Hill. Right.
But it was on mute, so nobody heard it.
Oh, right. Okay, well, wow, what entertainment.
OGs.
What entertainment that was in that heat. Edgar Ulrich keeping his dreams alive of a world championship with his last move. That was incredible. And he still could have gone from first to out of the competition had things changed. For Luca Cerruti putting in a move, and Shahar Sabri, who just couldn't make it work on his last move. So the World Championship now firmly down to Edgar versus Lorenzo, who will be in the same semi-final. They will be in the same semi-final. That is massive. They could both get through that semi though, Aaron, and then be in the final. It's not going to be decided, but all the attention will be on that. Also, Andrea Principi in that semi as well. Oh, my word. So, Josh Gillett, Leonardo Casati, and in the end, Stein Moll going into that other semi-final. There's one more heat to go, though, in this quarters. And, That was exciting, Aaron.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was really good from Edgar. I mean, under pressure on his last trick, he managed to pull it out, and that's really signs of him deserving to have his chance at the World Championship after this coming heat. And so now we got the last one of round 3, heat 4.
Tebow.
We got Tebow. We got Baby Shark. We got Chemo and Nelson. So another interesting heat. I would feel some of these guys have really been showing what they're capable of in this wins. Couple of big heats earlier in this one. Maybe not such as big a names we could say as the guys who have been in some of the previous heats, but definitely making their way and making a name, especially in this event now with some big moves. I've seen some huge hype from these guys. I see these guys the last couple of years in multiple destinations around the world, training hard, and yeah, all that training and hard work definitely paying off.
Dutch domination, really. Look at this semi. Sorry, this quarter. 3. Whoa, it's a biggie. Tebow going straight in with an absolute into orbit launch on his Nash there. How has he landed that? You can't land that. How has he landed that? He got dropped out and slammed. He just keeps on going from one strength to another. Timo Borsma, take a look at this for the entrance. One of the best entrances of the day. Absolutely huge. Way over 20 for me. And he had a lot of work to do here. The difference in his riding for me is not only the height he's obtaining, he's landings like that here. As we now swiftly go straight into Baby Shark with a big S-loop. This heat has just gone berserk in about 2 minutes of taking over from the headset, Aaron. We've lost a window in here, which is now firmly slammed shut. The shutter nearly broke the plastic out, but we can still see out of our zone, and we can still see on your screens that nice replay then of Baby Shark, Josue San Ferreira. Aaron, go on, who do you think's going to make it through in first and second here?
I think Baby Shark's shown some solid credentials recently, and he's definitely got a good chance of going through. But these guys have all been showing some big heights and different strategies. Oh, he almost could have caught that.
He did very well to keep that board with him there. That was a very good damage limitation there via Chemo.
That can definitely happen on takeoff in this strong winds, where if one foot comes out or you... It's also quite shallow up there, right, up on the takeoff. And if you just overplay it and carve too hard, you can often catch a fin also, and looks like that happened there. But yeah, going back to the guys, Baby Shark, yeah, he's been out for a little while with an injury, but back in full swing of things at the moment. He's definitely my favourite at the moment in this heat. But yeah, we got some guys with different strategies. It seems like single loop strategies there for Timo and for Nelson. And I don't know what Chemo, if he took a 6, I think he has the potential to do some really big doubles and get some big scores. So, yeah, I think anything can happen in these conditions, but, yeah, we'll see how the scores come through for these different styles.
It's trick after trick right now, and Timo, oh my word, that is just so hard. Love to have him to have looped that, Aaron. I really was hoping to see that. He's going massive on that setup. I can't shut up about Tebow today. Like, he's really proving why he should still be getting this far in events. You know, he had that great result at Cold Hawaii, and I think we were expecting to see him on more podiums or get more, you know, further up ladders. But he has the skills to go through into the semis here, Aaron, that's for sure. With the height he's going, he's just got to stay calm as we see real smoke on the water. You're seeing, what's lovely for you at home now is because of the lights changed, you're seeing the gusts and what we see in the daytime. Sometimes you don't see that on your screen, but now the light has changed a lot. In the background you can see lots of water with smoke appearing to be on it. That's just crazy gusts going on, and sometimes they make their way into where we're kiting here as well, so you're really getting to see that. We're not lying when we're saying there has been over 60 knots of wind here today. You might think that's a joke, but this is like real adult people that are professionals stating this and showing us live wind. So it really is something to be here and to be seeing this. So thank you to joining us for joining us now for this last heat of the day. 12 hours we've been down here today, and every minute of it's been full of drama.
Yeah, you can probably hear it in the background as well. We've opted not to have a repair on our window blind, as it would make more noise, and we're in the last heat. But
that's
just
to the bottom.
Not getting. We saw that from Baby Shark earlier today. I feel like there was one of those, and he's done it again. He just didn't get the right takeoff, not the right height, fully committed. But yeah, just not able to. Yeah, you could see the kite just wouldn't drive.
Disappeared. That is a disappearance
He
straight
really
through.
hit the lull right when the kite needed to drive up to save him there. So
plummeted. It was a plummet.
Interesting. He's on a small kite. He is on a 5 meter, so he's been making that thing work really well. But yeah, early days in this heat, still plenty to go.
Is that the Jack Horner song? Do you remember that little Jack Horner? Did he have a plum on his thumb? Is that the one? Can't remember now. But that was a plummet, that right there, straight through the bottom. Surely someone's got to hit the bottom one day. It doesn't look like it's that deep, but you assure me it actually is quite deep there.
Yeah, it's surprising. It is always a worry. It's in your head, but it definitely shelves off really quickly within a few meters. And the travel distance is always so far there, no matter,
this is
matter
big.
what. So that's a big S-loop. That was a good one.
Yeah, like this one. That was Keem over Kirk, landing very cleanly on that slingshot kite. Nice riding for him. I'm expecting this to be up to the high 6s, maybe even to the 7s. Here, just for the height on that. Look at the distance he went downwind. Judges' scores are coming in now.
Yeah, I would say in the 6s for sure, and also solid landing. You see people like, you're almost like leaning on the bar, like such awkward positions people coming in here, because you just need such insane like balance and control. The kite sometimes just, does something a bit strange on that last minute, and you've got to adjust your body in no time just to somehow get like some forward momentum and speed.
6.2 then. I liked it more than that. I also like this. Lots of height in this. This looks like a difficult area to land in though, Aaron.
He's going fast.
Seen lots of these crash today.
No, it wasn't possible. He did well.
He's managed to bounce crash out, which is basically the best you can hope for.
I don't know if you'll see it in this replay, but you just see like on that last down loop, no, it's a tight shot. The kite just didn't go behind him so far. He did quite a tight down loop on his last one. You might see it here. And at this point, usually the kite would go much further behind you on that last one, but he just couldn't kill the speed, and then that's just, you just can't take it in that chop down there with that much speed. So it's all about trying to slow down as much as possible on these landings, but there's definitely a fine balance to be had there.
All to play for here then in this last of the quarterfinals, which a reminder will be the last heat of the day of round 3. Sets us up nicely for tomorrow to go into the semi-finals of the men, and then to continue with the women. It'll be complete, this event, by the end of the weekend. It's so lucky we get to do that. The crowd really turn up for these weekend competitions. This is definitely going to be one for the history books. Already we've seen some unbelievable riding. There's rumours going around the world record was nearly broke, a 35 plus jump supposedly from Wigglesworth just before his heat, which was on the live stream. Can you believe? As the wind coming back through again here, as we are in our 3rd round of tricks for these riders. They'll get 7, remember. They're 3 best, counting as Timo Borsimer with a megaloop board off gets thrown into a delayed front roll, and that's the Timo Borsimer of today. Nice and controlled, landing, calm. That was and that is what this heat needed, for one of these riders to just say, all right, I'm not messing around here anymore. Lots of the riders have got 1 crash, 1 jump. Timo Borsimer now has 2 decent scores on the board, and he'll start to be thinking, I can make it into the semis. Come on, Timo. You can do this. I mean, what do you say to yourself when you're out there? Do you say anything to yourself? Have you ever slapped yourself in the face out there to wake yourself up?
I've had plenty of words with myself in the past, but it's usually when you're in a tough moment, definitely.
Sort it out.
But they're the times, definitely you can pull something out of the bag when it's most critical. But there's nothing better than having a good feeling of having a very solid start to the heat. Once you have 3 good scores on the board, it puts you in such a more confident position. I mean, of course, you can always come back on your final 3 or few tricks to get those extra scores, but if you can really build the heat as you have planned, that definitely goes in a better way, where you can just kind of up the risk, up the challenge of getting a better score. So that's generally the way, but of course it never goes to plan. You really, especially with varying conditions and just the sport of kite surfing in general, is you're relying on so many different elements and bringing everything together. And yeah, you just have to be super adaptable, and we've been seeing that from the guys who are getting through today. They're the ones who've done it best. They've had to ride 6s, 5s, seen some 7s in the lulls, and yeah, just being able to adapt to all these crazy conditions is a challenge in itself.
It's a bit of a pause in proceedings here. Okay, we've got the white flag up, yet the green flag is up as well, which, as you might be aware from listening today, maybe you have just joined us, the green flag alongside any of the riders' Lycra related flags suggests to the rider that the wind is 55 knots. I'm not sure it is now, and that you do not need to go for your move unless you choose to do so, which should encourage the riders not to have to go for it in the usual minutes that they're given to, you get about 2 tacks either side to have a little feel for them. But generally, they want riders going one after the other quite quickly here. It is one after the other, such is the unique geographical design of this area that we're kiting, is that you can't really get them all in going crazy. Those days really are starting to change. Obviously, King of the Air and the other more open ocean events have a bit more room, but events like this, places like Tarifa, it's quite nice to be able to see the riders one by one. What do you think about that, Aaron?
Yeah, as a rider, it's nice because all the focus is on you at that time, so everyone's going to see it. Your trick's not going to be missed. You're not jumping, accidentally at the same time sometimes. You see it in the King of the Air. You're looking into the sun generally later into the evening, and you can be taking off 1 or 2 at the same time, or even 2 or 3 at the start of the heat. So, and some people are down, some people are up. So there's definitely a real good focus on this. There's definitely ups and downs. I think, the positive is that, but you can have some breaks in play like this where you're really reliant. But as a rider, it's really nice to know. And in these conditions, there is a safety element, and that's why the guys are given their time not to be rushed. I think if you had to be rushed into your trick in these crazy conditions, it definitely adds a huge element of risk, and we could see some serious injuries because of that. So given time is definitely, I feel necessary. How much time is definitely another matter.
Yeah,
but that's a bit of a grey area. Yeah, but it's when the wind's either light or strong, it is definitely you need some allowance.
Great example here right now. On your screens, you can see Baby Shark Josue Ferreira, who can see the green alongside his white. He knows it's up to him to go. He doesn't seem absolutely bothered at all about going, as race director Cedric deeming the wind to be not quite consistent enough or safe enough. So it's under his control. But as soon as this green flag goes down, he's got 1 minute. So this is, at what point does the race director must be having to look at this like, this looks no different to me than what I saw the last hour or 2, if I'm honest. But I'm not down there on the beach. I have to respect that.
Yeah, in this situation, I still think the riders should be feeling it out at least, and like going to and fro trying to find, rather than just really sitting it out totally. But if the conditions are that extreme, or it's just too much. And probably sitting at home, everyone's like, yeah, but that's the windiest, why aren't these guys going? They're professionals. But it's not necessarily about the wind strength and gust. It's more about having the control and the perfect takeoff. So sometimes you have to balance that, and having that really strong gust can be, the tipping point that makes your takeoff, just not right. You just have too much power. You can't hold the kite down.
You see in here a great moment of the discussion going on, and between the rider here, Josue San Ferreira, and this is obviously being radioed through to Cedric, if that isn't Cedric, who is our race director. And he's saying something. I'm not sure what he's saying, but he's obviously saying, I feel this green flag is okay, or he may now have just been told, look, we're thinking about lowering in your green flag, what do you think? It's his flag, both flags coming. Are we going to see an AP flag here? Or what's going to happen, Aaron? Red flag. So that was odd. So he's been given a crash for that. Do you think he might be injured, Aaron? perhaps, and it's just that was really interesting. So he's just accepted a 0. So we move on quickly to the next rider in sequence who's just gone straight in. That hasn't helped Baby Shark at all there. Next rider's come flying in and landed a perfect double. It's Kimo Verkerk on that slingshot. So I'm really curious to know what that discussion was. We will try and get that information to you.
He did have that big crash in his previous heat, so he might be having a bit of a rest, trying to get his composure back, checking that he's all good. He did have quite a traumatizing crash with a similar kind of S-loop. I mean, he's had a couple today as well, but I remember sometime last year he also had a really big one, which was quite scary. So, yeah, maybe he's just gathering his thoughts, skipping...
Lovely doobie, meanwhile.
Skipping around, Nelson. And he'll come back. But, yeah, wow.
Unlucky
big
for
one.
Nelson, didn't land that. But could there also maybe... Aaron, have been an element there of thinking, well, if I can just push this a bit longer, we're on the limit with light soon as well. Maybe it'll get me, this heat might be abandoned and start tomorrow. Maybe I'll get a night to sleep on it if I'm carrying injury. We're, of course, just speculating here, but that was a very unusual situation to have that discussion with the race team there and pretty much accept that you're going to get a crash. And not many people would accept that crash, and then the flag moved on, and the conditions also look okay. That's the other element here.
That's big.
This is crazy big, but
no loop.
Just when he took off there, if we're going to see on this replay, Aaron, with the kite, it just flared out a little bit to me on the way up there, and that's not what you want on the way up. I wonder if we're going to see that. No, we're not. We're just going to see a replay, I think, of the move which was crashed, unfortunately, from Nelson. Oh no, was that Nelson? Who was that then? From Timo. That was another move. Timo didn't just land that, did he?
Yeah, but
I did. No, sorry, there was no loop. Yeah, but it just flared out on the way up, and it lost that nice streamline feel to it. Perhaps I think that's why he didn't send that one. So lots of tension here in this last heat of the day, in what's been a day to remember. You know, like we will be referring to this day as the day. Remember when we were waiting around because it was too windy? We don't say that much in big air kiteboarding. In fact, 99.9% of all the other times I can ever remember any competition I've been to in 20 years, it's the opposite. Not enough wind. Not enough wind in all disciplines. Today we were talking about too much wind, and that is really down to where we are. This amazing, incredible place in the south of France, which I think you need to come to one day if you're a wind sports person, or maybe even not. It's just such an interesting place down here.
Yeah, I think it's also to say that this is not this is a regular occurrence, of course, but this is not the always this strong. And we've had some really good sessions with lighter winds. But yeah,
it was a matter of time before it happened here.
Yeah, definitely.
Like this.
We got some really extreme conditions, but yeah, not able to get the double loop there. I don't know if he just didn't get the gust. Maybe he's a bit shaken from that crash, or he's carrying could be a rib injury or something when you come in like that. Seems like something is up there a little bit, unfortunately, because he's been riding super well. We know this time last year he had that mega huge move, which was that double loop late front flip, unbelievable trick, and so we know he's got those moves in the bag. But yeah, varying conditions.
That brings us into the second half then, or just over the second half of this last heat of the day. It's the quarterfinals, and we are just closing out the quarterfinals where we will finish today. The time is 6:34 local time here in the south of France, just above Barcelona, as we continue to look on to the southwest as we see this aborted manoeuvre by Nelson Hulse. These riders must be tired now. They've been here. We've had a 6 o'clock or 6. They would have been up since 6, that's for sure. 6:30 riders meeting. All of them would have been here setting up gear. It's cold. I mean, when I say it's cold, it's not unusual to see people in 2 coats, 2 everything. It is just like that with this wind coming off the Pyrenees, the cold mountains and the snow. It's still visible behind us. The cloud's covering it right now, but we know it's there. We've seen it all day. Snow's still up there, so... Oh, Timo sending an absolutely huge... Was that a doobie or a boogie? Landed again. He's landing everything. Is he got one in that category already? Kite loop, front roll, board off. Front roll, kite. This is going to be his 3rd trick score here for Timo Boersma, who's going to have pretty much some control over this heat so far. Lovely replay of that move. Scores coming in here, and it looks like it will be around the 6s. Baseline 6 for that
take
move.
Control of this heat for sure right now after that one.
Yeah, and no one really has taken control of this so far. So good timing from him. This wind gusting up again. The other 3 riders will also have their turn now, their 5th trick attempt turn. And just to remind you, it's 7 trick attempts. Your best 3 counting. Baby Shark, the whole of Brazil holds its breath.
Yeah, he wants something.
Is he
now.
okay? A double. He doesn't need another big crash, that's for sure.
No.
Sensible riding. Nice straight big kite loop.
Yeah, he's putting himself in a position here to have his last few attempts with the chance, at least, with a 2.5 in there. It's not going to happen, so I think this will be up there. Maybe 4s, 5s if they're generous, but at least he'll have an extra chance to go for something a bit bigger now as the clock ticks. The attempts are going down, and yeah, the pressure starts to mount. Timo with a very solid 18 points out of 3 trick attempts, so that's decent. And I think Kimo now definitely has a good chance to put in another biggie. He's also riding well, and when he connects and gets that kite moving, able to get those doubles in, and I'm expecting another 5 or 6 pointer before the end of his heat for him, so that will put him in contention. And yeah, Baby Shark's under pressure. I mean, I would say he was the favourite going into this heat, and he's been a bit shook up, or something's not working, or he's not feeling it, or just not lining up the conditions. But yeah, there he has now a 4.7, and we know he has some big scores in him, so a couple more goes for him to get back into those top 2 positions.
Hasn't it been a day like that as well, Aaron? We've seen already, to be honest, from the start of the day with this, new riders in this, lots of the top riders being out through injury. It's had that different feel to it, this event, and we've seen some surprises so far. Lots of speed coming in here, though. It's Kimo. It's a double mega loop board. Oh, he almost lost tension as he went to put the board on then, Aaron. Does that make it more difficult?
Yeah, it's weird, the double loop, because like on a single loop you really have a moment where you get to feel the power and you can tense against it, but you let the first kite loop go round and then he kind of got the board off, and at that point there's a bit of a dead moment as the kite goes round for the second time. So it looked like, yeah, he just didn't have enough time for the extension, and then yeah, it's a split second. Really, like, it's just, you can't react in time sometimes. It's just like, I need to bail now, otherwise this is going to be really catastrophic. And you see how hard he came in.
It looks like a really interesting position. I want you to imagine at home, those of you that are sitting down, now accelerating through the air super fast at 20 meters high with a board below you. Like that sensation of trying to keep your core balance and going forward so fast. Like, it seems like such an odd position to be in to try and put a board back on. You get a quick amount. There's not much time to do it.
And the amount of pressure there. I mean, imagine you're sat there and you're leaning back and taking the board off. Then all that pressure is taken forward, and you're able to do that. But if you imagine that you're like sat forward and someone pushes you from behind, like, then you get tumbled forward, and that's the same sort of thing. It's like if that kite pulls you and you're too far over the front, you lose all control, and you're just really not able to be in the position to take the board off or put it back on, because you're just in a very awkward position there.
There's never really a good idea to be. I like to call it selling the tension to the devil when you end up over like that. If you've gone over towards it, especially when I see those sort of Rayleigh mega loops, like you're dicing with death there. I really feel like the technique of getting, the core balance behind a loop, it buys you that extra gust. If you're already in a Rayleigh and you hit a gust, it's done. You ain't coming back out of that. At least if you've got a good core position, then you get in. All right, short line loops, maybe slightly different technique, but generally speaking, most loops, you've got to try and resist what's pulling against you, because if you get nailed with a big gust and go flying towards a kite, that's what we talk about when kites stall and then you fall out of the sky. You're unable to keep that line tension and keep the kite coming back out. That's one of the biggest dangers and fears to any big air kiteboarder. So what's going on? Not been a move for a while here.
Who's up? We got Nelson up next. He needs to start putting in some scores.
Big Nels.
He's been going big. There's no doubt about it. But the consistency hasn't been on point on this this heat. But yeah, it looks like a good takeoff.
Oh, that kite got low. Stuck down there, didn't it? A little bit.
He looks like he's in control.
Oh, got bounced out. Do you know the company Nielsen Holidays? This guy's crying out to be sponsored by them. Nelson Holes, like Nielsen Holidays would be perfect. You know, they do windsurfing trips, water sports trips, things like that. Nelson Holes needs to make contact with those guys.
Yeah, that was a weird landing. It was like almost he just like skipped out instantly, got
out.
really pushed out. There was like some uplift as he came in or something, so really strange. But no hanging around here.
Timo just finding another gear. I think he's going to land this. Oh, he got done over there. Kite ended up coming above him and behind him, Aaron.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Almost too slow. I mean, at some point when you really lose in momentum, you also can't take it. So you have to send the kite forward and get forward momentum. It's a really fine balance. But yeah, I feel like even if he landed that one, the kite wasn't really in a super critical angle despite the technical difficulty. The judges are really looking at this event. And I mean, we saw from Stino, you know, I mean, he did the majority of his tricks just straight loops, single loops, and non-board off rotations, and that made he went so big with such a good angle in the kite that was able to put him in first.
It was a great heat, wasn't it, Aaron? There's no denying it. It really was Stein time.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it just shows you that it was Stein.
It was Stein all over, and I love his style. It's all like really old school, powerful style, but he's able to do everything. But he can switch it to both, and it needed that today. I think the single loops were scoring well. He recognised that.
Yeah,
but
it's always difficult. Always difficult for the judges to know the fine balance between technical difficulty, kite angle, height, double loops, all of this kind of thing. So.
Big moment here for Baby Shark then. The green flag down. It indicates they wanted him to get on with this. This could be a crash. No. Oh, pretty good putt check here, Aaron, because there was a moment there I thought he might bail. He's had a few big crashes today. He wasn't super high in this double mega loop board off. Above the cloud there. Lovely shot. But there was a bit of a wobble here. But it's not a bad butt check. It's not going to score super high. He's starting to feel the pressure now. He's on 10.67, currently in third position. To go second, he didn't need much. There's a real battle on for second here, Aaron. It has to be said.
Yeah, I don't think he'll score much for that. Oh, yeah, it came through 3.5. So, yeah, just
puts him in second. Hello. Wow, he's got into second with that, though. So it is something. It's something, and it puts the pressure now on Kimo Verkerk, who's got a 1.17 currently scoring in his top 3 tricks. So he could go into first with a 4.78. We still might see some Devies in this heat, Aaron.
Yeah, I think Kimo's still got a big score in him. Let's see what he has now.
Timo's not safe. Timo is not safe here. Both these riders, I mean, Kimo's got 2 trick attempts left, and he only needs a 4.78 to go, well, a 5... You know, probably nearly a 6 to go into first, actually, because that's going to be added on to his 1.17 because that gets taken away. So Timo is not secure here, and we've seen many a time people devastated on the last trick attempt.
Yeah, I think Baby Shark's in trouble. He needs quite a massive score to punch into that top 2 if Kimo, who has 2 trick attempts,
and now look at this,
a decent size. So he's on a 6.
Look at this wind coming in to add to the drama here in our last moves of the day then. So we have 6 moves left to bring you for the last heat of the day. It is the quarterfinals. This is riders fighting to be in the semi-finals. Only the top 2 will go into the semi-finals. Wind just calms down a little bit. The sort of smoke on the water effect just passing through the booth. The green flag is up alongside the red flag. You should see that in your view. No, you can't. There you go. That suggests that he can take his time if he so chooses. Kimo Verkerk isn't being given 1 minute to get on with his move as the winds come up above 55 knots generally is what we're told there. But will he decide, maybe I need this wind? Maybe this wind's meant to be as the sun breaks free from the clouds as we look towards the west. This is that beautiful moment. He's gone for it. He senses this is the time. So double loop with a very delayed back roll. And he's landed it, Aaron. He's landed it, and he's found that moment to just deliver the goods. What a moment that could be for his chances to get into the semi-final.
Yeah, I think that'll lift him into second, but it's not probably the high score that he would have hoped for to really secure it, but definitely puts the pressure in on Baby Shark, I would say. And he's still got one more trick to, see if he can even improve on that one. So I would imagine that comes in the, probably in the fives, low fives,
even
something
lower,
along that. Maybe even then, could be fours, but I think that will be enough for him to move up a place.
Here we go. He's gone into second place, which pushes Baby Shark back down. But unfortunately for Nelson Holes, it is going to be the end of the line with that's a big jump, isn't it? It's a nice big jump for him. He's done really well to get to the course. He must be happy about that. You know, at the start of the day, I bet he would have taken getting through. I think it's one of his first big events. I haven't seen him in so many of them.
Yeah, I think he had quite a bad accident not too long ago as well. So it's great to see him even out there riding and back to the full strength,
you know,
and having the confidence to send it in these conditions as well.
And he might even be getting out now, Aaron, as well, because he actually does have another trick attempt after this. But this is now down to the wire for these three riders, because nobody is safe here. I still think things could change. Timo will be looking to upgrade his lowest trick score, which is a 5.37, a kite loop front roll board off. That is what would be the sensible thing to do, or a new trick category, of course. That he can't do something in the other categories because they've got higher scores. It makes no sense for him to kick one of those scores out. He can't just do the same thing. So what do you think he's going to do? And do you think he's going to go for the kite loop front roll board off category here? I can't see an S loop in here, but will he score more than a 5.37 for an S loop?
I think he's on a bigger kite than the other guys. I'm not sure he's going to be doing S or doubles. I mean, something that's open at the moment would be a contra loop with a front roll. That's definitely a category that hasn't been, or with a back roll, sorry. That's definitely something he could look into. Yeah. But sometimes they just like to upgrade it. So he's got
Here he goes.
Kite loop front roll board off that you'd be interested in upgrading.
Yeah. He will not want to be going to bed tonight thinking, I should have upgraded. Why didn't I upgrade?
For a doobie board off. I think that's my call, what you'll be looking at.
Okay, doobie board off. I'm just going to throw it out there just for the sake of it. I think a big S loop. You're right, I think he's on a bigger kite than before, but whatever he's got to do, he's got to be thinking, what is going to get me more than a 5.37 that I could probably land here? I have a good chance of landing to try and just up my score. He doesn't want to make this about all three of them. Right now, it's about all three of these riders. He wants to make this about the other two battling for second, and he's got a chance to do that. Here he goes then. Aaron, double back roll, mega loop board off. Is it going to be higher? What do you think? It's a very nice landing. Is it going to be higher or lower? Higher or lower? Higher or lower, Aaron, than the 5.37?
It's a technical trick. Not super high.
No,
I don't know if it will. It'll be somewhere there or abouts, yeah.
But now we can start looking to see what does he need. Currently going out of this competition, the Brazilian rider, Baby Shark, North rider, Josue San Ferreira. I can see here, for second place, he needs 2.64 on top of his lowest score. Here he comes, flying into the box.
He needs a 6 or above. No.
Oh, he couldn't commit to that. Oh, and he's still committed. So after all of that, it's all done. Kimo Verkerk will be sighing a breath of relief, Aaron, and thinking, oh, I don't have to go crazy. I don't have to go crazy at the end of the day here with the sunset. And unfortunately, that is the end for Josue. Baby Shark, as he's proudly known. Son of, was it Father Shark? What's the dad's name? There is actually a bit behind this that goes...
The big shark.
The big one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I had the feeling he would do really well at this event. But yeah, he's been out for a little while. He's just coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Looked like he had his... he had a fracture to his leg in Brazil. So yeah, unfortunate. And... but he's still so early in his career with so much potential. gaining a lot of experience, and we will see him back strong, definitely.
Established rider now, isn't
coming
he?
Events. Yeah, definitely. He's solid. He's up there in, yeah, I would say easily in the top 10, if not maybe top 5 of the riders.
Yeah, he'll look at this and likely think, I could have maybe got to the semis, but he's also got to think he's coming back from injury. This is likely just going to be a big jump from Timo here. Bit of fun for the crowd. What a moment that. He's going to feel great right now, isn't he? He's going to feel absolutely brilliant. He has ridden so well on that Nash today, it has to be said. And Chemo as well on the slingshot here, sending one big mega loop board off for the crowds, which brings us to the end. Are we going to see Nelson? Did he manage to get out there? Or is he? Oh, he has got out there. Nelson has got out there for one more for the crowds now. And it will be him to close here with that yellow rash vest. What's he got for us here as he chats to Baby Shark, who is just out there for a bit of fun right now. But coming in for the last move here, he's just waiting for that red flag to drop down. And that will indicate that it's Nelson's turn. And his final turn at the 2025 GKA Kite World Tour Big Air here at the Lords of Tram. And in the background, absolute smoke on the water. What is going on out there? Here he goes then. It's for the crowds. And it's a nice one. Just a nice big boogie loop to finish off. Can he land it? Ash bomb. A big arch bomb to finish things off. So that pretty much wraps it up. I think we're going to see some highlights for that heat perhaps. Oh no, they're going to show us a replay of that first. That pretty much concludes 13 hours of live stream well, not of live stream, but being down the beach. I think we started at 7 in the morning, so that'll be about 12 hours, and the riders really having a bit of fun now with the crowds. But we do have a very big day of action for you tomorrow. You can't miss that. Starting off with the semi-finals, the Big Air World Championships, all to play for still, with looking like Edgar and Lorenzo. But apparently Andrea's also got an outside opportunity to ruin the party, which could be interesting. Sahar, unfortunately, going out. Also, Zach Adams from the United States out of the event, had a chance as well. Finn Flugel was in third. And yeah, lots to do. These are the highlights. Cool, that was a biggie. That was miles up there. Must have been Timo Borsamo, who took the win there with that 18.07. He really was flying today. Baby Shark here. Was this the crash? Was there a crash in there? I can't remember. Just didn't quite make it, Aaron, did he, in that heat?
Yeah, it was a difficult day all round, so just congrats to all the riders really for staying safe. No big injuries that I'm aware of, and everyone made it through these challenging conditions, so been really good. Day of action. I think one of the most difficult, windiest events that I've witnessed for sure, and I know how it is to be out there, so yeah, incredible day of action.
Yeah, I think from my side as well, to see a day like this with this much wind, where we've spent this much time sort of waiting for it to calm down, I won't forget this. You know, I've always been here for many years to this spot, and it does blow crazy. But today we really saw its upper strength. I mean, 70 knots was recorded on a weather station that we can see from here, and this isn't when people just say it. You know, we've all have those people in our lives that are like, oh, I've been kiting in crazy winds, but actually this is legit, and this is real people talking seriously about the strength of the wind here. So it's been wonderful to bring you all the action here from the Baccares at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air here, the 2025 Lords of Tram. Whatever you're doing tomorrow in your lives, do yourself a favour, cancel it. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
Every dawn brings a new chance to embrace the wind, a moment to release everything that holds you back. This is where freedom begins, where you become one with the elements. With every gust of wind, you feel it, the power, the control, the flight, and the adrenaline. Carve through the water with precision. Soar with unmatched ease. It's more than just a ride. It's a journey, a gateway to boundless possibilities. Unleash your potential with the Rebel SLS.